All right, welcome back, folks. And again, what we see is another pro player who has an athletic background, has found a new competition venue with Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and obviously, Adam is one of the guys. Let me bring all you guys in. Adam is one of the guys that has had some incredible highs in his CS:GO career, and also some incredible lows. And again, they're here again. But again, I think one of the big stories for them right now is obviously they're doing better. They've come out of their slump kind of, but then all of a sudden, visa issues with Pith, and now Thread is here. Thread is obviously their sixth man, their coach, their manager type guy, but now he has to play again. And obviously, Thread in his own right, great 1.6 player, but he's been spending time in Japan, studying all those kind of things, and not really focusing on being a player anymore.
No.
So far, so good. I mean, he's done what he had to do. They're still alive in the tournament, but again, initial thoughts kind of on the matchup. Then we're going to get into the picks and bans.
Well, just that I think this is going to be tough for NIP because of the issue they've got with having used Threat as a stand-in. And you know, it's not like I thought Mouse Sports acquitted themselves in glory when they beat Flipside the other day. Flipside kind of threw that game for me. But it's always tough when you're using a stand-in. You know, they've prepped for the major, and they don't bring one player that's integral to their tactics. So even using a coach who understands that, I still think it's a tough order.
I mean, for me, it's you look at the other side. Mouse Sports they struggled so much against Flipside, weaker team than NIP, and it's tough to have these, especially in best of threes. It's going to be such a tall task for them to overcome the fact that they have only one player who consistently shows up and has good games for them. Beyond that, it's like we always say, who's going to step up if he's having a bad game, and it hasn't really been anyone else on Mouse Sports.
And again, you mentioned that overtime. They set a record, 5 overtimes in a major. And again, a hard-fought victory. I mean, they went down on that first side. Mouse Sports did, and they struggled back. Yep. Seemed like no one could play T on that map yesterday for them. But again, they basically played 2 matches yesterday in 1 match. Duncan, I want to do 2 things from you. I want to get your general impressions, but I always like to ask you, what do you think the maps are going to be before we start this process, and then I want you to walk us through it.
The matches yesterday, I mean, NIP, the problem for them is this tournament's become kind of like a movie storyline where the gimmick is like we don't have the full roster and can we survive? Unfortunately, it's not what it should be, which is like what can NIP at their peak do with like all the practice, and is this team like what are we going to see for the future? Because obviously this won't be the lineup of the team going forward. So it's got its own novelty to it. It's like it makes it interesting the way you frame the matches, but also it makes it very hard to know what NIP can even expect of themselves, because they know having a player in there who's not a pro player right now is a liability. And then on the side of Mouse Sports, I mean, yeah, it is a one-man team. I mean, Chris J kind of admitted it himself in the interview, like it is a one-man team most of the time. So they know that, and for them, it's more like we've got to support this one guy. Like it's not just enough to let his all-star performances be wasted. In terms of the maps we'll expect here, I mean, whenever I think of Mouse Sports, they've actually retained a similar core style, which is they're like a Dust 2 cash team. Like those are maps they always want to be on. They don't mind playing a bit of Cobblestone, as we saw, but they're not amazing on it. That's why it was going into 5 overtimes against Flipside. They're not bad on maps like Mirage, so this is the wheelhouse where the guys from Mouse want to be. Now, the real problem here for me isn't that I don't know what map snips stronger, which I don't in a way because they've got Threat. We kind of do when they played with Pith. The big problem I see is that they've always had a very strange pick ban, and I actually don't know if they let Threat 100% decide the pick ban, or if it's some sort of group discussion, or if it exists still, does the pick ban, because that's the sort of thing in teams. Sometimes some players don't want a part in that; they'll just actually delegate it. So in terms of NIP, when I look at those maps and I think of the ones they might not mind playing, I think Dust 2's got to certainly be in there. I think they won't mind playing that necessarily. And now actually this NIP plays Overpass, so that's quite an interesting one there. So maybe Mouse Sports should target some bans over that side of the equation. I think Cobblestone's probably not unreasonable that it'll be there once you've banned out the others. So, I mean, we'll start out here. Obviously, for this, remember the system for this is you ban 1 each, and then you pick 1 each, and then randomize the third map. So, Mouse Sports has banned Train, actually, and NIP's banned out Mirage. So, I'm expecting, in terms of if it's Mouse Sports picking now, I would think something like, I would have actually gone for probably Cash, but they're going to do Cobblestone as a pick. Now, the thing there is, I mean, all their victories on Cobblestone feel hard fought. That's the thing. But I will say,
Flipside's the first top team to beat on them.
This is a map, though. When I look at it, I definitely don't want to play this map with a stand-in. So I think in that sense, there's a logic to it. Like it's gonna be really hard for Threat when he's on CT side of this map. You cannot hide someone, and so you've got to have a lot of synergy. NIP actually picks Cash, so I actually think this is a pretty solid set of maps for Mouse at the moment. In terms of the randomizer, I think Dust 2 would be the dream. We've ended up with Overpass, which is actually one that, in terms of Mouse Sports, they probably don't want. So I actually think, here's the way I break this one down. I think the first 2 maps, I'm leaning them, in terms of just map strength, not who will win, I'm leaning them towards Mouse. But I think if they get to the third map, I mean, admittedly, yeah, Threat obviously doesn't play, but if we get to the third map, I'm feeling like that's not such a great one for Mouse. So actually, I think Mouse, they've got their best chances on the first 2.
All right, Moses, why don't you walk us through your thoughts on these maps now that we know?
I'm actually very surprised to see Cobblestone picked for Mouse Sports. I mean, that's a map. Obviously, they struggled so much against Flipside yesterday. I think despite that, even with a stand-in, I think NIP might has a good chance at taking that map. Also very historic in terms of majors for NIP, just as an interesting storyline. But that's going to be a little scary. I think Cash is definitely a nip side. I'm really confused why Mouse Sports didn't pick Dust 2. They've had a really good streak on it, only really losing on it to some of the top teams like Astralis and such. So. That's a map that I expected Mouse Sports to pick.
It makes you wonder, though, maybe they were thinking that logic of, like I'm trying to say there, it's like if you pick Dust 2, I mean, it's a lot easier with the stand-in to rotate him out of sights and just, he's gonna know the basics, but on a map like Cobblestone, the routine you have to have on CT to win rounds, it's pretty tough.
Yeah, I'm assuming Threat. You could see him being put in a position though where even though he's a stand, even though he doesn't have experience, you could almost put him at that A bomb site where it's just kind of spot for information, play passively, wait for your teammates to come back. The only time you really get aggressive on that A bomb site is when you have 2 to 3 players able to push up and gain some control in halls or down in those danger stairs. So I think Nip will be able to work around having Threat on Cobblestone. Cash I think will be a little bit trickier on the CT side where your rotations, your map control has to be so on point on defense. I think that's when we'll see a bigger struggle out of a Threat. But I mean the big thing for NIP, I think Overpass is definitely in NIP's favor, and they've got Force and Get Right. So I mean they have the ability to overcome that.
And Richard, your thoughts on the
Yeah, just
picks?
kind of the same. Mouse Sports picking Cobblestone, I have no idea why they're doing this, because they've played it now like 13 times in 2016, and the first time they've beat a top team was that horrible win over Flipside yesterday, where Flipside completely threw it. So really not sold on them as a Cobblestone team. The other teams are kind of beating on there, like CS:GO Lounge and people like that. So I think it's going to be a real tough pick for them. And then Cash, we know NIP can play this map. We know they're good on it, and they can be good on it even with Threat in there. So really, I think it, it could be a 2-0 to NIP even with the stand-in, because I'm not really convinced by Mouse Sports. And just the way Forest has been playing lately and Get Right, they've definitely got a chance. If it goes to a third map, I might plump for NIP on Overpass. So I got to say that I think in terms of how this veto's gone, for once, it seems like NIP have vetoed intelligently, and Mouse Sports have actually picked and played into their hands a little bit. So NIP won't be feeling that bad about this. They've got a real good chance.
Okay, and starting with you, Duncan, final thoughts and prediction for the match.
I mean, what's interesting is this is one of the first time I've seen NIP actually try to specifically ban out the strengths of the opponent. They normally have a very counterintuitive style. And so actually NIP in this year has been playing Mirage a lot. But I think the reason they've banned it is because good map for Mouse Sports, and more importantly, we saw NIP get a bit exposed on that yesterday. So I think they don't want that demo to be viewable. So as a result, I'm actually going to favor NIP here. I think NIP 2-1. I think Mouse Sports can get one of the first 2 maps, but if we get to Overpass, I just think the problem is I've seen too many good Nico performances and them still lose. So I expect Nico to be dynamite, maybe the best player in the series, but I think NIP is going to get it 2-1.
And you, Moses?
Yeah, I have NIP taking this 2-1 as well. I think Mouse Sports will take Cobble here, but I think the other 2 maps should be in the favor of NIP.
Okay.
And I'll make it a hat-trick of 2-1s to NIP.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. The first match is starting of the day. It's a best of 3. It's Ninjas in Pajamas taking on Mouse Sports. Again, loser will go home. Winner will move on to play in the Nationwide Arena. Bringing you the action, the room on fire, gentlemen, Anders and Semler. Gentlemen, take it away.
Here we go, and you're absolutely right. Everything is on the line here, Scott. It's going to be the Nationwide if you make it through NIP and Mouse Sports. Best of 3 in the first of the tournament as well. Semler, are you ready for this?
Oh yeah, man. And there's so much riding on this one best of 3 for NIP. They've never not made it out of the groups at a major. They can't start now, and they've had everything stacked against them with Pith not being able to make it here to the event, Threat having to step in. The analyst desk has gone on at length, and now, well, it's time to get into the match, Anders. This is the pistol round to start things off with Mouse Sports starting on the CT side, NIP on the offense on the T side.
Look at what we have. Threat with a single smoke, just maybe to block up the door going into A. That would make a lot of sense. I think that might be the most useful sort of application to have one single smoke. Then you have Get Right with the Tech 9 armor, and we often refer to that as the raid boss build because it's so powerful, and we'll see if it's going to work out. Here they come. Threat, is it going to be the smoke up the door? There it is, blocking it off. It's going to make life really tough for Mouse Sports, and Get Right actually walking in and trying to catch anyone rotating through, but they're already 2 men on the bomb site. Forrest taking down 1 and hiding in the smoke for a second was Chris J, and he's going to go down. Get Right getting 1, 2, and a third. All headshots, and that's going to be Speedy alone now in a 1-on-4. What a powerful pistol round coming out of NIP. Right off the bat, not a single moment to slow down.
Yeah, this is them just trying to wrest control basically from Mouse Sports to start things off here. Speedy trying to do the best that he can. Unfortunately, he's not able to get that nade over. He does finally end that streak for Get Right, so it will end at 3 for him, but now Speedy's got a lot of work ahead of him. He needs to get 3 kills, and it's going to be Forrest to start, and Forrest ends it. 1-0 for NIP to start things off here in the first map. And you're right, Anders. I mean, that was just an all-out aggressive play from NIP. They just want to rock. They want to run into Mousesports right off the bat and just get control of this match right off the bat. Not allow Nico, not allow for the Mousesports to get any kind of momentum going here.
Yeah, the only other application you could have had for that smoke maybe would have been to try and get the bomb down in B in sort of like an open plant like that. But yeah, definitely very, very nice execution coming out. And I love Get Right sort of already controlling the vent room there, just making sure that anyone trying to come through is going to have a really hard time. Going to make it 1-0. And we do have 3 SMGs being picked up here. Some sketchy armor and even a taser I'm seeing on Speedy, so that's a bit interesting.
Interesting choice. It's going to come down to positioning for him, and he's close to connector, so if they come out that window, they try and get in there for a flank, he's going to have a bit of a surprise there waiting for him, and that's going to be Get Right, it looks like, taking point and drop room for now. That's got to give a lot of the NIP fans hope, you know, to see Get Right start so strong. He's had some matches where he's a little bit hot and cold. Forrest has been pretty consistent for NIP, but if that 1-2 combo starts off, if Forrest and Get Right are both hitting their shots, that's when NIP close series. That's when they progress in the tournament.
Oh, wow. Look at the call coming out here from Mousesports.
What prompted this?
Because
Because Freiburg and Threat were over there. They were making some noise, but for Mousesports to full rotate.
This is one of those things where, I mean, we might never know unless we try and ask them afterwards exactly what prompted this, right? It could just be that that someone, you know, suddenly remembered something that they've seen in a demo somewhere,
Sure.
and they're like, oh, you know, this actually reminds me of something. Let's all go there. Obviously, we could tell it turns out to be dead wrong. I don't mind so much. I think people sometimes underestimate the power of keeping everyone alive because they have invested into this round. They've got what 5,200 combined investment into this round for the whole team. If you stack one bomb site and they all go there, then maybe you win the round. If you don't, well, you get one more shot at doing it the next round, essentially. So there is sort of a logic to saying, well, let's just try, and maybe if they had a good feeling about it. So I don't think this is a wasted round from Mousesports. It's obviously a bit of a shame that they chose the wrong bomb site, but you know, that's just how it is sometimes.
I mean, the other thing that they're trying to look to do here is to deny these SMGs money. They do not want Threat, Get Right exist. You know, getting any kills with these SMGs, you're getting twice as much money for a kill with an SMG, up to $600. So the fact that Mousesports are just completely denying that from NIP, it's really just devaluing this purchase, this investment made by NIP in the SMGs. So now they're just going to have to sit and wait and hope that they can actually, you know, take the fight to Mousesports this round. NIP. Curious to see if Mousesports are going to make any kind of investment here. 2,800 on Speedy. He does decide to pick up a single HE, and Chris J obviously prioritizing that AWP. He's got 3,100 in the bank right now. So
right, and because Chris had the grenade from last round, you have to expect both those grenades could be going to the B plateau, because that's I think one of the only places on this map where you can sort of reliably get some damage in with grenades. It's so hard on the rest of the map to try and actually do that, but we are going to find out. Speedy also, the smoke going down there. Right now, Nico looking for an opening with the Deagle, trying to see if he can get that shot through. It's going to be Speedy actually tasing Get Right. All right, an electric start to the third round. Why not?
there we go. That's it. He was holding a window, holding a drop. Get Right peeks his head out there, and Speedy's waiting. Easy kill picked up for Speedy, and that's going to actually, it slows Nip down considerably. They all just stop and wait. They're like, okay, wait, we've lost Get Right, we've lost our flanker. Now what's actually going on here? Freiburg and Threat are over on that A site towards Underpass, trying to make some noise, trying to draw Mousesports out once again. But Mousesports this time around, they aren't over-rotating. It's only Nex who's kind of peeking his head into connector now, trying to get an idea of where Nip are coming from. But Nico and Chris J, they remain on the B site solid.
Maybe some person on Twitter can sort of count for us. How many taser kills have there been in majors overall, in all the 8 majors? That could be a little bit interesting. I mean, we're in America now, so it's only fitting, really, isn't it, that someone's going to get tased. Nico, up close with the Deagle. It's going to end up being shut down. Threat with a double kill there with the MAC-10, and Forrest going to get a headshot. Speedy going down, and Dennis going to be alone in a 1-on-3. So, you know, reasonable round here coming out of Mousesports. They do some damage, but I'm not sure it's quite enough. Again, it would have been a little bit more fun if they could have guessed the stack right. Doesn't turn out that way. We're in the 4th round now, and Mousesports are going to have a sort of a genuine chance of having an impact here. Now, you know, talking... That's so good, isn't it? That's absolutely...
I'm actually laughing at the taser kill. That says something, Anders.
So good.
I despise the taser, so...
You do.
There you go. I mean, whatever. He actually has to tase somebody, bro.
Makes me really happy. Look, the challenge, the cobblestone challenge, we've been referring to this for a while now, is defending that B bomb side against any kind of an attack. I mean, the CT side as a whole is so difficult, but especially B is really, really tough. And look at what NIP are doing. They're setting up with 3 smokes. Oh, it's going to be a huge fate. This looks like NIP are super well prepared. These smokes on the B bomb side are going to look like a B attack is coming, and normally they're thrown from right outside B, so it wouldn't be impossible for Mouseport to think that's going on. And yeah, they are rotating another man in. They lose their A player, and now they're trying to see if they can scramble to get back. Surely they must have seen the bomb, and actually NIP not close enough to the bomb side to execute, but that allows them to walk on to B, and now Get Right's here, opening up on next. My God, NIP. This is a huge tactical round coming out of them.
It couldn't have been better. The fact that Dennis, he goes down over on A and he spots the bomb, that forces Mousesports off of that B site where NIP, now that Get Right's lurked his way out through those smokes, he's got the side for him. Bomb plant happens. Chris J and Spitty, they're the last men alive here for Mousesports, and there's nothing they can do. Chris, he nearly falls there, down to 10 HP. So he is going to be able to back off, it seems. He's just going to have some mercy in the end, but what a play.
You know, a lot of times when we've had coaches, I mean, now obviously Threat is playing, but Speedy, he's going to go down to Exist. That's a bit of a shame, but very often when someone adds a coach to the team, I always think that, well, what's the impact going to be? I feel like Threat might be the one where we really see it. We can really get the feeling instantly almost that, all right, there's actually been some tactical. It might also have been because NIP was sort of the least tactical team that actually the impact is so much bigger.
Yeah.
But that kind of an execution, that was beautiful.
That's what we used to see from Threat on Acer. When he was calling the shots, he was crafting these strategies for his team to try and give them an edge, because when you have less firepower, you have to start trying to come up with clever stuff to, you know, to close that gap when you get up against the higher teams. The fact that Threat, I mean, this is just super sick from NIP. Like, it's just we've never really seen these kinds of plays from them. Crafted strats, that's what Threat's bringing to the table, and he's in the server as well now, so maybe that's helping things out for him. But now 4-0 here for NIP. They're just crushing through Mousesports, and this is really going to rock Mousesports' confidence. This is not what they expected coming from the Ninjas.
Back to pistols there. That Molotov going to make life a little bit difficult, but Nico actually landing that headshot. And the analysts, they were bringing it up time and again. If anything's going to work out here for Mousesports, it's going to have to be off the back of Nico really, really going huge once again. Which is a bit of a weird thing, because really we know that Chris J has that level in him somewhere. Next for a while would probably be considered the best player in Germany when he was first picked up on the team. I mean,
yes.
They have other players on this team that can step it up, and if both Nex and Chris hit their level, then this Mousesports team, I think, would definitely defeat NIP, but I don't know. It's just not been happening for a while, has it? Forrest getting caught a little bit there. Speedy hiding behind the wall, but it's going to be Nex and Chris left.
Yeah, that was a solid call coming in from Mousesports to rotate over. That was also from the boost. Exist, he did a good job of hiding that AK. But now Chris J up close, he's got an AK of his own. He's still got that PG-50 out. He doesn't know where Freiburg is. He's going to be able to get the drop on him, but Exist is there to save the day. And 2 players will survive in the end for NIP, but that was a solid eco round coming out from Mousesports, all things considered. 3 kills means that NIP, you know, they have to spend quite a bit of money this round. Nice little detail, though, by Exist. He actually hid that AK. So Nico, he gets boosted up. He's looking for the AK, but the key thing is that he gets the info. He's looking through the hall. He's like, wait, nobody's here, guys. Rotate A now. Get in position to try and stop NIP from getting out there.
Well, we've got Chris picking up the AWP, and I really, really hope he's going to be proactive. And from the looks of it, he's running down middle, so that's very good. I mean, they need to put pressure on NIP right now, and if Chris could pick up an early kill, that would really help them out a lot. They're going to run a similar strat, you can tell again, but now the thing is, they could either do the same fake where they sort of run A and show themselves and then run back B, or they could do the full execute. And this time it looks like they are actually going to go to B, so maybe Mousesports, are they going to be buying this or not? Get Right's already on the site here, looking to fight Nico, who's going to get a straight headshot, shutting down Get Right, and that's a powerful start. The rest of Mousesports, they're almost all at the bomb site, but NIP should be able to at least get a bomb plant. Now the question is, can Mouse retake it?
Can they hold? And big shots coming up from Forrest. He pushes through, takes the fight to them, and he actually gets 2 kills out of that before getting laid low. But the damage is done now. Man advantage here for NIP going into this retake. So many angles for the remaining 2 players to worry about for Mousesports, and the flash is going out as well, making good use of that utility. It's the last nade that NIP have. So now it's going to come down to the tough work, to landing the shots, and Spitty starts off strong. He takes out Exist. Chris J is going to lay Threat out, and it's all on Freiburg now in a 1v1 clutch. The one thing that he has going for him is that Chris really doesn't have a whole lot of time, and Chris, this is all going Freiburg's way. He's succeeded. He's kept Chris off that bomb, and now Chris just has to back off and try and save the gun. But it's not going to happen. He's going to go up with it.
Oh, Freiburg from pretty much within the fire of that bomb, he actually gets the kill. And I think even the damage he had done might have been enough to take out Chris anyway. So this is just a very, very elaborate execute. And I think part of the problem is, by the time Mousesports want to put up a defense here, Get Right is already allowed to be on the site. You know, that's too much. They're allowing too much space for him to get in there.
But that's my one concern, is that I think Get Right, like, there's a big gap there where there are no flashes going through, and Get Right decides to push through that smoke. So I'm wondering, were they light on? No, they weren't light on flashes. They had a full buy.
Yeah.
So was he expecting a flash to allow him to get through, or did he just try and force it? If it weren't for Forrest's heroics, that could have actually gone south for NIP due to Get Right dying so early.
Well, this round, it's another one with pistols and a bit of armor here. Chris is sneaking up behind, which is definitely good news, but with just a pistol, it shouldn't be having sort of a deciding impact on this round. That's a nice shot from Nico, though. Taking out Threat. He's looking for a bit more. Chris coming up from behind. Oh, he goes down to Get Right, so that flank just falls flat on his face. And now, Nex, he's doing good damage with the Deagle here, trying to do a bit more, but he couldn't even fall back from behind the truck there. The Molotov keeping him contained, which is going to leave it at a 7-0 scoreline here, which is pretty impressive. 8th round is coming up, and again, NIP on the terror side, we've seen this time and again from Cobblestone, and we did warn all of you, playing on the CT side is so tough here. It's really difficult, especially because, as our panelists were pointing out, this is not Mousesports' sort of strong map. That win against Flipside was the odd one out.
Probably one of the longest overtime series that we've had at a major yet. So, I mean, definitely a little shaky. But
yeah.
NIP, you know, despite taking losses, I mean, the past several rounds, they've only kept 2 to 3 players alive. They still have a solid bank. They still have a solid economy, so they're allowed to go for the full buy to get everything they need. They aren't even going for the AWP, though. Forest, I mean, they want to be able to just keep Fleet on their feet, basically, it seems, because NIP, they aren't really counting on the op to try and get those opening kills. Instead, they're going for more structured play and then just rushing into the fight with the AKs, taking the fight to them. It's up to Chris, though. I mean, this is where that AWP really has to pay off, and he's got that solid position on the B site, but problem is nobody's going to be there. Instead, NIP are going for a straight-up A split through connector, and this is going to get nasty, Anders.
Dennis in the corner as well. Great spray down, taking out Forrest and Threat, and now turning around Dennis with the triple kill. What a defense being put up here next to finish it off. And finally, Mousesports are in the game here. 7-1. Man, that was a very, very nice defense, and especially because I have to say, right now it's looking like Threat is just straight out calling Mousesports. I mean, it sounds weird saying that because they just won the round, but this is a round where Mousesports finally had actually put a really heavy defense on the plateau to try and stop what NIP had been doing, and exactly the round where they do that and give sort of a loosen up the control on drop, that's when NIP put 3 players in drop and try to split A. That's actually a huge strat. So if Dennis hadn't gone absolutely massive that round, that would have been it. NIP would have certainly out-called the round on Mousesports.
But again, with the flashes, if NIP had just flashed, I mean, I guess they're just trying to sneak their way through, but it just doesn't work at all. Dennis is allowed to go huge, and that actually messes everything up, and we lose Get Right, the lurker, over on that B site. Nico able to pick him off to start, so now it's just going to come down to pressure in A apartments, but they might be close enough here, Mousesports, to hear all these nades going off, and yeah, the smoke going down, trying to buy a little bit more time. And we do have Speedy, who's starting to cheat his way over towards that A site. So pretty soon, we're going to have 3 defenders here for the CT side on the A site. And if NIP chooses to commit to this A site, it's going to get nasty for him. That's where you start. Yeah, exactly. NIP, they're starting to realize this as well. They're putting Forrest back into the hall. So they're like, okay. We still have a minute left. Let's not run ourselves into the blender here.
I mean, the worst thing that could happen to Mousesports would be to lose this round.
Chris J. Yeah. This is where it's like between Forrest and Chris J. If Chris J can find something, he's pushed up now. So Forrest, he's trying to find a way through. He's going to get into drop, and yeah, there's Nico. So now they lose their flank man, and this is where it's going to come down to the big individual plays from Freiburg and Exist.
Mousesports should not be losing this game, or this round here. Definitely shouldn't be. 5 versus 3. They haven't really taken any damage yet. They're in a very good position overall. They got a great setup here in the middle. Dennis actually assists, picking up 2 kills by jumping through the arch there. That shouldn't be possible. Speedy on the side as well, but here's the big problem for NIP. They've only got 17 seconds to get up there and plant the bomb, and there's already 2 people. A third one rotating in behind here. They're trying to see if they can make it work. Speedy lining it up, and Nico helping out. And it will be a triple kill for Nico in the round. He survives with just 12 health there. And that's finally going to be a second round for Mousesports here, putting a couple together. And you did point out, NIP, they'd been coming out of these rounds with not that many members alive. Means their economy is a bit strained here. They could actually buy 3 AKs if they wanted to, to try and keep the pressure up, but instead it looks like they're going to go for sort of a semi-Tech 9, a little bit of armor.
I like it. The quasi-buy. That's the play, right? You can get a couple of flashes to back this up, and then kind of just go for a YOLO play. Now, it's a question of whether Mousesports are going to be prepared for this or not. They have the anti-rush nades here, Mousesports. So if NIP choose to go for the straight rush off the plateau, Mousesports should be in position for it. But instead, it's just going to be a straight flash coming in, and Chris J decides to face. And guess what? Get Right is waiting for him. All 5 members for NIP. That was like the firing squad. Chris, he was doomed.
Well, they get a refrag at least. This is one, especially mentally, I think Mousesports can't give up on this round. That Tech 9 is powerful. Nico doing a really good job. You see him tossing away that AWP up on the plateau, making sure that nobody could, or up on the boost box, making sure that no one can actually sort of pick it up from NIP's side. That would be too much of a giveaway at this point in the game.
They get the opening kill now, Nip, and now they're really starting to slow things down. Only problem is they've used their nades. And that's all Mousesports had to really achieve. I mean, it is going to be the 1-for-1 trade. Nico gets overwhelmed and dropped, but he did damage. The only issue here is just, I mean, imagine if Nip had just like a single flash left. If they had just one nade to work with here, they have the advantage because you can see how split up Mousesports are across the map. If you just swarm this one player, you know, you get a nade out there and you just swarm his 3, you should be able to overwhelm that defense on the site.
Right now, this is definitely a round that's working out a lot better for NIP than it is for Mousesports, but they do have the rifle advantage, and they've got to try and put some distance between themselves and Nip here and see if they can take these fights. Nexus on the site, pretty dangerous position, but the Speedy's here with the smoke to help them out, so that's going to work out quite well. Next picking up one, Speedy with a kill as well, and all up to assist here with 14 seconds. He's going to try and see if he can 1v2 this round and steal it away from Mousesports, and he's going to get that first spray down. Where's that bomb? He's going to put it down now. 5 seconds left. He goes for the fight, and Dennis will shut it out. Double kill, straight headshot from that M4. And that's going to be Mousesports barely winning that round, but they do pull it through.
Yeah, way too close, but still, that's the important bit right now. Mousesports, this is going to be giving them that confidence back, start getting some plays going, and they've actually started to put a little bit of pressure on NIP now because NIP had such a strong start to the half that now that things are starting to go south for them, that they're starting to having to struggle a little bit. That's where the stress is going to start setting in on NIP, and they're going to start feeling it a little bit more. So now the question is, you know, what do they decide to set up? And it looks like all 3 players, once again, making their way to set up for that smoke strategy that we've seen twice now in this first half from NIP.
Get Right, very fast start on the plateau. You see Nico's down there and certainly ready for it. He's already got caught, I think, a couple of times by Get Right now. Bet he's tuned in for it. 3 rounds in a row for Mousesports. They need more than 3, though, on the CT side. They got to keep up the momentum here. And look at how aggressive Get Right is. He's already down there, already wrapping around as the bomb is going down. Mousesports just can't seem to hold this bomb site. Now it's a full 5-on-5 retake coming through here. Freiburg also very close in the smoke, trying to see if he can make that work. And that bomb is ticking, and Mousesports, how do they even break through? Get Right going to get the opening frag of the round. Freiburg getting overwhelmed, and Nico to a bit of a counter here, but look at how powerful Get Right's position is. He's covering essentially a diagonal line across the bomb site here, and if they try and go through, look at that spray. Threat helping out as well. Speedy coming in with 2, but it's still not a chance for Chris. He has to run out of there. Mousesports, how do they keep them off that bomb site?
Yeah, that full wall, they found all of the angles in IP. So if Mousesports aren't holding on the site itself, that's the real issue, is that this time around, Mousesports, they kind of went back to drop control. So Threat chose the perfect time to go for that strategy because nobody was playing on plateau, nobody was playing on the B site. Mousesports were just completely locked out of their bomb site. They couldn't do anything about that bomb plant. And now we're going to see, I mean, the great positioning. This is where that crossfire really kicks in. Get Right draws the attention to himself. That allows for Threat and Force to start coming into the fight as well to catch Mousesports looking at Get Right. I mean, it all falls into place so nicely for NIP. And what is the, are they, no. How does this work? Was there miscommunication on Mousesports' side? Did they not realize how low they were on Eco? Because Chris J just spent his money to drop a FAMAS for Speedy.
Yeah, he drops a FAMAS. Nico picks up a rifle. He has enough money for that. Next, and Dennis gets, he said, it is definitely a risk. I have to agree. But at the same time, if you do it now, you could definitely stop NIP's economy. You could end up having a great first half, you know, instead of just like a reasonable one. But you have taken a timeout as well, and it has to be a discussion about how to prevent them from getting down there. Get Right is almost single-handedly being allowed to sort of walk in and just open up the bomb site.
That's like that play. I mean, that's what we've really seen those entry guys, you know, start to take control of, right? They go up onto plateau, they throw that smoke down that lands on the box, that lands at broken wall, right? And that allows for Get Right to start either trying to play around the edges of that smoke to look towards the bomb site to see if he can catch anybody out there, or make his way past onto plateau and wait for the cavalry to come in, for the others to start setting up with the nades. And so then it's just like he pops up, boom. If anybody is on that site once those nades come down, it's his job to clear that out immediately, right?
I mean, so one of the ways in which actually specifically Mousesports has tried to counter this for a long time, and Nico, he's been boosted up on the boost box, right, by the tree, and he's been very good at playing that position, because the power of that is you can look over the smokes that are coming in, right? You could actually sort of try and play around the smokes, and especially if Get Right's trying to sneak in, he could do that. They haven't really tried that yet. Nico's been playing on the sort of the surface of the bomb side of on the ground floor, and maybe that just doesn't work out so well. I mean, they need to find a way to stop Get Right, and it hasn't. He's top fragging right now with 11 kills. It's definitely not been easy.
Yeah, he did get quite a few of those in the pistol, obviously, but he is still, he is actually, sitting at the top, having quite a performance, and the rest of his team aren't too far behind him as well, though. I mean, Exist, big kills. He's in double digits as well for us, trailing right behind them at 9. And then, threat to be expected, but he's not like this dead weight. He's still got 5 kills, and a couple of them have been key.
And here's what's interesting on the other team. We've got Speedy top fragging actually as well with 11 kills, and then Nico at 8, so he's not really trailing far behind. I do think there's a problem on this team, though, which is that if they are facing sort of like a really sort of heavy, if they're getting outstratted essentially, I think Nico has to put a lot more thought and sort of energy into trying to figure out the strats, and that could definitely detract from his sort of fragging ability, right? He's doing just a lot on this team right now.
Yeah, this is huge here from Mousesports. They decided to take the big risk, and they're going to go for the force buy. And this is all going to come down to the big plays. Nico's able to trade up. He gets 2, could get 3, but Threat shuts him down. Big kill coming in from Threat there. That actually stops them cold, because now it's down to the 2 rotators coming in from the A site from Mousesports. Nip, they should be able to get the bomb plant here, and they have Get Right lurking in the wings.
Man, and that was the hard counter. You see it, Mousesports just putting 2 people near the plateau, making sure they could try and do it, and it was almost a triple kill for Nico, but it wasn't close enough here, and now Get Right with his P90, powerful weapon. Chris has an AWP to save Dennis, but they should both actually run away and try and save this AWP. They're desperately going to need it now. Again, it's that B bomb side that's the huge problem when you're playing on the CT side. And you saw what happened, like this round at least. NIP actually showed up where the defense was tight, right? But a couple of other rounds, when they've tried to go for a more sort of one-sided defense, NIP exploit that and they go A instead, because they just have threat essentially with some very good calls.
And Nico tried to do the best that he could there. I mean, with that force now, this is really going to rock Mousesports. As far as the economy is concerned, they're all floating around 2,000 apart from Chris, who's at 4,500. And well, now what can they really do here, Mousesports? Because that gamble, I mean, yeah, it's just going to be another force from them. They realize that they're stuck in this pattern now where they just have to keep going for it seems.
It's a really good double kill for Threat there.
Threat is, I mean, as this tournament progresses, I mean, he had 2 days to prepare and actually play the game, not just study the game, but play the game coming into this tournament. But as the tournament goes on, now we're really going to get to see how they set this up. And the only way to actually catch them out is if Chris J goes super aggro. Question is, are they figuring out where these nades are coming from, Mousesports?
It's probably going to be a little bit hard to see. Nico with a good opening frag there with the UMP. They've got this time 4 people stacked in B bomb site to just try and make sure. And because they had Chris pushed so far up on A, he knows that no one's coming anyway here. Dennis going to be picking up 1 with the max. 7 assist long spray, taking down next. They need this round, Mousesports. They have to have it. It's 2-on-3. If they could somehow clutch it, that'd be huge. Speedy is close range with the C-set 75. Exist going for a bit of a counter boost coming up here. Trying to see if he can actually get up on the boost box. And Speedy, how is he going to predict that angle? Chris helping out to get the 1 kill, but it's a 1-on-2 and Speedy goes down. Freiburg with the final 2 kills of the round, and NIP now up 10-3 and moving into the 14th round. That was a 4-man stack on B. That still wasn't enough, Semler.
It's just, they kept getting traded. Nip, they ran in as a group, as we can see here. Well, this is a little bit late in it, but when they start pushing onto plateau, Nico gets 1, he gets traded. Dennis gets 1, he gets traded. Every time, there wasn't this like gap for there wasn't a gap of time where Mousesports could actually consolidate the defense and stop Nip. That's the key. If Nip can keep trading effectively, they'd lose 1 guy, but instantly get that kill back, then the momentum is still there for them to just keep pushing onto that site. And it's just so difficult for Speedy. I mean, he tried to play the best that he could. He was waiting for Chris J to have an impact with that op, basically. But, I mean, what can you really do when you have 3 guys who are just staring down at you at your small little position? You're trying to hide behind that statue.
I mean, this is definitely, I would say, it's one of the more interesting T halves I think I've seen in a very long time for NIP here, and actually for any team. I think
On Cobble, yes.
they are, yeah, they're showing us some really, really fun stuff. And you can tell that Mouse Sports are struggling to even tactically sort of keep up with NIP at the moment.
This is a joy, man. It's like the same kind of feeling when we saw the G2 strat on Cash B.
Yeah.
For the first time, right? Where it's just like, what is this strat? Nobody can deal with this. How do you handle it, right? And right now we're seeing Mouse Sports in that same sort of situation here versus NIP. NIP have shown up with a pocket strat, a very refined, beautiful thing, and Mouse Sports right now, they just cannot figure out how to sledgehammer it into pieces.
They actually double Molotov that corner, and that's just that is actually a slightly deep thing to try and do. I'll explain in a bit because we do have Exist sort of sneaking up here with the AK in hand and setting up for a smoke as well. They do seem to be having another B execute, and again 4 members from Mouse Sports here. This has to work out, Semler.
See, I mean, Nico, it's all about how long he decides to hold it. The push comes in, and there it is. Once again, Nico, he's going to be able to get 2 kills. This time around, it's working out for Mouse Sports. They are not trading effectively NIP. They're just getting bogged down, and you just have Forrest trying to do the best that he can. But with that AWP, it's not the best weapon to have when you need to be able to spray.
Speedy with another taser kill as well. That's 2 in 1 half in a major tournament. Why the hell not? It's 10-4. So that Molotov, when you that corner, when you Molotov it, there is actually a huge temptation if you're on the CT side because once the Molotov clears out, if you can make it across when no one's looking, then in the minds of the terrorists, they'll be thinking, well, we already checked that corner with the Molotov. No one's going to be there. So if you sort of Molotov it, wait 10 seconds and then do it again, you could theoretically catch someone. So obviously it's not like Threat forgot that they'd already put a Molotov in there. He's actually sort of banking on Mouse Sports trying to be clever. I mean, he's playing a pretty deep game right now, and it's netted them 10 rounds. Oh, Chris. Molotov lands on his own corpse as well after Freiburg takes him out. This is the final round of the half, and NIP don't have much, but enough to make a breakthrough into the A-bomb site. Speedy getting close here. Oh, Freiburg's behind him. Turns around. Threat getting the kill, or getting the kill on Threat at least, and Speedy goes down afterwards. It's now a 4-on-3. Nico, Nex, and Dennis left, and a good kill from Nico. They have to win this round. Mouse Sports, I think they need 5, and it's not going to be easy.
Now that Force has got Chris J's AWP, though, he's able to get in there. Exist, he oversteps himself, however, but it's going to be Get Right to get the last kill of the half. 11-4, the final score.
Wow.
And that's all just, Chris, it's just, I mean, that just sucks for him, right? Because he's like, well, they haven't come A in a really long time, so I'm going to cheat a little bit. I'm going to get up close with this AWP. And then surprise, surprise, Nip just come around the corner with Tech 9s. What are you going to do if you're the Opera? You're just dead. He tries to slow things down with that Molotov, but yeah, just the timing's all off there for Chris J.
Yeah,
that kind of sucks for Threat, too. He got team flashed. He would have had Nico in the back if they weren't for that. Like, he was full blind running right below Nico.
No, you are absolutely right. That's a powerful and a scary first half here being showed by NIP. It also, you can tell they're sort of using some of their strats here. I don't want to say early. Obviously, this is an elimination match, so if you had any strats left, you'd use them now to make sure you win. I mean, you get legend status, you get to move play in the arena. It's not like you'd want to go out of the tournament and say, oh, we could have maybe won that map if we'd used, But that triple smoke strat that they used, that can obviously be used both ways, right? It can be used to run A or B. It's all about how you sort of execute from that point on. That's something that a lot of teams have got to be taking a note of right now, just looking at and thinking, all right.
You know what? I'm sure a lot of teams right now are also like, okay, because there's being, like, got to give it to the observers, right? They're being very kind to the other teams who are tuning in to watch right now because it's like, oh, I don't need to actually go watch the demo now because I just saw how they set it up to begin with. Now, yes, okay, Nip have to use that kind of strat to actually, break out here. But that's the whole point. It's like, what's the point of saving your strats if you aren't in the tournament anymore?
Yeah. I mean, saving it for the next major?
Yeah, it's a bit down the line.
A bit down the line, yeah. Wow. So Mouse Sports, like we said, they did play overtime, triple overtime was it, against Flipside, before they finally won this map. And now they're playing a very, very well-prepared NIP.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that smoke strat. We have a replay of it now coming up. I mean, this is really sick. Yeah, exactly. So you have Freiburg, Force, and Threat setting it up. Hard for them to get punished. The only way they're going to get punished if somebody pushes through A apartments very aggressively, but that's so rare for a CT to do that Nip, they just feel very confident in their ability to just go ahead and chuck these smokes out and not worry about it. And, well, okay, we just got the replay of, like, where they were setting up, but those smokes, when they get over onto that B site, they just completely cut that site in half.
Yeah.
So you have to be sitting on the site itself or on plateau to deal with that. Otherwise, that's it, you're done. It's like a Mirage A smoke strat, basically.
Well, Mouse Sports obviously they simply must win this pistol round. Otherwise, I don't even know how they could possibly make a comeback. That'd be very, very tough to do. It'd be like 14-4 comeback next with a good start here. Running Glock headshot. Exist takes one, and Threat actually hits a headshot as well. That drops the bomb, and Threat doing even more work with a double kill. Chris alone, and this is going to be very tough. They know where he is. He's boxed in. He picks up one, and a second headshot on Exist. You've got to be kidding me. He runs in for a bit more here. Chris looking for the triple, but Threat will take him out. A triple kill of his own. The coach turned player, and he saves NIP in this pistol, making it 12-4. You hear NIP shouting. Whoa. I can't even remember the last time I've heard that.
Dude, Freiburg really getting in there.
Oh my God.
The thing is now, Nip, this has to be, you know, the death knell for Mouse Sports. Nip have won both pistol rounds now. They have the huge advantage going into this. They had already crushed through that first half with an 11-4 scoreline. Now they're up to 12. They're within striking distance of picking up this first map and then going on to a map that they're comfortable on cash, right? So this is all or nothing now for Mouse Sports, and they decided to not hold back in this. Speedy, again, going for the Zeus. I don't think it's as effective on the T side, Speedy. You can't just sit there and hold an angle. I mean, I suppose you can if you're trying to catch out a rotator, but still, they decide to go for the force buy here and really just put it all on the line.
Maybe Speedy's, you know, reinventing the meta game here, just trying to see if he can make it work. He's got 2 kills so far. I think that's got to be like close to a record almost in a major in one half. Can't remember any time that's ever happened.
Was it Renegades in the qualifiers for Cluj?
Qualifiers don't count.
Yeah, okay, fine.
It's gotta be like this. Well, 12-4 here. NIP very close to closing out this map right now. Mouse Sports, they would have to pull off some sort of miracle to make this work. They have got armor and they have got pistols here in the 17th round. Try and see if they can have a big impact. NIP, they don't have actually any sort of, they don't have an M4 or anything, or AWP or anything like that. What they have is FAMAS's 1 Max 7 and then an SMG there. So, a little bit interesting.
Scary for Get Right to get so close, but he does have that shotgun. It is looking like it's going to be the A push. However, they haven't spotted the bomb out yet, but Forrest is doing massive damage, and he gets the kill in the end. And Get Right just completely annihilates them at drop. Nex and Dennis taking bullets to the face. Nice little payday there for Get Right, and he even upgrades to the FAMAS that was dropped on the floor earlier from his teammates. So, yeah, this is just, everything is panning out. In the first couple of rounds, Mouse Sports, they aren't even really getting onto the site, nowhere near getting a bomb plant. And in that second round, they really needed one when they were going for, you know, this kind of force buy mentality, because now they're sitting at $2,000. Chris has still prioritized his op, but by the time they're able to get a full buy in Mouse Sports, Nip are going to be sitting, you know, on map, well, nearly on map point. They're going to have 14 rounds. So this is all huge. I mean, this is the way for Mouse Sports to actually get something going in this round, or in this map, is for them to win this round right here, to allow them to have a cushion. And while Nico catching out Get Right, that's a fine start, but then he gets caught out by Threat in turn.
But Nico seems to be getting a lot of opening frags, and we did it on the CT side as well. Just a lot of the opening kills go his way, and that's definitely helpful. But they don't have any armor this time. I don't see how they could really make this this one work. Chris, a lot of damage on Forrest. That could have very well been a kill. But Speedy gonna get caught, trying to make it out of drop, and it's gonna be now all on Nex here. Try and see if he could inflict some damage. If we could find Forrest or maybe Get Right, I mean, that'd be interesting, but even if he gets both those kills, you can't see him really winning against Threat and Exist without armor as well. So probably just a question right now of doing more damage than they already have.
He's just hoping to catch out Forrest. He knows he's low. There we go. Gonna find that shot. That was all it took with the P250 that close. Threat will come in and get the final kill, but Forrest still managed to get 2 kills with the MP9, so I mean, he's gonna be happy about that extra $1,200 going in his pocket.
If you look at it, it's not even like,
the op now?
if we look at Mouse Sports and the sort of the score line here, right?
Yeah.
It's not like they don't have anyone who's sort of really horribly behind right now. Nico and Speedy are doing really well. Chris, Dennis, and Nex are all tied. This isn't just because of, like, you know, Mouse Sports playing 4 and 5, which could sometimes happen. And NIP, yeah, they have a lot more kills overall, but they're not sort of utterly running away with it either. It's just that T-half was just so well executed all the time, and Mouse Sports haven't had a chance. Now it's their only chance right now to really do something similar on their own T-half, right? But they haven't had a foot in the game in the second half yet. They haven't been able to do anything.
Interesting choice from NIP to have Threat holding close to Plateau. Such a tricky position to be able to lock down. So he's going to be feeling a little nervous, perhaps. The fact that Nico's there, he does have Exist to support him. And in the meantime, Mousesports, they've gathered 4 up towards that A site. So Nico, as is usual here for Mousesports, he usually plays that lurk role. He's on the opposite side of the map from his teammates. And the rest of Mousesports gathering up to try and hit that A site. And Freiburg, he did put some shots through. And there's 3 players here on this A site from NIP. So do they have a read on the situation? Because right now, NIP, they could be in a prime spot to completely shut down Mousesports when this push comes through.
Well, Get Right is playing over at long, so definitely possible that if they get close enough to that max 7, that could end horribly. If they try and sneak out Plateau, Threat is in a bit of a weird corner as well. It's Mousesports are also spending a lot of time right now. We're down to 45 seconds, so if Get Right gets the first kill on Chris, he has the bomb as well. This could really, really be bad if the bomb goes down here. Chris going to put up a flash over the wall. Playing at the edge. He's worried about the counter AWP on the other side on Forest there. Takes the shot, Get Right. Waiting patiently. That's the bomb down and the AWP. Second kill might just be a couple of pellets away here. Dennis down to half health. This is pivotal. Get Right in the corner. Forest showing out to help out. Nico getting close and he's going to get the kill. Forest also goes down and so's Freiburg. Look at this. 18 seconds left. Finally, Mousesports coming up with a bit of a reply here. But on the bomb side itself, with almost no time, it's Exist hiding. 10 seconds left. He's going to go out for it. He sprays down one, but they get both kills in return. Speedy coming up with a triple. How do NIP lose that? If Exist just waits another couple of seconds, that's it.
He has, maybe he's getting info from Threat. He's hearing the footsteps as well. I mean, Get Right played that so well, not peeking, not overextending, allowing Forrest to help him, really trying to slow down Mousesports as much as possible. But this is the key frag right here. Freiburg takes out Speedy. Then NIP, they just lock this down because there's no way they're getting out of A apartments close to that site, Mousesports. But the fact that Speedy lives allows for his teammates to get out of A site without having to worry about underpass. And then, as you guys can see, they just push up and take the fight to NIP. So, yeah, hate to throw Freiburg under the bus, but that was the big kill right there that could have turned everything NIP's way.
Oh, fight in the middle, and Chris going to open up on Forest, and that's what they need right now. Chris did put them in an awkward position last round, pushing up that far with the bomb and ended up dying, but that's a very powerful early kill, and you can see NIP's economy is not looking that good, so definitely Mousesports. I mean, this T side on Cobblestone, you really never know, do you?
They're always they're capable of coming back. I mean, we just saw yesterday the crazy overtimes that happened on this map with Mousesports. I mean,
should mention as well that Exist has an auto sniper, and he's over by Chicken Coop, so
he loves to do this. He's one of the guys who just always goes for the auto sniper. Nico, though, he's going to get that punish. He's looking for the second man as well. Bit difficult here for Threat. Threat looking for the headshot, though, with that Mag 7, and Nico's just toying with them at this point, and Threat eventually gets the kill. What was that?
I don't even know. When you play with fire, you're definitely going to get burned, and that was just a bit too many peaks there. There's a really excellent kill there. Makes it 4-on-3, and now the rotation's coming in towards the A-bombs at Freiburg. In a position that he once used to such excellence here, but this time he's going to get caught a bit early. Gets the one kill in sprays. Second kill goes for the third as well. He's got the pistol out, looking for another shot, but Nex will take down 2 in return, and now it's all on Exist, but he's got that auto sniper. Chris is going to be going down, and Nex, he's going to be a single bullet away from death, no matter what gun Exist uses here. 10 seconds, and he has to be on the site and put the bomb down. He can't even fake it right now. He actually has to hold it down. Going to go for the peek out there. Exist, he gets a single click in, and NIP, they win the round and make it to 15-5 map point here. What an unlikely round for them to win.
Freiburg. And, you know, maybe I got to throw him under the bus more often because he just made all the difference for NIP holding the line like that. Allowed for Threat to rotate in to draw Nex's attention. Freiburg, if he'd have just had a couple more bullets than M4, he might have been able to take out Nex as well and just be the hero of the round. But still, 2 kills for him. That makes all the difference. And then, of course, Exist. Great guy to have in the clutch sort of scenario like that. He will come through if given the opportunity, and there we see it. Now it's going to be the force buy from Mousesports in map point. I mean, they have 10 map points in IP. They should be able to get this done eventually, but a straight rush at a drop, and that nearly catches Get Right out.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad call for Mousesports, right? They don't have the money for anything else. Might as well try and make it a quick push onto this bomb site here. Setting up for a bit of a flash. Exist getting 1 and 2 with the auto sniper, and NIP looking to lock this map out. Get Right getting 1 with the Mag 7 a second as well, and Nico all alone in a 1-on-4 here. NIP showing up absolutely massively here on day 3, and that's going to be Cobblestone going NIP's way, a 16-5 finish after what was an absolutely terrifying and shocking first half in their favor. It finished 11-4 And Mouse Sports had no chance to get back into this game on the second half either.
Yeah, that smoke strategy that we saw, that Threat crafted, that he put together with NIP, it had an enormous impact on that first half. And Mouse Sports just never really able to get anything going for themselves at all on this map.
Do have to say, Xist ends up top. He ends with the top frags at 21 kills. We just want to point that out, that he somehow sort of came up from behind and overtook everybody else.
And man, yeah, still though, this has got to be that feel-good moment though for NIP, because it's not like anybody is drastically far behind. Even Threat sitting at 15 kills, 15-3-13.
Very well.
Compared to Freiburg and even Forrest. Forrest, who kind of just dropped off at the end.
Look at this. I mean, this auto sniper position is just so powerful, isn't it?
Yeah, once you get into chicken coop like that.
And what's so powerful about it is, even if people put up the smoke at the broken wall, which is so popular, just shoot blind through it and probably get, you know, at least damage and maybe a couple kills as well. It's so good.
No, just super sick start here for NIP. I mean,
Yeah.
there's no real getting around it. There was some speculation on the desk as to who would actually pick up this first map, considering Mouse Sports had so much experience from that one game going on yesterday. While they played what, like, you know, 50, 60 rounds, you know, basically on cobblestone. So you would think that Mouse Sports would actually, you know, be able to work out some of the kinks and feel strong coming into the map today, but just wasn't the case. Now let's go ahead and hear from the desk and see what they have to say about this first map in this best of 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I think you guys nailed it. Exist on fire. And again, gentlemen, bring you into the panel. Is Threat the new fifth? Amazing game by him.
Let's not get carried away.
Is Threat the new fifth?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. But no, look, I mean, like, real talk, obviously without getting carried away, this isn't necessarily about NIP reinventing the wheel or coming up with any crazy strats or Threat, like, you know, having this unbelievable performance. What it's about is Mouse Sports are a terrible cobblestone team. End of discussion.
All right.
And here's the thing. We're talking about, they played like 1 million rounds on it yesterday, so they've got time to iron out the kinks. Nico's not that kind of in-game leader. They had an in-game leader like that. He was called Gobi, and they all ganged up, and the Et2 brute him in the back, and now he's not in the team anymore. So if you had somebody like that, you do your homework overnight, and that's what you end up with. Now they're really up against it, because the next map's coming up is NIP's pick. But I don't know why they keep picking Cobble. I've been seeing it on my Twitter feed all day that they've not beaten a top-tier team, with the exception of Flipside, on this map in 2016 in now 14 attempts. Stop picking it.
Jason, what'd you take away from that?
It's the big thing with Nip right now with Threat playing is it's always the question of, can his tactical leadership, can his in-game leadership and strategic mind kind of overcome the skill gap between him and Pith? And here, for me, that opening half from NIP over Mouse, Mouse is not a great cobblestone team, but tactically outplayed. So, I mean, even without the skill, even without that experience of being a pro player recently, just his mind was such a huge impact for that team in ways that Nip has been lacking it for so long. So, I mean, that was really cool to see Threat kind of step up and even without the skill, still find ways to have just a massive impact and really lead this team to a really strong victory.
It's very rare I've ever seen a team play so poorly around a player that's in like superlative form like Nico is. Essentially, it's not that his kills have no impact, it's that they have no impact on winning the round, because like you can have rounds where he gets 2 kills early on and then they still lose the round quite easily anyway. So it just feels like Mouse Sports don't even play around him. And I have to say, a number of the Mouse Sports players just look utterly dire at the moment. Like Dennis is not even in any of these games. Spiddy's all over the place every time. Chris J, it's even worse form than usual. I usually say he usually turned up like 1 out of 3 maps. At the moment, I'm still waiting for him to turn up. Like he had a good game when they played 90 rounds. So yeah, if you can play 100 rounds, mate, and you don't ever have a good round, you probably shouldn't even be in the server. In terms of Threat, I mean, what he's doing right now, which is smart, is he's just being a serviceable player. He's just trying to hold certain spots, get information. He gets kills sometimes, but they're just very standard kills. He's not going for any crazy headshots or anything. So I think he's just filling his role, and you can just see that this is how bad Mouse Sports is. Even Nip, with a player who isn't really a player, are still just like a level above them. At all times, it's never in danger. And so Mouse Sports' real chances on Cash here, but from the way they've played at the moment, Nip's pretty decent on Cash, so it's feeling like it's just going to be a 2-0, actually.
Yeah, and you know, like, temperament's a big problem as well. Like, I don't know if people were able to pick up on it at home. We're here in the studio.
In the green room,
yeah, so you can hear it. Mouse Sports are banging tables, waving their arms around. Nico ain't being calm. He's not a calm in-game leader like God B is. You know, this is a guy that's actually raging at his teammates, and it just seems like they go to pieces, you know, faster than a leper in a wind tunnel, like all the time. It's just they cannot maintain that sort of constant calm level. Meanwhile, NIP, you've seen it, even when they were having bad rounds yesterday, Threat's playing with a smile on his face, being the serviceable player, and in that sense, it is actually quite similar to Fifth Lauren. He's just making himself, he doesn't need to be the star. All he's got to do is hold an angle, give them information, and then make calls after he dies. And then you've got two of the greatest players ever to play in the form of Forrest and Get Right, and exist. We all said this since he's not been an in-game leader, and that's been kind of taken away from him a little bit. He's actually started a frag again, so it's just amazing to think how far NIP with the standing are ahead of Mouse Sports.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. That's going to do it for Map 1. Obviously, a decisive victory with Ninjas in Pajamas, 16-5. It's not over yet for Mouse Sports, but they are definitely on the do-or-die bubble right now. Next map is going to be Cash. It is also Ninja's pick. After the break, we're going to break down Cash, and then we're going to get right into it.
Flash comes out, it goes over him, and he's got a new position. They might not expect this whatsoever. There's the first kill. Speedy stays alive, gets the second as well. Hero play from Speedy and Oscar with this AWP in a 1-on-2. He's got to save it, but it's not going to happen. And Mousesports has earned their way in overtime.
It's amazing. I mean, it's the most important tournament to qualify to, and it's really an amazing feeling.
And it's a Tech 9, which he favors up close. In fact, more so than the AK in some certain situations. He's going to try and use it, and that is exactly why! It's Chris J! It's 2 quick headshots.
I didn't excited that much because I needed to qualify first. When I qualified, I feel amazing to play for that prize pool. It's amazing.
They have got some incredible fragging ability in them. Great aimers, great fraggers when they're on point. They seem to be a very good side with the Deagle. Nico again in particular. When all of Mousesports is firing on all cylinders, they're very, very potent indeed.
Now with Nico, it's more fast-paced. We have our set strategies and we have some tactics that we are playing, but there's a lot more about individual skill right now.
We have the next step to do to perform great on the major. I hope for close games and big plays. We're really motivated and we want to show what the German scene, what we can show.
From the playoffs on, it's all how you can hit your shots on the day. And it's also a bit of luck, of course. Depends which enemies we face. I'm really excited to play in the major.
Welcome back, folks, to the MLG Columbus Counter-Strike Major, first one of 2016. We're halfway through, potentially, our first matchup, Mousesports and Ninjas in Pajamas. Unfortunately, Mousesports is sitting on the bubble that when I used to go to CPLs and play with UGP, they're really close to what we used to say, lose to in barbecue, because we would always go and get our butts kicked and then have a good time. So, and again, where it gets ugly for Nip, I should say for Mouse, is this is Nip's choice.
What did you do after you lost to have a good time? That's what I want to know.
We barbecued. We ate, we drank, we had a good time. We were in Texas, right? So you barbecued. It's Nip's choice. They start on T side, Duncan. So your thoughts on this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, yes, when we saw them play against Flipside, T side was where they were doing a lot of work. They were pretty good there. It seemed like actually Threat had a lot of the things you expect from his teams. They had the Molotov strategies. They had a pretty good approach overall. And he said in the interview afterwards, one of the first things he did in the team is bring in this tactical approach. They went away from that whole Nip, we play loose and the Stars do whatever they want. That's not the case anymore. So T-side I expect to be good. Where they had their issues in that particular game was with Threat and with what they were doing on the CT side. Because what they found out was you can't really hide him, especially because, unfortunately, they were trying to use him to play mid all the time. And mid is like not just an information position, but you have to be able to hold it, basically. Like, if you have to give it up like he did, then you're going to be at the whim. This is what we've always seen about Cash. The teams that can just take over mid, you're just at their mercy at that point in time. They can choose where they go, and even worse, they can, like, box you in and then cut off half the map from you. So we saw that's how Flipside was able to exploit them. Now, I will say, Flipside at least is a team with a tactical routine. They at least have players who fit the roles in the team. I don't know that Mousesports can do that. That's where I'm worried. I feel like it has to be, like, fragging that's going to get them in the game. Like, the person for me on this map that can give Mousesports a chance, I won't say Nico because he does it every time anyway. I think it's Chris J. Like, on CT side, if Chris J can be good enough to neutralize some of Nip's T side, maybe they can get in the game. Because the big thing is, I don't see Mousesports having this crazy, like, 10, 11 round T side. I don't think they're actually capable of it at the moment. They're not a particularly good tactical team, so it's an uphill battle for the Mousesports guys, I think.
Yeah, this is another map where tactically you can just pick teams apart on your T sides, which I think is going to be great for Threat. But one other way in which that's helping is we saw in Cobble Get Right when he's doing his lurk position, when they're pulling teams in different directions and confusing teams, Get Right on the lurk actually turns into an entry. When he feels that defense is starting to rotate away and gets weakened, he actually can get more aggressive at the right opportunity and open up a bomb site and secure the other side of the map. I think that's a really good point about Threat on the CT side. I think he needs to be used in more of a rotation role from the A or B bomb site so he can actually use his ability to read his opponents to get into the correct spot.
And you? Your thoughts on it?
Yeah, just kind of echoing what the guys said. The guys that have gone first kind of said it all, really, that you've got to put Threat in the rotator position, use him for information. It's going to be, I think they'll have somebody competent this time whole mid, because that was the big problem on the CT side for NIP.
Yeah.
But I think they're warmed up. I think they're ready to go. I think Mouse Sports are on tilt, and I think this is actually going to be a 2-0 now.
Yeah, and I imagine if Mouse Sports did their homework, they watched that match, they caught up on it, and again, if they move threat, it changes everything. But we shall see. That's going to do it for us on this this segment of this map. And again, it's going to be Anderson Semmler. They're going to bring you the action. It's going to be cash, and it could be go home time for Mouse Sports, or we could go to a third map, which of course we all like to see lots of Counter-Strike, so maybe that'll happen. But it's definitely an uphill battle for Mouse Sports. And again, Anderson Semmler are going to walk you through cash. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Sir Scoots. And yes, we are heading into cash here. Mouse Sports are mapped down in NIP, in terrific fashion, taking away a cobblestone. You've got to imagine right now the pressure has got to be mounting. And Mouse Sports were already sort of, they have sort of a bit of an emotional approach almost. Chris, I think for a long time, he had like a moment where he actually came out of that for a while. He started feeling like, all right, he could play really well on land too. And then it's become a bit shaky afterwards. And the rest of the team as well. Speedy was always playing very well on that first map. Nico is always playing very well.
Yeah.
But they need the rest, They need the rest to be essentially land-proof at this point in time.
Everybody on NIP was hitting shots in that last map. We need Mouse Sports to be doing the same here if they want to have a chance at staying alive in this tournament, because now it's all or nothing. It's all sorted for them on this one map. They need it desperately to go to a third map and get that win. So let's see what we're going to have in store for us here. We're going to be getting into the first pistol of this map. And already, Speedy, he's going for the utility. He's got the kit and flashes. Let's see if they go for the raid boss strat. And they don't actually go for the raid boss strat this time around NIP. They've been pretty consistent with giving Get Right that Tech 9 and Kevlar and letting him just go to work. But this time around, Threat, he's prioritizing flashes and smoke.
Yeah, and we were pointing out sometimes you can tell a lot, and we called it a bit on Cobblestone. Sometimes one smoke's all you need. Threat has already put it up, and I really need to know where that went. Looks like it's just...
Oh. He's used it to block off the main entrance.
Yeah, so Guerrero is very good at doing this walk-in on B bomb side Cobblestone. See if they could do something similar here. He's in checkered, so no one can roll through to the vents, but that's a brilliant shot coming out of Chris. Gonna be killing Freiburg very early on, and they have control of checkered, and they got the bomb planted for checkered as well. And Mouse Sports don't have a smoke, so they can't defuse in the smoke. It's actually gonna be a very, very tough retake here. Dennis looking for a shot. Nico going to say, oh, Dennis, what a kill on Get Right. He never saw it coming. Threat trapped in the corner. Mouse Sports, what a brilliant round. Nobody dies. NIP, it looked like they had just everything wrapped around that bomb site. Like they had it on full lockdown. Not a chance here.
You see, Anders, Mouse Sports, they were getting your hopes up. They were allowing NIP to feel hope, only for the fall to be that much higher, that much harder.
Well, look, so everyone made their predictions. I don't think you made one either, or did you call NIP from the beginning?
No, I think NIP are going to win this, yeah.
Right, so because I was going to go against the tide and say that I think Mouse Sports could take this. Obviously, I was really scared. I was scared of saying that now after watching Cobblestone. But before Cobblestone started, I'm going to be honest, that was going to be my call for it. Just because I want to live in a world where Mouse Sports don't have all their games be carried by Nico, Speedy showed up. I really think if Nico can get support from two other players, it can't be just one. I think we're at the stage, especially when NIP are playing this well, it has to be Nico and two others. Yeah. They don't have to play Nico's level or anything, because let's be real, they can't. But they have to be up there. 3 UMPs though, so I know that makes you happy.
Yeah, get that dirty ump money. You're going to get those SMGs. It's the best SMG right now as far as the pros are concerned, that and the MP7. Yeah. We're seeing some MP9 action as well these days. Flusha, he actually claims to have started that off with Shox, because apparently he wrecked Shox with an MP9 in a scrim, and ever since Shox has been using the MP9. So a little tidbit of information there as far as how things are developing. But that UMP, it's really solid because it's accurate at long range, and it does the most damage. It does as much damage as a FAMAS pretty much versus armor, which is crazy when you think it's only a $1,200 investment. So now we have to see if they're actually going to be able to pull this off here. NIP not going to go for any big buys, considering they got the bomb plant in the last round. Ooh. So now it's all about getting onto this B side, it seems, for NIP. That bomb is going to be making its way through B halls. Get Right, once again, taking point.
Speedy going to end up going down. Forrest with a shot, and Chris, he's going to drop. Nico coming into it with a triple kill. And UMP actually coming into work. That looked like they were about to lose that round. And I've got to say, even though Chris got a kill on the back lines, that made me angry to look at how he was playing that position. He was out in the open, he hears the vents pop, and he doesn't sort of just like... in that position, I feel like you either have to take the fight, or at least you have to sort of get quick back to where you were. But Chris looked like he was sort of meandering around the bomb side, wondering, should I go back to cover, or should I stay out in the open and just wait? Like, come on, Chris.
Make up your mind.
Yeah, that was upsetting to watch. So no more of that, please. Third round is coming up here in NIP. They do have rifles already due to the earlier bomb plant of the first round.
But he got the info there, Get Right. He saw that one player was in Link, and he's going to be able to catch Dennis out. Not going to get the second kill, though. Nico point blank will shut him down, and now that means that Nico can swap over. He can get an AK or an M4. That's pretty solid. Forrest is, however, going to be able to step in, take out next, and he nearly gets the wallbang kill onto Nico. This is just so back and forth right now. Crazy close match. And crazy close round. What an opening from Get Right. He gets the info and the initial kill. That puts a lot of pressure on Mouse Sports to shut him down.
Nico, look at how hard it is for him to find a position right now. He's got very little health, so if he's in the wrong spot, he's just going to get killed straight away. He's going to try and pop flash his way through and instantly get shot down. You could tell he felt under a lot of pressure to make a play for his team there and maybe ended up sort of giving his life away a bit. Now, Speedy was very good in the first map. He's going to have to be huge. He needs at least 2 kills and to stay alive. This is almost too much to handle. Chris is there on the crossfire. Speedy picking up the first kill. That drops the bomb. 45 seconds left on the clock here. And you could tell Chris wants to make his way through. Speedy getting a second kill. Mouse Sports, they're really putting a lot of pressure on NIP here in the last 35 seconds. The bomb is inside the bomb site, so NIP can't even rotate out. Otherwise, I bet you they would have by now, but they have to sort of commit to this. And Chris has only got the scout, so can't easily get the cross kills either. And Speedy going to go down. Just a little bit of overexposure and Exist to close the round with a double kill and make it 2-1. So, I mean, it looked like NIP should have been winning this round even more, but at least they were put to the test.
Freiburg actually won that round almost. He's the one who takes the fight with Speedy. He's the one who soaks the damage. Exist gets the kill on the flank, as you guys can see. Well, not just going to be a second there. Yeah, there we go. So Exist manages to get that kill, and he gets tagged by Chris. So if Exist takes the fight with Chris, we're in a 1v1 scenario. But the fact that he actually manages to stay alive, has the HP, takes the fight with Chris, manages to remove him from the map. Huge round coming in for NIP in their first buy, and that's going to allow them to really start picking things up here for themselves. They've got the 4 AKs, they've got great nades, and it's Mouse Sports who decide to go for the full all-out force. We're getting a brawl here, Anders. This is it. Nobody wants to give up that early edge, to give up the rounds here at the beginning of the half.
And they're putting 1 middle, 3 A, and they're actually pushing aggressively a threat here in the corner. He hasn't killed anyone yet, and it might be a little bit tricky here as well. That Mac 10 close range, the 5.7s just look more powerful actually. One-shot headshot of that range, and they left Speedy alone at B, right? That's also a pretty big responsibility, but it's been working out so far. This is an extremely aggressive buy coming out of Mouse Sports. They're risking a lot of the first half on doing this buy. But if it works, you could also bet that they will have put Nip in their place just a little bit.
Yeah, Nip, it all comes down to whether they get the bomb plant, if they're going to be in a decent spot to actually force. Look at this from Nico. He's been so lethal with this UMP. He's going to go for the close range angle here and Exist. He's trying to find just a little bit of a spot. Yeah, he has a gap to look through here at the smoke as it meets the stairs. But Nico, he's playing it safe. He's just going to be trying to back off, but Get Right's not going to allow him. Perfect timing there for Get Right to come around the corner. He rips Nico's head off, and now it's all going to come down to this push onto the A side. All of Nip about to converge, and Mouse Sports, they need to start rotating. Chris, he's hauling ass through CT. Spitty's at car, and now everybody from Mouse Sports are here to greet them.
Good little burst there coming out of Forest, just enough to get the kill on next. Now they're all showing up, and Dennis going to get the 1 kill, but Get Right cleaning up with a double of his own, going for Freiburg here. Dennis with the 2nd kill, and now it is a 1v1. Get Right going to make his jump up onto the box, looking for the shot here, and it's a headshot to follow it off. That's a quad kill for Get Right to save the round for NIP and shut Mouse Sports down. Now they're going to have to eco here, and well, NIP, they're going to be off to a very good start here.
And we're seeing the same from Get Right as well. He had a very strong start on Cobblestone, and this time around, a quad kill for him in a key round that really just, well, that would have actually set Nip up to get an easier round, right? To put Mouse Sports on a force, or on an eco rather. But look at this, it's another force from Mouse Sports. They just want to go toe-to-toe here with NIP. They realized it was that close. It was, I mean, a 1v1 clutch means that Nip have to spend all of their money to get re-equipped in this round. That's what's going through Mouse Sports' head right now. They're saying, if we can break them here, we're the ones with the economic advantage, and then it's NIP who are in an awkward force buy scenario.
Yeah, but that logic doesn't work like this.
Chris is just wishing he could wallbang there.
I just can't even. This is, I mean, it's definitely partially true, but it's more than that. It's a mad idea. When you're down a map in an elimination like this is just too much of a risk to take, I think.
They need to calm down here. Get Right. What a nade. Just banks it off the wall, dunks it onto Chris. That was huge because they didn't want to challenge into that deagle. That was well played by NIP, using the nade to get the kill onto Chris instead of charging in there and, running into the ambush, basically. But now, NIP, they're the ones with the edge, and Nico, once again, feeling like he has to make the play. He's going to just lurk his way through into A main. He gets a kill onto Threat, but Force is there to get the refrag. And, I mean, Nip, if they lose Threat and trade with him round after round, they're going to be perfectly fine with that. I mean, sure, it sucks for Threat a little bit, but the rest of the team are going to be like, that's fine. We accept this. Now let's go ahead and actually just execute.
Well, Nex and Dennis are at the right bomb side. Speedy's rotating in as well. They've got a really good read right now. Mouse Sports, they just don't have the weaponry to deal with this, and that's the problem with this continuous force-up idea. Freiburg is going to get the Molotov kill, and then they just clean it up. They only lose Threat. I mean, all right, so there's only one team in history that's really sort of reliably been able to get away with this, and that was Envy when they were sort of in their prime, right? They're very good at doing this, but even they would prefer to try and play this way when they're on the terrorist side. And that's because it makes so much more sense to do it on the terrorist side. When you're on the CT side, I mean, okay, let's put it through this way. If it made sense for them to do it in the last round, why doesn't it make sense for them to do it in this round? Like, if you sell this logic to yourself, you might as well keep doing it at that point, because, I mean, what if you got to lose right now? It's not like, well, NIP have a bit more of an economy, but it's still just so sketchy. I think I kind of enjoyed them doing it in the in the fourth round. I feel like now it's too much.
Really appreciate what Nip are doing in this round now. They haven't really gone for the boost up to mid. And now they're really, now they've got the mid control. They've used a Molotov to clear out sandbags. All they have to do is wait and see where Mouse Sports are going to be waiting for them. I mean, they already have a man in Link. There's going to be two of them there pretty soon. That's Spiddy and Nex just waiting, but the smoke goes down. So now Mouse Sports, they're a little in the dark as to what NIP are doing. And in the meantime, Get Right, he's managed to work his way all the way out onto that B site. He's through into Checker, and you guys can see he's shoulder peeking his way in there, trying to see if he can spot anybody out from Mouse Sports. And pretty soon here, NIP are going to realize, wait, there's actually nobody here. They tried to stack A on us, boys. So this is it. Should be a free round for NIP.
Yeah, and the Swedish team also not afraid to use Molotovs and grenades to clear out the bomb side. Even if they could probably guess that they were going to be up against just pistol and no armor here, it's still very good that they're actually using the money to just play it really safe, right? And they clear out the round no problem. It is fun, isn't it, to see Get Right being so aggressive with the entry. I mean, he was playing with the SMG this time around, but he's doing it on Cobblestone as well. It is a break from his style of otherwise being the lurker.
Yep.
If you go back and you watch Counter-Strike if you find demos or videos, whatever, from 2013, all the way into the middle of 2014, you see Get Right just being, so the whole team plays somewhere else, and Get Right's alone. And even if it's in this is sort of the core of it, even if he's alone in a 1v2 or 3, then he turns up, cleans up everything, and that's how Nip win rounds,
It's similar to what we see from Mouse Sports these days, with how Nico lurks, and then the rest of his team are on the other side of the map. I mean, that's old Nip style, basically. So we're seeing that real evolution in Nip's play. Get Right, he's willing to take point, and again, he's the one leading the charge here with that UMP. He wants to put that pressure into Checkered, and he's going to be able to clear it out once again. But this time around, things are different. Chris J, he's got that op waiting for them on the B site, and he's got Speedy there to back him. So the defense is going to be set for Mouse Sports. NIP now, if they try to push out onto this site, it's going to get nasty for him.
Oh, wow, look at this as well. As Freiburg boosts him up, they actually swap so that Get Right has more of a chance, because that's not an angle you'd be expecting if you were holding the headshot box here in the middle. So if he has the AK, he has to be able to one-shot someone and not sort of long spray down with a UMP. So that's such a quick adaptation from NIP just to sort of improvise that. And Get Right, I'm expecting maybe there could be someone hiding behind sandbag still.
This is so scary for Mouse Sports, though. Look at how they're set up on this map right now. They're so passive. They have no info as to what is actually coming at them. They've just decided, you know what? We're going to sit on these bomb sites. We're going to allow you to execute, and we're just going to cross our fingers and hope that when the time comes, we're going to hit the shots. But Nico, he's already down to 34 HP, and he's about to get overrun because the push is coming into the A site now for NIP, and Dennis is going to be the one to have the impact to start things off here for the CT side.
Well, Nico going to be shutting down
Nex,
Exist.
come on.
Yeah, that's not a time to kill a teammate, and maybe especially not if it's Nico, but I think maybe there was some confusion about the forklift there. Get Right is miles away, and I'm confused about why he's rotating in like this. I thought maybe he would sort of stay in highway or even rotating in CT spawn, just try and catch them from coming up from behind, but now he's in main instead. The bomb is planted default. So again, Freiburg and Threat picking up a kill each. Next going to be going down to Threat. Picks up a triple kill in total in the round. And that was the big buy round for Mouse Sports here. We're now looking at a 5-2 scoreline. And Mouse Sports, I don't know. You're absolutely right. I think you're dead on there with how passive they were playing. That gives up so much map control for NIP.
It's so, oh man. I mean, what can you do with your next, really? You see somebody moving on the shadows there. Maybe he wasn't exactly aware of where Nico had snuck into. You know, it's just when you're wired this tight, you react, and you can't really do it. Sometimes it just happens that way. So a really tough break there for Mouse Sports, because if Nico's alive, then things can be completely different having that man advantage.
Yeah, and a good little point by our observer there that sort of 3 out of 5 rounds, NIP have only survived with 1 or 2 members, and the other 2 they've been doing well, but it definitely makes a difference. Nico with a nice opening Deagle headshot to take down Exist. That's what we need, and we need a lot more of it right now from Mouse Sports.
Yeah, Nico demonstrating that the Deagle, you know, the shoulder peek with the Deagle, he's just so good at it if you get that timing down. Well, this is going to be the full buy for NIP. They're down a man. This is a quasi-buy coming in here from Mouse Sports. And as you guys can see, Freiburg, he's actually going to be the one to catch out Speedy. But Mouse Sports, this time around, they decided, I want to see them do this when they have rifles. They decide in this quasi-buy to put up a bit of a stiff defense over in mid, right? They put 4 players there initially, waiting to see if NIP were going to go for this kind of boost play, try and take over mid the way that they've been doing with Get Right. But instead, they're going to do it on a round where they actually have pistols, not the best firepower. So NIP still have a huge edge in this.
Molotov to sandbags and to vent, which is a bit of a shame that's what Chris was holding. Would have been nice if he could have got a kill there. Chris and so you're going to get the 1 frag in. Trying to see if he could maybe do a bit more, but Get Right will shut him down. And now B-bomb site is lost. Threat already planning for Checkhead, and because Freiburg is here, unless he goes down, it's going to be such a tough retake here for Mouse Sports.
The flash in, though, that's going to give them some space. But Freiburg, he's taken a very passive position exactly over here in Toxic. And now Threat, they know exactly where Mouse Sports are coming from. Once this Molotov clears up Threat, he should have the line on them, and it's perfect. Although Nico is going to be able to trade 1 for 1, and he should have the info as to where Freiburg's playing from. So it's not as clear-cut now that Threat has been taken out. Smoke goes down as well. Maximum pressure here on Freiburg now to come through in the 1v1 clutch. As the bomb takes down, it's all about Freiburg staying alive. Another fake defuse comes out here from Nico, but it's just not going to be enough. He just doesn't have time for this, and Freiburg, nail in the coffin, gets the headshot in the end. And this has got to be so fantastic for Threat. I mean,
it's a good triple kill, but I mean, it's also just Nico not even having a defuse kit, so that you know it would have been so hard for him to do it either way. I mean, he would have almost had to have stuck it as soon as the smoke goes up and just sort of pray that would have worked out. 6-2 and a double AWP being picked up here by Mouse Sports, so they are trying to change their game up. And I do want to just say, this really looks like an NIP that is miles a bit ahead of Mouse Sports right now. I do want to say we have seen a number of times teams finish 10-5 on this first half of Crash on the T side and still come back and have a hard time on the CT side. So I don't want to sort of get too carried away, but NIP looking very good at the moment. Get Right Forest with 2 opening frags, only 1 being traded.
That Forest kill right there was key. Because again, Mouse Sports, they did it, right? They actually put up, you know, a defense in mid. They had 3 players there to start. Get Right, he went again for that play that he's doing more and more often these days, which is, you know, to flash his way out, Garage, get up under vents very quickly. This time, Mouse Sports were prepared for him. Bit surprising to see Chris J miss that shot.
How does that even work?
But I mean, yeah, Mouse Sports, they are making adjustments to their strats. It's just that right there, that was individual play. That was Forrest just stepping up and hitting a crazy shot.
If only Forrest had a grenade, he could shut down Chris immediately. He could just flash through the windows, and there'd be almost no way for him to see it coming. But he definitely doesn't. Chris gonna be defending in Toxic here, while Forrest is on the B bomb side and sort of he's got that covered at least. But
this is all up on Threat now. This is all on Threat now to figure this out. And unfortunately for him, he's about to walk into Nico, and no, Nico turns away. Oh, the timing couldn't be worse.
Speedy also has got his back turned. There it is. Nico going to be shot in the back of the head. Speedy picking up 1, though this can still work out. 30 seconds left. Are they going to actually rotate back to 8? They can still run there if they have the time. Well, they have the time for it. Speedy going to be flashing his way through once. Can't catch Threat either. This is a mad round. 2 on 2, and they're just running away from each other. NIP finally figuring out what's going on, and they're going to go for the plant on the corner there. Not my favorite plant position. Chris is coming in from main as well. Speedy, they've got them locked in right now. He has to hit the shot, and he's going to get it. Shutting down Exist, and now it's all on Threat. 1 on 2 here. Sees the gun barrel, puts a couple of shots in, but Chris picking up the double. He missed his first opportunity, but he makes up for it. And that's going to be Mouse Sports winning a round.
There's so much going on there as well. That's some experience. That's an offer. That's Chris J really stepping up because he doesn't get shoulder peeked. I mean, he doesn't fall for the bait. Threat goes for the intentional shoulder peek, trying to bait out the shot. And Chris J, you know, that's when you have ice water in your veins. That's when you're just like, nope, I see you coming from a mile away. He holds the shot until it's guaranteed and takes out Threat. Maybe, you know, and also this is some nerves coming in from NIP. They were both watching the same angle. They were both watching towards CT, so they were expecting Mousesports to go for the predictable play, which is, rotate hard through CT and try and catch them that way. Having both players watching, though, that just broke it down. So NiP, they need to calm down again and find their center. Make sure that they're keeping that communication clear and making sure that they know exactly which angle. I mean, elementary stuff. Which angle are you watching in the afterplant?
Well, a bit of a set execute, very common one here to sort of see if they can zone out the A bomb site. Nico putting up a Molotov to try and see if he could stop them, and he's got the UMP close range again. They are making their way through threat already on the bomb site. Nico picking up 1, then 2, shutting down the bomb as well in main. What a brilliant play to exist. Oh no. Threat running right into that Molotov, and now Get Right in the middle. He's going to be knocked out by Chris AWP, and Forrest to get shut down by Nix. Great round here for Mousesports. And again, I mean, Nico, very, very sort of proactive play coming out. Not just a Molotov, but actually running through the smoke, catching them as they're trying to set up.
So many footsteps, there's so many footsteps at that point going on. NiP, they're hearing their teammates run in. And so Nico just going in behind the flash. NiP, they just have no way of knowing that this is happening until he's already on top of them with that UMP just running them down.
Literally running them down as well.
Literally, exactly. So, I mean, 4-6 now, Mousesports, they're starting to run it back. And I mean, now it's NIP, they're just scraping the bottom of the barrel as far as the money is concerned. Again, they find themselves on 4 rifles, a single Tech-9 picked up on threat, and it's good that he's the one taking the hit because he really hasn't had, the huge impacts. Kind of been donating himself. Be careful, though, Nico, with that angle through the wall bang. He can definitely take threat out if he gets it on, but it's just going to be a very default kind of setup across the board. Nex is alone in mid for Mousesports this time around, waiting to see if Get Right's going to flash his way through. But instead, Get Right is actually taking a position over here in Toxic, and he's just waiting to see if Chris J is going to let him out. And that is going to happen because those smokes go down to block to get that split on mid. This usually indicates a B split, which is why Chris J falls back from that position, and they're just, falling back onto the sites now, Mousesports. They're like, okay, we've lost control of mid. Just get onto the sites now and just pray that we can actually shut down NiP when they come through.
This is a huge impact round in the first half because if they win this Mousesports, they will have forced NIP to eco, and that means finally they can get some breathing room. I think they just need the space to relax and calm down in next. Lining up Forrest and Freiburg, and they go down. Dennis with the kill on threat. That's a huge frag. And now it's going to be a 2-on-3. Mousesports in the lead. They desperately need this. Exist going to be sneaking around the corner. Speedy jumping in a little bit careless. You're going to be careful. And Exist missing the opportunity. Now they're going to try and double up on him. Chris to follow up. Only shows his foot there, but it's enough to get the kill. And now Get Right in a 1-on-2. And this is what he's very good at. He's only got 25 seconds here to try and make this work. He's walking into the middle. That's enough time to get the B. You could definitely do that. It's about, 15 seconds to run from highway into B, so he could definitely still make it, but gotta be careful, and Chris to shut him down, and that's 5-6. Mousesports almost equalizing. NIP, no bomb plant, and not enough money to make the buy happen here.
Yeah, now Mousesports are starting to feel the game. Now they're starting to get it going. And that was a sick play from Mousesports. They realized, wait a second, okay, because Get Right had put a smoke up to block the main entrance to the B side as well, so he was just trying to sell it as hard as possible that, hey, you've seen this before, Mousesports. Last time you saw this, we got into checkered and we started pressuring onto the site. That's when Spitty, held up on the B side in the last time. And so they're trying to play on what Mousesports have learned so far in this half. The only issue is that Mousesports are like, okay, smoke goes up. Now we need to push for info on the A site and figure out what's going on. And it works out perfectly with Nex getting that double spray down in A main. So both of these teams right now, they're firing on all cylinders, Anders. They're all hitting their shots and they're all, making the correct plays. And, this is one way to change things up. Straight YOLO rush onto the B site, but so far, the defense holds.
Well, that's a very, very good job on Speedy there. Triple kill for him. I actually think Mousesports were in a very dumb position in this round. It has to be like anyone who's ever played Cash, I think almost on any level, one of the very popular defaults if you're out of money is to Tech-9 rush the B bomb site, because all you need to do is catch someone. If they have an AWP, if Chris is out there lurking on the first corner, if he misses the first shot and he's just a little bit slow, he can't even make it back around the boxes. You're going to be on the next corner before he can make it back. You can catch them off, and instead, again, Mousesports just sort of standing around a bit. Like they were in some really weird positions there. If they lose the entry, NiP are in the bomb site. They get 2 rifles, they get the bomb down, and they can win the round immediately. They should have seen that coming. Why not throw down an early Molotov? Make sure that they can't get rushed down.
Oh, this is nasty. Forrest has been boosted up into mid. Quick mid aggression again here from NIP, but Mousesports, they choose to change things up. They go super aggressive through Squeak, and now they just continue to push. Dennis not showing any fear whatsoever, and he's got Nex to back him up as well, and they just want to just completely rock NIP at this point, put a maximum amount of pressure on him, and somehow Exist. He's not even worried about Squeak. Somehow, Not sure about that play there from Exist. Maybe some miscommunication as to how close Mousesports were. Well, you have to realize there is a threat, right? You can't just sit there and expect Mousesports to back off.
There is a threat, literally. But no, but I mean, that can't have been miscommunication. The threat must have called out the one pushed up, but
Yeah.
maybe they were just thinking, well, once they've been spotted, surely they're not going to continue on that push, right?
Exactly.
And that's what they did. So 6-6. The scoreline is tied here on the second map. We are just nearing the end of it as Chris is going to be taking down Freiburg. A great shot coming through, and Forrest also revealing himself here in Checker. That's a big indication to Mousesports that there may be a sort of a B push unfolding here. And they've rotated 3 people now towards the B-bomb side. That's a heavy defense.
This should be more than enough as well. And they even play it smart. They keep Dennis up on that A site. They have not spotted the bomb yet. Forrest is going to be able to clear out the defense. That's Chris J down on the B side, so the bomb can start rotating over. Forrest, he's just doing work right now. Nico dead, and Speedy only just now getting into CT to rotate in. Dennis and Nex on their way over from the A site, and Get Right, he should be hearing the steps, but that's not even necessary. Somehow Threat takes out Speedy, and how did Nip? They have 9 seconds left, and they've completely turned this situation around.
This is a crushing round for Mousesports. They had this in the bag. Now Nex is going to try and see if he could clutch it for them. Threat around there, just one bullet away. Get Right doesn't have a lot of health either. That's a jumping shot with the M4A1, and now Get Right. He's sneaking up from behind. Nex has no idea. It's currently a double kill. He's got the health advantage, though. He's going to try and hold it down once again. He can see Get Right coming through right here on the angle. 2 seconds. Once again, Get Right with the instant headshot. And NIP, they're going to steal the round away. Here's what crushed this round for Mousesports. Get Right showing himself on highway, that instantly made them think, wait a minute, they might actually not be coming B. So they start rotating people back, and then obviously Forrest picking up a double kill to entry. But if there had been more people there, that's the first sort of thing that goes wrong. The next thing that goes wrong is Speedy. When he's up on that box, this exact kill. Threat has the bomb, and he's on 11 health when he's running in. If Speedy just kills him, there's only 13 seconds at that point in time. If he kills Threat, then suddenly NIP are in a lot of trouble. Because if they take up the bomb and just run in and try and plant, then Speedy can just follow up and kill whoever's planting. Speedy not getting the kill on Threat there is obviously massive, and sudden, oh, that's a shame.
Nice try, nice try. But Forrest was close enough to hear that, and now you can see he's already trying to check up there. He's like, okay, if you guys are boosting, I'm going to be ready for that. So a bit of information picked up there for NIP that could be crucial going into the rest of this. 2 rounds left in this first half, and NIP, they pull back into the lead with 7 rounds on the board, 6 for Mousesports. And at this point, NIP, they're probably playing off that information. They're like, wait, well, okay, if there's somebody boosted, well, then we can take advantage of that. We know where one of their players is 100%. Only problem is Nico actually missed the jump. So Forrest has got to be wondering right now. He's like, okay, what, did he make it? Did he not? Is this something we can play off of? Is this something that we can abuse?
Yeah, little known fact, you can self-boost up there if you know what you're doing.
True.
Next, going to be picking up the first shot there, taking out Exist and Dennis to follow up. And Mousesports, I'm glad that they're showing some resilience here. Even though that was a horrible round for them to lose, they're not sort of mentally out of it, you can tell. And Next with a really good double kills. A Threat now going to be all on his own here. Not sure there's much of an impact he can have in the round. Even getting a couple of kills wouldn't help much here, because we're going into the 15th round, the last of the half, and the 7-7 scoreline. Considering how this started out, with Mousesports winning the first 2, then losing 6 rounds in a row, I actually think they should be quite pleased with themselves right now, and NIP really won't have much. Now, the one thing, Semler, here is if they don't, I don't even care if NIP rush B or not. If Mousesports don't prepare for it, I'm going to be officially angry and disappointed, Semler. Upset to the core. I'm watching them right now.
I'm sure you are, because Chris and Speedy are heading over there. Nex is in mid. They would have been in the spot. They would have been ready for it had they come through. So, you know, Mousesports trying to cover all the angles, and then they go for the flash into A main. Speedy is going to find the kill, and that's actually Get Right removed from vents. But the flash into A main as well is giving Mousesports a lot of information. As you guys can see, Nex is now rotating into mid to make sure that Link is not exposed, that they can't get flanked in from there. And it's all on Speedy and Chris J now to hold off this push coming onto the B site. And they're already in position as well. There should be an easy shot here for Chris as they come across. Yes, nice. Tags down Forrest. Speedy's still alive on the side. He's doing the best that he can to stay alive. And Nex is there to back up Chris J. So there's just no hope for Freiburg trying to charge down that off. It's all falling into place here for Mousesports, and it's a perfect round, a flawless round to close the half. So very well done there by the defense.
Yeah, and you're right. They did prepare for it. Here's how they did it. So, Chris is exactly in the position where if it was a B rush, he's going to have a really hard time getting back from that. It's very hard to make it around the corner back again. But because they obviously had the backup in Speedy being there, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. If Chris takes a shot, kills one guy, then they think, well, we'll rush him down now, and then Speedy's there to follow up. So that's definitely a defense that's designed to deal with that kind of a potential B push. It didn't really happen, but I'm glad that they were at least thinking about it, because I can't deal with people losing to rounds like that.
They went for the catch-all, right, because they also flashed into A main.
Yeah.
They had the man in mid as well to watch and see. You know, Get Right got picked off. They figured out that Get Right went into vents very quickly. They removed him from the map, and then at the same time, simultaneously, Mousesports are pushing into A main. So Mousesports was just like, we're actually just going to come and get you. We're ready on B side.
Yeah.
But, you know, if you're over here setting up on A, we're going to come say hello with our M4s, because we know your money's wrecked right now. So we're really seeing Mousesports come alive. It's a totally different beast from what we saw in Cobblestone. They haven't been really caught, you know, blindsided by anything NIP have done in this. You know, there wasn't anything super clever that we've seen from Threat and the bunch.
In fact, it's even worse than that. It's even worse than that. They weren't blindsided by anything. They were shooting themselves in the foot by forcing up those rounds early on. That NIP had 6 out of the 7 rounds they got in one streak due to 2 force buys in a row that didn't really make a lot of sense. I sort of thought the first one was sort of a little bit creative. I was like,
gamble.
all right, you know, maybe they are going to catch them off guard here. It'll be interesting, right? Then they do it again, and I slightly lost my mind at that point in time.
Can't take it away from Forrest as well with his huge clutch round. I mean, well, clutch round basically, the one where they should just be down and out. Nip, no way for them to actually win it. But Forrest just goes ham, unlocks it all on that B site. So now going into the second half, this is where it's going to get fairly tricky, because, you know, are we going to be... Threat's only got the 6 kills. Exist has been very quiet as well in this first half. And you know, these guys are going to have to step up in the individual level to have an impact on that CT side.
And as our panelists were pointing out, you know, Threat could very well be the weak link here.
Exactly.
You're playing the CT side.
Find out where he plays. If he's playing mid again,
yeah, exactly.
That's going to be an issue.
That it will be an issue. And I mean, if they as soon as they realize that, they can maybe just continue to sort of fight him there.
Take mid control. Force other players to come in and actually, you know, take up some of the slack. This is going to be it, guys. We're getting into the second pistol round now. Second half. We have to see if they're actually going to be able to pull this off, because, you know, Nip won both pistols on Cobblestone. Now, if Mousesports could pick up both pistols, they're going to be perfectly set to take this map and take it to map 3.
Speedy with that Molotov makes me wonder, but look at Get Right Sneaky. They've actually got a huge boost going on in the middle, and Get Right, he might be about to hit jackpot here, but no, they're ready. Oh, what? He takes out Chris anyway after getting tagged in the face. That is such a dirty shot. That should have never happened.
That's huge. And that's really going to rock Mousesports now. They're like, okay, well, they figured out our strat, boys, so what's plan B? And by the way, we're down a man, so we have to come up with something clever here.
I mean, you're probably not going to be expecting Get Right to do that, but they were. So when you're expecting it and you still can't sort of stop it from happening, that's really more frustrating. Obviously, Mousesports still have a good chance to make an impact here.
Exist, though, his position right now, he's in a bit of a one-and-done spot. Threat gets caught out in link. That's not going to help. Forrest is still alive, but Exist... If Forrest actually succeeds, yes, Forrest, he baits them in, and now Mousesports think that the defense is stuck on this B site. Exist, he's just trying to take the shots, but these are the shots that you have to hit, and these are often the hardest. He finally picks up 1, but he could have had 2 possibly. Forrest, though, going to go ahead and step up, and Forrest just annihilates them. They try and push in, and he gets 3 clean kills, and NIP, well, it goes both ways, Anders. Both CT sides have picked up the pistol so far on this map.
Yeah, I don't, you know, Exist. We got the camera on him here. If that had cost him the round, which could have, you gotta wonder. But really good job there, and you're right to say as well. The information just for them to know what was coming is definitely powerful.
4 shots, 3 kills. Not bad, Forrest.
But that's gonna tie the scoreline at 8-8 here. And Mousesports without a bomb plant are gonna go for the buy-ins, including Speedy, in fact, with the scout. So not Chris. That's interesting.
Yeah, Threat, not a big fan of how he's peeking mid there. Just jumping straight up and down. Easy shot when you've got reaction times like these players. They can hit those shots all day, and he's already been tagged down to 66. But now Get Right is rotated off the A site here to support, and they are actually, you know, they're willing to take the fight, but just because they have the rifles, and well, Mousesports obviously stuck on pistols with this force buy. Speedy does have the scout, and he's going to be hunting, looking for the punish here. But NIP, now that they've spotted out the movement in mid, they decided to actually relinquish control of it, give it up to Mousesports, and focus on defending the sites. Although Get Right, he's in a bit of a scary spot, because if they're close link, he can get wrecked. But Get Right instead is actually going to find that fight and win it. Dennis is down.
You could see Speedy was really looking for that headshot, right? He was double scoping everything to try and make sure that was going to work out. It doesn't quite. Not a lot of mid control here for NIP, which in a round like this, it might not have a big impact because Mousesports don't have the grenades to execute anything from that kind of map control. But later on in the half, assuming it gets to that, then you've got to be careful with NIP by relinquishing that much control. Inside the bomb site, Freiburg and Forest are in a good position, but that's a very good Deagle shot coming out. Fred's going to take him out in return. If he could have got both those kills, that would have been epic, but not quite going to be working out. And Freiburg having a grand old time with this SMG, but actually Chris with some really good peeks there. Could be close enough to maybe find a second kill. Getting shot in the back by Get Right, though. Triple kill for him, and the 9-8 scoreline now favoring NIP. Forest at 15, Get Right at 14, Freiburg at 13. There's a good sort of sequence going on at the top there, but top fragging in this game is Nico at 17 kills. Is anyone even surprised, Semler?
No. Nico, I mean, team is built around him, and he just keeps delivering. He's so consistent for Mouse Sports. Hardly ever misses a shot. I mean, it's just like in those sorts of situations where you kind of just have to like grit your teeth. You know, it's that clench moment where Nico gets closer and closer and closer and closer, and then it's just like boom, headshot. You just like, you know, it's inevitable. This guy with the Deagle, he almost always finds a kill. It's crazy how consistent he is with the gun.
I was reading the article last night about how Chinese scientists have been working on human cloning, and I feel like, you know, maybe a petition to get Nico to be one of the first people, maybe. Let's build a whole team of Nico. So every member of the team is him.
I would still prioritize Olaf. But, you know, Nico, fair enough.
Could be interesting, too. Make them play a 5-on-5. Exist, Get Right with some opening frags here. Not too exciting, really, since Mouse Sports don't really have any kind of weaponry or any kind of armor to fight back with. So they just lose Exist, and Get Right getting to pad his stats a little bit here. It will be a 10-8 scoreline now. NIP in the lead with 2 rounds. And on Mouse Sports, they're going to finally have the rifles here. And I really want to see them pull out, you know, something from the depths here. Something they've planned for this map to pull them through onto a third map. This is not the final chance they'll have, but we're getting close now. They're slowly but surely heading out of the tournament.
And there we go. I was wondering what the big spend was for this round. It's going to be Exist going for the Scar 20. That's a way to change things up. He's actually playing it in mid as well to start. So if Mouse Sports had tried to go for quick mid control, they'd have run right into the auto sniper. That would have been brutal. But instead, Mouse Sports, they've just slowed it down. They're playing very passive default, actually. Chris J, waiting to see if there's going to be anybody going for the counter boost. Nico, he's waiting to see if there's going to be a push on the extremities. Right now, Mouse Sports are trying to cover all their bases.
Well, look at this. I mean, we were saying, oh, Nip got to be careful about mid control. They put 3 people there, including an auto sniper.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even excessive because the only one who's really stuck in middle is Threat, because he's in that corner. But Freiburg is just as much on B as he is in middle, and Exist can pretty much easily rotate wherever he wants. So, I mean, the only fear in a push like in a round like this is if there's suddenly like a huge execute on the A-bomb side. That's the one thing that could go wrong.
Did Dennis see the angle of that nade coming in? I think he just might have caught it.
Oh.
But he could tell probably that somebody's... Chris J, he's in the prime spot right now. If Freiburg decides to show himself, he's going to be in for a bit of a rough surprise. But this is information now. Mouse Sports, they know that somebody was holding close left, and Chris, he gives up the angle. If he dies to Freiburg, we might need to get him a new mouse, because he's probably going to try and smash it through the table.
Oh, if he scopes, this is the problem. Freiburg and the flashbang comes in. Wow, all right. Chris not even being given a chance to fight back then. Dennis trying to see if he can at least get the refrag, and he's going to be successful sitting in the fire, and not much he could have done. Threat will get the refrag, and now it's a 4-on-3 here. If they can smoke off Exist with that auto sniper, the problem is, even if you put up the smoke, is it really going to be working? Smoke does come in, but it's not even a perfect one. It actually leaves a huge gap here for Exist to exploit, and Forest on the bomb side as well. Nico trying to get close. There's Nex going down. Nice shot from Nico. Exist is gone, but so's Nico, and Speedy all alone. 3 seconds left. He's going to be going down. Forest to pick up the double, and that will be 11-8.
Wow, and Forest voluntarily throws away the op to pick up that Scar 20. So they really are making this a core strat here. They want Exist to keep having the sniper. And I mean, well, I guess if Forest is just going to keep banging out headshots like that, sure, stay on the M4, Forest. Don't change up. Just do what you're doing because it's working. And Mouse Sports, yeah, they can't help but feel frustrated, especially not being able to, trade effectively in mid. Freiburg, he drew that out so long that Threat was able to get in there and trade frag. Just nothing really working for Mouse Sports in that round at all, despite a sick no-scope coming in from Nico. There's only so much a man can do.
And I really do love that pop flash. You'd think that would be sort of the common way to peak that middle, but actually a lot of teams will just sort of stand up, and you saw how long Chris was holding that position, so without the pop flash, it could have gone bad.
Well, here we go. We're going to have that full smoke execute coming out here onto the A site. They just want that bomb plant, but again, with the counter boosted, Freiburg, he commits this time. He's down, and if he drops Chris J, that's the bomb dropped as well. They are going to be able to snake their way out of here, Mousesports. The only problem is they're getting herded into the rest of NIP, who are happy to wait for him. Nico, he's wrapped his way around to quad, so he has the element of surprise. But Get Right, he's going to peek up behind them, and this is a real problem. Now he can deny the bomb plant, and just nothing coming together for Mousesports whatsoever.
Finally a kill happening there. Nico going to take down one, but it's just way too late. He's in the back lines here, and yeah, he was never going to get out of that one. So Freiburg to take him out. Good double kill, and I mean almost a triple with that spray in the beginning, right? So 12-8, we're just, there's a gap of 4 rounds here. I still think it's possible.
Oh, yes.
But NIP's economy is actually looking very good as well. It's only really Get Right who's suffering. He's got about 1,000 in the bag, but everybody else is 5,000 or more. And that's a big problem. I mean, that means Mousesports, they need consecutive rounds. And right now, NIP, they have 5 in a row. Mousesports haven't even picked up a round here in the second half.
Yeah, no, this is just everything going Nip's way. They have full control of the situation. Once again, they're going to push Threat up aggressive. And really, man, Threat, this takes some bravery. Not 100% confident in his own ability, to get the job done, but he is taking a very volatile position on this map, trying to hold down mid and exist. I mean, that's so frustrating for Nico. Just the random wallbang through on Squeak Door, and he's down to half HP already. Get Right, he's just waiting. If Nico opens that door, face full of shrapnel, that's what he's getting. He's gonna get dunked.
Chris, he's in a really good position here, and Auto Sniper versus AWP could be working out, but he's looking the wrong way, and somehow he doesn't actually get tagged there, so Exist may be missing an opportunity to get some easy kills in there. Yeah, right now, having to take a fight with Nico here, and that's dangerous. Even at 50 health, Nico, well, he's obviously the hard carry on this team right now. 5 versus 4. Mousesports with a bit of a lead.
The standoff is insane. Between Chris and Exist, they just keep avoiding each other. It's incredible. Well, now Mousesports, 44 seconds left, and it seems like they've done so much work here on the A site, they might be thinking about heading back towards B. Spiddy has been holding B halls all this time. He hasn't seen anybody push for info either from NIP. NIP right now are content to just sit and wait. Threat, he's the one peeking out, and he's going to spot the man boosted. And that might tell Nip, well, it's all going to have to come down to the individual performance here, and Force is only going to trade 1 for 1. It's all on Freiburg now to hold the line.
He's doing a good job so far, but Chris will end up taking him out, and Exist, that Auto Sniper, I mean, even with the money they have, it's too valuable to throw away. Really no point in trying to sort of engage in anything here. If he wanted to, I mean, he's kind of staying close, so maybe just hoping that they make a big mistake. If someone came barreling through this smoke and he could make it a 1v2, maybe it'd be worth it, but I don't think trying to actually clutch this makes a lot of sense. And maybe he could be just a bit of a pest anyway. Gonna end up backing off slowly. Mousesports, do they want to try and challenge? It seems like Nico at least might be interested. Some shots being missed here, and Nico, very aggressive, gets the triple overall and putting himself up at 22 kills. Still leading in the game here. 19 is Get Right, closest player to him.
Yeah, he continues to dominate, man. Exist, not having a huge impact with that Scar 20 in the end. No, not on the A side or on the B side, as we saw. So he decides to go back to that M4. He had just enough money to get the full buy going, so might as well, at this point, just let Forrest go back to the AWP. Would like to see Forrest stay on the M4, to be frank, but if Exist isn't on the Scar, it seems like they have to count on Forrest to actually get the job done with the scoped rifle. Chris J, yeah, no aggressive peeks coming in here from NIP. Instead, NIP went for the aggressive mid-take this time around. Threat and Exist both there, ready and waiting to see if that boost is going to come through here from Mousesports. And Mousesports have shown that they're not afraid to put Nico up there. So this makes sense from NIP to just see if they can't catch him out.
And Mousesports were also worried about the boost, so they put up that Molotov that sort of goes into the wall. So, you know, everyone being a bit paranoid at the moment. Now, a minute and 20 seconds left, and they are executing onto the site here. They're already out by the forklift in the back corner here. Threat in a very dangerous position. He needs backup quick, and it's obviously not going to be Exist. He's already down. Sorry, he was forced in the back line here. He gets the 1 kill in. He needs more than that. He walks right into Dennis. Threat showing up, but he's going to get dropped after the first trade in. So Get Right and Freiburg now trying to get in here. Not going to be a bomb plant. Get Right being extremely annoying, and he just runs out of the bomb site again. How far is he going to continue to run here in the middle? Speedy, that's an easy kill. I think Get Right trying to throw in sort of a huge flank and run into main, which would have been interesting. But now Freiburg, he is alone and has to clutch this.
And this is a nightmare for Chris because that smoke was up. He doesn't know if somebody else rotated onto the site. Freiburg, he is playing this so passively at this point, just waiting to see if Mousesports are going to slip up. But this is allowing for Mousesports to get both players onto the bomb site now, and it becomes a nearly impossible situation now for Freiburg to come back and actually pull this off. He does have one incendiary to play off of. That smoke going down might help him a little bit as well. Flash is going to be ineffective. And well, now it's all about quad, and if he just uses that Molotov, this could be big. It might force Chris J out into the open, and is he going to be in position? No, Speedy! What a shot from him. He just completely counters what Freiburg was trying to attempt there. That was a big kill. And now Mousesports, I mean, it was 12-8. Now it happens to be 12-10. Comeback.
And even better, NIP don't have money. So, you know, Mousesports are not in as bad of a position as it maybe had seemed earlier, right? There was that really scary streak at the beginning here, NIP picking up 5 rounds in the second half. Now it's 2 in favor of Mousesports. They can continue to build on this. They just got to play this one smartly and not run into any stacks. Not that there seems to be any. There's a nice grenade actually going out. And I think there was one earlier that Threat took no damage from for some odd reason, but this one worked quite well.
Yeah, they're really just hard countering Threat's position, playing Sugar Cube like that. Right now, I mean, this is where the nerves are going to start setting in for NIP. They've lost control of the situation. Their economy is gone. Mousesports are the ones who are starting to just, you know, take control. Well, now Threat, he does get that peek, at least a little bit of info, but again, this is the problem as well. It's just that, you know, Threat, he can't really hang around to challenge because he just doesn't have that duel capacity. He can't count on himself winning straight up man fights. Instead, he has to rely on some kind of element of surprise to work for him. And when you're playing mid, that's really tough because sometimes it does come down to you just having to be willing to put your head out there and actually take the fight.
And Nico catching Get Right, who was hiding in that corner. So a little bit of relaxation maybe coming into Mousesports here. Now they know they're playing against pistols. That's been confirmed, right? They definitely know that. Should give them some opportunity to close out the round here. They've got great mid control as well. Threat turning up and doing some damage there. They need much more at the moment.
Curious to see Freiburg holding close force with the Deeg. No out Forrest. He does get the tag instantly, but he's not going to be able to get the kill. Instead, it's Freiburg holding close with the 5-7. He does manage to capitalize on the damage that Forrest had dealt. Exist will take out Speedy as well. So on an eco, they actually managed to pick up 2 kills. But for NIP, they really needed to do more. Just make it like a 1v1 or just to inflict massive damage in that round. Because now Mousesports, they are building their economy in turn. They're starting to get to a comfortable spot with Nex and Nico. Dennis not too far behind. Chris J as well. And now it's just all on NIP. And let's see what kind of buy they can actually get going here. They actually have a healthy nade count, so they have that to fall back on. And Forrest, he elects not to go for the AWP. He could have gone for the glass cannon, but instead they're choosing to go with utility here for NIP. Forrest just realizing, I'm hitting shots with the rifle. Why am I going off the rifle? Just let me go back to the M4 and I'll get work done.
Threat a little bit out in the open in the middle. Got to be careful about standing around like that. Trying to see if he could take this shot, but Nex just snuffs him.
That's what I'm talking about, though.
That's a very good kill.
It's so tough for Threat. It's such a, it's pretty much the hardest position to play on the map if you're going to be playing mid like that. In Threat, you need to be able to hit those headshots. It's so difficult otherwise.
Now look at NIP's setup here. They're playing 2 on A and 2 on B. They got 5 players live on Mousesports side. So if Mousesports just all collapse on one bomb side, we're essentially looking at sort of 2 people having to defend against 5, and the backup's going to be quite far away. That's also why NIP, what they're doing here, makes so much more sense. Try and see if you can't be a little bit more mobile so you can at least get something working out. They're actually crunching in on the middle and trading quick there. Chris with a nice follow-up, taking down Exist. And now Get Right and Freiburg. They're on either side of the map. I much prefer it when I actually think stacking 3 people in mid like that is a very good idea when you're in a position like they just were.
One of them will die, but this could actually work for NIP in the sense that they're rotating both over to B. Mousesports are going A. They can be able to hold on to their guns here, NIP.
Yeah,
that's the big you have to look for the silver lining sometimes. The fact that it's a 2-on-4 situation, likelihood of them, being able to get some mad spray, catching out 3 players from Mousesports and turning it around, highly unlikely.
That's what you'd have to believe if you were NIP. If you left Get Right alone up there, you'd have to think, well, Get Right probably get like a 4 kill a year. It is Get Right, but still, I think that would be unreasonable to assume here. Actually, just while the bomb is about to go off here, and obviously Mousesports looking for NIP to take these rifles away, Pimp on Twitter was making a pretty good point, saying the next round of European major qualifiers is going to be nuts as hell, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
We're going to have either one of these 2 teams in the qualifier. We're going to have either Virtus Pro or G2 in the qualifiers as well.
Envy.
Envy in the qualifiers, right? So, I mean,
And that's not even counting the guys who just couldn't make the cut this time around.
Exactly.
Like the Dignitas, I mean...
Oh, that's a huge kill. Nico, they clean up both the rifles as the time is running out of the bombs going up in that round. I think Mousesports have a very, very good shot at pushing us onto a third map here. It's tied, scoreline 12-12. They got utterly annihilated on the first map on Cobblestone. They didn't stand a chance. Nip were out-aiming them individually and massively outplaying them and out-calling them on a tactical level. And it didn't look like it was going to be much better on this half here. I mean, this game started off being 6-2 in favor of NIP on the first half until finally Mousesports made it back. And then, obviously, we had a 5-round streak at the beginning of this half in favor of NIP. So a lot of things have just not worked out for NIP. But, sorry, for Mousesports, but now they're finally back into it here. They're actually making it work.
This is what everybody's been saying, though. It's like they figure out where Threat is playing, and they just hit that position time and time again. And then Nip, they feel like they have to overcompensate for that. And we just got the clear image right there. Freiburg, instead of backing off in vents, he's feeling the pressure, like, I have to make the play. He goes out, Chris J's there waiting for him. Exist comes out on short, Chris J's there waiting for him. It's just all Mouse have to do is just keep rinsing and repeating this. Apply pressure on mid. Either you get the kill on Threat, or you force Nip into an uncomfortable situation that you then play off of on the extremities. But, you know, putting 3 in mid or something like this, right, for NIP. But it's just, it's a really difficult situation right now for NIP because Mousesports have just figured out this big glaring, you know, weakness that they have in their defense. And it's not, it just sucks for them. It just sucks for Threat because, like, what can you do? You've been playing the game for 2 days before the event. It's supposed to be Pyth, you know, here. It's supposed to be Pyth, this heavy hitter, who's going to be here to, you know, round out the roster for NIP. I mean, yes, Threat we saw on Cobblestone. I mean, brilliant mind when it comes to CS and the strats that he's been able to bring in here. But when it just comes down to that 1v1 capacity, I mean, if Nex keeps getting boosted up, do you really want a 1v1 Nex? The guy's going to rip your head off every time.
But the thing is, they did seem willing earlier on to try and fight that, right? They were willing to put 3 people in the middle. They were willing to go for boosts. It's only really, it seems, when they put Threat alone in there that things go weird, you know? So maybe NIP needs to sort of review that part of the strategy and say, all right, let's play things differently.
Or just start going for, like, hard flashes into A main, you know, trying to find off timings, basically, to try and get in there and get information. Try to catch Mousesports setting up. But Mousesports right now, if they keep getting control of mid, that's just not allowing Nip to go for many plays. I mean, they could still go for the flash into main and hope they pick somebody off. Or a push into B halls. You know, there are options here for NIP, but it's a very, very difficult position for them right now. They have invested in some HEs for this round, so they're hoping to get a dunk, you know, a la Hiko. We'll see if they can actually pull it off.
Get right playing with the scout. Had a little bit of extra money and wanted to see if he couldn't do something for his team. Crazier things have been known to happen, but the grenades have already been expended and they haven't really done any damage. So,
well, they're getting up to the max round bonus. I mean, that's 4 rounds in a row for Mousesports. So NIP, it's not that big a deal that Get Right actually spends money on the scout this round because, you know, they'll be getting maxed out in the next one and they'll have a full buy here NIP. But right now it's NIP just crossing their fingers and hoping that Mousesports are going to make the mistake of walking into this stack on the B site. Freiburg, he's the sacrificial lamb over on the A site.
If you look at how much time they have right now, I don't see why Mousesports would do this. They have to at least check middle. If Nico sees that there's nobody middle, why not use that information to see if anyone's A? I mean, they are sort of walking into it here. Get Right getting caught a little bit, but he does some body damage there coming out. Speedy going down low, and Forrest is going to get killed as well. Mousesports trading very effectively right now. Speedy getting us second kill another round, and Exist and Freiburg are going to be left. So it looks like Mousesports should be able to break it through here. Exist in a great position, though, dropping the bomb, but he can't get the second follow-up. That would have been a little bit interesting. And Freiburg already been revealed up on the high ground.
That's so unfortunate. Mousesports just clumping up, so there really wasn't much hope there for Exist to be able to capitalize on it. Mousesports not realizing that there was the extra man there on the side as well, so a bit of a glaring mistake made by Mousesports, but just superiority and firepower, managing to trade up effectively, all these fundamental things coming into play for Mousesports, and they just managed to close out the round. So that was it. They are in the lead now. 13-12 is the score, and NIP, they do go for the full buy, and again, they prioritize the rifles. Forrest, he had the money for an op, but no, he's going back to the M4. Not, I mean, they are a little light on the incendiaries, but still, good flash count, lots of smokes, lots of HEs. So NIP, they should have everything they need here in this round. And now, yeah, they choose to rectify things in mid. They push in 3, or push 2 close to mid, but then the second, I mean, they have the third man waiting back in link. So this is how NiP are trying to solve the situation here.
Well,
The only problem is that Mousesports, they're ready for it. This time they're like, actually, you know, NiP, we aren't even going to bother with mid. We're going to set up for an A play here eventually. And if you go for a flash into A main, get right, you're going to have a headache for a very short period of time.
I see they're being very, very defensive right now, Mousesports, which is a bit interesting because they're obviously the ones attacking, but you could tell that they've been scared by NIP so far. Get right in a good position. He sees just the shoulder, and he's going to get the 1 kill, but he can't kill next. It is a good trade, and now Nico coming out, and he's not going to fall for anything there. Exist trying to shoulder peek that angle, but it's not going to be working out. Nico looking for even more here. It's definitely going to be a bomb plant here for Mousesports, but the question is, can they also defend it afterwards, and how are they going to be planting? I really don't want them to go for a default here. They need to plant out in the open, but Chris, he's got the bomb with the AWP right now, and he's actually looking for a kill before they even think about going for the plant. That's going to buy a lot of time for NIP. Freiburg sneaking up close. It is going to be the default plant. Freiburg going down, and that should be it. Now, NIP have a tough choice to make. If they want to fight, then they could lose this and ultimately almost lose the round here in the half of the game. Instead, it's going to be Thread alone in a 1-on-4. I was wondering if they're going to try and save these rifles. But saving 1 is not enough for NIP right now. Mousesports, very, very close to putting us on overpass.
Yeah, no, this is pretty much in the bag now for Mousesports. It's all about going through their motions because NiP are going to be in a force buy in the next round, and from there on out, it should be easy peasy, lemon squeezy for Mousesports. He should get the job done. Threat, he is able to trade effectively. I mean, he gets 2 kills on the exit, but Mousesports, you know, money is not a problem for them right now, and so.
And if you look at it,
they're all floating around 10K. So it's like these kills, they're meaningless. It's all about just stopping them short, and Exist is the one that made the difference there. Get right. He could have had the 2 kills, and I feel like there was a time when we would have seen Get Right guaranteed get those 2 kills because he was pretty much the best sprayer in the world. But this kill right here, picking off Exist with Exist not having any impact whatsoever,
yeah,
that's huge for Mousesports. That made all the difference.
Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, it also allows them to get out. You know, they know as soon as they kill Get Right, Exist, there's probably not going to be a third man on the site there, so you're almost home free. NIP going for a buy in this round here. They feel like they had just enough money to make that work. This is obviously a very scary situation for the Swedish team, as Overpass could, I think, be a scary map for them against a team like Mousesports. But we're gonna see if it even goes that far. It's definitely not done yet. And what I was sort of hoping, and I think what has happened a little bit here, is that Nico has actually finally got help from the rest of his team. Look at how their scores turning out here. We've got 16, 17, 18, 19 on the rest of Mousesports, and it's 26 on Nico. So yes, he's top fragging still, he's carrying this team, but finally the rest has shown up, and I think that's what Mousesports finally needed.
And now NiP are finally deciding to change things up here. Freiburg and Vents, he's their eyes on mid. They're like, okay, guys, just change it by setting everybody up here on the A site. They do go for a peek into A main just to get some info, but they're playing this so passively, Mousesports. They're really not giving much of a chance here for NIP. And I love to see how Mousesports are also focusing a lot of their play around Chris J, giving him space to work with that AWP, giving him time to work with it. And now it's just him leading the charge, looking for that first pick that's going to open things up here on this A site. 3 members here for NIP, but the rotation is so far away. They can't just call the cavalry in here easily.
Big stack on A right now, but these Molotovs are making life really hard for NIP. They can't even stand anywhere, and that's going to be a great angle there. Dennis also getting a kill in threat, but the double actually gives it back, and now it is going to be a 2-on-2 here. 15 seconds left as they try and put down this bomb, and this time no one is there for NIP to stop it. Get right, it's already deadish, threat and Forest. They're going to have to try and see if they can bring it back here. Next, playing at the forklift, and you can hear them running in. He spots out one straight headshot. Forest going to go down. It's all on threat. He's going to have to get the quad kill here, and he can't do it. Chris shutting him down, and that's going to make it map point here. Mousesports at 15-12, and they are finally making this work for themselves.
All the difference in the world. Threat did the best that he could with the 2 kills. But again, Mousesports right now, it's just like all of this confidence. They're allowed to just set up and fully execute their strat without any pressure being put on by NIP. NIP, they're just hoping that having that extra man set on the site would make the difference for them, but they just weren't getting the kills until Threat stepped in, and by then it was too late. So just, you know, nothing working for a NIP right now. I mean, NIP...
Well, look at when all those Molotovs are down, how there are almost no positions left on the A-bomb side they can stand in. So Mousesports just to run in and check those positions. You see how they just sort of, they just turned the corner and were shooting almost as they turned because they know that's the only place you could really be. There aren't that many spots left for you to stand in. So Now,
No,
double
this is
push
sad.
into main for NIP, and obviously they've got to try something. But the thing is, Mousesports, they already see it coming. They got Nico, they got Chris, they got everywhere. They've got someone set up, ready for this kind of push.
Yeah, they're ready for it, exactly. If Nip try to go for some kind of desperation play, Mousesports, they've got the crossfire waiting right outside of A main, Chris J as well, and Garage. So if they try to get, in NIP, they could be tempted. They could start feeling like, okay, we're going to have to force things here. This is that game of chicken where it's, who's going to blink first? Who's going to hit the brakes? And it certainly isn't going to be Mousesports because right now they have all of the advantage. They have all the edge. 55 seconds left in this half now. Well, in this game.
Could be in this half as well.
Mousesports have pretty much got this on lock. And now Chris J, he's going to walk right into Get Right, and an easy kill for him. And there's just no backing it. I mean, they do have Threat in position to try and back up Get Right, and he might be able to get the drop on one. Yes, he does take out Nico. That's a big kill, and he takes out two as well. Threat, way more than I was expecting from him. He actually manages to bring it back to a 3-on-3, but there's nobody left on this A site. 25 seconds left, and now Mousesports begin the push.
Yeah, you can see this. They sort of made the call, but they're also a little bit weary. They don't want to run into a third man who might have been lurking around, so they didn't just want to charge it. They are getting onto the site here. Some damage being dished out by Freiburg, but the bomb will be going down again. The default plant, which I'm really not a big fan of it, especially when they have the smoke down. This kind of plant could render Speedy useless when it comes to saving the bomb. So we'll see how it's going to be playing out here. Exist, Forest, and Freiburg making their way onto the site. Exist looking for that forklift. Speedy going to get the kill on Exist. That's a strong start. Dennis picking up one, and now Freiburg alone in a 1-on-3, and there it is. Mousesports push us onto a third map on Overpass with a 16-12 scoreline. What a comeback here from the team. At the end of it, Nico at 27 kills. He does it again and again.
And again. And next, Dennis, 21. I mean, everybody, this is just, the completely different situation from what we saw in Cobblestone, where it was a bit top-heavy for Mousesports, and it was Nip, who were basically everybody was delivering, everybody was hitting their shots. I mean, Nip, it was kind of similar. They just weren't up at the same level as Mouse, and Mouse, they did everything right. They just focused on the weak spot for Nip, forced Nip to react to that, and then capitalized off of it with some very patient play. I have to say, no rushes from Mousesports. They were confident and in control the entire way through on their T side. They never felt like they had to go for some kind of Hail Mary. They just kept going through their game plan like, okay, this is it. This is how we break them down.
So now it goes to Overpass, and obviously we are gonna listen in with the panelists and all that stuff. But
exactly, this is where this.
What do you think, Sam? Because I said it. I thought Mousesports could win this best of 3.
And I don't think it's that crazy actually now, because this is where the pressure is really going to start setting in on Nip. They're going to realize that they've got this uphill struggle. Cobblestone, everything went so well. They were never really tested, put into that grind mode where it's just like you actually have to be able to fall back on what what's been drilled into you in Prac, and it's different. It's different from what they're used to because they don't have Pyth here.
Now, after Cobblestone, I actually called up with Threat just quick, asking him about that smoke ground and all those things, and I've got a lot of more questions for him when we have time for it at some point. But I mean, he did say I was really hoping people would pick Cobblestone, but Overpass is a map that you can even more
you were
tactics on.
hoping?
No, Threat was hoping that people would.
Okay.
But now we've got Overpass, right? And that even more stats can be thrown out. So I'm also excited to see if Threat has got time to look at Overpass. But we are going to send it over to the analyst desk. It's going to be Scoots taking it away, so please break it down for us.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And again, no barbecuing. They're not going to do a UGP lose 2 in barbecue. Mousesports kind of does what you guys thought they might do. If they shut down Threat in the middle, take advantage of that, they had a much better chance. And obviously they did quite a bit of that, but it just seemed like they got some of their momentum going, and Nip just really didn't on that second half, especially.
Yeah, I mean, it was sort of a classic performance that we kind of expected, in the sense that they were able to get their entries going, and it was on the T side really. Mousesports did the damage. The NIP setup wasn't conducive to kind of holding the sites, and once the economy started rolling, and you could see there was some deficiencies on that side, and the CT setup just wasn't as solid. I thought they did enough in the T half, NIP, to have maybe been able to close out this game, but it just didn't really work like that. And while I'd say you've got to give credit to Mousesports, it was a very typical Mousesports performance. That Nico was winning vital rounds for them. A couple of other players showed up, but it still wasn't amazing by any stretch of imagination. I think this was about NIP CT deficiencies more than Mousesports' terrorist strengths.
Yeah, very, very tough for them to rotate into the right spots. Threat had a tough time. They really exploited him, like you said. The big thing was, this was actually surprising from a Mousesports team that just got crushed on Cobble, and just also is throughout this event just seemed very brittle. Very, very prone to collapses and everything like that. That Nip was the ones who opened up both of these halves relatively strong, and Mouse Sports was the one who came back into them, who really caught up and took the advantage in this matchup. So that was cool to see. But yeah, I mean, it was Nico won some very crucial battles from Door and that lurk over towards Forklift. 2 or 3 rounds, I think they were very important battles to how that round would end, and he wins both of those, and they go in his favor, and Mouse Sports' favor in the end. But it was Nex and Dennis both had 20 kills behind that as well. So I mean, some good stuff from Mouse Sports, some life in that second map.
Much better fragging from Mouse Sports overall. That's one of the things is they'd been very weak on Cobblestone. You saw it was basically even Nico couldn't go crazy in that particular map. It was very lackluster. That's the reason why I was concerned coming into Cash. But NIP overall, you can see on all the maps they've played so far in the tournament, their CT side's been what's let them down every time because they're just having this difficulty. And the funny thing is, Get Right actually looks like he's in pretty good form at the moment. I mean, he's looking good. He's doing all the classic Get Right moves that you expect, but otherwise, it's not really there that much. And so Exist was the guy who struggled in this game. Threat again is always going to be something of a liability, even though he at least knows how to cover his spots. I'll give him credit in that sense. But they're not going to be a strong CT team. Now, that's still enough potentially to beat Mouse Sports. They can still get through the series, but we can see how weakened they are because you're seeing the strength of it's like that old adage, you know, like the chain's only as strong as the weakest link. It doesn't matter if you've got these strengths elsewhere. If you've got this key weakness in this particular area, the whole game is going to hinge on that particular area of the game. So I feel like that's the big problem. And like it was Cash that I thought Mouse Sports could win, but now I feel like even unless Mouse Sports really convincingly wins on Overpass, I feel like now seeing what happened on Cash, we're going to look back and we're just going to spend the rest of time that we think about this particular series going, what was Mouse Sports thinking with that Cobble pick? Because that could have been Dust 2. Yeah. They actually, it was available. They could have picked Dust 2 and had Dust 2 and Cash as their first 2 maps. That could have been a 2-0. I mean, obviously, yeah, we have to know how it would play out. Maybe Nip could have had very good individual performances, more of a POG-style map, but I think Mouse Sports have kicked themselves here. Like they should have been in with a chance to at least have the opportunity to win the series already, whereas they're now having to hope they can win on Overpass.
Yeah, and again, they both won their opponent's picks, which kind of evens it up. Okay, well, we got one more map. It's Overpass, and the way the actual setup works, just a reminder, that map was randomized, and then what happens is they randomize which team gets to choose the side, which we don't know quite yet, but we'll know when we get back from the break. So we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to start talking about Overpass. And again, now we're in this do or die for either team. Loser's going to go home and have to, or stay here in Columbus and watch, and the winner will move into the nationwide arena. So when we come back, we'll talk about Overpass, and we'll get the match going. Welcome back, folks. We are at the end of our first match of the day. It is our last map, map 3, between Ninjas in Pajamas and Mouse Sports. The map is going to be Overpass, gentlemen, and found out during the break that NIP did win the randomizer of who got to pick a side, and they have picked CT. So CT, Overpass. Starting with you, Duncan. What do you think? NIP, Mouse Sports.
I think this is going to be a very CT-sided game. I don't think either of these teams is good on Overpass. NIP's barely played it this year. Obviously, with the other lineup, they have a different map pool, as you've seen. Like, they banned out Mirage as one of their better maps with the pit lineup. I think overall, the problem is, because both teams aren't very good on this map, I'm personally leaning still towards NIP, because I think of it like this. To me, NIP, despite Threat being there, this is kind of an indictment of Mouse Sports, I think. Despite Threat being there, I still think in terms of average skill across both teams, NIP's better. So I think in terms of the fragging power, they're better. I think it's going to be a messy game of people just playing CT side and just T's not being able to execute well. And so it's just going to be CT people fragging, basically. And so considering it took almost everything from all the Mouse Sports players to get the win on Cash there, I don't expect that to happen again. I don't think Dennis is going to have a big fragging performance again. Dennis and Spiddy, for me, are real liabilities on the Mouse Sports team. So I think standard, as usual, good performance from Nico. A bunch of the others go missing. Chris J probably doesn't have a huge impact, and NIP has enough quality in the team that they get the win. Probably a sloppy one, like 16-11, 16-12 type win, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing, too, because it's hard to imagine Mouse Sports playing as poorly on Overpass as they did on Cobble. It's hard to imagine that even being possible. But also on the NIP side, with Threat as that tactician and Overpass being one of the more tactical maps at the moment, their T side probably has a little bit more punch to it. But also, I mean, they have Get Right and Force, two of the players who not only have experience in big games, but always tend to show up in these big games. They're the ones who you can count on to kind of have that performance that you need.
Yeah, just, I think that Mouse Sports played, I think it was Flipside recently and lost on Overpass like 16-12. And obviously Flipside do play that map a lot. But still, the caliber of players they have on NIP, I don't think it bodes well for Mouse Sports. Kind of agree with Duncan. I think this will be a bit of a sloppy one, but I think NIP's quality will get them the win over Mouse Sports 2-1.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. We're about to rack into map 3, and again, it is now do or die time for either of these teams. Again, are we going to see NIP not make it to an arena, or is it going to be Mouse Sports? And again, once again, the gentlemen that are going to walk you through it, the room on fire gentlemen, Anders and Semler, take it away.
Gentlemen, he's obviously never been to an after party with us, but thank you anyway. Semler, are you ready for this one? It's going to be on Overpass between NIP and Mouse Sports. It's a third map to decide who gets to go to the nationwide arena and play against in front of a huge audience, or they get to go out. And I mean, for NIP, that would mean losing their legend status. There's so much on the line right now.
No, we're talking about a team that has made it to the playoffs every major so far and made it to the finals for most of them as well. So to go out here in the groups, it's almost like an envy sort of situation where, you can't accept that. They need to make it through. Mouse Sports, I mean, Cologne was the big one that I think where it's just like it probably was just this massive spike in their hearts that they didn't make it through the groups, that they weren't able to play on the stage in front of the greatest crowd we've ever had pretty much in CS.
I still haven't gotten over that.
Now they have a chance. Yeah, I know, right? Because God be. But like now they have a chance. Now they have a chance to actually do it here. They have the momentum going their way coming out of that last match.
Now the analysts all said that they're going to stick with their original picks of NIP made it through. I'm going to have to stick with mine, obviously. Can't change now. We are getting ready, and it will be Mouse Sports starting on the terrorist side, which is definitely the more difficult side here. They've gone for all Glock armor, and they seem to be running out A long. So if they can make it all the way around and get close to NIP, this is really working out for them, right? They're not running into USPS out here. If they did on long range, that could really be a problem, but they're actually making the full trek here, and the closer they get to the A bomb side, that closes the distance for NIP to use that USPS effectively, and it gets within range of Mouse Sports being able to unleash that Glock hell, the Glock train that could just come through, where even if you have the USP and you get one headshot, you could be running out of bullets. You could simply just be out of bullets before the Glocks are.
Well, NIP are wise to this, man. They've pushed all the way through. Get Right is nearly into T-spawn now on the B side of the map. Threat and Forced instantly rotate up to the A site and exist in Freiburg. They're already waiting for the loop through Connector because Mouse Sports have control of mid. And yes, it is going to come down to the duel between Nex and Get Right, and they've spotted now. Mouse Sports know that the game is up and that they're going to have to start pressing onto this A site, but Forrest is there to completely shut down Chris J. And now, well, what do Mouse Sports do? They've got 50 seconds left to make the play.
Yeah, they've got a lot of time, so I don't understand why they would try and panic too much here, but now they're running into the meat grinder. Freiburg getting 2 kills, Nico with 2 in return, and about 30 seconds here. They're going to try and see if they can make it out of this 2v3 here. It's not impossible, but Get Right with that shot almost secures it. The bomb is down now, and Nex is all alone, 1-on-3. And NIP definitely doing a good job here, but this round could have definitely gone either way. That was a lot of opportunity, I think, from Mouse Sports. Not any longer. Get Right going to shut it down in a brilliant opening here for NIP. But you've got to appreciate how mad it is that Nexus even watching for Get Right there. Like that shows you that they've been watching a lot of NIP demos.
Yeah, it's just, man, NIP, they played it perfectly off of the information that they got because they know at that point, they pushed out Forest on the long, see nobody there. So they realize the only place that Mouse Sports can be is in mid. And mid, you can obviously wrap through Link, wrap through Connector over to the B site, but NIP, they put a crossfire there, and it worked. Freiburg got both kills. That's exactly what had to happen there for NIP. And so now for Mouse Sports, they're a bit in the dark. They have to go for the force buy, seeing as how they didn't get the bomb plant. And there's just a little bit of a party nade. Doing a bit of damage there. Nico and Nex getting tagged up.
And Gedrai showing us that he's learned how to throw that smoke towards the monster tunnel as well, all the way from CT spawn. So that's a bit interesting. See how Mouse Sports are able to deal with that, or if they're just going to give up on the B rushes altogether because of that smoke, because it's been really, really effective in competitive play so far. It should be an easy round for NIP, and so far it's looking quite good. Just a bit of a clean up here. Threat getting the one. Dennis will actually shut him down. That's a bit annoying. But at least he had an SMG to get the kill with.
Fantastic work from Threat, actually. He gets the refrag on Exist dying, and then he manages to get the couple of flashes out that completely slow down Mouse Sports. They don't allow Mouse Sports to swarm him on the B site, and he even gets one kill on top. That's a big round for Threat, and that's going to give him a lot of confidence here, which is what he needs after that cash, well, I mean, destruction, basically, because he just got rolled by Mouse Sports repeatedly round after round. So if Threat is showing, hey, I can hit some shots, Mouse Sports, don't take me too lightly here, that might throw a wrench in things for Mouse Sports, who are definitely going to be looking to figure out where Threat is playing on the map and looking to take advantage of that.
Third round coming up, and not much of a chance here. We again see that smoke that's coming out there, and it's just sort of a precaution to try and make sure that people, if they try and rush through here, you're not going to know what's waiting on the other side. The one that they're throwing even actually goes quite far into the tunnel, whereas the previous version, the one that Carrigan did in the beginning, it lands a little bit further up, right? So that one's actually even more annoying than the original one because it really goes far back into the tunnel.
Oh, and there we go. Nice timing from Mouse Sports. This is going to get a bit dicey for Exist. He gets insta headshot. Get Right is there to restore order, however, with the backstab flank. Actually, not even. He's up on Sniper. Instead, it's Threat who's holding close on CT. The backstab was Forrest, and he gets caught by Nico. But still, they've actually managed to stop things cold here. Mouse Sports in a 3-on-3. They've got a rifle picked up on Nico, but can they actually get anything done here? Can they actually hold off this push? Nico takes out Freiburg, but Threat and Get Right are closing in on the site, and now it all comes down to Get Right just holding the line, making sure that Nico can't come in here for the backstab. Oh no, and Threat has no idea that Nico went to Monster. He's actually just now going to realize it. He runs right into Nico, and he wins the fight. Big recovery there by NIP. That got dicey for a second.
And you could tell that Nico was thinking it was going to be a fake defuse at first there. He wasn't aware, because otherwise he would have peeked out, I think, and tried to get the kill either way a little bit earlier. Interesting round anyway. I mean, a really, really expensive one for NIP. I sort of giggled at Nico closing the door on the guy coming through connector, but 3 rounds in favor of NIP. It's a really good start for them, in spite of losing some economic edge early on here. Now it's Chris with the AWP and Forrest on the other team at 1, so we'll see if they can win the AWP battle here, Mouse Sports. That definitely help out a lot.
Oh yeah, it'd be huge. And Chris, I mean, you can count on him throughout these rounds. He's been managing his economy to make sure that he can get a good buy here, that he can get his AWP plus the Kevlar. And so it's all on him now in this round to create openings. And as we saw on Cash, Mouse Sports, they have been playing a bit around him, allowing him to have time to work the map to try and find that pick. And when the push comes onto the site, he's a part of it. He's scoped in, much like Navi and Guardian, same kind of style. Play around Guardian, try and get him to open things up for you.
Look at how mad this is as well. Mouse Sports, I mean, this is an unusual level of defensiveness coming out of the terrorist side. They must have been watching all of them. I think they have an idea that NIP are going to be aggressive, at a certain point in time, which is obviously not the case right now, but they are playing like a team that has some sort of idea in their mind already about what the opponent might be doing. Not a lot of long control for NIP, except for Freiburg, who's playing the restrooms here with Get Right, but that position can be smoked off, and it does leave a bit of an opening here. A nice pop flash through, and Freiburg can't see a thing, and Get Right's going to go down Speedy with a terrific opening. Dennis shutting down Forrest. I guess that's one way to play around. Get 3 entry frags with no reply.
Nicely done there by Threat. I mean, he managed to pick up a kill onto Nico. But yeah, that timing, that patience for Mousesports really paying off. They're waiting for that minute mark when Nip, you know, are they're going to try and go for a push somewhere to get info, try and take a risk somewhere to figure out where Mousesports are coming from. And then once they get to the point where it's like, okay, Nip aren't coming to us, it's time to go to them, boom, pop flash on a Freiburg, and that one kill kind of just throws everything out of whack for NIP because they hadn't seen anybody up to that point. So it's all about reacting to that change, and Mousesports, they just took full advantage. So very nicely done by Mousesports. They win the key round. The first buy round goes their way, and now it's up to NIP to try and, well, establish some control here. Only problem is that these rounds at the beginning have been so close. They've been dropping members, NIP, so their money isn't really solid. They have a If they can save the 2 rifles, they can get a buy, but it's still not going to be a really solid one because somebody's going to have to force up. Get Right could go for a full buy himself. Threat and Exist could drop. Well, they could drop one. I mean, Threat only has 1750 in the bank right now. It's Exist who actually has enough money to drop an M4 for somebody, but this is not going to be pretty if NIP commit to it.
I'm hearing Mousesports shouting now.
Oh yeah, man, Chris J, he gets into it.
That's what I want. I think that's what they need right now. This is a very good adjustment here. That's Get Right's opportunity to sort of get the instant refrag there. So 3-run scoreline, UNP being picked up by Threat, and because of the rifles saved, and you're right, that's what made the difference. They are able to put together a buy in this round anyway. Mousesports just need to continue on here.
Go for the op on Forest. That's a huge buy. I was expecting another rifle to come out for sure, but instead, they just want to make sure that Forest, he has an answer to Chris J, it seems. Well, for now, as far as the setup is concerned for Mousesports, they have no idea. Did Nip try and go for the hard eco? Did they try and go for something cheeky? Is it a force? Mousesports, they're so far back on the map just to get info, just to wait and see what did Nip actually go for in this round. They do not want to get caught out by anything. Look at how passively Nico's playing it as well, just shoulder peeking into sewers, not even fully committing to it.
Yeah, they are being very, very cautious at the moment. I mean, overpass is such a it is really a wide map. There are a lot of angles to cover. So, since they also knew that Get Right pushed up in the pistol round, they could just be a little bit weary that that something's going to be up. Threat actually with the UMP of all weapons defeating Nico, and that's some range there. You think the AK might have the advantage, but headshot going to take care of business now. They're making their way to all the restrooms here. Freiburg going to get smoked off, so they can't easily sort of come out up behind them unless are they going to push with the smoke here? I think Get Right's actually walking through. He's going to have a really good angle, but Dennis turns around and takes him out. Forest didn't quite see the shoulder just yet. Freiburg from behind as well. Next going to take care of him. Exist going to get the 1 kill in. Exist goes down. Threat to follow it up, and he ups as well. And now it's a 2v1, and Forest, they must be able to guess. Since they killed 3 people in Connector, they should guess that there's not going to be a 4th guy coming from there, but Forest is in an absolutely lethal position here. Oh, what a smoke.
This is heartbreaking for Forrest. He has to step out there. He really has to take the risk. And he's going to get tagged down to 22. He doesn't even make it out alive. Speedy is there to catch him out in the smoke. And Forrest, he made the correct call. He got the read right. But Mousesports, that single smoke completely ruined it. If they didn't have that smoke, Forrest, he's going to pick them off as they try and make their way off a short onto that site. They just didn't have time to maneuver Mousesports. But a single nade just makes all the difference for the offense. And Mousesports, they've got 2 rounds on the board now.
So here's how this breaks down for Mousesports. If they don't have the smoke, there's a really good chance that Forrest will pick one as they run in. The other guy will have he'll be able to run onto the side to get the bomb down, but then he's stuck behind the box. He can't really make it out, and that's a horrible position to be in. So, yeah. Interesting stuff there. Mousesports winning a 2 in a row and forcing NIP to eco is definitely an incredibly strong start here.
Nip, I mean, obviously on an eco round for themselves. That's the painful thing here for NIP. They're getting flashbacks to Cash, I think, right now, where their CT side wasn't super solid, wasn't very strong. And they're getting more of that. They would have much rather, I think they would have much rather, gone for T side start here on Overpass. Forget that CT side ever happened. Try and get a strong T side in, and then worry about the CT later. But NIP, they really have their work cut out for them in this first half because Mousesports, they're starting to really get that confidence going, and they're content. I mean, Mousesports really just waiting. They're so content to just sit back and wait and run down this clock. Make sure that Nip are just sweating the entire time. Flash, we do have a flash kind of play that could be set up here for long, though. Threat waiting on the A side. He's got the single flash. And Freiburg, Get Right, Forrest, they're all waiting around long. This could be perfect. Once that flash goes out, there it is. Surprise, surprise. Get Right picks up the first. But they're so far back, Mousesports, that they only pick up the single kill.
I still love this. I mean, this is still a very, very good idea for NIP. I think this is well worth them. We should credit them a bit for trying it. This is something that we've seen Luminosity do this and another type of play that's very similar, especially particularly on Overpass, where they stack everyone like this and they pop one flashbang and that's it. So it's a very, very smart play Huge fan of it anyway. Shame they couldn't get more out of it because that is a very good idea.
Yeah, Mousesports just strung out. Just, I mean, isn't like strung out so far,
Yeah.
one between the other. They weren't clumped up where you could just spray them all down with pistols and everybody's going to be flashed. So that was really nicely done by Mousesports. They're showing, I mean, they're showing a very solid level of CS right now going up against NIP. More than what we were expecting, and more than what the analysts were expecting, that's for sure. So 3-3 right now, NIP. Now they have to go for the force, and I mean, it's a rifle buy. They have a decent number of nades, but they definitely don't have any incendiaries or kits. Curious to see why they're investing in helmets as well. That could make the difference. Force could have an HE. I mean, they could have a couple more nades to work with on that CT side. Always a bit questionable when you go for the helmet. That extra $350 that you have to spend could make the difference later on.
Nico setting up for a grenade, wondering exactly where that's going to end up. Just a pop flash over. All right, was wondering if it's going to be something more creative, but does allow them to get into the sewer area. They also got Connector taken care of. NIP showing that they're really ready and willing to fight for restrooms control, which is such a central part of this map. If you lose restrooms as a CT, that means you have almost no map awareness. You don't know what's happening on the map, really. You're going to be in A bomb site, you're going to be inside the B bomb site, and you won't. The terrorists can sort of set up executes. And actually, a lot of these rounds have been decided way before that. Like, Mousesports haven't been doing executes, they've just been winning duels in these 3 rounds, right? So you got to wonder what. I would like to see actually what happens if Mousesports are allowed to execute onto a site properly.
Did Threat miss that smoke? That went way deep. Chris, all the way back in T-spawn, can still snipe him if he comes through.
Yeah.
They're going to be applying pressure in mid. This is similar to the round that we saw before where Nico, Dennis, they're both able to pick up kills on the defenders towards restrooms. This forces the rotation off of B, and this sets it up perfectly for Mousesports to now commit to this site. If they kill off Exist on short, it's all over for NIP. But he goes for the peek, and he starts backing off. They hear the steps, and this is pretty much going to clinch it here for Mousesports. They know now's the time to go.
Wait, the thing is, NIP don't have any grenades to try and stop this. Exist is going to have to come up with some kind of godlike play here. Threat has also shown up for the party, and he's going to go down. Nico is ready to do this. He's only got 6 health left, and that's going to be it. They clean out the round. They're going to force NIP back on ecoing. It's 4-3. They've overtaken NIP here. Mousesports are off to an absolutely godlike start, and I've got to say, I think NIP only have 2 choices right now, because now they've proven, 4 rounds in a row they've proven, they can't take mid-map fights with Mousesports. Mousesports win them all the time, right? So either you stay defensively on A or B, which I'm not a big fan of, or you try and take the fight way earlier up. You try and take the fight on Mousesports' side of the map. You push up all the way into playground, or you push up all the way, you know, I guess through months. That'd be mad.
That's like exactly the nightmare right now for NIP, because what they're realizing as well is that, well, Mousesports are playing super passively. They're waiting for us. They're not showing themselves anywhere across the map at the beginning. So if we go for the rush, we might just be running into the blender. So it's this impossible situation for NIP. One change that they have made so far is that they put Freiberg down into connector early on here. So now, I mean, he's pushed all the way up, and he's not going to allow Mousesports to get in here very early on in the round. So that's important. It means that NIP at least have this to go off of, because the last couple of rounds, as far as like the mid play is concerned, it's like they keep getting wrecked from Connector rather.
What I would really do is I would try and use this round almost like sort of as a tactical timeout and just talk a little bit, you know, because obviously this round it's great if they can somehow pull out a win, and with the Eagles you really never know, but still. You've got to assume that the upcoming round is going to be the one where they really have to pull out some sort of like tactical, you know, brilliance. And we do have Threat on there. There are ways of denying Mousesports to even get too far out on where they are right now, where Chris and Speedy are on that side of the map. You can put in really good grenades to stop it with. So I think they have to put the pressure on that side of the map. Hold 2 on B, push 3 all the way up, and take the fight at Fountain. That's my call. That's my
It's
idea.
like you do that with aggressive force kind of opping play, right? That'll have to be. We'll have to see the question here as they manage to sneak their way through Monster Mousesports, and it's shaping up to be a very nice anti-ego round from them. Forrest trying to do the best that he can. He actually takes out Nico, but it's just Get Right left all by his lonesome over in Connector. Not really going to be able to achieve too much over here. Maybe he can catch Speedy, who's out on his own with that AK, but Speedy's playing this very carefully, and he knows that he's far enough away from that bomb. He doesn't need to run all the way back into T-spawn where Get Right's lurking. So Get Right, I mean, I guess the one way you can actually take the fight to Mousesports is by not dying, by not allowing them to get that $300 or $100 if you run into Chris.
Small margins, man. It's I mean, look at the money here on the Mousesports team as well.
Yeah, it's getting out of control.
Chris has only died 3 times, so Speedy, and that's the three first rounds there. So I mean, NIP aren't really even getting many kills. This is a very, very poor start.
And especially for a team that have been struggling with their CT sides, as we saw in Cash. I think this is not uplifting here. There's just a monstrous amount of pressure on building on these guys right now. The shoulders.
5-3, moving into the 9th round. And again, do you want to remind you, Mousesports are playing on the terrorist side here. The one thing that really, I sort of wanted to mention this at the end of the first one a little bit, or I think maybe we did, but, you know, overpass the map that allows for really, really huge tactical depth. If Threat is ready for the terrorist side, if he's got similar sort of plans and similar depth as he did on Cobblestone, things will get very interesting. So I don't want to count Nip out yet, but this is definitely not the kind of start that they were hoping for. They have another buy coming in here, and they're playing very defensively. This time, Restrooms has been given up already. They got 3 people stacked on B, so there is a change, and even that is good. You can tell that they already know that what they were doing wasn't working.
That's some info. I mean, Mousesports have changed up as well, how they've approached things. This time, they actually try to put 2 players into sewers very early on. And Nico's already got control of Connector as well. So Mousesports, at this point, they've got to be feeling pretty good. There's a smoke that went down to block off, basically mid around Restrooms. About halfway up, and Mousesports are not preparing to take control of that. I believe that was a flash from Smitty. Yes, flash out. Nico just goes jumping, doesn't find anybody. And so Mousesports are just systematically taking control of this map, and now they just have all of the room. Chris is going to clear out long. Really have to appreciate how Mousesports are being just being so thorough at this point. They're really making use of all of the time in the round, allowing them to just get control of this map and then set up what they want to go for, which does look like it's going to be an A play here, especially given Nex gets pushed down in sewer.
Yeah, nice peek coming out of Thread and Exist there. Now, Mousesports are under a lot of pressure, and look at the time as well. NIP seems to have finally found something that actually works here. 30 seconds, Get Right, going to pick up a headshot as well on Nico. It's time for the Swedes to get back into this game. Dennis does get a good kill in, and almost a second kill coming through, but not quite. Freiburg picking up 2 of his own, and it's going to be a triple to shut them out of the round. 3 people surviving, and NIP is about time, but it does work out for them. That's going to make it 4-5. Still favoring Mousesports, but that was a good round.
That was actually a solid round. Rather than go aggressive, Nip just chose to go super passive, actually. They're like, okay, Mousesports, if you're wrecking us when we come to you, we're just going to sit back and wait for you guys to actually try and execute onto the site. And Freiburg, I mean, that's an individual play that's really coming to the fore. It shouldn't be possible for him to get 3 kills from that position, but he somehow achieves it, and that made all the difference for NIP. And wow, okay, Mousesports, now they're just like, okay, well, now time to change up the pace. Straight aggression out onto the B site so early on here. This could completely catch Nip off guard. Threat, is he going to be in position at barrels fast enough? No, but Chris misses the shot. Bit of a missed opportunity there for Mousesports, and now they actually have to press onto this site, but the smokes are going down, and there isn't a whole lot that Nip can do unless Threat decides to step in. And there's a crossfire, quick rotate coming in as well, and the nades rain in. Where's Freiburg coming from? 2 kills for him, and Exist picks up the op and gets one of his own.
Wow. Chris alone here, and he must be feeling just a little bit weird, because if he had got that first kill, that would have been it. Bomb site done with. Missing that shot just made all the difference in the world. Freiburg can end up taking another triple kill for himself here and making it 8 on the scoreboard overall. It's a very good job, but missing that kill is that instantly broke it. If Threat goes down, then Exists by the sandbags hiding, and he's gonna die. The best he could do is gonna get the 1 trade in, and that's it. Then they're playing a 4 versus 3, and with the bomb down as well. This is just a really, really unfortunate turn of events.
It's just a sick play from Freiburg.
Yeah, but that only happens. That can only happen if Threat survives. Everything hinges on that 1 click.
Ah, and now they actually have the aggressive smoke going down top mid. So letting Mousesports know, hey, we're getting aggressive again here, boys. Don't get too comfortable. This time around, it's Mousesports moving out onto long, but Exist held onto the op. It's a double op setup here from NIP, and Exist starts it off by removing Nico, and it's only Nico as well. So if NIP read into this, they might be thinking, wait a second, we've killed Nico early. He tends to do this on overpass as well, where he'll play solo sewers, and then Mousesports are up towards A site. And we already see Nip starting to try and play off of this right now. They're trying to get the info and connector just to make sure, just to confirm.
Next, playing in Restrooms here. They've got that control, but as we've been pointing out, NIP have realized that just giving them Restrooms control is a better choice than trying to fight them there. So they've got the man lead as well. They got to be careful pushing in, because when the Freiburg is this close on connector, if anything goes wrong and if they're looking the wrong way just for a second, then he will wreck the round for them. And Get Right's also sneaking up behind, so Mousesports, they're getting the A bomb site, but they could end up being trapped in here. Oh, they both missed the shot, and that's dangerous. There's Chris taking out 1, and Exist going down. NIP, why are they giving up all this space here? They've got the flank coming through. If they were just buying time, that would have been all they needed. Freiburg going to go down. NIP, they're giving away too much in this round. And Threat's going to be alone in a 1-on-4. Tactically and on a communication level, this is a horrendous round for NIP.
You want to know what happened, Anders?
Someone had an aneurysm?
They heard the scope from Chris. They heard him scope up. Chick, chick.
Yeah,
and then
but
Forrest
why?
decides to take the fight, and he misses the shot. That's the key point.
Yeah, but why are the people in A bomb site, why are they the ones peeking? Why not wait until the Freiburg and Get Right coming up from behind are ready? And if you are going to peek, why not just count 1, 2, 3, and then everybody peeks at the same time?
Yeah, Forrest, I mean...
I think you're right. That might have very well been what triggered it.
2 kills for Forrest so far in this first half. We're 11 rounds in, well, now getting into 12. 2 kills for Forrest. When it was him and Get Right going ham on Cobblestone to start things off, it all looked so groovy for NIP. That's exactly the kind of win condition that they need. They rely so heavily on Forrest and Get Right to come in and actually get the kills. And the fact that Forrest right now is not having any impact. Threat is top fragging for NIP. Threat is top fragging. How does this happen? That is not how this is supposed to play out at all. We need Get Right and we need Forrest to wake up here if NIP want to stand a chance, because Mousesports are now in the lead on T-side overpass. They have 6 rounds. They have a huge lead right now, Anders, and it's not looking any better here for the Swedes.
Oh, that Molotov's going to make life really tough for the Barrels player, and they're trying to get in here. Threat going to be going down. They will be making it back, and Exist is taking some damage, but Get Right with a fantastic double kill. Exist going to be going down. Get Right getting a third. He's angry. He wants to turn this ship around, and it's now a 2-1-3. They have the man lead. They should be able to do this. Speedy will pick up Get Right finally, but has he done enough to make his team win this round? Chris missing a shot that was almost point blank, and Forrest coming in finally with 3rd kill off this match for himself. And that is going to be 6-6. The scoreline is tied once again. And NIP, I mean, it also shows you the power of Get Right sort of turning up. That's very important.
Yeah, and a huge round. But this is all, I mean, Get Right, it couldn't have been better. Just full on spray against full flash targets. It doesn't get any better than that. And then obviously, yeah, the mad pressure that he just puts out from here, it's flawless, it works. Forrest gets a kill as well, and Chris J misses a key frag with the op. Should have had Freiburg for days there, but he misses the shot. This is all over the place right now. The pressure is starting to tell.
I mean, I think Dennis was banking everything on that round on just having put all his shields on the rear. Star Trek reference.
Heyo.
I don't know what I'm doing anymore.
I'm wondering as well.
Don't question it.
Are we going to go there?
Just accept it.
Shields on the rear.
Well, next, going for a bit of a trade there. It's going to be Speedy to follow up on it. He had the right angle. You could tell he was crouching into it, but Threat has been doing a good job in this first half, and you gotta pray that now Forrest and Get Right. Well, Get Right's already in play, but that Forrest is really going to show. I think that's the big thing here. Get Right. Pellets somehow not connecting there. It's going to be Dennis to take him down, and Exist with a great double kill. Now they've got the lead once again.
Oh, and he just manages to make it into pit. So now the rotation can come through. Chris J not going to find a target. Speedy moving up close. Chris, he's focused on CT. This could give Exist an opportunity, but Freiburg team kills him, and then Chris J kills Freiburg. Oh no, Forrest. It's all on Forrest now, 1v2. Speedy's got low HP, and so does Chris, so this is still possible, but somehow it's completely turned against the Ninjas. The worst case scenario, it's here. Speedy gives away his position, and now it's all on Forrest. If he can find where Chris J is playing from, and he does. There's the headshot wallbang, and now he knows exactly where Speedy's playing from as well, on short. And so this is all on Forrest. He's got the incendiary and a kit and the flash. He's just going to try and buy the time, but he gets caught. Valuable seconds being wasted, but Speedy's so far away, and Forrest, Anders, pros don't fake.
Well, it didn't even matter. Speedy literally could do nothing. As soon as that Molotov lands, the round is over. Because Speedy can't even run for the fire. If he had 50 health, then Forrest probably dies, but it's over the second that Molotov gets put out.
Wow.
That's, that's quite cool, isn't it? And what a great way to win. Forrest with a 1v2. That's very impressive.
Exist as well, but man, Freiburg dunks an 8 on Exist. You're just thinking, everything is going right for what?
Mutiny in the ranks.
That's got to be one of the MVP nades so far of the tournament.
Yeah, right. You're not wrong. 14th round is coming up here. We're nearing the end of the first half in the 3rd map here. Cobblestone going so heavily in favor of NIP, and on cash it was a real struggle for both teams at one point or another. Mousesports just edging it out. And now this map, it's too soon to call yet. There's still too much of the map to be played here. Nico getting caught completely off guard after putting in a flashbang, which Dennis follows up with a kill, and that's pretty good. But you can tell Mousesports don't have a lot of money in this round.
Yeah, it's that quasi-buy coming out. I mean, the double rifle, it's a force. It's as clean as it gets. The full force coming out here now. And look at this position taken up by Forrest. He's hugging that smoke, hoping that somebody's going to get impatient and push through, or that he's going to be able to hear a footstep. You might have heard one there, because we do have Freiburg repositioning himself back into bank. And Forrest, he's on his own. He sees the shadow. He gets the first kill. That's so key. Next is going to get the backstab. Unfortunately, Forrest not having the support there necessary. Instead, it's Freiburg. Full flash. Manages to get it out, but now he's roasting.
That's a great Molotov. It lands on top of the box, but it spills down on the other side. It's going to make life a little bit tough for Freiburg, but the whole NIP team is here, but they're actually rotating back. Oh, Freiburg almost catching them. If he could have got that kill, that would have wrecked everything from Mousesports. The damage is still valuable. They're going to try and catch them one more time, and Get Right hungry.
That's the bomb!
He's going to get it. Oh my god, they have time to pick it up, but now NIP have time to counter-rotate, and Threat is still on this bomb site here. That's a massive kill for Get Right.
All right, Threat, time to earn your keep. Flashes are going in, though. Second flash perfectly timed, catches him repicking, but Freiburg, he's not blind, and Threat will pick up the final kill of the round. They're turning it around, Nip.
Team Ace.
6, and you're right, Team Ace, everybody getting in on the action. 15th round now in Mousesports. It is going to be the full force buy again. This time, well, they can afford the single AK. Nicely done there by Dennis. He just had enough money for it.
I mean, imagine a world in which Freiburg does really good damage early on, but he also spots them. Imagine a world in which they are so defensive on the A-bomb side that they don't know that they're falling back with, 35 seconds or whatever. Then Threat's the only one on B against 3 people running in. So just overall, that was some good play from NIP. A little bit risky, but it was definitely a good play. Now, Mousesports have to play this final round with very limited economy and very limited equipment. So NIP, I mean, a huge struggle in this first half. But if he finishes 9-6, I'd say it's probably anybody's game. I mean, then we've got a very open match in our hands once again.
Absolutely. 8-7 is definitely cutting it a bit close for comfort for NIP, but
it's a bit scary.
They'll have got quite a few rounds on the CT side still. And then T side, that's when Threat comes into full force with the calls, with the strats. We'll have to see what NIP are capable of as Forrest. He actually catches Chris J just, strolling in there. Forrest with the double kill. And this is it, NIP. They have a massive advantage now as far as the firepower is concerned. Threat wins the duel straight up versus Dennis, and Exist is there to take out next. It's all on the Wonder Kid. It's all on Nico. And he's going to get the first, almost an afterthought there on Exist. Has to pick it up. But he's got a minute left on this clock, and he's in a 1v4. Threat and Forrest are low, but Get Right and Freiburg are going to rotate over, and they're even securing it with a backstab with Get Right. So there's just no way out for Nico. He has to go forward here.
He's crouching in to not be spotted. Good stuff. Well, 1v4, it is Nico, and there's a nice click to start off with, but there's so much more to come. He's going to shoot Threat, who's looking the wrong way as well. Goes for more, but he's going to get shot down by Freiburg. Just a moment of panic there, but it works out.
Look at Threat.
Yeah.
Look at how the hell did he get behind me?
But look at this. All right, so we've got a 9-6 scoreline. Now, you remember that one round where Forrest goes for the peak in the A-bomb site when they actually have sort of Mousesports sandwiched in? That should have been a nip round. And obviously that alone would have turned this into sort of a 10-5 finish instead. That in itself would have been even better. But then you look at the streak that Mousesports has here. They had, I think, 3 or 4 rounds that they won just by winning the duel at restrooms. And NIP took quite a long time. I mean, 5 out of the 6 rounds that Mousesports have right now were in one streak. One block where they got 5 rounds in a row. If NIP had made an adjustment to that restrooms defense much earlier, I actually think this could have been a really, really good half for NIP. They could have been like a crushing half, like 11-4 even.
Yeah, a much more one-sided affair.
For NIP. So I'm not trying to take it away from Mousesports, but NIP did give I think a bit too big of an opening to Mousesports here. They took too long to adjust, and that's a bit of a problem.
That's where the nerves start to come into it, man. There's so much riding on it with NIP, and then they've just been hit with the confidence. I mean, coming out of Cobblestone, yes, they're fired up, but then they got slammed on Cash. And so they're just trying to figure out, like, okay, well, our CT side got demolished on Cash. We have to start CT on Overpass. It took them a while to actually start getting in there. But then a few key big plays. I think Freiburg with the big plays, managing to bring it back-to-back triple kills. I think that's what really started it off for NIP, and sometimes that's what is necessary. You need to have somebody who steps up and does something incredible, does something that, is above, the call, right? Freiburg delivered, and I think a lot of it comes down to him turning it around. And Get Right probably wins an award for speed pissing there, because you have 2 minutes between halves, and that's why he was pointing at the clock. He's like, can you guys extend this a little bit, I guess? Because he just went hoofing over into the player lounge there and back, and he gets back with 10 seconds left, Anders. That must be a record.
He clutched it. Look, I mean, the second half, I'm very excited about this one because I really want to see what Threat can show us here. We're obviously super excited about their sort of tactical depth on Cobblestone.
Yes.
I mean, it could be that it's just as deep or even deeper. I think this map allows for more depth, but you never know, right? Maybe they haven't had time. Maybe this wasn't a map that they were really hoping to play. It's too soon to tell right now. Buy involves absolutely no grenades, so that's already a change from the first two maps, right? Not a particular sort of execute here. This is more about, and again, it's exactly what Mousesports did. It's more about getting into range and then taking these Glock fights, and already they're within range. Oh no, Mousesports, they're out in the open. They're getting caught here. The NIP slowing down just a little bit, but the Glocks, they have so many bullets in them. This is a good trade right now for NIP.
Spitty did a phenomenal job, though. 2 kills for him. Much more than he should have got in that situation.
Oh, look at Dennis. If they rotate back, then Dennis' position is going to be interesting.
He's in a prime spot right now, and it looks like NIP they are going to commit. And what's also scary is that Nico, he's on a full flank right now through long. So if they push onto this A site, Nico's going to be right behind them. There's next to confirm. That's the bomb as well. Rotation's going to start coming out here from Dennis. And now Nico, he can work his way into restrooms. He can get right behind him, or he's going to play on long. This is going to be nasty for NIP. They're about to get caught in a vice.
And Nex being very smart in not re-peeking this 2v3. They should definitely bank on the retake here. Nico has the kit, so he's got to be careful that doesn't get lost in transition going into the bomb site again. But they do have them in a bit of a triangle, and I don't think Nip realized just yet. Freiburg's sort of a little bit panicky, looking behind him, but he's got so many angles to cover here on Optimus. He's looking for the first shot there on Dennis. Now they're making their way in. Mousesports are looking for it. Freiburg charging out. He's missing a shot. Dennis going to be going down. This is a big round. Mousesports now. It's a 1-on-3. Exist trying to see if he can survive. He just can't. And there's going to be the defuse here. Mousesports coming back from 2 of their players being caught in a really terrible position. And you are exactly right. Speedy, he is the man of this round.
He did a fantastic job at the beginning. And then, this is Mousesports not giving into nerves. They played it perfectly. And Nex, he backed off. He didn't re-peek.
Yeah.
He didn't try and take the duel. He just fell back to bank and waited for his teammates to rotate in. They had all the time. They had the kit on Nico. It couldn't have been played better by Mousesports. That was some top-notch CS right there.
Still Threat with 2 kills on the pistol. He's top fragging again. And we do have the massive UMP buy here. And NIP have not gone for any kind of a buy-up except for upgraded pistols, so we know they're going to be picking up AKs in the upcoming round.
Yeah, mad money right now. That's what they're after here, Mousesports, with the UMPs. And, well, we've seen how lethal Nico can be on cash with that UMP, so he can definitely bring the hurt. And there's the start. Chris J with the FAMAS long range is going to pick up 1. Speedy, spotting the movement. He's going to get that incendiary down, and now it gets a bit hot and bothered in here for NIP at this point. Threat and Exist, they kind of get stuck, and, well, what can they really hope to achieve here? Speedy is a little low, but Chris J is there to get his back.
Wow, Threat actually dodged that grenade by walking behind the wall. He would have been dead otherwise. Again, for any newcomers, grenades do way more damage if you don't have armor. That Kevlar vest is going to protect you from grenade damage quite a bit. So he really should be dead instantly, but the wall just saved him there. 9-8, and Mousesports a single round away from equalizing the score here. Now NIP obviously coming into it with the early buy here.
Oof. And it's not a pretty one, Anders. It's not a pretty one. They have 3, 4, 5 flashes, 2 smokes, and an HE.
Yeah.
This is all, I mean, really, this kind of plays away from what you want if you're an IP, to take just straight up duels with a fired up Nico or Nex.
The only thing is, Mousesports playing with 2 UMPs and no AWP on Chris, right? So at least they have the AKs early on here when maybe Mousesports, I mean, they obviously know what's coming, but it's going to be a little bit more tricky for them to take the fight anyway.
3 flashes used, though, already for NIP. And this is so key. Get right. He gets the kill. Spitty had the drop on him, and that was so big. Get right actually gets the man advantage now for NIP. This can only help.
And if he had had an M4, you have to wonder. Exist with a stunning headshot, taking out Nex. Freiburg trades the kill that happened there, and it'll be all on Nico and Dennis. I mean, this is very tough, isn't it? And they don't have a lot of money either, because obviously it's a bit early here. So I think they have to save at least 1 rifle to make the upcoming buy work, and actually preferably 2. Nico already out of it, and Dennis, he's low on money, so yeah, he's gonna. They need to save quick here.
Yeah, he needs to just haul. Well, get over to T-spawn, which is exactly what he's doing. And NIP, I mean, okay, thanks. Prove me wrong, right? A lot of those did actually come down to straight duels. Get right did get a bit lucky that he was able to readjust and pull a 180 in time to stay alive. But Exist.
That's where you gotta wonder, you know,
that.
what if he hadn't had the UMP there in the corner? Could he have killed Get Right?
Exactly.
either way, I'm still not particularly a fan of that position, just because of if there had been someone else on connector, you know, fine, they could cross it, but even if he kills Get Right with an M4 or the UMP, is he really gonna be sort of getting the next kill and surviving if there's a guy following up from Get Right? He's trapped
No,
in
it's
that
a
corner,
one and
right?
done kind of position. You're
Yeah.
right.
And that's not worth it as a CT, is it? You know.
Dennis showing himself is also really scary to me. I mean, if he goes all the way back into T-spawn, he guarantees, you know, lives, right? There he decided to take a risk, and it pays off in the end. I'm not going to speak ahead.
Oh!
Nope, never mind. What? The wallbang from Freiburg. And there you go, Dennis. You needed to save that rifle. It would have made a huge difference going into this round. Next, he was on 1,400 bucks. Now what can Next do? He gets P250 Kevlar. If you'd had an M4, boom, you drop him the M4, and you actually have a full buy.
It somehow seemed like the time at the end of that round just kept going forever and ever.
Right?
You know?
Stretches out. No, that's a real. That's going to come back to bite them perhaps here, because now it means that Dennis just not a lot of money to work with here. Goes for the M4, no nades. They're very light on nades at this point, Mouse Sports, and Nip, they're fully equipped. This is going to be brutal. Next, taking the point, and this is just that 1-2 combination kind of play over on long for Mouse Sports, where Next draws attention to himself, and Chris J is supposed to mop up, but it just completely gets blown apart by NIP, and Freiburg lurking catches Dennis trying to come in from sewers.
They also push the one position where Mouse Sports only have the one rifle, right? Where the other player has a pistol, so I don't know. Nico and Speedy right now, 2 versus 5 in NIP. They came out of the first half with maybe a little bit of confidence, sort of coming back from a pretty terrible position. They go into the second half, and it's just a full power display so far. They're challenging and fighting Mouse Sports all over the place, and Mouse Sports suffering from sort of a similar problem as to the one that NIP was having on their first half. It's just that all these fights are being lost all over the place, you know? Yeah. Maybe, and NIP took a long time to adjust here. Mouse Sports have currently lost a couple of rounds in a row. It's time to maybe, I mean, obviously this is going to be an eco for them. And Speedy with the phaser. Thanks, Speedy. But you got to wonder how quickly they can adjust here.
Exactly, and it's going to have to happen in the next round. And they are actually spending money in this round. Wow. Well, okay then.
Why?
Down to 1,300 on Nex. Just hard eco, guys. Just hard eco. Obviously, this is CS:GO, and pistols are good. So I mean, there's an outside chance. Or do you just bank on getting as much as you can for the next round and shutting Nip down with some passive play? I mean, well, we'll see. Nico's always a threat with the Deagle, but Dennis and Nex going for it as well. Speedy investing in Kevlar.
Kevlar taser.
Let's see it.
Metagame reinvented.
Where's he even playing with the damn
thing? He's playing right there on the stairwell. Yeah, so
it could work. It's a smart place to play with it.
It definitely is. Freiburg, he'd also be a good player to kill. I think Freiburg would be pretty angry if something went wrong there, but nice little Molotov to zone him out. What I'm looking for Nico in this round. With the Deagle, Nico is so lethal.
He's on B site right now, though. He's rotating up to A at this point, so he might be thinking, okay, I can get over to long if they've shown themselves there. I can have an impact with the Deagle, long range. Look for those one-taps. Is Juan Deeg his friend today? That's what we need to see here from Nico.
NIP doing something very smart, which is just sort of avoiding the close quarter fight here down in connector. They're going to be a little bit close, but Speedy going to get shut down. Get right with a good double kill. Looking to see if he can get a third one. Chris trapped in the corner, and, well, it'll be threat to get that kill. Nico now. Dennis actually coming up from behind. Nico's also going to be in a lot of trouble here. He does pick up one, gets the AK, and looks for a bit more, but it's not going to happen, and that makes a difference. I mean, again, the money on NIP is skyrocketing at the moment. They're also 4 rounds ahead. And Mouse Sports, because they made all these buys, they can't even put together a reasonable buy this round.
It's a quasi-buy again for them. So they really are going to have their backs to the wall here, Mouse Sports. This should mean that Nip get up to 13 rounds. Just want to point out as well, Anders, Threat is still top fragging on this map.
Yeah.
19 kills. Maybe we got to be careful. Return of Threat? Could it be possible?
Still got to wonder if Chris and Nex can have more of an impact here. And I think especially Chris, when he has money for the AWP, that's where you really got to hope that they can put something together here. Bit of a rush going into the B-bomb site, and they don't have the weaponry to try and deal with this at all. Dennis will have got 1 kill in. Nico's hiding in the smoke here. Here's the bomb going down, trying to see if he can rush out. He's going to stop that from happening, so a good trade going into it. I don't think they were expecting for someone to be in the smoke, because they had already checked out on the other side. They simply weren't ready for it. And now it's going to be a 4-on-3, but the bomb, I mean, it's on Forest right now. And IPS, they should be able to recover this position just fine. As long as they don't lose anyone else.
This is that trap you can fall into where you just, you put that smoke down and you assume nobody's going to push through it. It's like a wall, right? In some players' minds, they're just like, nope, nobody's going to come through that. But you have to assume that the risk is there. And Spitty, mad spray, nearly takes out Forrest. He will get revenged by GetRight. Chris J, though, could actually catch out Forrest, but GetRight catches him first. Now it's just Dennis and Nex.
Why on earth did Chris turn his back to that stairwell? I mean, they obviously knew there was a couple of players there. But even if he wanted to check behind him, surely he should have walked out of that angle, you know?
Quad kill for GetRight, though. Just saying. He really saved the day.
I have absolutely no clue how Forrest survived that. Because the damage happened with the first couple of bullets, and then all the rest just sort of traced around him. And if Forrest goes down, they're playing a 2-on-4. I mean, I think everything hinged on Forrest somehow living in that fight. I think this is it. I think if Mousesports can win this round, we still have a game on our hands, and if not, I think NIP are going to be blazing through.
Yes, I agree.
Then that'll be it.
Well, that's where, I mean, all their money is spent this round. Mousesports, of course, they'll be on like maximum loss running in the next round, but look at this straight rush coming out from NIP, even canceling the incendiary with the smoke, just goes charging forward. Freiburg in full entry fragger mode. He's just going to go for the battle. He's spoiling for it, flashes his way into pull, and he's actually going to find the kill. No, he doesn't. GetRight instead does.
Steals it, but also some karma there as he goes down right afterwards. Freiburg, he will finally get his share, and it's going to be Nex going down. A really, really tough retake here. 3-on-4, and Mousesports, again, they don't have the money to throw these rifles away, so you have to make a quick choice here. Do you want to go fight for it, or do you want to try and save and see if you can't maybe bring it back? Dennis going to pick up the 1 kill there on Freiburg. It is a good start, and Forrest, he should be going down, but instead he gets too speedy, a little bit slow out on the balcony, and that's going to be it. They're going to have to fall back here. NIP at 14 rounds. They're now just going to be 2 away from making it, again, well, sort of saving their legend status and making it to the nationwide arena. It's so close now.
They are so close, Nip, and again, Chris J, Nex, just not able to come through when Mousesports desperately need them. Chris needs to trade with Forrest every day, all day. Look at this. Forrest, he has like 1 billion years to get this spray into him. That cannot be allowed to happen. You have to be more effective. 14-8, and yeah, now it's Mousesports finally calling the pause. But it's so, I mean, they have so far to go now. Money is just sick on Nip. They have money for days at this point. Mousesports, 3,400, 4,700 is the best that they have, but the rest of them are all floating around that 3,600 mark.
They have been going for just a lot of force-ups, Mousesports, or at least where they just sort of, they buy a couple of deagles and everything else. I mean, in the long run, it could come back to haunt you a little bit. So I don't know what's ultimately causing this, but NIP on the second half of it, we're sort of theorizing, playing the terrorist side, threat not being, on the CT side. But I mean, even he hasn't really been the weak link on the CT side, but still.
No, he's been fantastic this match.
Yeah, he's been very, very good. I mean, overall, it's been a really, really good second half for NIP. And Mousesports, I mean, the adjustments that we'd like to see, they haven't come yet. They just haven't been able to adjust to it.
No, it's just, I mean, and this is one of the fundamental things is basically if you're not hitting your shots, it doesn't matter what strat you've got, you're just going to get run over. And right now, Mousesports, it feels like they're playing with half a team. Even Nico isn't going like full monster mode.
No, but also there's been so many rounds where they haven't even had rifles, right? But I mean,
yeah.
I mean, it's true if you're not hitting your shots, but at least you should still try to change, right? If you're just playing into the same style again and again and again, then you can't expect a different outcome. Isn't that like the definition of insanity? Just replaying the same thing and expecting a different outcome. I think that's what it is right now for Mousesports. They've gone temporarily insane.
Well, I think that, they might just lose their minds after this. They've come so close. Katowice was not the result that they were looking for. Now here at the major, they're about to go out, and one of the best groups for them as well. One of the best groups for them as well. I mean, Mousesports right now is just nightmare.
I mean, I think this group, I would coming into, I think Mousesports' form coming into this tournament was really, really good. So even if Pythos here would have said, yeah, Nip definitely favored, but an outside chance that Mousesports should have made it through. And now with the stand-in, you'd think, Mousesports be feeling pretty great about this. Not so much right now.
No. Massive pressure on them. The countdown is over. The pause is done, and it is time now to see what they're going to go for, because Mousesports, they're banking on the next round, man. They're going for OT, unless they can get, I mean, they came so close the last time they were on pistols. That's got to be what they're thinking. Like, okay, well, we go for a Quasi, we go for, Kevlar Deeg. But, and a big play here. Flash out onto long is going to catch out threat. Forrest is there to watch his back, though.
strong start, but a good return from Forest. Then it's going to get the one kill. They already know there's another guy there because Exist putting out that grenade. It's a favorable trade. Next, taking a fight with Get Right. Gotta be careful, and Get Right wins it very easily. And it's going to be a 3-on-3 now. That bomb, though, trapped on that long corner.
Dennis is he's just like, where are the guns? There, finally he gets an AK. Spitty catches out Get Right as well. That was in restroom. So now it's down to the 2 remaining players here for NIP, Freiburg and Exist. Both of them have been hitting shots so far this second half. And Nico, he's just looking to be the security for this round for Mousesports. He's going to get into the back line, pushing through connector up into T-spawn, and soon he'll be in Exist and Freiburg's backs. So they need to pick up that bomb, but if they try and run back towards B, Nico's going to be waiting for him, and it's not even going to happen, not even a problem. Spitty, Dennis, Nico, they all step up. They all get the job done for Mousesports.
So the challenge that Mousesports had in when they took this timeout was if they full bought this round, then that really is putting everything on the round, right? If they lose it, then they go into the last round and have nearly nothing, right?
So amazing that Threat actually decided to just run in there, though.
If they do the full save, then they put everything on the last round. So what they actually did instead is they tried to sort of even it out. So we'll buy a little bit this round, see if it works, and we'll still have enough for the last round. So they sort of spread it out across 2 rounds, which is, I think, a safe way of doing it. Now, 14-9, the comeback could happen.
So close. Nice attempt there by Get Right.
That was almost like robot play coming out of Get Right.
He was dead on as well with the aim. He was nearly there. Definitely a little bit of an eye-opening moment. Freiburg, he's going to be able to get control of connector, and he's got Threat there with the bomb as well to back him up. Now they've got control of mid at least. So Nip, they do have some space to work with. Only issue is that Chris is still posted up at long. They have nobody there NIP, so they're going to have to find a way to deal with that AWP eventually if they decide to press forward onto the A site. This all comes down to feel for Chris. Yeah, and there we go. He finally decides to back off. He realizes if they did decide to push him, he'd be exposed. And if they wrapped around through mid, through restrooms, he'd be exposed. So he just falls back and takes a better position here on the A site.
Right, and I mean, Mousesports have been losing so many fights. Now they're actually playing much more defensively. This worked out for NIP when they did it, because they were in the same sort of situation. See if it's going to be as successful for Mousesports. So they got no room to work with it. This has to work. A little bit of noise being made with all the jumping going on there. Chris is in the angle to get a bit of a cheeky kill, but it was Speedy going down first. And he's been playing very well. It's a big loss for them early on. Chris with a dangerous peak here. And NIP, they are setting up for a bit of an execute here. There's a good shot as Get Right goes down. Massive frag coming in. He's not falling back either, Chris. He could get caught here. He has to go massive, and he's going to miss the shot. Threat right, just running him down. And now Nex trying to look over the smoke there. The Molotov is going to be raining in as well. Exist getting a kill on Nico. It's all falling apart. With a double kill for Exist, and Dennis all alone in a 1-on-4. He drops. It is a triple kill for Exist. He takes no damage. And NIP now at match and map point. A single round away here from making the quarterfinals in yet another major.
They just keep delivering, and the hype is real. Exist sitting next to Threat. Threat wanting that high five, but you know, Exist usually pretty calm. Not so much about it. They're definitely focused. They're zeroed in at this point. NIP, and what a round from Exist. That was perfect. He just completely clears out that site. Chris trying to make the big play happen for his team. He landed the first shot, but he just wasn't able to get back to that site afterwards. Just doomed. And now all the pressure here on Mousesports. 3 rifles. Well, 2 rifles picked up. The AWP on Chris. At least he had the money to get that. But then it's Nico with the UMP and Speedy with the CZ. And Nico, he's going to win the fight straight up with Get Right. But the push has begun on this B site. Nex is there with the flank, but he only trades 1 for 1. And Dennis, the key frag that's going to shift things Nip's way. Freiburg finds him, and Freiburg with the lurk picks out Speedy as well. And it's all on Chris. It's almost done here.
I mean, what a bold play as well here from NIP. They didn't even rush B. They actually walked into B with no grenades or anything. Just naked walk into the B bomb site. No signal that it was going to happen for Mousesports. And Chris, you can't do this at this point here. 1-on-3. He's going to go down. And NIP, they make another quarterfinals of a major tournament with a 16-9 finish over Mousesports with a stand-in. Their coach playing as well.
Incredible.
They save their legendary status in the major tournaments. What a team and what a play.
Beauty. They managed to pull it off in the end. And right on the edge. And this has got to be the biggest letdown for Mousesports at this point.
Yet again.
Yet again. Back-to-back massive tournaments. This one the biggest in CSGO history. They're on the brink. They pushed Nip to the edge.
Wow.
And yeah, I know. It's just going to be complete and utter destruction on their side at this point.
Yeah.
Chris J in particular, he gets a lot of heat every time He tried to make it happen towards the end, but he definitely didn't have the strongest performance here on the last map.
They just had such a hard time getting into the second half. And again, it's partly because they get cut off so early, right? They win the pistol and the follow-up. They lose the third round where NIP buy, and then they go into a 5-round losing streak. And some of that, I think, due to the fact, again, that they buy so many pistols, right? They keep upgrading their pistols all the time. Then they finally win a round of losing 5, and you know, it's a single win and then a loss. They just don't have the economy. They've got no, like, streaking any kind of around together, and that doesn't work when you're on the CT side. They need money to make this work.
Now, all I can go over in my head right now is just the fact that the curse holds for Nex, for Chris J, for the key players, these key elements in Mouse that really need to step up in big matches. And once again, Nex falls short in the last map when his team needs him most. Chris J as well. It's an incredibly difficult position for them, but you know that's what they're thinking at this point. They both look destroyed, and they have to be thinking right now, you know, it's just like, come on, what is going on?
When I was saying earlier, I thought Mouse Sports could win this game. That was sort of the win condition that I was giving as well. I said it has to be Nico and 2 other players, right? When that happened on Cash, you know, everything seemed to be working out just fine. But comes to this map, and you're right. Suddenly, it is just Nico left, and not enough else. That doesn't work.
So I think we have an interview now ready with Gatright. He was definitely showing some emotion at the end of this match. So Chris Pocket, take it away.
Thank you, guys. Get right. You are going to the quarterfinals, and you're not doing it with your normal 5th player. You're doing it with your coach. How proud are you of the way Threat played in that last game?
He's been stepping up each game that goes on, and it's just amazing to see that he can do that because he hasn't played active in a long, long time. So it's kind of cool to see that. And I mean, we got like 8 to 12 hours practice with him, so we're super happy with the result, and this was our goal. We set it early because of all the things that happen. We have to make it from the group stage, and then we take the next goal, which is the quarterfinals. So we finish up. We finished at least the first one, and now we have to just take the next one. And I mean, we do everything for Jacob at home because it's a saddest time for playing here without him. And we know it's really annoying for him to sit at home and just see us playing. So I hope that he's, you know, happy for us as well because we miss him.
I know he's smiling ear to ear after that big win. Talk to me a little bit about your opponents. You came in game 1. It looked like you just out-strategized them throughout all of Cobble, but then they bounced back on Cash. What did Mouse bring that you guys weren't expecting there on the second map?
Well, we have always had tough games between each other, if you ask us, since their new lineup, so to say, and our lineup. So we know it's going to be a tough game no matter what. And I think last time we played on Cash, it was the ESL Pro League, and we won it in overtime after like a crazy comeback. So maybe they were more hungry on that map than we were, but it didn't matter in the end because we won the game, and that's the most important thing. It doesn't have to be beautiful CS, you know, it's just that we make it to the finish line.
Speaking of that finish line, where is that line drawn for you now? Coming into the tournament, you thought you'd be playing with Pith or Pit. Now playing with Threat and having 3 matches under your belt, how far can NIP go?
Time will tell, but I hope that everything I've been planning for this year, I've been having super high goals for everything this year. Since everyone knows about behind the scene things, what happened and so on. I'm happy where I am today. I'm happy that NIP want to have me, and I'm happy that I choose them as well. And it's just nice at the moment. So, but for just this major and so on, we have to just be realistic, you know. So we take one step at a time. I'm not gonna say anything about we're gonna win it or something because everyone has to remember we're still using our coach, but he's doing a great job.
Well, they'll get to watch not only your coach, but the rest of you and your team in Nationwide Arena. NIP will be there playing in front of the thousands here in Columbus, Ohio. Get right, one final chance here. What do you want to say to all the fans supporting you wearing black and gold?
Tack för supporten.
There we have it, guys. Get right, go celebrate with your team, my friend. Analyst Des, take it away.
Thank you very much, Chris. Again, last year we kind of coined the phrase nip magic, right? And it was this uncanny ability that under dire circumstances they would grab themselves by their bootstraps and they would pull out wins when it looked like no chance in hell they would do it. Now, different situation here in years past. They never had to play with a stand-in before. But again, he did exactly what they wanted to do so far. They've gotten their legendary again, no matter what. They're in the quarterfinals with their coach, who, again, very unpracticed. Thoughts on it?
Well, I mean, they hated the term Nip Magic, actually, didn't they?
Well, I thought we were insulting them.
Yeah.
It was this positive ability to do it.
Yeah, they felt it sort of detracted from their skill. I don't know if it got lost in translation or whatever, but they hated it. But this is another kind of entry in that book of black magic, voodoo, and
all right, now you're getting
and whatever else is going on over there. You know, it's because at the end of the day, the Mouse Sports should have been a tough opponent. They are on paper, and you've got a threat who, like I say, he's been over in Japan. You know, he's had to play maps that I don't even think he's familiar with. For example, Cobble. He kind of been that familiar with that version of Cobble, and yet he's performed admirably throughout. Now, obviously, I think this is where the dream ends. They've preserved their legendary status. And it would have been a travesty if players like Forrest and Get Right hadn't preserved their legendary status. But let's just talk a little bit about Mouse Sports.
Yeah.
And that is, they're never going to have had an opportunity like this again at a major. They've really got to take a long, hard look at themselves. Because let's be real, you've had to play Flipside, right? You've struggled against that. They've thrown a game for you effectively with 12-3 lead. And 5 overtimes later, you've scraped the win. And then you play an NIP with a stand-in. With no preparation time, no table time whatsoever. And yet, once again, with one of the best players in the world, the top 3 player in the world right now, you have failed to cross the finish line. So it's no wonder they're sat there deflated in their chairs, because they've got to be thinking, what's it going to take to not underperform at a major? So it's a great story for NIP, but again, this entry in the book of NIP Magic could not have been written without a lot of help from Mouse Sports.
Moses, your thoughts on it?
Yeah, this is, I think the real travesty of this is that pick ban phase for Mouse Sports, them taking Cobble, not taking something a little bit stronger with their struggles on that. They're going to look back at that because they actually, I mean, obviously took that win on Cash. They put up a really good fight here on Overpass. That was a very good game out of them. And in fact, if it wasn't for Threat stepping up on an individual level, with 20 kills, he was like the second best performer on the team in terms of frags. If it wasn't for that performance, Force was down with like 8 kills. So, I mean, when that superstar goes missing, it's Threat that steps up. And that's actually incredible for Threat to do that. He actually outfragged, I know Yanko tweeted it out in the back, I think he outfragged, Chris J and who was the other one? Nex. Combined did not reach the total of kills that Threat had in that match, which was just amazing. So for me, that's just all about Threat. We've just watched him improve on an individual level, even though he's not on par with some of the best pros, obviously. It's still incredible to see him do this over the course of the group stage.
Duncan.
Yeah, this just showed for me yet again that Mouse Sports just lacks the fragging power. I mean, you look at NIP, okay, yeah, they've got Get Right, they've got Forrest, but you're supposed to look at the guys on Mouse Sports, and if you buy the hype, if you look at all the best games that each of them has had, they're supposed to have, Nico's fantastic, but then they're supposed to have Nex is supposed to be a very skilled player, Chris J's supposed to have games where it takes over with the AWP. They only have one player here. I mean, Nex for the series, absolutely dreadful performance. Again, he's turned in another underwhelming major. I mean, at this point in time, what's interesting about the majors is the patterns that emerge tend to be almost like definitive to whatever your character is. Like the people who choke in the majors over and over again, they do it every major, it feels like. The people who can't get out of the group stage, it repeats again and again. Skadoodle existence. We see the same things happening. So you have to now put the stamp on Nex and go, this guy doesn't perform at majors. And they needed him in this series because you saw NIP had maps where some of their players weren't turning up. Forrest was kind of iffy in the series. Get Right was very good. I'll give him credit there. He was really the legendary player that carried them through to the playoffs. I mean, the joke obviously would have been that Nip's playing 4v5 in this particular night. They were playing 4v1, so you still win. I like them odds, as you might say. So for the Mouse Sports guys, here's the thing. For Nip, they are a legendary team. This was just the goal. Just get through the group stage. It doesn't matter how you do it. It doesn't have to be pretty. It wasn't pretty in any way. But for Mouse Sports, I kind of concur with what's been said on the desk here. When they look back now, this was one of the best chances you'll ever get to get out of a group. I mean, admittedly, you'd have to come out in second. You were never going to come out in first, but they almost went out in last place. And then they still couldn't take advantage of NIP that was wounded, that was having problems. Even on that last map, they were leading. They were in good situations. But like I said, the Mouse Sports team just doesn't have the firepower. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who the other opponent's fielding. If you can't get the kills, if you can't have the consistent performances, you don't deserve to be in a quarterfinal of a major.
Yeah.
So we talk about their Magic. You basically said the Magic is going to end. And again, they will now have to face the number 2 team in the world, Na'Vi. Thoughts on that matchup?
Well, look, I mean, it's like I said, I don't think NIP are going to be putting too much stock into their own chances privately. I know they always talk publicly about how well they're going to do, but I think they know this is like a ridiculously tall order. I don't see who's going to be able to go up against the individual levels of Na'Vi, who aren't just the second best team in the world right now. They're going to be the most improved overall in 2016 because Guardian's in godlike form, Flamey's found a new level of consistency, Seized is starting to deliver on that promise, you know, and even Zeus, for example, is like chiming in with big fragging performances these days. So Na'Vi are a tough, formidable opponent indeed, and you know, I think they're going to run over NIP. But as I said, the goal here was to get out of this group, come hell or high water, and you know, just preserve that legendary status. That was the long-term goal.
Yeah, Richard's exactly right. They're not a big chance against Na'Vi, but they got to that top 8. They're going to be back in the next major. Don't have to go through that whole qualification process. That's the best thing they could have asked for coming into this with the stand-in. And yeah, Threat's able to step up here against Mousesports. Against Na'Vi, he's going to be just vastly outmatched. And it's no fault of his own, obviously, but that's just too much to ask.
Yeah. And
even with Pitt, I would have said Na'Vi would have handled Nip with ease. So with the stand-in situation, I think they're going to have massive problems, especially because Na'Vi is fantastic on T side, and we've seen it CT side when Nip struggled again and again. So I think that's like going to be the cleanest 2-0 of every single quarterfinal out there.
And just one quick point to add to that, you know, I thought it was interesting on Get Right's interview. I don't know what you think about this. They're going, we're doing this for Jacob, watching back home. Well, had you gone out in the group stages, I don't know if I'd have been so charitable because that guy not getting his visa forms filled in just hoovered a bunch of sticker money out your pocket.
Sure.
So yeah, I think that's amazingly charitable of them. I hope when they get back, they tell him, you know, this is how you fill in a form. All right,
this is what you say.
Because I'd have been furious.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. So that's going to do it for our match 1. Don't worry, we have 3 more to go. The next one, the #1 team in the planet, Fnatic, is going to take on FaZe. Take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to start breaking that one down.
Nice shot. best player in the world?
I don't know. I would say the best player in the world.
Best player in the world currently, in my opinion, is Olaf Meister.
You have to say Olaf. Have to. Have to. Have to.
Olaf Meister.
Olaf Meister.
Olaf Meister.
Olaf.
Probably Olaf Meister.
I'd probably say Olaf Meister because one, he's not only amazing, but two, he can do anything. He can op, he can rifle. He's really good with pistols.
Right now, Olaf Meister. It's Olaf.
Yeah, pretty easy question, I think. Pretty easy answer. Olaf Meister. Welcome back, folks. We're about to start match 2 here at MLG's Major. First time in Columbus, Ohio. First time in North America. First one of 2016. First time with $1 million on the line. And now this one's going to get crazy. Let me bring in the panel. I've got Fifth Lauren back. Now we got Yanko and Thorin is sticking around. This one's going to be Fnatic, undisputed #1 team in the world, taking on FaZe. Starting with you, initial thoughts before we get into the maps.
I think that FaZe was hoping for Fnatic to just pummel Liquid yesterday and have an easy way to the quarterfinal. Well, okay,
they
not
wouldn't
easy,
have known.
but easier.
Yeah, they wouldn't have known. But
yeah. But now, I think Fnatic, despite losing yesterday, I think they're gonna have a quick 2-0 here.
Okay.
I agree. I mean, similar thing happened to FaZe in the Starlighter tournament. They were in the same group as Fnatic. They lost to them in the first opening game. Then Fnatic loses to Luminosity, and they have to play them in the decider. So, I mean, but on the other hand, in the last 4 majors, the 2 times that Fnatic was actually second in their group, they didn't make it past the quarterfinals, and the 2 times they were first, they won the whole tournament. So.
Yeah, and same thing, Thorin, we did last time. I'd like you to give me your thoughts on what you think it's going to be with the vetoes and the picks, and then we're going to walk us through them.
I mean, famously large map pool for Fnatic. The only maps they really want to stay away from is like Train, maybe Overpass they don't want in there. These are the sort of maps where they're heading away from them. But you look over on the side of the FaZe guys, and they're in a lot of trouble. Like, first of all, they normally ban Cobble. They don't want to play that. But then there's like a laundry list of maps they don't want to play. Inferno, definitely don't want to play that against Fnatic. Overpass, okay, Fnatic might take care of that for you. They might be willing to ban that out. Problem is, with Fnatic, they have like a deep map pool of really strong maps. Like they are, I think they're the best team in the world on Inferno. They have an unreal record. And crucially, they've played it a lot. They've played like 20 times. They've lost something like 3 or 4 times ever. So they're absolutely unreal on Inferno.
And historically, Fnatic has been known that they always veto towards their opponent's weaknesses, right? Yeah. So obviously, FaZe can only ban either Cobble or Overpass. I suspect it's going to be one of those 2 maps. And now it's a question of whether Fnatic will go for maybe Overpass if it's available, or will they just go for Inferno? Yeah. Because FaZe does play Inferno. I mean, they have to play something.
So here we go.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting that they go with the Dust 2 ban here, because it's not like FaZe are gods on Dust 2. I think they've just done that purely because of yesterday's game. They don't want to play Dust 2 again. They saw that, guess what, our mid to B's sort of being figured out a bit here, guys. I think that's a good pick in terms of Cobblestone there. The FaZe Mirage pick is all right. That's not like a map that Fnatic are gods on. That's more in the middle of the map pool there. It's better to keep it away. I think for the randometer here, if you're FaZe, Cash coming out here is, on paper, you're like, oh, I still like Cash. I still think pretty good on it. I don't think you want to play Fnatic on Cash.
I think it's the best map they could have got, though.
Yeah, well, when you look at the option, because obviously the other map it could have been would have been what, Train. So, no, I actually think Train would have been better for them, because I think the problem with FaZe, I don't think they've got enough strong maps that they can kind of like hope to get a strong map for them. So Cash is okay, but they've lost quite a lot as well. I mean, they obviously lost in this tournament on it. I actually feel like Train would have been better for them. Like I know Fnatic had that win on IEM Katowice where we all think, oh man, they beat Virtus Pro on Train, but that was Virtus Pro being terrible, and that was Fnatic just having an unparalleled CT side. I actually think overall here, this can be a Fnatic 2-0 here. This can be a Mirage win and then a dominating win on Cobblestone, I think.
And it's also a matter of fact that yesterday, okay, Liquid did play really well, but at times it was, Olaf Meister didn't really have a great game and so on. And now it's an elimination game, right? This is where Fnatic, in most of these tournaments, where they won them in the end, they had lost a map or lost a series here and there, but they will always bounce back and win the whole tournament. So I expect them to perform much better today. Mirage is probably a map that FaZe has to win in order to have a chance in this series, because it's a map that Fnatic usually vetoes it first. I guess that probably because of the Liquid game yesterday, they decided to go for Dust 2. But otherwise, I just think that Fnatic will be able to close it out in the end.
That's also a trend that Fnatic actually tend to have. Once they lose that one map, they veto it the day after or the game after. I think that's like a reoccurring occurrence for most tournaments they've played. And now, given they don't really lose that many games, or I think they only lost 2 best-of-3 so far. So I really can't see Fnatic sweating here.
I think it's an interesting map veto ban, though, because what we've ended up with is both teams have picked each other's permaban. So we've got a very strange scenario there. So as a result, if you're FaZe and you can't get a map out the first 2, you weren't even in Fnatic's league at that point. I mean, you're getting to play the map they permaban all the time. Then in terms of the third one, I agree. It's kind of in the middle. Like, it would have been much worse for you if it was Inferno. Obviously, that would be a nightmare scenario. And if it was Train, I mean, both teams are reasonably bad on that. Both teams are like all right on cash in terms of the FaZe side, but I think Fnatic's a much better cash team overall. So I think it's a good cobblestone pick, and I agree with you again. They've gone for the weakness scenario there. They've tried to ban that way. So I think it's going to be hard for FaZe though. Even with Mirage being the permaban of Fnatic, I think Fnatic's so good they can still win on this map and they can look good doing it.
Definitely, they play it a lot historically as well. And although the Cobble pick for Fnatic, they did the same thing against Dignitas at the Barcelona Invitational, and that's Dignitas' best map. They've been able to compete with tier 1 teams on it, and it almost backfired. They were down 15-10 or 15-11. Then Olof showed up and managed to bring his team back into the game. So in the end, yeah, you could find some ways where FaZe does stand a chance on these maps, but I just think that Fnatic will individually play much better than they did yesterday, and that they're going to sweep FaZe 2-0.
So 2-0, 2-0. Anything to add to that?
No, well, technically, if you just count firepower, FaZe should be able to compete here, because you have. I mean, the whole idea of creating this team was because of the mad skill that that was in the team. But then you have obviously Fox dropping off, you have Michael Lear dropping off, but you still have these other 3 amazing players. If they show up, yeah, they can give Fnatic a run for their money, but I still think 2-0 for Fnatic.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. As you can see, the fly-through is happening. It's going to be FaZe taking on Fnatic, and it's going to be the guys from Face It this time bringing you the action. James and DDK, take it away.
So we have the best team in the world versus the camouflaged Crusaders. This is the pick of FaZe Clan. They will be starting on the T side. And what we saw of them very briefly against Splice, they did seem to be more coordinated than we have known them to be in the past, perhaps thanks to Roban standing behind them. So let's see what they have to offer on this occasion. So Fnatic playing retake over towards the A site, Crims just playing far back on CT, Flusher going for picks towards B. And with FaZe Clan having 3 players holding A at the moment, you have to wonder where they're going to go. You can see Olof Meister could be potentially going for some fast flanks, something we often see him doing in Mirage as well. The bomb's still in T-spawn at present, so it seems perhaps FaZe are looking to get a pick and play on that, but there's no advance from Fnatic just yet.
Yeah, Fnatic basically doing the safest thing really that's possible on this map. It's a pretty good strategy, very timeless. And finally, FaZe have decided, okay, no aggression is coming from Fnatic. There's no quick kills for us to make. They're just holding back, so let's make a push. A minute left to play with, so plenty of time. We're going to see a smoke put down on Catwalk. But still, Fnatic still, they don't really have much of an idea what's going on as FaZe. We can see they slowly crawl through the apps, and JW's actually going to get the pick onto Rain in mid, and now Flush is going to see the push coming, and that's another pick going the way of Fnatic. This is a great start actually for Fnatic, and you can see the flanks already coming into play, and that's Michael Ellie down as well, and the bomb's not even planted yet. This is a disaster here for FaZe. Fnatic look very well controlled in this round, and they will bum rush Fox and AZ. There's nothing he can do. Each player picked off one by one.
Indeed, they didn't lose a single man in that engagement. Dennis and Olafmeister holding the double peak and underpass for so long. JW looking at top mid. Very nice strategy there, and again, that was a super fast flank. We had Makalele in the kitchen area of the apps, just holding the back, but by that time, FaZe only had 3 plays left, so they didn't have enough plays to stream into the site and get any frags at all. So we've got Fnatic picking up double MP9 and the UMP, which has been definitely the most popular SMG in this tournament so far. Dennis with the P90. Only Olafmeister is going to be on the M4A4. Lots of nades for them. So the FaZe have the smoke down. They're going to push through the smoke onto short and take down Olafmeister as well. So the split for B is on.
That's some good damage there from Flusher, and the nade could do the finish, but actually Flusher's going to get the UMP for those finishing blows onto AZ in range, so doing a good job so far despite losing the man in mid. Flusher, one-man hold here on the B-bomb site with that UMP. 3 players down, looking for the 4th, but finally we get the frags back in the way of FaZe. The Deagle trying to get the damage in from Michael Ellie, but it's not going to happen. 2 players surviving there, and that's the hardest round in the initial phase after winning the pistol, or from Fnatic's side of things, that's the hardest round dealt with. That can be really difficult, and one of the reasons why, as you mentioned, the UMP is becoming so popular in rounds like that is because at $1,200, it allows you to get all the nades. And this Tech 9 train is very, very scary without the nades.
The M4 was rescued by Crims at the very end there. It's always tricky when you have the smokes down on short, because if you're on Opera in CPL, sometimes you have people boosting over the back of it, sometimes they walk through the side of it, or sometimes they go top mid and go to the CT's right-hand side. So a few different things that the T's can do with there. Good damage done by the FaZe clan, but again, Fnatic weren't fully invested there. We've got nice nades coming in as the T side start to push through this smoke. JW's going to take down 2, get traded. We've got Crim still at the back as well to clean things up, with Dennis causing havoc with the P90, bringing glory to the unwashed.
Yeah, nothing around there, just wanted to get the bomb down or something like that. But we can see FaZe here now picking up the AK-47s and a handful of grenades to go with those. But JW already on the AWP on round number 4. And JW definitely quite the menace. He can be absolutely anywhere on the CT side of Mirage with that AWP. And that's one of the scary things when you're up against Fnatic. Flusher actually on the Tech 9 there. But Flusher usually will be actually taking the pistols, the CZs typically. You can see here that he does so well with them, so I wouldn't say it's that much of a disadvantage. Again, but fast push in mid from Michael Elliott.
Exactly, so they've got the Molotov down in connector to stop the CTs coming in for the peak, so quick map control, but can they get into the A site? It seems they're going for a super fast split. You've got the bomb in A slope as well, smoking off jungle, so again, this looks very drilled here from FaZe. Then, of course, in no man's land. Doesn't get taken down straight away though. Crim's doing great work taking down 2. Still in the shadow area. Rain looking to trade him, but is unable to do it. The spray's not working out. They've only got 2 frags, and AZ will get finished off by JW. So it was a super fast round from FaZe. They got loads of map control pretty quickly, but did not get the kills.
Yeah, you can see FaZe had a pretty good idea exactly where the CTs were standing as well, so pretty unfortunate that they didn't actually pull that one off. And this is a really good kind of round for the style of FaZe. You know, you don't have to complicate things too much. It's just a fast pace, get your players in position quickly through connector and slope, but didn't work out. So we'll be back to the pistols for FaZe for the time being, and Fnatic will be continuing to build up that bank. Now, it's going to be curious to see if FaZe can get any picks here, because there's no real nades. The hopes aren't very high to get the bomb planted, but what they really want to do is start to get some kills. 1 or 2 kills would be really nice.
So we've seen good preparation from FaZe so far on this map, but this is one round where they don't seem to be prepared, as they've just gone for some deagles and looking for some angels here. Again, going back to Existence's teams, he had an eco strat for Mirage on the T side to get an execute onto B and get some bomb plants down. But again, FaZe just going for some pistols, no nades whatsoever. So while they seem well prepared for full buys, they don't seem to have done much, if any, preparation for eco rounds on this map. This is their pick once again. And Rain's doing great work though. He's made it down to a 1 versus 2. Although that will be all of the headshots left for the T side.
I got to say, I do like the theory from FaZe there, considering that the bomb plant's not going to help them very much, as they're going to have the full buy here anyway. But getting the economic pressure in is really important. You want to get JW off of those AWPs if you possibly can, and get the nade count lower on Fnatic. But as we can see there, money's pretty good. I mean, we've got 8k on Flush at the moment. He's going to spend down to 2k or so, 6k still on JW. Yeah, they got all the flexibility. Olofmeister picking up the second AWP.
I would assume he's going to go to short. No, he's going to go towards Biaps with the second AWP, in fact. Again, we've got that smoke down on short, so JW has to be wary of all kinds of things. We've got Fox in the underpass with the AWP. We had JW shooting through the middle of the smoke, which means he was looking for the boost. 2-man boost you can do behind it to look over the top and shoot somebody in CPL. So the bomb is moving towards B apps at the moment, and FaZe Clan are slowly moving away from the A site, Rain holding a passive angle for the time being. In fact, it seems it's going to be another mid-take coming up from FaZe.
Yeah, absolutely. Rain being very wary of the Palace pushes, which have become quite common in the metagame recently from the CT sides, but Fnatic playing 2 players close to slope instead, Crimson Dennis. And here we go, we got the mid-take coming in from FaZe now. Of Rain in the B apps as well, so there's lots of possibilities for them to go with this mid control towards A or B at this point with a minute left to play with. But Michael Ellie is going to shuffle into the apps on B, and unfortunately for FaZe, Olofmeister is on the B apps on point with that AWP. Now here comes the push from FaZe, but with a man down, it's going to be tough.
They are streaming in, the split is on, coming through the smoke. That's going to be massively disadvantageous, and Flush is going to take advantage of that. 5 versus 2 now, and this round should be over from FaZe. We've got the CTs streaming in. Down goes JKM, down goes Makalele. 0 damage done to the economy of Fnatic, and that's something we've seen on Cash, especially North America, is teams in the past pushing through smokes and getting absolutely wrecked by CTs. You saw the same thing there on Shorts, and FaZe paid for it. They will continue with no rounds on the board just yet. You can see Fox was too late behind AZ to get anything done there, to trade for his teammate, and he had an AWP, which is not going to be easy in that scenario. FaZe have another buy on the board, but they're going to be limited in terms of grenades, and it seems they're going to be going for perhaps a fast A, although one would expect them to get naded, smokes, etc. Molotovs as well. JW with a quick rotation, so it seems that they might have a read on what's going on, maybe because of the late smoke in mid, which has only come down from AZ right now.
Yeah, it does really feel like Fnatic have a very good idea what's going on at the moment. Although JW will be checking into middle just to see if anything is going on there. 2 players close to slope is a good way to handle, and he executes into the A bomb site if the flashes are good. But that peek from Rain could be on point, but no, Dennis will get the frag. The trade will come into play for FaZe as Krim will respond as well. But he needs some help from JW now, who is making his way in there, but he does have an AWP and he gets smoked off. So that's Krim alone, isolated and now dead, as the remainder of Fnatic are rotating through CT and jungle to stop the plant from happening. That is a big deal at the moment. FaZe have a lot of pressure to actually get the bomb planted, and grenade-wise, they have nothing to cover themselves. How can they plant in this situation? JW is picking AZ off now, and it's just getting worse for FaZe.
Makalele was double naded in the little corner there, the firebox. It's down to 6 HP, so it's pretty much down to Fox to try and plant the bomb. If they know that both CTs are in CT, then they can go for the short plant on the other side of triple, where Fox is headed, but there is a third CT, and that's JW, which means that there's basically nowhere safe to plant on the site right now. He's going to try and get a passive angle. Fox is stuck. That smoke's going to help, though. Here we go. Flusher pushes forward, and Fnatic retain their clean sheet. Another expensive round for them, but not as expensive as having no rounds on the board whatsoever.
That was really weird, though, that smoke from JW. That must have been a bit of an error, because as you said, that actually helped out Fox there in kind of isolating JW away from the fight, but it's a really smart Fnatic there just to wait for the plant. There's nothing that could be done from FaZe. And that's a 7-0. It's a really fast 7-0, it feels like. It doesn't seem as though FaZe have had much of a challenge, already have put up much of a challenge for Fnatic. And once again, back to the pistols. Quasi buy, but this time they have enough of a bonus, of course, to actually have some nades to maybe get a plant. And maybe if they get some shots off of those Tech 9s, a chance at winning a round.
This looks like the A with smoke strat that we see everybody in matchmaking doing. Sure, it'll be a bit more coordinated than that. So Rain should be throwing some pop flashes out soon. Indeed, JW is blind. Flashes coming out from the top of slope as well, and the push begins. Only Tech 9. JW no fear, trusting his teammates to cover his back from Palace. We've got 2 down, and Jacob will get 2 back with that moving accuracy. Dennis is all over the place now. I don't know if they have any idea where he is. Jacob to trade, down to a 2 versus 1. Jacob, though, has got 10 HP, and the bomb is nowhere near him. It's in no man's land, and there's a crossfire now from Fnatic. Not much he can do in this situation. Maybe trying to force Crims out of position. Got to go for the pre-fire, but seems there was a bit of a gap. Crims won't make it out alive.
Wow, Jacob actually picking up that frag. Definitely a chance now that he's created a one-on-one with 50 seconds to go. It's all about good guesswork, and of course Flusher is just sitting in mid, and Flusher's angle is going to be pretty good. He's going to toss over a quick flash. Jacob is going to smoke off CT. And Flusher, is he really doing this? He's going to run all the way around CT. This is quite interesting. Now, Jacob obviously has time to pretty much do anything still, but he's just going to be checking CT. Now he's pretty much committed to the A-bomb site. He's going to go for the plant behind triple, but here comes Flusher from slope, and I really don't think Jacob's ever going to expect this position. Very smart play coming in from Flusher. All he needs is 1 bullet, and Jacob is very dead, and there you go. Jacob had absolutely no idea he could be vulnerable from that position, and Flusher will win the round. So picking up the ult before going for the defuse. Still, it looks quite hopeless for FaZe, but they did only have Tech 9s in that round.
Jacob, the Fnatic guys are just making random noises as if just straining on the toilet and smiling. But it seems that Flusher threw a flash from mid. I can only imagine that Jacob thought it came from CT, which is why he was looking CT and then looking into Connector, because obviously he can jump down from CPL. So nice play by Flusher. However, if Jacob had seen the trajectory of that flashbang, then who knows what could have happened. But there it is, the pick of FaZe, and there's still no answer to Fnatic's CT side just yet, which is great for them going forward. FaZe Clan back on a buy. 5 AKs, full nades as well, so we'll see if they have some more strats in the bag. Again, that smoke going down top mid, and that's a nice nade to hurt anyone standing behind it, but Crim's taken a lot of damage. Again, it's a fast mid take from FaZe Clan. Got smokes towards short as well, which makes it hard for the CTs to shoot them as they push into connector, which is what they're doing now. The A site has fallen.
Yeah, really nice play coming in from FaZe's Rain, just the opener out of Palace. That's opened things up completely on the A side. This is going to have to be a hero retake from JW and Flusher. JW is finding himself close here to the ticket booth area. In goes Rain. Oh, the flash and the pre-fire, not quite on point, but JW is completely disoriented by all the flashes there, can't even see anything, and now it's just Flusher. So can't expect Flusher to do this 1 versus 4, but there's the first frag, and they have a lot of money in the bank, so he might be very much incentivized to try to do some additional damage here to the FaZe economy by just hanging around and see if he can pick up some favorable engagements. Here he goes, just going for the peak. Oh, actually, I think he dinked. Did he dink Rain? Long range there, I'm not sure, but 3 players surviving for FaZe. Very explosive round, and that seems to be the only formula that can really work for them.
Well, it's literally the only success they've had, so we'll see if it can continue in this round. If they are to lose this round, AZ and Fox have a bit of money, so maybe they muster another buy. We'll see if Fnatic can answer or if FaZe will start to build something back. Let's have a look at the initial setup here from both teams. Got 2 going over towards B as per usual. Crimson Dead is going to be playing a little deeper in A, and it's a 3-man take top mid from the Ts. Again, JW just checking in case there's a boost or somebody's holding an angle, or maybe they're going to sneak towards the other corner, which they haven't done. Well, they did it once actually when they went for a B split, but they're not making it very common. Again, just in case, sometimes you can see CT sneaking up behind that smoke, so that will take a lot of spray as well. No damage done just yet. Fox going to retrieve the bomb as Jacob moves towards connector. 3 on A now as Olofmeister has rotated. We've got Rain and Palace, so the split is on, and it seems that Fnatic may have made the right read.
Yeah, Rain very deadly as that lurking player. When the distraction comes in, he can strike, and the CTs will be predominantly thinking about this connector area, and all the Ts are barreling through that connector. JW is smoked off, he misses the shot. Olofmeister gets picked off from the CT spawn area, and his help on the site itself goes down as well. So FaZe have completely overrun the A-bomb site now, and there's nothing that Fnatic can do as JW is alone. And once again, FaZe are finding that they're able to create some openings into this A site now. When they just find the right timings, they are able to get the picks. Now, you would expect Fnatic to perhaps adjust some of their setups. And maybe now, at this point, now FaZe have kind of found something that's working to actually mix it up. Maybe throw in some aggression at specific timings down on slope or into Palace to try to disrupt preemptively a strike, as we've seen from FaZe in the last couple rounds.
Yeah, it's really difficult for Fnatic at the moment to hold mid because that smoke's going down on short and JW is basically alone. It's very hard for him to get information without being killed or traded because that smoke's down. And then one day we might see, or one round we might see FaZe eventually pushing through that smoke once again and mixing things up. But they're getting to connector pretty quickly because that smoke is down. And all JW can really do in that situation is look for anybody coming underpass, trying to look into the window by jumping on the little wooden stand, the table stand there. So FaZe abusing that, having a bit of success here. We'll see if it can continue. They've damaged the economy of the CTs now. You can see the saved AWP continues. Other than that, it is an eco. Not going to have any deagle buys like we saw from Mousesports. And I think we might have that. No, we don't have the boost at the back.
Yeah, JW is the only guy that can realistically do much in this round for the FaZe, for the Fnatic side against FaZe, and he's going to get smoked off again by middle. So, for Fnatic's perspective, it'd be really nice if JW could pick up a couple kills with that. And FaZe, they're trying to stay safe here, playing it passive to begin with. And 2 players just hiding in Palace, which is quite smart as well, because if FaZe were to take the A-bomb site, they can rush out of there and perhaps backstab.
JW just peaked when the smoke dissipated in mid and managed to leg AZ, who was over towards the chair position, also known as the Delpan position. You can see FaZe moving towards the B-bomb site now, and again, JW has rotated with the AWP, which is always important when the AWP is basically your only tool on an eco round, but he's going to be completely blind. He's got a good position, though, to take that players down as they jump onto the site. There's the first one. Fox bomb being spotted as well, which means a full rotation, trying to snap more plays, but it's not going to happen just yet. He'll get taken down from the back now, and it's going to be hard for Fnatic to get any more damage done, I think.
Yeah, and imagine if he'd actually connected with the torso on AZ there, because AZ was a player that killed JW, backstabbing him from short. And considering that Flusher actually got the jump spot on the bomb just before the rush came, Fnatic had a realistic chance to actually win this round had AZ died, but it looks like Crimson just going to be able to pick up a quick frag and a weapon. Just as just at the end there. Hearing tables being smashed, James.
Yes, that's CLG though, so I think they're just messing around.
All right.
I don't know, they're smiling, so I think they're up to some shenanigans over there. One thing, when that smoke goes down on shorts, it's interesting but completely suicidal. Basically, almost where Dennis was standing, but closer to the wall and a bit further up. It leaves a weird gap where if a team moves next to the mid box looking around, you almost get a free shot on them, but then you're probably going to die afterwards. But I wonder if a strat can be built around there, but I think it will be a high variance one, so I'm not going to blab too much about that. So, Fnatic going to be back on the buy, not able to afford or save the AWP, which was stolen by FaZe Clans, and of course it will be none other than Fox to rock it. He's got a reasonable spawn for mid, but he's the man who smokes short every round, so he'll be doing that and moving over towards A.
Yeah, this is where we should see an adjustment from Fnatic though, because not only are they without any AWPs, FaZe are very realistically going to keep running the same strat as previous, which is these A plays, these fast A plays with the rifles. They don't have as much emphasis on middle this time. That's the only real difference from
Jungle
FaZe.
smoke, if I'm not mistaken.
So Fnatic, 4 players around middle basically. One of them being on B, which is Olofmeister. So very, very dynamic, running all over the place, but not playing close on A. And now FaZe are coming in close. But there's the first frag. Crims will go down, and once again, FaZe open this up with the entries that they need.
They've got a retake situation. JW is moving back to a more passive position. That stair position is a bit dangerous. The flanker gets taken down, but in a trade, so still a man advantage for FaZe here. Still loads of nades flying out for them. They need to cross this choke point here. All the players in connector. You can see it, they've still got it wide open. Bomb, however, is going to go down in the default position. Ideally, FaZe would have gone for a plant behind triple as they've got 2 people on T-spawn, but with the man advantage, they should be able to hold the site here.
Yeah, this is really rough here for Fnatic. They don't have any grenades, but Olofmeister making a pick off over by CT. He's going to open himself up there to the angle on the bomb site. And this is really nice now because his teammates need that help, that need that distraction, and he's going to provide that. And there is the frag coming in from JW. 3 versus 2 now as both players from basically spotted on the slope. JW will take down 2 there with the headshots. Fox responds with a great shot on the AWP, but the bomb is ticking away now. And is the defuse coming in? Yes, it will. Dennis, just in the nick of time, is going to save the round there for Fnatic with a bit of help from Olofmeister and JW. Really cool retake, but that looked really, really rough for a while. 3 players stuck outside of connector looking at a retake situation.
And that's the problem with that default plant. I don't know if the... we're going to replay for now. But I don't know if afterwards the observer can circle triple in default on the site. But when you plant it on triple, then you can defend it from T-spawn. But if you are planted for default, then it's really hard to do that. And obviously it couldn't because Fnatic still had control of connector. They had so many nades coming in, but they didn't have the smoke to put down to cover the cross with the bomb, and then they ended up paying for it. So Fnatic back to winning ways. Both teams on a buy now. Fox continues with the AWP. And speaking of which, JW's taken it all in the face. About 448 damage, baby.
That was pretty brutal. And JW actually, for the first time, pushing underpass. And the timing was great, but Fox, what a shot. Now, it's going to be pretty rough for Fnatic. 4 versus 5 almost immediately at the start of the round. And they've taken mid control with Dennis and Olofmeister as sort of the response to that initially. And they'll spot that there's not much going on there from FaZe. And Flush is alone on B. Crims is more or less alone on the A side itself. So this is a pretty rough situation for Fnatic. They're going to need some good individual performances and some tight team play because they have 4 flashbangs. They don't even have the grenades to work with here. This is definitely a heavily advantageous round for FaZe as they come in for this A play.
Crims is pretty deep on the A site and he is alone, but we know what he's capable of. He hears the footsteps, makes a call to his teammate, but can he get there fast enough? Look at the nades being used here by FaZe Clan. Fortunately, Crims is still alive for the time being. AZ with 2 frags though, make that a 3rd. May have just shut this round completely down. Flusher, last man standing, moving towards CT, but it's a 1 versus 4. What can he expect to do here?
Well, he's got a flashbang. And that's about it.
Nice.
So we'll have to see. I think there's 1 or 2 players that can just immediately look towards CT as well. AZ and Fox who's over by the palace area. Michael L is quite close over by stairs.
Could he be going for a ninja Dan?
It's a possibility. I mean, I'm just going to quickly check Fnatic's money, and they are very broke, and they've just won obviously a round, so that means Fnatic will be reset. So it's Flusher could really do
I feel like he wants
himself a favor
ninja
by holding onto this rifle or getting a ninja. Yeah, I would. for that to happen at this level, it's just unthinkable. And he was going to go for it.
Yeah.
But he's got spotted by Fox, so it is off right now. But is he going to get caught by Michael Ellie? He's close. There's the peek. Flusha expects it, but Michael Ellie hits the shot. And that's going to be Flusha dead, and Fnatic now with no money to speak of.
Yeah, so they won 1 round after losing 3, then lost the following one, which means the loss bonus is reset to 1,400, which means you got no money. But they're going for the Force, it would appear. Perhaps JW will leave some money in the hole. Nope, going straight for the Mag 7. Full buy coming out for the entire team.
Wow.
There we go, AZ messing up the flashbang, but we can, we'll take that. 3 kills and a mess up flashbang, I'll take that.
This is interesting too, because a force buy like this, they're not even a spot where they can actually reset phase. So it's kind of strange. I mean, they can reset them, but they'll still have money to buy. So kind of a nuts decision by Fnatic. Really crazy. I guess they're confident with the 9 rounds they already have. But Crims goes down immediately, so it's a 4 versus 5 now. However, Flusha with that CZ, man, he's too good with that thing. He's going to pick up a kill, and now it's a 4 versus 4. And FaZe, they need to be careful here, not to bleed out too many more frags.
Yeah, you see JW is playing close to A slope with the Mag 7. They don't have any more smokes though, do the Fnatic side. Makaleli and Fox are heading in his direction and they're running. So JW should hear him, so we should see a bit of a rotation. Olofmeister is going to go for a bit of a peek towards B, but I imagine maybe he's going to commit to A. Dennis is playing in shadow position as well. JW's blind though, but they're starting to come in through the smoke. There's one, can he get the second one? No, Fox is going to trade. He's taking some damage though, down to half HP, and there's man disadvantage for FaZe Clan. There's a minute on the clock, and it seems that Dennis is going to go for the push. Nice, fast peek there. Fox misses the angle, and it's AZ versus 3. 50 seconds left on the clock. He can still do it, but there's an AWP and an AK in tow now.
Wow. Here we go. Amazing. They survive with 3 players, pick up an AWP and 2 AK-47s. And again, for me, that buy there, that force up, they're in a spot where they can't even reset the other team. They'll also be able to buy. Well, I mean, they reset the economy, but they'll still be able to buy, that is. They won't force into eco immediately. And Fnatic, if they saved once, they could still field a buy if they wanted. So it was really risky, but they made it happen.
The problem is that they're Fnatic.
Yeah, the problem is that they're ridiculous. So 10-4, and that's so crippling for FaZe. FaZe were really winning the right rounds at the right time. But now we're back to winning ways here for Fnatic, but for how long? We've got the AWP back onto Fox, and a quick push in middle once again. FaZe have shown these fast paces do work out for them.
This time, Fnatic have 3 people, though, on the A site. Crims is in shadow. Dennis is pushed lower, but he's lost a dual terrain. JW still at the back. Crims has taken 1 down, but they're all dead on the A site, so this round should be over. 4 versus 2. Olofmeister coming in from Connector, and Flusha going through CPL to jungle now. Now we've got the triple plant, which means that they can defend it from T-slope as well, where AZ is standing. So this is going to be a lot more difficult than it was for Fnatic, not just because of the man advantage, but because of the position of the bomb as well. Got loads of flashes coming towards Flusha's face. No nades left though for the CTs. There are 2 smokes down on this for the CTs, which means what was that? Which means they can still try and isolate these Ts and get some 1v1s here without getting traded.
Yeah, yesterday Olofmeister was a little bit quiet, but he does have quite the reputation as a pretty good player, and he's showing why. And Flusha still with that CZ going in. Olofmeister with a bit of a distraction here. Flusha can pick up an AK on the bomb site. Olofmeister with another frag, but AZ with a shot to the side of the head is going to finish off the round, and that's a 10-5 first half. Fnatic
nice, having
a pretty strong first half indeed. Shutting down FaZe at the right points. Although FaZe did show, some glimmers of hope and some also, a lot of good timing when they were winning the rounds, essentially, building up some momentum. It wasn't until that crazy force buy from Fnatic with the Mag 7, the CZs and so on, that they were able to actually just break FaZe. But 10-5, you can still come back pretty effectively from that on the CT side, but FaZe better win this pistol that's coming up.
Indeed, I think 5 rounds is not a disaster for them, but judging by how much they seem to have drilled this map with their fast plays, I think they would have expected to have more rounds in the bag, and perhaps they could have. But we saw some adjustment from Fnatic towards the end there, but didn't pay off. They still got wrecked completely by FaZe.
FaZe are playing like the opposite of Na'Vi or something right now, just like super fast rounds, and it's you're never relying on the AWP to open up the map for you. Just going for really fast rounds.
Yeah, I'd say Mirage isn't the easiest one to get duels with the AWP that can be in your favor. But yeah, I mean they're moving pretty quickly. But Fnatic still managed to get 10 rounds on the board, which is really, really good for them. So the question is going to be, what do FaZe have to offer on their CT side? I mean, judging by the way they would play, I would think that they would feel like they had a strong T side. But the question is their CT side going to be as strong as they perceive their T side to be? It will need to be, because they are up against the best in the world. I don't think they're going to be fearing the duels, but they're going to need to work together, especially on the A side. and to coordinate. And if they lose mid as easily as Fnatic were losing it, then who knows what could happen.
Yeah, I mean, you got to wonder how Fnatic would decide from a strategic sense how to approach this this matchup, because, you know, FaZe, their strength is definitely the aim battles. They're not going to be shying away from those. That's where they're going to find their comfort. And that was the style that we saw, you know, the aggressive, fast pace. That's going to be very suitable for them. So Fnatic, you know, do they want to play more of an execute-heavy style? Typically, you know, historically, they haven't as much gone to executes unless they really need to, because their players are so damn individually skilled. So they're just going to enable their players to get the picks, then create the mid-round, the good mid-round calls to, you know, work around that. So I'm very curious to see how they're going to interpret this. But first things first, FaZe have got to win this pistol to get the money rolling, or Fnatic are going to walk all over them.
Both teams with 4 sets of Kevlar. We've got Dennis playing close slope. Rain's gone to the sandwich position, which, a nerd fact, you can actually see people's feet in the sandwich position if you have a sniper rifle, because there's a crate under the box, and the crate has a gap. But for the purposes of this round, we've got 4 Fnatic players now moving towards A, as Olofmeister has made his way into mid, but Fox has an angle such that he might see Olofmeister once Olofmeister starts to move. We'll see if Olofmeister just waits for some rotations to come in. Fnatic just waiting now. Flusher just checking the back, seeing what's going on. Rain's got his aimbot turned on, as you can see there.
I love it when teams just wait, just let the other team sit in awkward silence. And here comes the push. We're going to see the first shots exchanged there. AZ down to 2 HP. We've all been there. It sucks. But Rain in from the back. 2 quick headshots there from the sandwich position. That's going to be a good start there for FaZe. But Olofmeister and Crims striking back, and that's the A-bomb site, well in the hands of the Swedish players. Now as FaZe with Jacob and Michael try to work their way in back from Connector and Jungle. 2 versus 2, just open aim battles with these pistols, and it's just on JChem now picking up the Tech 9, but Crims with a shot straight to the dome is going to win the round for Fnatic. So the pistol has gone the way of the Swedes. This is going to be a tough situation for FaZe. You expect the force buy. There it is. It's coming in. Michael is going to be on the scout, James. This is going to be interesting.
Flusher has had a huge smile on his face at the end of that round. Again, it seems FaZe are prepared. The sandwich position is not the most common one in pistol rounds and such, so good play by them. But it wasn't enough. It's almost never enough. Hey, MLG Ware K, it seems you have been dropped, so congratulations to you. We've got the Mac 10 onto JW. Olofmeister just rolling with the Tech 9. So again, it's a conservative buy here from Fnatic. Flusher on the UMP as well. Let's have a look at the layout and where these Ts are going. Again, we've got Rain playing close to A slope at the moment, but there's nothing to be found there. But the question is, will he go for a bit of a push there? We've got JW holding in T spawn. So if Rain goes and gets some information that nobody's there, perhaps we will see a Fnatic rotation to A anyway. As you can see, Flushes over towards B. So it's not really clear where the bomb might be headed.
Yeah, you're going to be super scared of stacks and so on in a spot like this for Fnatic. And they spotted the scout already towards the B-bomb site. And one of the problems with scouts in a round like this is if you play it too slow around and give the scout too many opportunities, it was just going to pick you apart. But already 2 players spotted by Slope as well. So having seen Michael at the B site, Fnatic know that there's no stack at least. So they're going to have to make a call soon. And it's Olofmeister and Connector to take down Rain. That's going to be a nice little boon here going in for Fnatic as they make the call into the B bomb site. Flusher putting the bullets in from the apartments. Dennis helping out from short. And it looks like Fnatic have taken over the B bomb site. Not much left to speak of here for FaZe as they wander in one by one until they're all eliminated.
That was a really nice reaction from Olofmeister getting that kill in Connector. There was a smoke in there at the time being, but obviously when you're moving up short, it's always dangerous to get shot from Connector and vice versa. Moving up Connector, getting shot from short. So they took one down, moved to the other one, and split B very, very quickly. So that was a nice play by them. 7-round lead for Fnatic now. And we're going to see FaZe on the eco because the money's still not there yet. Obviously, buying in the previous round of Scout didn't get much sun. I think there was a bit of a tag on the B-bomb site, but that would be about that. JW on the 5-7 and Olofmeister on the Tech 9. So obviously reading the C2 economy. As you can see there, the CTs are stacking 4 people over towards the B-bomb site with Makalele holding short. You'll hear a lot of people jumping and running around here, so we'll see if the CTs react to that. Taking down Makalele, and it seems Olofmeister might go for an information play towards B. We've got Flusher moving through the apps, and JW looking for info towards the A site. That 5-7 will just make him a bit more coin.
He's just standing there, just not a care in the world. Finally dies. There is justice, James, after all. So, well, this looks like a pretty standard start here after the pistol victory. Fnatic handling the initial anti-force buy fairly well. Bomb going down, and that will be the end of that. 13-5, and this has been a pretty convincing first map so far for Fnatic, but this is where, FaZe's, real chances to get the ball rolling on their CT side. But, of course, they're not going to have the most money in the world, so not all the grenades, but at least Fox can afford armor with that AWP.
He can, that's always good. He's got the best spawn for Ace. We'll see if he goes to try and take a peek towards Ace slope, or if he goes to connector, many places he can go. Again, double AWPs on the T side. So we're saying it's not easy to use AWPs necessarily on T side Mirage, but Fnatic going to go in with 2. Olofmeister doing some JWS bouncing around like he's in a Brooklyn nightclub, but not going to get any frags on that occasion. JW going towards B, and he's going to try and charge through the smoke, but oh, that's a bit awkward. Jacob gets the frag, however. No respect from Fnatic, just business as usual. Fox not able to get the frag from connector as Olofmeister jumped past the angle. So, see if FaZe can capitalize on this early man advantage.
Yeah, Fnatic still have the bomb down towards the B app, so it's just chilling at the moment, seeing what initially they can get done, and it is soon time to go and get that bomb there and make a call on the map, and Olofmeister's out mid by himself, just pushing with not much cover and seeing what he can get done. Still 5 players left for FaZe, but they're playing quite passively at the moment. Let's see if Olofmeister can get something done here. There's a player obviously on short, as you can see, and look how defensive Fox is. Oh, he's just going to peek there, but Fox was actually on point.
Wow.
Amazing stuff there. Great anticipation from Fox, or perhaps just a very nice flick shot. And that's 3 players there for Fnatic. This is a bit disastrous, but the only thing they have going for them, they've got a guy in connector already, one in Palace, and now the bomb is going to make its way all the way around to... is he actually going to go apps with it? He's going to go B apps. Interesting. So with 3 players, they're going to try to go for a bit of a fake here.
Fox rotated straight away to the Ace, to CT of A, and it's going to pay off for them. But now we've got the rotation coming out from the B bomb site. Makalele is still hanging around though, just wondering what's going on. They haven't seen the bomb, so they're going to leave one person towards B. Is it going to pay off? It probably is, because Flusher has the AWP. However, Makalele jumps, which gives his position away. And now Flusher's going to he's going to get dinked with the M4. Thought he might have dinked Makalele there. And time is running out for Flusher. Not going to be able to get the bomb down as the rotation comes in or get any more kills. So FaZe survive with 3.
Yeah, that was an awkward spot. He was like, 8 seconds left. Can't actually win the round, but also don't want to die after time.
Yeah.
And I'm going to die after time unless I go and try and fight now.
I think he went to rescue that AWP early on in the round, which makes me think that surely there was an AK in the same area. So I wonder if he picked it up, if something could have been a bit different, because Makalele jumped. I don't know why he jumped, if it was a mistake on his mouse, but he made a noise. If he has an AK there, perhaps he has a better chance of getting more damage in.
I think a CZ is basically an AK for Flusher. So
yeah, that's also true.
so it's all good. But we can see here that there's a bit of a creep with Fnatic here towards the B apps at the moment, and the bomb is following suit. They've left Olofmeister by the boxes in mid, but at the same time, FaZe actually pushing Slope, so they're going to have the information that nothing's going on by Slope. And if there was going to be an A play, there is likely they spot someone there. So this is going to send the alarm bells ringing. We should really see a rotation of at least an extra player towards that B bomb site right now. And, FaZe, they're going to start rotating.
Interestingly,
Fnatic not committing either.
We had Fox come in on short, holding the angle. He is very flashable from there, but Fnatic, maybe they heard him run into position and they knew they were in trouble, so they're going to move away. But it's going to be a slow procession because they know they have no eyes towards A. Bearing in mind, FaZe had 3 people push A slope. They've left nobody there. They didn't really peek T-spawn. So Fnatic it's almost like an overpass map now. They need to slowly check all the corners as they approach one of the bomb sites. And indeed, they still have the control of mid until Fox decides to start ripping people's heads off from shorts.
They've done it now. They've set up the attack more or less for the A site. They've got a player pretty much in connector. As we can see, it's Olof. Very important position. Olof, he can get some kills here very easily when the distractions come in, or vice versa. There's the first peak. Olof really needs to win that battle, but Flush is there to try to save some face, and it's going to be the rest of the Fnatic players moving in from the slope. They've taken over the A bomb site now. Life is going to get more difficult, but it is a 3 versus 3 for FaZe. And Michael had a good timing just going over the ticket box. Able to get some damage, but no frags. 11 HP respectively for each Crims and JW. This is tough, but there's the first shot coming in from Crims. It's going to be good. Jacob's out of the picture, but there's still 2 more players to find, and JW is running all the way around for the short plant. This is very interesting. Can JW get there in time? Crims is trying desperately to buy time, but he has now been finished off. JW just there in the nick of time. Oh, can't quite find the first kill quickly enough. And there it is, the second one, the headshot. Immediately, Fox goes down, and now JW pulling out the Glock, and he will do it. JW onto Michael Lele. Beautiful play coming in, running all the way around. Crims, he must have been sweating, James. He sat in the corner, just praying desperately that he can survive for just an extra second longer.
That was a hero rotation, but JW had an opportunity to just pop the head with one shot on his first engagement there, but a panic spray came in, shooting in the chest didn't work out, but the Glock running out of bullets just in time stops the defuse from coming in. But that could have gone so many ways, because you saw, just after I said Fox was on short, they smoked off short, but there was a gap in the corner, but he looked away just as Flusher moved in. Anything could have happened in that round. Timing, as always in Counter-Strike, can be brutal, and indeed was for FaZe on that occasion. Again, we're going to have Rain playing close, but this time it's not a full buy from FaZe, it's a fourth buy. They've only got one rifle, that's the Scout onto Fox. And Rain goes down, and if he was going for an information play, he has received the information to the chest stand through his Kevlar.
Yeah, no kidding. It doesn't look too good here for FaZe. It looks like Fnatic pretty confident going into this, into pretty much any area of the map that they choose. It's a bit of, you know, fire down there to disincentivize them just for the moment, but Crims will find a headshot somehow, and now it's all of Fnatic just grouping up, ready to bulldoze onto this A bomb site, and you got Fox with the Scout and JKM with a 5-7.
There's no MLG stickers on the Scout, Dan.
Is that offensive? Oh.
He should just be slayed by the admin for not having MLG stickers, but he's off to a good start, tagging JW as well, so maybe there's more damage to be done here by FaZe Clan. Bomb moving into the site now, but down goes Fox, down goes the Scout. Good riddance to a Scout with no MLG stickers. Jacob coming through connector. Perhaps he can get a flank onto Olofmeister. Indeed, so maybe there's a weapon for him to save here. Let's see, I imagine he wants to make his exit, but maybe he's... Ooh.
I mean, their money is
going for it?
Is screwed. Wow.
Well, I think he's going for it now. He's made it 2 versus 1. He's probably got about 30 seconds on the clock here, so if he can just get a headshot... Did a bit of damage to Flusher, but couldn't find his face in time.
Yeah, their money is really awful. They're each on 2k. I mean, oh my god. Awful situation for FaZe here. And this is their, you know, they're on their last lifeline now. And they have to defend that lifeline with Deagle's 5-7s on CZs, James.
When worst comes to worst, my Deagle comes first, Dan. You're welcome. AZ Makaleli on the Deagles. Jacob with the 5-7. And CZ onto Fox and Rain respectively. Lots of nades as well. For Fox and Jacob at least. And again, that's the push through the side of the smoke that we were talking about in the first half. Olofmeister is blind. Olofmeister is put out of his misery. Man advantage for the CTs. They can retrieve that gun as well. So if Jacob can just hold on here, because I don't think he's actually, he does have the smoke, but he's just going to be holding the angle for now. Indeed, he does get the smoke down. That's crucial. And will force Fnatic away. Phase of 3 people on the A site at present. Fnatic moving into mid. They've still got JW deep in B, which means they could go for a split here.
Yeah, Fnatic have so much time to play with still too, over a minute in fact. So they're not really in any rush at this point. They can definitely afford to play it slowly and allow FaZe to maybe make a mistake, you know, an overpeak or something similar. JW knows that there's a CT quite close here. He already spotted JKM and the trajectory of the nade that was thrown previously, so he's got an idea that someone's lurking here. Not sure if he knows there's the 2 players, and Michael is going to absolutely wreck JW there with that AW, with the Deagle, sorry, and it's Dennis with the AWP. He's going to get sweet, sweet revenge as Fnatic start to push into this B-bomb site now. They have chosen the B-bomb site. Let's see if they can finish it off all here. But Fox is lurking with that CZ to try to make the difference, but he's actually going to have enough time for his teammates to come in here. A couple of frags going the way of FaZe, but Dennis in a 1 versus 2 on the AWP now. 25 seconds left to play with. Can he go for the clutch? Can he get it? Can he secure it here for Fnatic in 16-6 fashion? Not much time left to play with. He needs to pick the bomb up as well. And now he's got that AK in hand. There's the first AWP shot. Dennis connects onto Fox. One more player. And headshot found by AZ. FaZe will stay in it by the skin of their teeth. But there's still so much more work to be done.
No fear from AZ. That was an awkward position. Some people might have tried to run away there, but that might have not gone so well. So just going to go and shoot him in the face instead. Nice play by him, but FaZe have quite the mountain to climb. And we'll see that despite winning the round, their money was so poor that their money is not much better. I wonder if there's a gun on the floor for Fox, or if he's actually going to run around with just a USP. No, there is an AWP in fact, so FaZe have a fighting chance. Fnatic onto the eco as well, but they've picked up some pistols, so there is some damage to be done to the fragile, the brittle FaZe Clan economy. Olofmeister playing around smokes. Olofmeister doing as Olofmeister does, but Rain seems to have a jump on him. Oh, an MP9 spray down, death by paper cuts. He's got half his life left. No armor on any of these Fnatic players. They've got a number of people moving in the underpass, so it seems they're going to try and bum rush the jungle area, and AZ may get taken by surprise.
Yeah, I could see a boost here potentially from Dennis to see if they can spot the short player. Yeah, there it is. Boost coming in. Michael could be in trouble, but he will find the frag in time. Turning around, taking down Flusher. Dennis, of course, he knows that an extra player is there as well due to the boost. JW is lurking as always, been spotted by AZ. So things should be pretty under control here for FaZe. Getting the crossfires in there towards middle, and nothing going to be happening here. Nice little shot there from Fox, long range as well for support. So FaZe easily picking up around against Kevlar-less Fnatic players, but now Fnatic could afford to eco again or cause E up, and indeed that's what they're going to do. So it'll be a little bit more difficult this time, but FaZe should be able to pick this one up on paper as well.
Let's see if FaZe can make it to 10. Fnatic perhaps would get a bit worried if FaZe get the next 2 rounds in a row. But it's only 1 round, of course, required by Fnatic to take the first map. Again, this is the pick of FaZe, and one would have to say that they need to get the first map in the bag to be in with a reasonable chance of taking this best of 3. Otherwise, you pretty much have to favour Fnatic quite reasonably. After all, they are the best team in the world. But talk is cheap. It's all about shooting people in the face. We've got these smokes coming in, perhaps trying to bait some counter flashes, some counter nades from FaZe, and it begins. Flusher goes down, as does Fox, shot in the face by Olofmeister. Moving into the site now are the Fnatic players, and with those pistols, they're going to be too close for comfort. Olofmeister's picked up a knock. That's not going to be good for the CT side. 3 versus 3. Still 2 players on Fnatic without rifles. Flashbang comes in, and there goes the AWP.
Yeah, this is a little bit dangerous. There's still 2 players there for Fnatic. There's a minute to play with still, and they could always try to get themselves back, but looks like they're just going to fight to the death here. Dennis looking for that one shot, long range. Can't quite find it, and he'll be finished off. FaZe survive with 3 players, so they'll have a full buy-up in the next rounds. Not too straining on their economy, losing 2 in this stage. 15-9 is the score, so still quite some amount of rounds to climb back. But, starting to get some momentum on the board, but it's just, they don't have any margin of error. So that's the real problem here. And Fnatic are going to have their buy-up. And Fnatic have a wealth of options to choose from to try to break FaZe also. They've been doing quite well on those mid-takes of theirs. Let's see if Fnatic can get that going again. We do have a couple players moving into mid here. The short smoke is dropped down as well, so it's actually quite a quick pace from Fnatic into middle.
It's very similar to FaZe's advance into middle as well. You've got the smoke on short, the Molotov into connector. We'll see how it varies after that. By this time, FaZe are pretty much in the A bomb site or contending for it, whereas Fnatic are still top mid. So some differences there, perhaps waiting for a reaction from FaZe. Nice pop flash coming in to allow his teammates to peek connector. See if Olofmeister goes for a short peek as well. He's making his way into the ladder room. There is somebody, that's Makalele, just around the corner. So we'll see if that CT goes for a play. I think Olofmeister may have just revealed his position by accident.
Yeah, this is actually a really passive setup from FaZe. In fact, they gave up middle and connector completely for a while. Fox has finally repositioned, but he's not really... he's by jungle at the moment, so he's not really in the best position in the world to stop players coming out of connector if he gets smoked off. So Fnatic with a player on Palace side and also the apartment side, they really have so many options still. They're waiting for that initial pick, and that can then inform them as to how they want to play against the CT rotation to win the round. Now, look how steadily they're holding it. 35 seconds. This is becoming kind of Na'Vi levels of delay here before they make that play. And they finally got JW moving up the slope now. They've picked up the bomb on middle. And looks like they're going to send it through connector. But that is bad news. JW gets picked off by AZ towards slope. So it's really on the 2 players from connector here to get onto the bomb site. 20 seconds to plant the bomb. There's the opener from Crims. Rain by Sandwich will take down Dennis. That is the bomb down. Crims goes down as well. They need to get to the bomb. There's 12 seconds on the clock. There's simply not enough time here for Olofmeister to do this, and too many players to play against. And he just wants to not die after time at this point, and he is going to go down. So FaZe, very patient, very disciplined round against Fnatic's very passive play.
This is where the pressure starts to rise on Fnatic. FaZe have made it to 10. Fnatic's money is ropey again. They're going to have to go for the eco. Rain making the hero save there, but again, it all went wrong for Fnatic when they lost a player on A slope. Flusher was towards B. He had to start charging in the underpass. Makalele was on short and would hear that as well. So FaZe were prepared and ready for the push to come in from the connector area, and the positioning paid off in spades. So we'll see if they can continue to close the gap here. you may have thought they were down and out, but I wouldn't say so just yet. Obviously, far more equipped in this round.
5 Deeks. We got Deeks for days.
Yeah, we
from
have
Fnatic.
the Butcher by Dan, looking for those meat shots. We'll see if they manage to connect.
Yeah, this is it's always fun to see 5 Deagles, but Olofmeister tagged down to 9, so FaZe a good position at the moment. 3 players playing the distances. But it only takes 1 shot in these rounds with all the Deagles to really send everything hurling into chaos. And there is one. Dennis taking down 2 players. Deagle headshots found onto the A bomb site. Now Fnatic have 4 players left. They are tagged up quite somewhat at this point, but Olofmeister, he's going to be the most tagged player. He's rotating at the moment, as is all of FaZe to the A bomb site. And Fnatic have yet to hit the site. They recognize there's a lot of time in the round. They're going to send a lot of questions spiraling through the minds of FaZe. Are they going A? Because right now there's no one spotted on A, and a lot of time has passed. And what is the result? They've spread out the defense massively. This is really smart from Fnatic.
Yeah, it's desperate for FaZe because there are 2 rifles on the site. If Fnatic take the site and those rifles, then things get very horrible indeed. Them knowing it's a force buy. Dennis has gone down though, as Makalele still on A slope, trying to do what he can, but now they're starting to move in. Olofmeister looking for the flank from Connector, trying to trade with Fox now, who's in the jungle area. Indeed he will, and that means Olofmeister's got a North. There's only 1 player left, it's Jacob versus 2. Olofmeister's got next to no health, and Jacob's going to make his position known by shooting the vent. So crossfire position has begun. Molotov's not going to help either. See the angle Olofmeister is holding. Jacob going to go for the flank, but Olofmeister should hear him, so who's going to rotate where? He's going to get the frag there, 1 versus 1 now. Krim's, his position is unknown. He's playing on triple, but Jacob needs to look all over the place. The bomb's planted on triple, which means that Krims could be CT. He's been found, not going to get the frag though. 16 to 10, Fnatic take the pick of FaZe, and we will move on to Cobble.
What a beautiful round there by Fnatic at the end there. You just got to love how they played the mid round, and that's really going to tell you about some of the real strength of this team. Obviously the individual skill is so amazing, but once they get those initial situations where they can get those 1 or 2 frags to disrupt the defense, they played the mid round perfectly. And FaZe, they never looked truly in this Mirage game. It looked very dominant from Fnatic. Best team in the world for a reason. That is for sure. And most people in this series, I think, will be expecting Fnatic to stomp FaZe. And I think FaZe also did prove, in this match that they can definitely be here and contend against Fnatic. But we'll have to see how that is going to develop on the rest of the maps in this series, because I feel like Mirage was probably one of their better shots.
Yeah.
In this series.
Absolutely. The kills were well averaged on both sides, but again, it was Fnatic to win the pick of FaZe there. So definitely an uphill struggle, I think, is the phrase. Now,
yeah.
I mean, generally speaking, you're going to favour Fnatic all the way because they are the best team in the world. But FaZe are not down and out by any means. But not taking the map that they chose causes problems. How good are they going to be on Cobble? Clearly, you can see that they've been boot camping. They've been putting in some work with Robban, etc., and they are looking a lot better and more coordinated than we're used to seeing. But is it going to be enough?
Well, I think Scoots is ready on the analyst desk to give us the thoughts of the many analysts.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And again, Fnatic has done what we all thought they would do. They have taken map 1. But again, not over yet. But an interesting note, Half-Life TV just tweeted, and I just did a quick little research on my stats. I think the stat goes farther back than what I'm going to say, but for the last 3 months, FaZe has not played Cobble in online or offline official play. And I think it goes even farther back with the G2 and Kingwin days, I think, in the sense of how long they haven't played this map in an official capacity. That does not bode well for them. Starting with you, Duncan.
I mean, this map alone doesn't, because you might look at this map and go, oh, in terms of fragging, by the end they were all doing okay, and the scoreline wasn't that bad, they were close. Maybe map 2 can be closer. You have to understand, that map is Fnatic's permaban, and that map is FaZe's best map. So add those 2 factors together, and the way they just were consistently beaten out by the guys from Fnatic actually means it's really, really dark going into Cobblestone. Cobblestone is by no means like the best Fnatic map, but just of how much of a contrast it was on FaZe's best map and Fnatic's worst, I feel like this is just going to be a bloodbath on Cobblestone. And even worse, here's the thing, it might not look as impressive when everyone on your team's kind of all contributing, because then it's not just one guy standing out and just wrecking the whole team. You're like, oh, you got to stay away from Olofmeister in this game. It's actually scarier to me when every single person on Fnatic's fragging in that way, because as you see, they just comprehensively beat you.
And we'll talk about more Cobble after the first break, but your thoughts on this matchup that just happened, the first map?
I mean, it was kind of unfortunate for FaZe because they lost both pistol rounds. I actually liked their idea in the first half on the T side. They wanted to take the game to Fnatic with a fast connector push, then a fast B split as well. But they just didn't hit their shots. You could see in that first gun round, they actually caught Fnatic off guard. They were shooting JW in the back. I can't remember which player it was, but he couldn't get that initial kill. They whiffed another spray after that. Creams from Shadow cleaned the round up with 3 kills. Fnatic was up 8-0, in the first half at that point. And even though they managed to recover really well, in the second half, again, they lose pistol, win the first gun round, and then get reset. Again, it's the nightmare scenario, and you can't really expect to win against any team with 2 awful starts like that, let alone against Fnatic.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I mean, their playstyles are very similar to one another because they do like the kind of how NIP used to play back in the day, where it's like less strat heavy. The problem is that Fnatic does it so much better. Great flash work, helping each other, which is, I'd say that's the deal, especially when you have that kind of playstyle. If you go in and if the other guy just behind you don't get that revenge frag, you're gonna lose the round, right? Yeah. Fnatic does a great job with that, and you saw there in the later stages of the round. One thing that Fnatic does, I think, best out of everyone in the whole world is that the time they take, well, play Counter-Strike as well, but the time they take when they actually do, even if they're in a deficit, they make them wait. So they do a very fast push initially, and then even if they're in a deficit or even if they're 4-on-3, then they just fall back a little bit and have the defenders actually second guess themselves. You saw the last round there with FaZe. They had no idea where Fnatic was. They wandered around, but you saw they actually were playing very scattered. 1 B, 1 in connector, and 1 over on the A bomb side. And that's how Fnatic like to do it. They go aggressive first, get an entry, possibly even 2. Even if they end up falling, or even if they end up dying, that's when you fall back and you let them second guess it. So versus Splice, for example, on Train, same scenario. They were down 3-on-5. They just fell back, waited, and then for inexperienced teams, they just start pushing. They're like, oh, we need information.
Yep.
Not really. You
just lead right into Fnatic's hand at that point.
Yeah, and those are the major differences for Fnatic versus FaZe. And you saw that here. So technically, yeah, you have the firepower to be able to stick up to Fnatic. What you don't have is the mentality and the approach that they have in the game, and they do it a lot better than FaZe did.
I mean, what Fifth Lion actually touched on before in the pre-game segment was that, yeah, if you looked on paper, you'd actually say, hey, a FaZe team should be able to take a map off Fnatic. They should be able to push Fnatic just in terms of pure fragging, because some of these names at different times in their career have been very explosive players, very consistent players. We have a nice spread of star players from different teams here. Problem is, a bunch of them aren't stars anymore. Like the one that's the most disappointing to me is Makalele, actually, because I remember at Cluj-Napoca, what spurred that run that they went on and went all the way to the semis and almost the final 1 round away was the game against Mouse Sports that was on this map. It was on Mirage, and Makalele went absolutely ham in this game. And he was controlling the whole game. He was winning like 1v2s, 1v3s. He was doing it all with a rifle as well. Now he's gone back to his AWPing style. He's not very consistent. He wasn't fragging well in this game, and it seems like he's just been in this slump that he hasn't been able to come out of. Some of the others come out here and there. Okay, Fox doesn't perform that well overall, but the other 3, they have their games. They have their moments. For Makalele, I don't know what it is, because it's supposed to be his team as well. Something's happened to that guy where he's not an impact player at the moment. And that was the best thing about him before when he was in NIP and this team early on, is that his kills mattered to the round. They win you rounds, they'd get you back into a half. At the moment, he's just an also round in a team where he should be one of the best.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Well, that's going to wrap up Map 1. Again, FaZe is not out of it yet, but again, they are definitely on the cusp of being eliminated. And again, as I said earlier, they have not played Cobblestone as a FaZe team at all, and even before that, other team iterations of this crew. So they're obviously not a Cobblestone team whatsoever. We'll see if they can, maybe they're going to surprise us all. We'll find out after the break. All right, folks, welcome back. We are one map into Fnatic versus FaZe. I won't say halfway through because FaZe could win this one and take us to a third map, but it's going to be tough. As we said before, it's not a map they play. They always veto it, and they always get lucky that it ends up not being in the rotation. But again, now they have to play, I don't know, the best team in the world on Cobble. So, gentlemen, let me get your thoughts again on this, starting with you, Robin.
The only thing that FaZe might have going for them is if 4 of their players just go ham on this map. That's the only way that I see them potentially even winning this game, or this map leading into the third map. I just don't. Like you're saying as well, we were talking about it in the break as well. Like, for example, a team like Na'Vi never plays Cash, right? And the only reason why back then they played Cash was because Nuke was still in the map pool. And if it wasn't, for example, like leagues like ESL, which they actually like force maps on you, you would never see teams even have like a record on certain maps. Like Na'Vi would probably never ever play Cash. Same thing here. I honestly don't think that they actually have practiced this map coming into the tournament. But that's the thing. When you end up playing a team like Fnatic, you're forced to like actually ban a map that, yeah, you practice on, but you know you're just gonna get pummeled on it. So like, well, let's just take a gamble here. Let's pick a map we never play and just hope maybe Fnatic won't realize, or maybe we can at least give them a run for their money. But no, I think that FaZe will have a really hard time here.
But Robin, they were boot camping in Europe. Maybe they secretly practiced Cobble.
All
Now
week.
no one knows what to expect from them. And no, I agree. I think that I think it was a gamble from FaZe that just didn't pay out. I think that Fnatic called their bluff basically, and I don't think Cobble is one of the strongest maps for Fnatic personally, but I still think they're much better on it than FaZe are.
Yeah, I actually agree in that sense. The reason why, unfortunately, you can't even go with that angle, like maybe they were trying to bait them into the Cobble pick and it's secretly their new map, is because actually, I think that FaZe expected Fnatic to pick Inferno. I actually think FaZe thought that's our gamble is that maybe Cobblestone's in the randomizer, and then Fnatic just picks Inferno because they're gods on that. And we're not good on it, but we're willing to play them on it, and we just hope we win Mirage and we get the third map. Unfortunately for them, Fnatic has called their bluff. Fnatic said, right, well, that's the map you don't play. We're not the best on it, but we can play it, certainly. And the big problem here is it's not that FaZe is bad on Cobble, so they don't play it. And I think that's the key point to emphasize here. If they at least played it and they had some routine, it's just they don't have the form on it. You know kind of what to fix there, you know how to play Fnatic. I don't think they have any clue in that sense. I always say the 2 maps that you never want to play if you're like not a team who plays them in general, like to have to improvise on, it's got to be Train and Cobble for me. Like I don't put Overpass in there. All the customs to some degree most teams don't like, but the reason why I don't put Overpass in there is because at least there's like a basis of how you can play the CT side there. You can just sit in the sites, you can just try and purely just frag them, and they have to come to you to a degree. On maps like Cobble and Train, the really good teams on the T side, they just rip you apart. Like it's so hard. Even just holding it down defensively on those maps is so incredibly difficult. So I see FaZe really struggling there. Even with a big fragging performance, I don't think they're going to be able to do it on this map. So I think this is going to be Fnatic 2-0ing us, taking us through, and Astralis' nightmare begins. So,
Rob, any final thoughts, Robin, or did you pretty much already sum it up?
I think I said everything. I think that I don't think FaZe will get more than 6 rounds, and if they do, I think they should be happy with the result.
And you, Yango?
Definitely sticking with the Fnatic 2-0 here.
Okay. FaZe it. They won't outfox Fnatic, and I think Fnatic's going to make it rain. JK main.
All right.
I didn't have anything for that one. Sorry there.
Very punny.
I didn't have anything for that. Sorry. I'll work on that. Should have just cut on that. Yeah. Cut on that next time, please, producer.
All right.
Make me look good.
There we have it. The puns have started. Duncan's warming up. That's going to do it for us at the desk. I'm going to throw you back to James and DDK. They're going to walk you through Map 2. It is Cobble. FaZe taking on Fnatic. Gentlemen, take it away.
Oh, dear.
Allow me to conduct a reading, Dan.
Go for it.
The author is a great writer by the name of Lurpis. Just leaving this here, Fox has never, per HLTV stats, played Cobblestone in his career, Dan. It goes on, Dan. There are numbers, Dan. I hope you're familiar with numbers. Jacob has played Cobblestone 4 times. Makaleli and Rain have played Cobblestone once, Dan. And AZ has played it 37 times.
Presumably
so aside from AZ, they've basically never played Cobblestone ever.
Oh,
that's the situation we have here, Dan.
Interesting.
So where's your monopoly money, Dan?
Beginner's luck.
Where is it going? In which way is it headed?
Well, you'd be crazy not to pick Fnatic here. I think. I mean, you know what? At the last major, this obviously the lineup is not the same.
Considering
but,
it's an international, allow me to interrupt you and apologise.
Whatever.
Kind of in the middle of it. Considering it's an international team, okay, and you
Sure.
have, you know, obviously they've been playing for a while now. They're going to have their language together. Like, if Fox has never played this in a competitive match, does he even know the callouts?
Well, I guess we're going to find out. As this round has commenced, and we're going to be into the action now. And as far as we can see at the moment, there's a lot of focus on this B side from both teams. And Flusher is the man on the A side for the CT side of Fnatic. And Dennis is lurking around connector. But as we can see, FaZe has a lot of players huddled up there near the drop zone area. So they are ready to burst through onto that position. And there are the grenades to help them do so. And in comes the B play. And Fnatic already 4 players in position. 1 goes down already on the B plateau. That's both players on B plateau dead. So now FaZe have an open channel onto the bomb site. This looks like a good opener from FaZe. So far they've hit the initial shots. The bomb can be planted, but there's still 3 players there for Fnatic.
Indeed, you can see the range was closed by FaZe, and indeed it is closed again by Jacob, who is the raid boss, the man with the plan, who can, not Milan. Crim's left versus 3. He has a kit as well. Needs to get himself to 1 versus 1. So the door might help in doing so, but he needs to pass this choke point at some point. I don't think he's going to do it Chris J-Dan. He hasn't got an M4, doesn't have a flashbang either, even though the positions were almost the same of the Ts. Moving in now, that bomb continues to tick. Fox peeks once, not going to peek twice, and Crims may opt to save what he has and try and get some exits at the same time. I don't know. The fuse kit might come in handy in future. But hey, the pistol has been won by FaZe, so they're off to a good start. We'll see if they can... See, now this is the interesting thing, right? They've won the pistol round. So let's say they survive the next 2 rounds, get onto the Fnatic bye. If they manage to break Fnatic and wreck the economy, then who knows where we may be led.
Yeah, well, the problem is a lot of the timings that they're not going to be familiar with, and a lot of the nuances to some of the more sneaky positions. I have to find out, exactly how well they do really know the map as it plays out. But typically one thing that you want in every single map is that you're playing is anti-force buy drills where your team can, most safely win the rounds where you have the biggest advantage from the get-go, and that's when the teams have inferior weaponry. Issue is though, FaZe, is that they've actually decided to go with almost no grenades here, and so that means it's going to be very hard for them to actually go through choke points and to trade efficiently. Against Fnatic, you've got loads of CZs. CZs are really strong, especially in the hands of these Swedish players on Fnatic, in the close ranges. Okay, Rain's already going to pick off 1 player towards B that was pushing, but the rest of Fnatic at the moment is towards A. Now, FaZe are looking to go past the kind of Dragon Lore picture, the painting.
Dragon, you could say.
A mosaic?
Is
it a mosaic?
I don't know. We can
I'm
go and
not
look
sure
at
if
it
it's a
afterwards.
mosaic.
Quickly though, Lopez was doing some more research and found that they have indeed played Cobblestone at least once, beating a team called Attacks. I don't know if that's alternate Attacks, but Attacks 16-14.
Right. Either way, in comes the push now onto the B-bomb site from FaZe. And Fnatic don't really have players in position, so this should be pretty safe here from FaZe. There shouldn't be any way really that Fnatic are going to be able to take this one. They do get a sneaky little headshot there thanks to Flusher, but the bomb will be planted now, and there are no kits on Fnatic either. But Fnatic can hold on to these weapons and play exits, and that could be quite dangerous as well.
I thought they'd go for the save, to be honest, and save their armor and so on. Crims has picked up a scout, and it seems he may be going to the tower. I don't know. Olaf Meister will be looking to reap more rewards. Perhaps he can steal a gun away from Fox a bit later on. Actually, in fact, Crims is going to rotate. I mean, actually, he can get a tag, which Olaf Meister can capitalize on, perhaps. We will see. Crims is moving into position now, and Fox could be exposed. There it is. He gets tagged as well, but is Olaf Meister going to come in time to capitalize? He isn't, but there we go. AZ goes down, so now Fox, what does he do? Does he go for the peak? He's got 1 HP, so he can't really afford to do so. So some reasonable damage done to the FaZe Clan team, or the FaZe Clan, but if you rather. Fnatic save nothing going into the next round, and this round will be an eco.
Yeah, three frags there is sufficient economic damage, considering the investment that was made in the force buy. But got a bit of a replay here, JChem cleaning up. But yeah, Fnatic, they're going to be super comfortable. And I think it is very telling that FaZe in the previous round, knowing they're up against the force buy, don't have any fast-moving weapons. But like we're seeing now, which the Mag 10s and so on. Mac-10's quite cheap, and of course the players suffering the economic damage, they're going to be using this against the players who don't have any helmets, no armor to speak of, making the bonus on the SMGs, so, pretty standard stuff there coming in from FaZe. Michael is staying on the Tech 9 so we can afford an AWP later on. And, FaZe, as long as they stick together and coordinate, somewhat half-decently, they should be completely fine here. I mean, the interesting thing, though, is that, and you don't see this too often, is that Fnatic have opted to buy 2 flashbangs. It's the only investment that they've made. No P250s either, full USPs, stock pistols, but, 2 flashbangs. So, curious to see how they're going to use those. Self-pop flash was Olofmeister's choice. Won't pan out, though.
Apparently the dragon is a tapestry, Dan.
It's a tapestry, not even a mosaic.
You look like a man of tapestry skills, Dan.
Me?
Yeah.
All right. I'll have to guess. I guess I'll have to try that out then at some point. But looks like Crimson's claimed the Mac-10. Although that said, without any armor, it's going to be pretty hard to use that weapon. Jacob just cleaning up here on the side, just cleaning up bomb site so they're able to plant, and things as usual. Usual anti-eco round coming out here from FaZe. They've done well not to lose more than 1 player, to be honest. Crimson's trying to lurk with that Mac-10.
How many bullets has he got in the hole? 10. So would like a bit more. Now he's going to try and save this for the next round. So he's dead, Dan. We're going to get onto the buy for Fnatic and see what they have to offer. This now the real challenge begins for FaZe Clan. UMP onto Flusher. Rest of the team onto M4s. We've seen so much. I would love to see how many times UMP was bought at the end of this tournament and how many kills were done with it. Well, let's see how he manages to use it. Fnatic had some crazy plays through smoke with UMP on Dust 2. We'll see if they can yield similar results on this occasion. 2 Fnatic players moving close to the mid door there. Olofmeister and Crim, smoke goes down, and FaZe will just make sure that Olofmeister is up to no shenanigans around that smoke. We saw a nice brave through the smoke from Apex while Envy were in, and Crim's indeed is going to get shot through the door. Sorry, through the door I meant, from Apex, where he headshot someone. Crim's has lost half his life there, so he may be forced to retreat. More smoke's going down. 4 people over towards A for FaZe, while Rain holds an angle towards B. Bomb is towards B at present. Although who knows where it may end up later on. Flush is playing inside the drop zone, looking back to Flipside and Mouse, and you saw it was quite rare to see a CT inside the drop itself. So stark difference in play here from Fnatic.
Yeah, FaZe did a really good job there, actually pressuring Fnatic, who didn't have enough grenades to start with, and they had to throw a bunch there towards the A site, and now they're kind of on high alert towards A, and we're going to have FaZe rotating past the Dragon Lord Tapestry and towards the B plat. Rain leading the charge there, and JW's the man that's close. Have to see how this goes. The first engagement here is very important, and JW's going to win it. And I think he may even have spotted the bomb there. So this is a really big call here. 3 players there to defend for Fnatic as the nades are going to start to rain in from FaZe. And the split from drop is happening. So the coordination here is key. But a line of Fnatic players there able to deal enough damage to stop this push. Just Fox left alone, trying to get the frags here. And a lot of players who are very low, and he will do so. 3 players eliminated, but that's not good enough. FaZe will lose the round, and Fnatic will be able to pick one up here. But their economy is still not going to be too good, having lost 3 players.
Indeed, it was a round FaZe loss, but it did have significant economical impact on their opponents. So Flusher will be continuing with the UMP. We're yet to see what JW and Olofmeister will be buying. Olofmeister, in fact, has an AK from the previous round, and JW will join the UMP club. So AZ, in fact, is also reduced down to a Tech 9. So both teams feeling the strain here, as they have next to no money in the hole. The entire FaZe clan are going to be going over towards B-bomb site. Looks like a fast play is in order because they're quite close to the plateau here. And Olofmeister's already rotating towards B before FaZe even make it onto the bomb site. Counter flashes and flashes coming in. And a full nade execute, so it seems FaZe are prepared indeed.
Yeah, it almost looks like they really want JW to get in there with the pop flashes, but they at least feel the presence. 4 players here for Fnatic to defend. JW is going to shoot Jacob in the back. Olofmeister with the tap there on the Fox. Only Michael Elliott to respond, but things not looking good. Once again, just 1 player here for FaZe. They were decimated on that push. Could barely even step off the plateau before Fnatic wipe the floor with them. 2 to 3 now, and FaZe have to eco 1, or maybe apply a few pistols, but Fnatic off to a good start after losing the pistol now.
There's no swap for experience in terms of having proper matches, but obviously all these teams play each other reasonably often behind closed doors in practice. But you can see FaZe Clan have the nade execute, but you have to wonder if they have the experience to back that up in the situations, expecting where the counter flashes come from, and so on and so forth. As only one kill with basically a wall of smoke execute is quite the failure. And there we go. They're on the eco this time, while the FaZe Clan, and JW is going to open things up in the right direction for the CTs. Flash going down. JW, though, gets a spray down. That's the bomb as well. Then it's coming in for support with 2, leaving Fox alone. Can he do any damage to the CT side? He can't on this occasion. Olofmeister, I think, might have been going for a knife there. 3-3, Fnatic tie things up. So since FaZe have won the pistol in the 2 following rounds, they have not had any success yet. But 3-3, still lots to play for.
Yeah, one really big deal too, you know, is in a lack of practice on this map is that if you want to go for the B executes, and it is a way to keep the map simple, and it's quite effective, you need to have really solid coordination. You need to have practiced it so you can coordinate from drop and plateau properly at the same time to split the attention of the defenders. Because if they can all just look to one location at each time, then it's not going to work out for you very well, and that's a big problem. Either way, we're into the next round. 3-3 is the score as we see FaZe putting 4 players towards the 8 side of the map, just keeping the pressure up. They did this previously. And Crims is playing A-Long alone this time, so a bit of a variation to the setup. Previously he was playing with Olofmeister down in middle, but now he's going to be down in the danger areas. But FaZe, they've set up their attack now. They're about to hit the A-Long area and slowly take map control away from Fnatic.
As you can see, JW's been boosted into the drop. Jacob's still holding a passive angle there. The flash comes in, but a bit of shoulder peeking from JW. He'll stay alive. So Brazen Smoke to put down, gets the kill as well. That is mad cheeky. No answer from FaZe yet. They've lost 3 plays, in fact, so this round is pretty much over. 1 minute on the clock. They still have possession of the bomb. JW's taken a aggressive position towards B Plateau as well. So it's pretty much a shutdown. What could be a consolation frag for Makaleli at this point. He needs to join his teammate Rain over towards the B bomb site / the drop. Nobody in the drop for Fnatic. They will choose to pair up and defend the bomb sites. Smoke going down to make it a bit harder to breach B as well. You have to wonder if FaZe will simply go for a save here.
Yeah, I mean, well, they need a pretty huge clutch in this situation, that's for sure, to do any damage at all. Like a massive individual performance is really required, and there's 1 frag. So 2 versus 3 now is much more palatable, but there's 15 seconds rather on the clock. There's Rain on the bomb side taking the jewels right now against Dennis, but it's not going to work in his favor. Dennis with the kill on both players remaining for FaZe, meaning that now Fnatic are 4-3 and really starting to build some bank. In fact, they've built so much money that they're deciding to buy double AWP now. That is going to be quite interesting to see. Olofmeister and JW.
I'm wondering if JW is going to go... I mean, you can boost, well, not boost, you can stand on top of somebody and drop and hold the AWP angle. So rather than boost, you're just standing there waiting for the T's to peek and then just shoot them in the chest. Or you can go towards long B with it. Olofmeister is playing where Kenyas was playing for Envy, actually, with a passive position towards the drop, which is where all the T's are running. Down goes AZ. No boost needed over towards the drop as he sees 4 players. Rain is shoulder picking, but what more can he do? That's the bomb down as well in an exposed position. The smoke comes down, going for another peek, and Fox will take him down. Now Crims has to look at 2 angles at the same time. He could get shot in the back here. He's got to be careful. His teammates coming in for support now. He can concentrate on Jacob's position. Down they all go. Only 1 man taken by FaZe on Fnatic. So again, that's a great boon to the Fnatic economy.
Yeah, they're building so much bank at the moment. And now FaZe, they're going to have the AWP pick up on Fox. And you would expect to see now, FaZe, now that they've got the AWP on Fox, that Fox is going to be the man to try to open up the map, and he can do that in one of 2 ways. Either it's going to be the B plateau peaks. Sometimes AWPers like to try to peek into drop zone, or you've got the the A side of the map, and that would be challenging either JW or Crims. That said, Olofmeister is going towards B plat with his AWP.
They both are.
And JW, yeah.
So JW's getting boosted up, and Olofmeister has just come along for a laugh. It seems.
Yeah.
He's throwing some nades, and it seems maybe he's doing this based on the timing of a FaZe moving slowly towards A. I think he just came to throw the nades, so the Fnatic players still have their nades in the hole, a la people on Arch throwing nades on Inferno for the B players, and he's gone all the way back to A, but obviously at a more passive angle because he had to give up some real estate for that.
Yeah, the A push A timings are much less likely and slower than the B timings, less scary too, so it makes a lot of sense. Bit of a
I've
risk,
never seen
but
a team do that before, though, on the CT side.
and now it is actually FaZe taking occupation towards the A long area and danger as well. Crims is close, he should be able to hit stepping actually. Crims has effectively called a lot, and you can see that the rotation has come to some extent here for Fnatic. They've got Dennis and Connector, Olofmeisters by balcony. Crims is going to find the kill and the info, 2 players down thanks to Crims, and he spotted the bomb as well. This is beautiful stuff here from Crims. No help at all really, and Dennis is now on the angle too, so Crims is, he's got the cavalry. Oh dear, AC, nice shot there, long range. And there's the flash and the finish. 3 frags there from Crims. And FaZe made to look the fools there, undone by a single man.
Crims is a little bit nutty. Interesting he was using the M4A4. I know when he's playing B, for example, on Inferno, he chooses to silence M4. But it seems he will... Oh, actually, it's Olofmeister's M4, so that explains everything. In the meantime, we had, I think it was Rain who was playing around a drop. He jumped into drop, got a bit burned, and then Flusher finished him off. So, yeah, you can see Fnatic have a stronghold, and again, they continue with double AWPs on this map. JW going towards B, Olofmeister going towards B, so again, they're going to use the nades, but they're running into B, and it looks like FaZe might go for a bit of a rush here, so they should hear the legs. Indeed, that pick will be the warning sign, but JW will fire a warning of his own by taking down Rain. The push continues here. Dennis is stuck in JW's position, but they might not check it now. JW's gone down. He was there to obviously boost. There is 1 frag from Dennis, and he'll get traded as well. So it's 1 versus 1, Crims versus Makalele. Crims has gone outside the door. Makalele will have to look to see if Crims is pushing and try and plant the bomb at the same time.
It really did look like JW was going to hit that second kill there. Would have made all the difference seemingly, but this 1-on-1, Makalele versus Crims, really, really important round here for FaZe, of course. And Crims does have a kit. Makalele down to half health has found temporary respite towards the B plateau. And he's hoping Crims is going to try to go deep for the peak, but the smoke off is going to be problematic here for Makalele. That might send him moving forwards now. Bit of pre-fire there from Crims, but the bomb is starting to really tick away quickly. As Crims found another smoke, he has. He's going to smoke down. It's going to force a peek from Makalele. Now he's going to go for the hold. He knows he has to stick the bomb. Makalele, can he get the frag in time? Yes, he will. And that's going to be that. FaZe pick up another round, and they really needed that one desperately. They can just about eke out a buy here, but we know that Fnatic, they are super strong on the money. And this is really strong here from Dennis. The double kill there was so very much needed.
He could have got 3, but I mean, FaZe should have, or they could have made the read that based on JW's position, it was very likely that someone was trying to boost them up. So good play by Fnatic, and yeah, there could have been another round in the bag for them, but FaZe bring it over the line just about. Full nades, full buy for Fnatic once again, opting for the 1 AWP on this occasion. FaZe going to have a limited buy despite winning the round, but they're going to force their way through the smoke into a fast play, something that Mousesports never dared to do in their match versus Flipside. They respected those smokes like brick walls for the most part. Makalele will be taken down by Crims. He is playing pretty strongly at the moment, but Easy has an AK and Olofmeister has a face, and those two will make a connection. 4 versus 4 now as FaZe get a bit stuck. So many counter flashes coming in, and Crims has a very good position actually. Bit of a crossfire coming in. Down go Rain, Jake and Fox. Everything gets cleaned up. Street sweepers, Dan.
You can't really question the individual skills of Fnatic. They've been, Crims especially has been really solid on this A bomb site. So 7-4 now, and there's no money left for FaZe. So, I mean, they're in a spot where they've been reset, and force buy is essentially one of the best plays because you need to double eco pretty much anyway from this position, and so they've decided to go for it. So Tech 9s, some semblance of grenades, not really enough. 2 HEs, which is a really interesting choice from the T side. I mean, those could be Molotovs or additional flashbangs in the case of Rain.
On the subject of flashbangs, FaZe have been getting pimp slapped by flashbangs on both sides, Dan. And there we go. Limited utility will allow JW to easily pick off Makalele. Oh, and Rain, the timing. He's going to get shot in the head. Mercy kill, perhaps. Dennis gets traded by Fox, though, but there's still a 2-man advantage. AZ gets wrecked. There goes Fox as well. So, again, this is a situation where minimal damage is being done by the T side. And again, the flashbangs for days, Dan.
Yeah. And the problem there as well is that, that's a position too where FaZe can definitely, because, we saw a Deagle on one player there, and the head armor and Kevlar and so on. And essentially, it's a spot where you could have maybe 2 Tech 9s or max 3 Tech 9s, and you want to spread the rest of the money out on grenades. But obviously, you know, we know that they haven't played this map very much, so they probably don't know how to use the grenades all that effectively. So they're probably putting they'll probably get more bang for their buck in actually just having more powerful sidearms, which is not a good place to be on this map. So, and Fnatic just take full abuse of that.
So there's a bit of a talk going on in the FaZe camp as the in-game leader behind them gives out some instructions, and there's a bit of a discussion. Makaleli's talking at the moment, but I mean, one of the biggest issues is they get themselves into reasonable positioning, but then they just get shut down by so many counter flashes that they can't move from reasonable to great or even get enough frags. They're just completely blind and just getting picked off for fun, like fish in a barrel, Dan.
Absolutely, and you know, Fnatic. They're just looking so good at the moment, so solid, so consistent. I love how well their setup's been working on the A side of the map. But you know, a lot of that you got to wonder also how much harder would it, should it really be for Crims if we have proper usage of grenades? Because I really feel like right now there is a lack of knowledge on the grenades from the FaZe side. But they've been doing a decent job in some of the rounds, at least getting into a situation where they can throw nades onto the A bomb site to execute. Whereas every time they've gone B, their timings have been off so much that Fnatic are able to basically say, okay, we're going to stagger your push, so you can't coordinate and attack us from both sides at once. It's going to be plateau, then it's going to be drop, or we'll kill the players on drop, and then the plateau players come out. Or Fnatic know too much in advance, or they slow it down too much with flashbangs and so on. Fnatic seem to be very good at stopping these pushes. So
I don't know that FaZe have had great control in many rounds of the drop zone either. I mean, if you go back to the 400 rounds we had with Mousesports and Flipside on the Flipside side, Markov was in there all the time. He's having picnics in there, Dan. But I don't think we've had much control. I mean, you see the power of that in terms of splits that you could try to do at least on the B-bomb site. And I mean, you can do so many things today. You can go to either site. You can just kill people running around in connector. But I don't know that we've seen much of that from FaZe at the moment. And yes, they have like a set smoke execute on the B bomb site, but that got shut down by the counter flashes again, which have just been massive. And again, in terms of map experience, I think these counter flashes are going to be a problem because if you don't know what to expect in terms of that, then you're not going to be seeing much until you get laid out with 0 HP.
Yeah, and as we can see, FaZe are in a spot where it's eco this round, so any plan that they have, we're going to see it come to fruition in the following round. The biggest hope for a round like this is getting a bomb plant, to be honest, because their money is really the issue. They can't really have realistically much of an impact. They can't force Fnatic to an eco anytime soon, so they just really need to take care of their own money and get the AWP rolling on Fox again. And here we go, it's like lamb to the slaughter, all through these choke points, right through the grinder, into Flusher, and that'll be that. Now we'll get to see FaZe's plan. And one thing with the Markov point that you made, that's a really good point. It's like the connector on Mirage, giving yourself all those options, either it's A or B. But you need to know consistently how to do that safely. That's the thing. For them, they probably, if they're not used to doing it, it's probably going to always feel very risky because you don't know what to expect, just as you said. So,
I went to Laser Quest, Dan, once, and at the end of it, they give you these little receipts to tell you how good you did. And on mine, it said "Lamb to the slaughter."
Nice.
It didn't really. I am the slaughter, Dan. 2 rounds left in the first half here, and we're going to have both teams back on the buy. Again, limited utility on the FaZe clan. Are they going to be looking for a fast play? They've got 4 people over towards the A area, but the mid position is smoked off. Fox and AZ are creeping towards long A, where none other than Crims is waiting for them. Never a good sign if Crims is waiting to receive you with open gun barrels, but this time Fox will get the NBA in, and that will be an early advantage, causing a rotation from Dennis. Running out of smokes towards mid as well, although FaZe are now moving towards B. We've got JW in an advanced position with AWP. And there is the first one. Will he have any more willing recipients to the AWP? More counter flashes coming in, and the smoke, and a 2-man spray down through by none other than Flusher. Let me see your Vax.
Yeah, it's, I mean, obviously that push from the back is from Olaf was just so huge because it just told them exactly what FaZe were doing, exactly where they were and where they're coming from. And JW there, FaZe had no Molotovs, but there was 3 players that bought HEs that all had $100 left that could then have afforded a Molotov instead of the HE. And so, if they were able to throw one there, JW cannot stand in that position, and then they can actually progress on plateau if they wanted to, which it seemed like they did. And Dennis is going to finish off the round there with a kill into Makaleli. So, 10-4 now, Fnatic. Definitely outclassing FaZe as expected on the analyst desk. and definitely, you know, playing up to the expectations set by the statistics that we had from Lerpus earlier.
I think from the range that Makaleli dropped that flash, if you're looking with an AWP, you can still just about see, regardless of the flash, and get the kill. Similar to Mirage, where people drop flashes top mid, but you can still see and AWP people anyway. So Dennis has come out with the big guns. He's got the auto sniper, and he is going to be taking it towards the chicken coop, where we also see Exist taking it. So it seems it's going to be a fast play attempted by FaZe Clan, but those Molotovs are not going to be helpful to their cause. They have one AK, a bunch of smokes, a bunch of nades, a Molotov. Perhaps it will head towards the tree. We've got Olofmeister and chicken coop as well. JW on the site, so Fnatic have a good read. They've basically got 4B Fnatic, Flusher in drop, but he's going to get dropped by the Tech-9s.
Here we go, it's all kicking off here, the entry, and there is actually a positive sign here for FaZe, 3 versus 2. Crimson, Olofmeister working their way back into the site, but a very forward position here on Olofmeister. What is this? How did this happen? Creeping in from behind the smoke, and that's 2 players down, all picked up from Olof. Is he going to get the flick shot? No, Jakin will take him down. There's still a chance in this round for FaZe. If Jakin can win the battle, and he will, 10-5, key rounds picked up right at the end there, but it's still a long stretch here for FaZe to take this map and stop themselves from being eliminated. But Olofmeister just coming in from the back there, James.
From the back.
My goodness.
Well, obviously this is not FaZe's best map. We've got Makaleli giving a bit of a...
So, no.
Yeah, we've got Makaleli giving a bit of a war cry to his team there. I mean, they were pretty pumped after winning that round. So you have to wonder if they feel like... I mean, this is obviously a map where holding on CT is difficult, to say the least. But judging by the quality of their T side, perhaps they're going to find the CT side easier than the T side. So maybe it's that FaZe are content with 5 rounds on their T side, and they're going to be expecting to have a good hold on their CT side. Problem is that they're up against Fnatic.
Yeah. And Fnatic can do pretty much any number of things to just break them here. And they have so much of a buffer of rounds as well. I mean, it's not a massive buffer, but, you know, assuming that they, you know, even if they lose the pistol round, there's still a lot of rounds for them to basically figure out, okay, what is super strong here? Because, you know, again, if you're a team that's not very drilled on this map and you're up against proper executes, it's always very difficult to work out what's going to happen. Because when you know, like 3 smokes or 4 smokes drop, then flashbangs are flashing you. And you don't, unless say you don't actually have that drill and you're not practice these kinds of drills yourself, then it's very hard to know actually how to play against it.
Indeed. So the FaZe Clan have 30 seconds to figure out how they're going to hold things down. I mean, looking at them, they're kind of below us down there, and the spirits are high. Jacob's smiling and laughing. Obviously, the Fnatic chaps are going to be super jolly as well. So, I don't know. I mean, in this situation, right, like, Cobble's not your best map. Are you feeling pressure? Or are you feeling like, we're probably not supposed to win this, guys, so let's just try and wreck them as much as we can?
Well, I mean, they get eliminated, so I think there's the pressure there.
They do, but if you're supposed to be eliminated, if your chances are slim, I don't know if that means you have lots of pressure or you understand that and then you can use that to release the pressure and try and, you know, focus on playing your game as opposed to battling nerves, etc.
I think for them it's just all about just getting the W, and I think like on the analyst desk they said they played a massive gamble and they're in a spot right now where the gamble really hasn't paid off for them, and here we go, that 10-5. There is some rounds to work with. If they're able to get this pistol, they should be able to bring it to that 8 rounds, or, you know, the 2-round deficit. So let's see if they can deal with this. They're very spread out at the moment, very spread out indeed. Not playing the A retake, just pretty much a, you know, standard setup. And they might use Fox here at the Chicken Hut to be kind of a bait setup. But they've lost a player. Jacob's down by a long, and Jacob may have spotted the bomb there, and the rotation is starting to happen from FaZe.
But look at Olofmeister. He is waiting on B plateau, and indeed, I thought he was going to try and kill the flankers, but they haven't really rotated yet. It seems that FaZe are non-believers. Olofmeister is staying steadfast, but so is AZ directly below him. Neither of them seem to know that they're both there. Fox is still on the B side as well, and Makaleli is starting to rotate due to Fnatic not showing much. But with Flusher's position in mid, they could still split, go into the drop zone, and go to A or B, so we really don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and it's definitely good game sense by FaZe to not basically just sell themselves out immediately by rotating towards A. You can see that they definitely have more expectation towards B now, and they would definitely be correct. Here it comes. Oh, AZ nailed, and Fox straight away, but there is 2 players left here, but the problem is that so far away, and Flush is having a 1-on-1. with one of them on the wrong bomb site. So Rain really in an awful spot here. He's going to get the frag, but he takes a lot of damage in the process. 2 players left. Michael Elliott also a little bit tagged. Able to get a little bit of damage there, but JW will finish things off. 11-5, and Fnatic make things even harder for FaZe, winning the pistol round. FaZe have to force now, and they have to win this.
So we've got JW back to old tricks with the Sawn-Off. So we can expect him to be harassing the drop zone with that double Mach 10 onto Olofmeister and Flusher. Dennis and Crim's going to be opting for the AKs while their teammates go for all the nades. So FaZe Clan have gone for the Force with the exception of Fox, who will leave 1k in the bank as he is the man who needs the AWP. So let's see what Fnatic have to offer and how FaZe will respond. FaZe have gone for 3 men towards A-Long actually. Maybe we'll see a fast flank. There's nobody watching it for Fnatic who may go for a fast play themselves. JW trying to split a crossfire with the smoke. Mess it up a little bit, but it might still have a similar effect. Peeking with USP, interestingly.
Yeah, the stack of 3 players towards A is not going to help FaZe out too much. Looks like Fnatic are just going to go straight up into B. And this is really nice from Fnatic. Just quick, simple, fast. And they're in. That's it. And we see the classic signature Sawn-Off from JW. That's always nice, isn't it? We'll probably see this just out for the rest of this match, I feel.
Yep. Oh, money. Money! Jacob is the last man standing. He is basically stuck here, which is unfortunate because I'm sure he would like to at least save his armor. And perhaps he will. There is a Sawn-Off to be had, but he's not going to pick it up. Close to the 1-tap, but not able to make the connection. So FaZe not only have to eco, but after their failed force buy, they're going to have not the best buy in the following round. I mean, Fox will have the AWP, but they might be lacking a bit on the nades, on the counter flashes, on trying to smoke things off and hold checkpoints for as long as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be, I can see an HE on Rain, that's about it so far. The rest is just stock pistols, so
that's a wrap.
It's, it's quite an interesting choice, isn't it? Just a single HE.
Just the one HE.
I mean, usually maybe like 2 HEs, so you can combine with somebody, but just one.
Or even 3, but no, just one. Yeah, and he's just standing in connector, not actually doing anything right now. Yeah. But I imagine he wants to try and find out where the bodies are and then try and get a nade in there for his team to perhaps capitalize if they can, but they probably can't, Dan.
They probably can't. Yeah, it would be nice to see a flashbang instead, but never mind. We'll just have to see how he brings it to use.
He's gambled, and he's done 22 HP to Olofmeister. The nade has failed, Dan. And he's team killed his teammate as well. Jacob strafed into his USP, so it hasn't gone well for Rain, Dan.
No, absolutely not. I just want to see JW just keep the Sawn-Off for the rest of the match. I actually think that's going to happen as well. He used to do this actually a lot on on a lot of matches. He would just keep it on the entire T sides.
I would say JW and Fur are the more famous shotgun users. JW obviously liking the Mag 7 on Train as well, and Nuke on the Squeaky Door, and you can find Fur using an auto shotgun on A Slope on CT side of Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, from many aspects on this map too, it makes a lot of sense because if you're going to get entries,
so unfortunate. At least he didn't get fined $3,300.
No. Thank God that
Remember those days?
Yeah, it was like that for a long time.
It was indeed.
But yeah, Sawn-Off, really good at close, like super close range, and that's what Drop is. And Drop is one of the most important positions on the map as well. So if you're able to just take that for your team and get the frag, you can usually swap the weapon out anyway. So if you really need to. So, so it can be a good choice. But the AWP's out for Fox. Maybe there's hope in the AWP. We'll have to see if Fox is able to use that to good effect.
We've got a fast play into the drop, actually. Olofmeister's run straight in there with the Mach 10. They haven't upgraded their weapons. We've got 2 guys, and they could flank the A bomb site. And indeed, Makale's been shot straight in the face with a Sawn-Off. And now Jacob might be in a bit of trouble because Olofmeister's in CT spawn, Dad. He's in CT spawn.
Yeah, it's super nice, and JW actually going to lose the fight with the M4, but it's okay because Flush and Olofmeister, the Mach 10s, busting through onto the A bomb site. Now it's just Fox and AC left to try to save the day and keep Fnatic away from that 14-round situation. But to be honest, the save is much more preferable. Indeed, they're going to back away, keep the weapons alive. And even if they save these 2 weapons, it's going to be really hard in the next round because they can't really afford to drop for everybody. If they had 3 players, they could make that happen, but it's not the case. So, oh no, AZ's going to go down. It could get worse as well. Crim's got his eyes set on taking down Fox, and he might just call all of his teammates in to give him some help here in doing so. Can Fox stay alive? That's 1 kill. Here comes Olofmeister. Fox on the angle, legging Olofmeister and getting taken down by the M4. So losing both weapons puts FaZe in a truly desperate state as Fnatic are now in 14 rounds. 2 rounds more and they'll win this and send FaZe packing.
I think Fifth Larry said they would get no more than 6
5 or
rounds.
6, yeah.
Yeah,
Something
so
like that, yeah.
Not far off, and it doesn't look likely that they'll get many more. So we have potentially one of the last buys here from FaZe. Double FAMAS, double Mag7, single CZ, some nades. With those flashbangs, they may need to be aggressive, but where do they put their aggression? Olofmeister playing around the boulder. That boulder does work both ways when the CTs have an AWP as well, but on this occasion, they simply don't. Lots of nades coming in towards the drop, and that's going to, again, isolate the FaZe members. Makelele will perhaps try to strafe with the Mag7. Oh, he's going to get it first. JW, of course. He will have a lot more experience with those kind of shenanigans. Jacob trying to play an off angle. Could get a straight headshot there if somebody peeks him. But it seems JW is going to go towards Fox. Fox picking some good timing there. Flashbangs coming into the B bomb site. It seems Fnatic may have more damage to do in this direction.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty deep on that plateau. It's kind of scary for FaZe, as their positioning is not too fantastic, but you can see that Fnatic are going to retract themselves and start to reposition a little bit. Now get somebody onto the drop and go for a real push. Back onto the plateau with 3 members. AZ lurking below, and then they're starting to really run out here for FaZe, but will it matter? Olofmeister in with a frag onto AZ as they start to claim positioning onto the bomb site. Flasher with a double. In comes Rain for the trade, but he is all that's left, and that is that for FaZe. 15-5 now. Fnatic on match point.
Olofmeister went to the crack in the wall, just bounced the flashbang off the floor, jumped into the site, shot the guy in the boost position, and then away he went. Very nice play. 10-round lead for Fnatic, and FaZe are down to, triple Mag7 by now. How many rounds do you see 3 Mag7s being brought down? Not very many.
Yeah, it's very, very, very seldom does this happen. Triple Mag. And on a map like this as well, you know, you can get into those open spaces if Fnatic get onto the B site or A site, that is pretty much over. Playing those long ranges all of a sudden, and here we go. Got Olofmeister all the way out on plateau, trying to get to the furthest points, and JW battling away with that sawn off.
What a duel!
The duel of the shotguns.
It's a manly duel, Dan. Put hairs on your chest.
And here we go, 3 versus 4 now in favor of FaZe. So maybe they can get something done here. Oh, Crims pre-fire through the smoke, just as he turns the angle. Picks off Rain. That's 3-on-3 now. Things getting worse here for FaZe. Rotating though. Then it's on the angle on double doors. Really sick angle there, but he doesn't get the kill. Fortunately for Fnatic.
So Crims is starting to move away from the A shenanigans, and Dennis is slowly backing off while AZ upgrades the Mag7 for an AWP. But now Crims is coming back. Seems they don't want them to have that little toy. Still a minute on the clock for Fnatic to do some more damage here. So the situation is not great for the Swedes right now, but they will have better money, much better money than the CTs. So even if they lose this round, the damage is going to be quite considerable. 35 seconds left on the clock here for them to do some damage. Fox has picked up an M4. Both these CTs have armor, obviously, since they're force buying every round in this situation.
I mean, that was a crazy play from Makelele, just basically going for a really dangerous route, even though he didn't know where the opponents were, running. And donating himself, but at least AZ's on point. He's going to be able to pick off the frag onto Dennis. And it's just Crims 1 versus 2, trying to tap away the AWP. 13 seconds left. The pressure really up on the Crims here now due to the time. And AZ's playing this really well, allowing Fox to come in, give him a hand, and take down Crims. But still, they're up against it right now because it's a long, long road to bring this to overtime.
And they're still going to have a crap buy. So the question is, can they use the tools they have afforded to them to get an early pick, to get some aggression in? We saw Fnatic didn't have a care in the world. They'd be running onto T main and just jumping in there with AWPs, causing all kinds of shenanigans. Are FaZe going to do the same? Are they going to go for a boost, for example? They could look, again, towards the boulder with Fox from mid, but Fox is heading over towards A long, which is a position Flipside used to do with Simple, which always was a bit of a war of attrition. That said, we've only got Olofmeister holding an angle towards lower mid, and he's going to quickly move away. So the AWP may be wasted there. That said, FaZe have 3 people over towards the B bomb site, and they get the first pick. So far, so good.
Yeah, oh wow, okay, no refrag there. Rain's going to be able to take down Crims, so Fnatic getting blown up here. JW is there with the Storm off, trying to get himself into drop, but he's already on a half HP as he goes for the battle. He does take down Michael again, though. Michael only had a shotgun, so JW is not going to be too useful here. Only on the close ranges. Olaf there. Oh, he's going to find one frag from the side, looking to pick off AZ, and he will. And the third frag comes in from flusha, and all of a sudden, 3 versus 1 now for Fnatic. It's all on Fox with the AWP to save the day, as the bomb now is planted and is ticking away. Not sure if JW heard him there. I think he did. And Fox misses the key shot. Olaf is going to do it, eliminating FaZe. Fnatic once again setting themselves up for the playoffs, but it is a tough side of the bracket that they're about to enter.
So FaZe went for the gamble there in terms of maps. Gamble didn't pay off, and Fnatic do what Fnatic do. They will move swiftly into the next stage of the tournament, and FaZe will be phased out of this major, Dan. It was great. We saw some good improvement, generally speaking, from the FaZe team, and hopefully that can continue for them, because obviously they've had a rocky performance in the recent months. Got their cronies hanging around in their camo tops, Dan. COD tops.
Yeah, that Cobble, or Cobble being the gamble there, that was really... that's got to be a really tough way to get kicked out of a tournament. Of course, they're losing to Fnatic, the best team in the world. There's definitely... Of all the teams, Fnatic's going to be the most likely that we would expect to win, despite having to go through a really sick field, like Astralis and Na'Vi potentially. So it's going to be really tough for Fnatic, just despite being the best team. But FaZe, they've got a lot to work on still. If they're going to need to top out that that Cobble game, they're going to need to be able to play Cobble. They'll need to know some grenades, James, because you don't want to be in a spot where you can get screwed over by a veto. You don't want to be left to the randomizer.
Yeah, it's not really the way to be playing this game in 2016, so hopefully they can expand their map pool in the near future. So I believe it's going to be Fnatic playing Astralis now.
Yeah.
In the next round. Well, I don't think Astralis are looking forward to that, Dan.
No, no, absolutely not. Considering that they're still looking for that that one big achievement for them. It is still the major, the most elusive achievement for them. Last time around, they bombed out against NIP, which was. No one expected that, because NIP were in really bad form at that point, but they just came alive in that match just to screw over Astralis. But looks like we do have an interview already down on the floor with flusha.
Thank you, guys. Puggy here with flusha. And flusha, a lot of people expected you to go through on day 2. Didn't go as planned, but Fnatic is going to the quarterfinals. What did you guys fix from yesterday coming in today?
We didn't really fix anything. We just played different maps. We didn't get any confidence yesterday against Liquid, so we couldn't really play the way we want to play. And today we know we're better than FaZe, and we just had more confidence today.
Now, I asked Twitter and Reddit for questions for you, and a lot of people want to ask you about in-game leading. Are you calling all the shots? Who is making up the strategies throughout this tournament?
Yeah, I'm calling pretty much all of it, but every player has ideas about what we should do, and Vugo also helps, so it's a team effort.
Counter-Strike has been around for quite a while. A lot of guys that are at the pro level have been competing since they were very young. When did you get started in Counter-Strike?
At a very young age, maybe 7 or 8.
Is it still fun for you guys, or is it work right now?
It's still fun, but sometimes it's work.
This tournament, you're playing with Dennis on the squad. Last major, you had Pronax in the lineup. What's it like playing with Dennis, and how is it different nowadays?
I think he's a really positive player. Like, he brings a lot of energy, so we're really happy to play with him. And he does also some crazy things. Like, he's a wild card. Maybe he just runs into a site and kills 2 or 3 people without even saying anything. So we're like, what the fuck, Dennis? What did you do?
Dennis doing what he wants to do, my friend. And this last question for you. There's been a big conversation going on. We had it in the green room, had it over in the pro lounge earlier. Who is the best player in the game right now?
I have to be honest. I think it's myself.
I love it. Everyone said you were going to be humble. I was like, I think he's going to man up and admit it. flusha, congratulations on a big win, my friend. We will see you in Nationwide. We have 2 teams so far through today, but plenty more CSGO when we return. But first, we got to break down this match. Scoots, what do you think, man? Fnatic and FaZe.
Chris, I think Fnatic did exactly what we all thought they were going to do. And they 2-0'd FaZe. Gentlemen, you all called it. Again, not necessarily a
What was the final score?
out of the park. It was 16-6.
Oh, what did I call? Oh, 6-6.
Did you?
Okay.
Oh, perfect, huh?
I did say that we're going to be happy with
Extremely
6 rounds.
relevant.
Yeah.
That you got
Thank
the
you.
exact score.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hey, he's got to take him when he gets him. I mean,
Flusha's the best player in
events
the
in the past.
world. He dropped the F-bomb before me. I'm happy.
Victory!
I'm super happy. MLG.
Starting with you,
Is that
Duncan.
it? Is that the end of the segment? Right,
All
see you
right.
guys. Well, see you next year.
I'm done now,
Yeah.
of course.
Duncan.
I mean, like I said, on that particular map, that's one where this the routine of the map. You have to have played it a lot, especially when you're against a team that's in any way good on the map. So, okay, early on, I'm sure people were like, oh, maybe they're in with a chance here. They're getting a few rounds. As soon as they got the first round, I even said to Yanko, I was like, that's pretty much the end of the game right there. Sounds disastrous, but you could see, after the initial boost of having won the pistol round, they had nothing on their gun rounds in this map. They tried, they got into the odd, like when people like Jacob were fragging, they could get into the odd like one-on-one situation, but the general way to play the map was not there for FaZe whatsoever. Fnatic wasn't dynamite or anything. Like you actually saw in this map, there was a complaint, I think it was before this tournament, that Olofmeister actually said he has some sort of hand injury or wrist injury or some sort of RSI, you know? And I actually have noticed in this tournament he's been a little bit off his game, but he can still get the basic frags. He can still see, he can still hold his spots. And, I mean, on the T side especially, I mean, I like that round where FaZe tried to do like a really aggressive push-up with guys with pistols, and Fnatic walked out and literally mollied the guy to death who was just sat on the corner there. So it's like, they were totally read like a book in that scenario. And I can't blame them, there's not a lot they could do, but they probably wish they hadn't gambled and left Cobblestone in now.
Yeah, for sure. Yanko, your thoughts?
I mean, yeah, they wish they hadn't gambled, but maybe they felt they had to in order to have a chance against a team like Fnatic. It was pretty. I mean, what do you say about that second half where JW is just every round jumping into drop, abusing
I
Michael
definitely
Ella
wouldn't
down
say
there?
the F word. That's one thing I know I wouldn't say. I leave that to the professionals.
First gun round, he just jumps into drop with a son off, kills Michael Ella. They run out on A with Mac 10s and just overwhelm FaZe, who all had M4s. I think Fox maybe even had an AWP. So at that point, it was pretty clear that Fnatic is just running over them, that FaZe is not at all comfortable on the map. You could see a couple of kills that Creams got towards that A-bomb site when he was, you know, checking mid. Other teams that play Cobble would always, you know, go for have someone there to refrag, to trade. He was able to get multi-kills without being punished for it and so on. And I mean, as we said in the pre-show, in order for FaZe to have a chance in this matchup, they had to win Mirage. They didn't, and it was a walk in the park for Fnatic on Cobble.
You've said all you're going to say, so we're not going to talk to you anymore. We have some I do have some highlights, so we want to rack those up for you. We'll start with the first map, Mirage. We do have a few highlights. Going to step back to that first map, and actually we'll let you talk.
Self-proclaimed best player in the world here.
Yep.
Someone asked me once, could you make a better player than Flusher? I said, technology's not there right now, mate.
We're not that advanced quite yet.
But no, he obviously was good in this one. He's actually always been a very good Mirage player. That was one of his specialties, playing in that B site. And actually, for the whole series, I thought Jacob was one of the better players for FaZe. In general, I actually think he's one of the players where, even in their slump, he has delivered to some degree. It's just he's stuck on a team where they so much relied on the individual fragging that it's not able to have much effect. And as you said, I mean, obviously it's the second map where this guy was really the hero, but they were just JW players all over the place.
Definitely, you know.
Okay, now you can mention.
Thank you.
Anything else to say?
No, I was just going to pinpoint with Michael Elia in the drop zone there. JW always tries to start off during anti-eco rounds because its drop is going to be close quarters. The issue there is that he kept on rebuying it. He was pretty much a Professor Chaos on Inferno, up in balcony. Just kept on buying. I mean, he was actually, you know, getting some economy for his team.
The only difference is he actually got the kills.
Yeah. No, he was just
using that. Turns out that's a very important part of the plan. So,
but that's the thing. Like that area is like the most important area in the whole map. Like you need to be able to control it, even if you're CT or T, because it leads into so many more opportunities. You can split A, you can split B, you can just hold it, you can lurk. Like everything revolves around that drop zone. That's why yesterday when we were talking about mouse sports for the flip side, they didn't take it over a single time. We saw there they got 3 T rounds.
Yeah, we're gonna run those. Let's get those replays for Cobble going too while you're still talking about.
Oh
it.
yeah,
So,
yes. And here we saw like even switching over to FaZe's T side here, not really anything set. They were just trying to rely on pure skill. And versus a team like Fnatic, yeah, they were supposed to be able to go.
on the pitch there, but
yeah,
it was nice, but they look similar.
Oh, this is Dennis, yeah. But yeah, overall, like when you don't, especially when you play a team like Fnatic, when you can't just rely heavily on your individual skill, because Fnatic have plenty of that as well. You need to have set strats. Like look at Liquid yesterday, how they were able to beat Fnatic, even though it's on a different map. They mixed things up. Obviously they had people that was firing on all cylinders. They had fast rounds, they had tactical rounds, and that's how you need to play to beat a team like Fnatic. If you only have firepower, you're never going to win.
And again, now we get the. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I just want to say one last thing on FaZe, because obviously this is the end of their tournament. You know, they didn't have such a great showing for themselves, all in all. Even had trouble early on in the tournament. You have to say that the slump does continue. Like, the team is in disarray to some degree. They're not this pack of aimers. At least that would have like a gimmick quality to it. You know, if they were just like these sick aimers and you could rely on that. They don't even really have that at the moment. They have a couple of good players and they have some players who are kind of lagging a bit. So you know what? People are always saying, Scott, that in the CSGO community, we're a bit elitist. We think we're better than the other shooter games, you know, the console games, the console FPS games, COD, Halo, these games. They're always saying we should be like more genial, you know. They're like our brothers in many ways. So you know what? Pete, I just want to reach out to him and say, you know, everyone's always telling me this thing. You're supposed to say, like, you know, phase up. But actually, boys, phase down.
Phase down.
And F off. So, off the tournament.
Off the
Yeah,
tournament,
so
of course.
Totally legitimate comment.
Final thoughts for you, Yanko, on the matchup.
Do you have any hand signals you want to give us something, Yanko?
Yeah. Any gang signs you want to drop?
It is unfortunate. It is unfortunate for FaZe that they had to meet Fnatic this early on. Obviously, the best team in the world, and Fnatic did show a different phase than yesterday. Now that they were facing elimination, and there's still long ways to go for FaZe in order to challenge a team like Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, just basing off of yesterday, I think Fnatic looked better today. Even though we're talking about best of 3, I think even if FaZe would have ended up winning the first map, Fnatic would have had it either way. I'm just looking forward to tomorrow because I think that quarterfinal, Astralis versus Fnatic, will be insane.
Yeah, that is, again, that could be a final. You know, a lot of tomorrow's matches could be finals that we already talked about. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. That's going to do it for this segment. We're halfway through the day. A few little housekeeping notes. First and foremost, again, 2 more matches. Next one's going to be Gambit taking on the other North American team still in the building, CLG. And then, again, we're still not done after that. G2 and Virtus Pro will round out the day. Again, both best of 3s. A couple other housekeeping notes. Again, if you're watching on Twitch or you care to watch on Twitch, as I mentioned yesterday in my sellout mode, MLG's got a one-time-only subscriber program going. $4.99 gets you all their emotes forever. It's not a monthly reoccurring sub. It's just a one-time sub. So, yeah, chat, hit me for the sellout mode. That's all well and good. And you know what? While you're subscribing to stuff on Twitch, just want to say that Sir Scoots, twitch.tv/Sir Scoots, maybe give me a sub too. Anyway, yeah.
Oh, wow.
There you go, Adam. That's what happens, Adam, when you ask me to do this for you. Scoots After Dark, best show on Twitch right now. Wouldn't you say, Robin?
I mean, I do have your t-shirt.
I think the MLG Major's pretty good. That's got to be
Well,
up there.
I didn't mean right now, this second, because obviously I'm not live. Anyway, thank you guys for giving me grief. One more little note, just so you know, when we come back, I will be gone. And no matter what,
fired, of course.
No matter what,
alive still, though, yeah. Okay.
No matter what Richard
It's
tells
not the suicide talk again, is
Yeah.
it, Scott? Come on, stay with us, mate.
I didn't get fired. I didn't get kicked out of the building. I'm going to head over to Nationwide Arena to rehearse so I don't screw up tomorrow in the big show. Richard's going to take my seat and run this desk. So please don't burn the place down. None of you guys get fired. And Richard, thank you for covering for me. I will see you all tomorrow morning when we start at Nationwide. Thank you very much for watching. After the break, again, we are not done. Halfway through the day, Gambit taking on CLG.
They know me as the headshot machine. They know me from the highlights they see. They know me from the matches they watch. They talk about my one-taps, and I think for me, aiming is so easy. I just go into a match and that's it. But my aim, it comes from more than just the game. For me, aim, it is about precision. This part, people don't see. This part, it does not show up in highlights. When I sit down to play, everything already is a part of me.
Buckley won't get it. It's CLG. They're going to be the third North American team heading to the major.
We just finished our final BO3 versus Vex to qualify for the majors, and it was really tough, actually.
Man, that game was intense. We always make it exciting, and we expected to 16-0 them on Cobble, honestly. We thought we were really prepared, and they kind of just owned us.
CLG unable to get anything done thus far.
Really, every game was close. They, of course, lost to Splice, which shouldn't be happening.
They're just shutting it down. Look at it. It's all on Hayes. 4 kills and not an 8. Pushes through. Gets the final kill.
In my mind, and in some of my teammates' minds, we knew this is a team we can't just roll over just because they got a free spot. We know these guys really well. We play with them all the time. We scrim against them. We know they're a good team.
We're feeling good as a team, but we're in this transition phase still because we just got a new coach, and we also have Buckley as our 5th.
Buckley going to challenge him in CT. Will he find the frag? Wow, Ferlin fails that kill.
Well, we have a new coach, Pita. He's the leader of our team now. He's in charge of practice. He's in charge of in-game leading, and he's the person that we look up to and listen to for everything. We definitely have respect for him. He used to coach in NIP, so we know he has experience and he knows what he's doing. So we trust him in his play style.
Now Hayes making his presence felt from the back of the site.
We're really going to have to practice well. Obviously, we qualified, so that's a big deal, but I wasn't convinced with how we qualified. I think we won purely on like hype.
They've got some players who knows what they can do. They can be a great upset team. JDM on the AWP, there's this vacant position of who wants to be NA's best AWPer. No one seems to want it. JDM can definitely do it. So CLG for me, will they be able to do anything at the major? Anything can happen between now and then.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the major in Columbus, Ohio for Counter-Strike Global Offensive. I'm not Scoots, I'm Richard Lewis. I'm filling in for him. He's going over to do rehearsals and whatnot for the awesome stage show we have planned for all of you out there. So I'm going to be host for the rest of the day. Hopefully it gets less hate than my analysis does. Let's see. Anyway, joining me on the analysis desk, people who actually know what they're talking about. We have got Duncan Thorin Shields over there on the far left, very liberal and progressive, known for that, of course. Moving in, we've got Moses, the Professor X himself of Counter-Strike, looking very good. And then we've got Sadakist filling in on the desk. You don't often do that.
No, I don't. I don't even know why I'm here. Why am I here, Richard? I think it's because we've got a good game ahead of us.
I have to ask myself why you're here. Not on the desk, of course.
We spend all the event after that in a lot of ways. No, but look, so
right.
here's the thing. Obviously, this is a very special day. And it's not just because we're making Counter-Strike great again here in America. Of course, it is edgy. It is your birthday.
It is, yeah.
So
I'm in the 27 club. This is probably my last birthday.
So what we've done is we've actually gone out and we want to celebrate that with you. So we had to get you on here, and it's probably going to be the most obnoxious segment of any major in any kind of
I knew I was
of
here
all
for a
time.
reason.
But,
I knew I was here
so
for
we
a
went out
reason.
and we got you some stuff. So look, we went to, there's a place called Party City. So you know we're partying now. Free advertising for them. Party City
America,
over in
baby.
Eastern Market. So here's what we got. We got a birthday hat for you. There we go. It says
Jeez, I think my mom has the same one.
Well, I wouldn't know anything about that. So, and then we've got party hats for everybody on the crew. So pass them along. Moses will be grateful to wear one of them, of course.
Absolutely.
And and Fifth Lawrence just got back from the hen do. So, and yeah, we got. Oh, here we go. The whole group's coming out.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
My God.
So 27. Blow out the candles.
Yeah, I have to make a wish though, right?
Yeah, okay.
All right. I can't tell you the wish though.
No, you can't, or it won't come true. My wish was that you end up like Jimi Hendrix, Jim Morrison. No, kidding.
Amy
Just a
Winehouse,
joke.
Kurt
Cobain.
Cobain.
Kurt Cobain.
Yeah,
all
Kurt
of
Cobain.
But also as well,
There's a chance. We don't know yet.
We've got some balloons. They look sort of like the things in your wallet that we don't talk about. And anyway, look, I just want to say, man, it's been great working with you. This past 18 months, you've had a meteoric rise. Everyone on the talent team obviously loves you very much.
Yeah,
I just want to say happy birthday. Not Scoots, of course, but he's bitter and old. His time's over, and my time begins. Yeah. So anyway, if you want to say anything just before we start talking about the games.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm not very sentimental, so I won't get too into it. But yeah, it's been awesome. To be fair, exactly what you said. It's been a wicked year. Meeting all of you guys, it's been a ton of fun working with you guys, and the community's been super awesome to me. Thankfully, no hate.
All right. Well, keep up the good work. Long may it continue.
Yeah.
Right.
Is this where I'm supposed to smash this in Moses' face now? Like
that one's chocolate.
That's a burn and a half right there. That is a burn and a half. That also would have been epic if you had done it, by the way. So.
Anyway, we'll get into the cake a little later. I've got dibs on some of that. We'll leave that there.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks a lot, guys. We'll see you at the bar. And anyway, let's talk about the game. So, CLG versus Gambit. We just saw a video for CLG there, and there's lots to talk about with CLG. I wasn't really expecting them to get this far because obviously they were in a group with Envious, but they upset them consummately, and now they're going up against Gambit, where they've got a real good chance to progress and make it into the stadium alongside Team Liquid. We're going to get into the veto first, so before we talk about general stuff, Duncan, I will pick your brain for the expertise. Which way is this going to go?
Yeah, see, the big problem I feel for CLG here is that I think they should just go with the approach of like, ban out the maps we don't want, try and get the maps we want. Forget about Gambit, because Gambit's such like the problem with their team is they haven't played many tier 1 lands, so you don't really know what maps you don't want to play them on. Like so far we've seen maybe you don't want to play them on train. It's not like CLG themselves were super duper heading towards that. Like classically, CLG obviously love to play maps like Mirage. Maybe Dust 2 could be in the mix for them there. They don't want to play Inferno, that's pretty much for sure. So I think that's a potential ban there. I think probably Overpass is not something they want to head towards. Yep. Cobblestone, obviously, is always in the wheelhouse of the guys from CLG, so maybe that will be a pick for them. Maybe that's something they're going to consider there. I don't know what the Gambit pick will be. That is the one that I'm very interested to see myself. Like I think that's the very, very difficult one to see. So apparently we're going to see the first bans in a second.
Yeah, it's going to come in. So
it's going to be Overpass for Gambit, which is like a bit strange to me because in terms of the Gambit ban, I don't really know that it was a threat that CLG would have picked Overpass. I don't think they had to do that there, but it gets it out of the randomizer. The CLG ban of Inferno is pretty obvious. They don't like Inferno, and historically they've been brutalized by a number of EU teams on that maps. They don't want any part of that. The pick of Cash for Gambit is certainly an interesting one because CLG aren't terrible on the map. It's not one of their better ones, but it's not as though it's considered Gambit's best map. And then, CLG picking Cobblestone. Like I say, I think they're just picking. They've banned away their weakness. They've picked one of their, they think is one of their strengths. And I think that's good so far. I'm hoping it could be Dust 2 hit. It's a Mirage instead. Oof. I think Mirage, overall, when I look at these three, I think the map pool is slanted in the favor of CLG.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Moses.
Especially, I mean, that random Mirage is so nice because I feel like CLG came into this thinking that Mirage would get banned out by Gambit. And when it didn't get banned, they were just like, all right, let's just continue with our original game plan and just maybe gamble a little bit with it, and it works out for them. So that third map is going to be nice for them. That's obviously their map that they've always liked to pick, even against top-level Europeans, even in North America.
And it could have been Train, obviously, which would have been less favorable, certainly.
Right. So that Mirage pick on the third map is really, really nice for CLG.
And anything to add to that, Sato?
Well, I think the Cash one first and foremost. I mean, we saw Gambit play Envious yesterday, and I think the big thing about that was Waylander pretty much carried them on entries. So if they can find a way to isolate him, to shut him down, to not give him the freedom of movement, like he was walking into the B site and turning around and finding guys coming out of vents when he's already in the open. Like there was no one getting a refrag on him. So if they can manage him on entries, they should actually have a much easier time than Envious did. So I actually think this, again, Mirage, Cobble, 50-50, Mirage coming in, I think it's definitely CLG's favorite here.
So everyone's talking about CLG here, and we've obviously talked a little bit there about Gambit and Waylander in particular. I mean, is that the key to victory here, that Waylander just has to go big again, or is there a bit more to this Gambit team? Is there a bit more nuance?
Waylander's obviously a big part just out of that one match we saw out of him just the other day where he was just dominant. That was insane. And obviously if that happens, he can carry them through a map. I think the big thing for them, it's kind of just the key of how are they going to be able to do this against CLG is keep the op away from JDM is always like the biggest key to victory to beating them. Just neutralize them flat out right off the bat by keeping that economy in check. And CLG's fundamentals are going to have to be really on point, which is something they've always struggled with.
So I've had the word in my ear. It's predictions and final thoughts. Duncan, I'll start with you and bring it in.
Yeah, I actually was thinking to bring on now the maps, mate. Maybe I would go with Gambit here, but I think actually looking at Cobblestone and Cash, I think it's going to be CLG because the whole reason why Gambit got that win over Envious was Waylander went crazy. I don't necessarily know that will happen, and even then they almost choked the map away. Their T side was actually a bit shaky in terms of execution. I think the overall routine of CLG should be there as long as they don't have something crazy like JDM just disappear. I think they're going to get the victory, so I think it's going to be CLG winning this.
Moses?
Yeah, I'm going to take CLG as well.
Okay, and Sato?
Yeah, I think Moses touched on as well with JDM because Kenny was off versus Waylander to get refrags. I'm going to go 2-1. I think it's going to be CLG.
Okay, well, thanks for your thoughts. You can enjoy Tequila Shot. 3 Sucker Bliats going against Gambit Gaming. We're going to get into this game with Jason DDK.
That's cursive, that language. Jesus Christ.
Wow, what a throw. Not sure where to go with that. Happy birthday to Sadakist, I suppose.
Yep. That's quite a throw, to be honest.
I don't know what. Well, we're on Cash Dan. Let's just move swiftly forward with that. We're on Cash. We've got CLG versus Gambit, best of 3. We've got Cobblers as the second map, but we'll start with the first. Gambit going to be on the T side. CLG starting on the favoured side of Cash, or Kaish, if you are from Australia, Dan.
Kaish. That's all I have to add.
His music is mad epic.
Well, thanks for that, James. It is indeed Selika's birthday, so CLG starting off on the CT side and Gambit on the T side here on Kaish. Shout out to the Aussies. And we can see that we're going to be getting a lot of presence here initially from Gambit, just moving towards the boost area into mid. The bomb is actually towards A main, so they're going to go for the A split right now. And so far, it's Adren and Dozier with the openers. CLG feeling the pain as the bomb makes its way onto the A site. And it's all on JDM and Hazed on a very, very difficult retake. 2 versus 5. No, well, 2 flashbangs. No Kevlar on Hazed, but at least there's a kit.
All they need is headshots, Dan. They've got the USPs, they have the range. There are 2 USPs on the T side as well, though, so they're going to need to be quick on the trigger. Down, but by no means are they out on this pistol, though that smoke does definitely not help. JDM's got 1. 4 more to find. His teammates behind the smoke. He hears the flank coming in, and the trend's going to be successful with that, leaving Hazed alone versus 4. Still got a bit of time. Does have a kit as well. By the time it's ticking fast. Waylander just searching in the smoke there, and I think the round is going to be over. The double/triple peak coming in, and there's a bit of a whoop as Gambit take the first round.
Yep, so it means that CLG likely going to force it up here. It's definitely very viable just to not to go all the way for the entire team, except for maybe a couple players. But are they going to do it? I mean, JDM going to be sticking on a full eco, so he can actually get himself an AWP when they can eventually afford to buy, which is definitely very smart. Hayes as well, not really investing too much. So only 3. Okay, no, Hayes is going to go all the way as well, just a little bit later. So CLG in a round like this, really looking, of course, for a lot of damage onto Gambit's economy. Just keep them honest there. And we can see already a bit of a firefight there in middle as Gambit take it over, and a boost onto Hazed here, and it looks like CLG are retaking middle, and there's a gun up for grabs there. It's only a Mac 10 though, so by design Gambit are going to lose a Mac 10.
Yeah, well, they've lost another gun elsewhere as Hooch has left the building. So there's a man advantage for CLG. There is armor in play here on most of the players, save for JDM, who is indeed saving for an AWP. And that's a problem. The fact that they could pick up more weapons a bit later on is going to be an issue for these players. So there's it's Tarek who has the Mac 10, so I do wonder if Hooch had a gun and where it was dropped. Nothing else being picked up by CLG so far. Gambit moving as a unit towards the A site. Going to get some smokes and Molotovs in. There's a counter flash coming in from Fugly. Gets close quarters on Dozier, but Dozier going to shoot him straight in the face. Tarek goes down as well. So 2 versus 3. No weapons on the remaining 2 CLG players. Only Hazed, who has Kevlar and a helmet. The smoke is still down towards the forklift area. Mac 10 has been picked up, but it's on JDM rather than Hayes. And there he goes. So Hayes alone will take 1 more with him. So good damage done to the Gambit side, but they will prove successful despite a difficult test.
Indeed. Yeah, business as usual for them. And now it's going to be CLG with the full eco, more or less, going to this round. So the expectation's not really all that high. For Gambit, it's all about keeping their economy intact and just building it. And I wonder what the setups are going to be like for CLG. Of course, JDM is going to be a real key point for me when he gets that AWP in his hands. And how Gambit will play against that, I'm sure they've done quite a large amount of research on CLG. And CLG are one of the more stable teams as well from the North American region. They've got a lot of history, a lot of demos to look at. So we could expect Gambit with some informed strategies to try to counter how CLG like to play the map.
I know, generally speaking, that Gambit have apparently been working very hard in preparation for this major. Many people may have not expected them to come this far or even make it to the major. Let's see how far they can go. Tarek with the boost going to get down 1 player. Oh, they've lost 2 players quickly again. And this time they're going to have better weapons than before. Can CLG retrieve any? Mo can't really leave this position because he needs to hold these guns down, which means that Gambit may feel compelled to push the A side. We've got CLG set up for the retakes there, and they're falling. More people are falling here for the Gambit side. They've got 2 people remaining, and Waylander's only got a Tech 9. He needs to come into A main there and try and pick up one of these weapons. Nice snap by Mo, and he really needs to keep his angles open and clear out as much as possible while Waylander picks up a gun. Waylander pushing with the Tech 9 goes down. Mo with 34 HP. The bomb's down as well. He's got one more to find here. Cutler with a P250, but no armor. He's going to find a frag for his team. And Gambit, the second round was bad for them. The third round was even worse.
That's ridiculous. Oh my goodness. They really shouldn't be losing that round. CLG have so much money now, and Gambit are forced to go for a full buy. Just buy everything they possibly can, and likely that one of the better ways to play around like this is just to go and execute, because they just won't have the firepower. You know, there's 2 Tech 9s in their hands, which means that, you know, that's pretty good at taking bomb sites, getting those 2 guys to run first. You gain position quickly, but they're up against AWP and full rifles and full grenades. So now Gambit have to play a really strong and fast hit here to have any chance to win this round.
Well, they headed for the A bomb site. Dozier is going towards the squeaky door, so it seems it might be a fast A play. There are 2 CT players there, and one's going to get shot straight in the face. That's Tarek. Down he goes. Cutler's going to punish Adren for running through the smoke there, and Waylander will fall to Cutler as well. Fugly still holding an angle on the squeaky door. We've got pop flashes coming in from Mo, looking to go over the top, but that's going to make him susceptible to the car. Dozier, meanwhile, is being taken down, leaving Mo and Hooch. Hooch has got a pistol and full health. Mo's got 1 HP, gets a frag, falls to the flames. Hooch coming in from the connector area is, Z connector, picks up the orb. He's going to be looking towards short, or if you're from America, then it's highway. I've been playing a bit of matchmaking, learning the American phrases. He's going to reset the situation. Who knows how good Hooch is with an AWP? I certainly don't. We've got Hazed in A main, which means that Hooch can afford himself 2 1v1s. But is he? Wow, Hazed getting taken down for free there with very poor spacing. Completely exposed to the entrance to A main. He could have easily just walked back a bit and not been exposed there. Although he had his back to the wall to get the angle he wanted, but whatever he wanted to do, it was a poor angle. Cutler coming in, but Hooch is going to go for the crouch peek, and Gambit survive.
Oh, very, very crazy stuff there from Hooch, picking up the AWP there, and honestly, Gambit needed that desperately, and they reset CLG. CLG are going to be able to basically go for the force buy in this situation once again, because they know that Gambit's economy is very heavily strained. So if they win this round, I mean, they need to double eco anyways, and if they win this round, they can reset Gambit. So it's a very smart play. Gambit should expect a force buy in this position from CLG. So Gambit, they can't make the mistake that they made to put themselves in this position where they lost to USPs. They have to have an anti-force buy drill and not make these fundamental errors. And Dozier's already going to pick up an opening kill there, so that's going to make things a little bit easier here for Gambit. But they've got to come together at some point and trade now.
Gambit have 2 Molotovs in the hole. Again, this is looking at the money left on the CT side. A force buy, a full force, no quasi-buys, or whatever you want to call them. Full armor, pistols on 3 of the players. Tarek with the solitary M4. There are 1.5 players over towards B bomb site, half because Fugly is kind of out of the sight at the moment. There is a smoke down as well. Make that 3 smokes, and a push coming in from the T side. Waylander leading the charge onto the site. Nobody there to trade frag for him. Hayes playing around the smoke there, and he's going to get that kill for free. Maybe he can even pick up that AK soon.
Indeed, this is going interesting. They're able to get players, 2 players onto the B bomb site, and there's a lot of opportunity for Gambit not to rush things. 50 seconds to play with, and the bomb indeed will rotate towards the A site. They won't try to force the issue onto the B site, where CLG have reinforced it with 2 pistolers. However, Adren will go down left for dead, and that weapon will be picked up. But as long as they get the plant on A, Gambit should be fine, but Tarek's here to save the day here for CLG. 1 frag might slow them down. There's the 5-7 at range from Fugly, knocking Dozier down to a mere 19 points of health. He has the AWP, and he missed the shot there. Long range onto the car. Fugly is going to go close with the 5-7 there, spotting that the bomb is still down, and great turn there from Hayes, catching Hooch, who was on the flank. Now everything rests on Dozier's shoulders to try to save Gambit once again from a position they just frankly should never have been in the first place, and Fugly will secure it. CLG once again punishing Gambit for just not having these anti-force buy rounds down.
This is a calamitous start to the first map of this best of 3. Gambit throwing opportunities away time after time after time, and they will find themselves in financial difficulty following another successful force buy from CLG here. This is just a mess, and they need to snap out of this now. You can see some frustration from the players, a bit of discussion, a bit of a lack of coordination, it seems, from the Gambit side. And here we go. In situations where you have constant trading of rounds, you often see force buy after force buy after force buy alternating between teams. And we see that now. 3 smokes in mid, 1 A main, and 1 over towards B vents as well. Looks like Gambit going to split into B, having control of the B vents. Hayes heavily tagged here, going for the pot flash. Hooch sees it and punishes Hayes for it as well.
Here we go, JDM. Push to a defense with the AWP, misses both close range shots, and Cutler will come in from CT. The one problem for Gambit is they have no smoke grenades. Once the bomb goes down, they can't cut off these key choke points, and they've only got one significant weapon in Mo's AWP. A Dren with the flank though, and that should be Tarek dead, and indeed he will fall. Cutler though taking down Hooch towards the bomb site. And now I believe both players should be known for Gambit. And Mo going close with the AWP, that's not going to work out for him. A Dren in a 1 versus 2 with the bomb planted. It is at the back of the site. He hasn't got the best angle here. Takes down Cutler, but the hold was there from Fugly, and he'll be able to save the AWP as well.
That was really unfortunate for Mo. He had to make a gamble on whether they were coming higher or lower. He gambled on upper, they were both lower, so these things happen. They get the plant that's going to help their economy.
They should force buy again. They killed 4 players there, they got the bomb down, and indeed that's what they're going to go for. The pressure never ends, James. It's incessant.
Nice shot there by JDM, but the plant still came in despite his Cadillac snap stand.
Yeah, those 2 kills could very well have been enough, but this time it was not.
Yeah, look, despite winning the round, Tarek is reduced to a 5-7. It's been a common theme in many of these matches, actually. The economy has been strained for both teams multiple times and continues to be so. So we've got Hayes boosted into the vent in... which allows him to look towards the mid area. That means that they can play 2B, 2A and leave 1 mid alone. That's going to be Cutler playing from the back. Close to the short box, the sugar cue, whatever else you want to call it. And he can rotate and help A quickly as well. So they can have 3 people there if they need to. But looking over at mid, Hooch is going to be boosted up. This could provide opportunities later on. He could potentially go for a late flank or punish the CTs for doing so. Indeed, Cutler's running between A and mid. Just keeping a glance as to what's going on. They do have a player in the vent, but he may not peek until Cutler makes the call to do so, or until he hears some firing, etc. So Gambit slowly moving towards A. Got Dozier moving closer towards the squeaky door. Squeaky door's open. Fugly's taking a lot of damage as well, down to 21 HP on the site.
Yeah, the only strange thing here is that Waylander's the only guy that doesn't have a rifle, but he has a Tech 9, and he's in the mid lurker position where you're going to be playing at ranges. And the push is going to come in onto the A site now. Can it be claimed by Gambit? This is a valiant defense so far coming in from CLG. They've taken down 2 players of Gambit, still preventing the bomb from going down, although there might be some space, but it's very dangerous to try to go for it, and you can see why. It won't even get planted in this position. Mo's going to fall. Tarek with a hero save. Both kills, stopping the plant, giving Hayes the space to take down the last player. And that is going to be a situation now where finally Gambit they should go for a save here. I mean, they can afford to buy a few pistols due to the round loss bonus, but they shouldn't force it up now anymore.
With a player in squeaky door, Tarek running around like that should not happen. Mo should be protected from that angle, but he wasn't. Again, Tarek running in like Baywatch, Hasselhoff with the plastic orange board thing. So CLG,
whatever
it is,
I can't remember what it's called.
CLG go 4-3 now, and the shot is missed over towards B. However, there are not many guns here on the CT side, so one does not expect much to happen. Waylander serves himself up to the gods, and the gods will take his sacrifice and leave bones for the vultures. So
It's pretty dark, James.
This is a good opportunity for CLG to build a bit of money, because again, the money is still piss poor for both teams at the moment. Tarek has literally nothing in the bank. Running on the fumes at the moment. There we go. Multiple digs going the way of Fugly, but they'll take that trade. 4 versus 1, and Mo doesn't have the bomb. He will be dispatched of as well, and that gives a chance for CLG to string some rounds together. Despite all the failures of Gambit in this round so far, they have 3 of 8 rounds. And again, they have more opportunity to break CLG. So some of the ways the rounds have ended have looked awful, but there's still lots of opportunity for them to get a good half here.
Yeah, the thing is that it's always the most disconcerting when you see a team unable to... In close succession, we saw 2 rounds failed by Gambit, whereas just have a good anti-force by drill, and you win those rounds, you have a big advantage. So Gambit have to recover. They cannot have fundamental errors here. And a fast play to take control is coming in from Gambit in towards the B side of the map. And look at the wraparound from Waylander. He's going to find 3 players, and that's not going to go too well for him. Hooch is there to trade 1 player, but still a better situation for CLG. But oh my goodness, Hooch with 3, and now it's just 2 players left for CLG. We only have Fugly and Cutler, and they've got mid so far. 1 player's on B. And they have no idea where the bomb is going to end up. It can be anywhere right now.
Yeah, I don't believe they have seen the bomb at any point in this round so far. Mo's carrying the bomb, and he's walking towards A main, where Fugly's holding towards Forklift, which has paid the dividends for them before when CLG have had a play in that position. And indeed, Mo is bringing the rotation towards A by smoking off the usual position. They could be walking in that smoke for all they know. Cutler's moved back towards the car now, and Dosie's going to come out and not get the shot in time, and that might ring a bell. What is the read from Cutler? He's moving towards B, but Fugly is miles away on A, so Cutler's either going to have to just wait for his rotation to come in or risk losing the round in a 1 versus 1.
This is a tough situation indeed for the CTs, as you can see Gambit with good post-plant positions. Mo with the headshot angled there towards the upper spot where Cutler is. Looking for the shoulder peek. It's all on Cutler now. He's going to go to try to spray down Hooch. Very smart play. Hooch with 4 kills so far in this round. Could potentially get the ace secured here as Cutler is in the heaven area. Going for the peek. It's Mo to take the shot and the round for Gambit. Hooch, man, this guy, he completely saved Gambit more than once now in spots where essentially they've been outplayed from a positional standpoint. Hooch comes in and gets the frags.
Indeed, and I was about to say Captain Cadillac was putting in work towards the B side with these first 2 picks that you're about to see in the replay there, but then Hooch came in, not just a cheap drink and bars in London dad, but also a man getting a 3K on the B bomb site. Very nice stuff. So CLG have gone for the force once again, force after force. This actually makes for quite fun matches. All these constant forces. Some of the players had around 6K, some didn't. So we're going to have an AWP, an M4, a Silence M4, 2 pistols, and a reasonable amount of nades here for CLG. So we'll see what the play is. Last round they had a strong mid take. This round they're going to have 2 people towards mid, I think. Actually, that's JDM in the B checkers with the AWP. And we'll see how aggressive a position he chooses to take. Hayes is playing from the site, which means he can throw pop flashes for JDM to peek, but in fact JDM's going to push with the AWP, which might mean that Hayes goes for a bit of a rotation, but Waylander is ready and waiting for JDM, and they'll both move away from the B bomb site.
Yeah, you can see right now there's a bit of an A play, I think, in mind for Gambit. Oh, that's a nice kill there. Dozier taking down 1 player away from the A bomb site. And there's a minute left to play with. Gambit is starting to set up now towards that A site. They've got Waylander who can kind of lurk in towards middle if he wants to. Although it did just get smoked off. He can push through there, and we can see a bit of a split action potentially coming in from Gambit, because the Dren's also there to help in middle. So Gambit looking quite dangerous at the moment. Fugly tries to take initiative, and he gets shut down, leaving Cutler on 14 HP. He gets caught off over by Highway. And this is a bad look right now for CLG. Hayes trying to do some damage, but it's just simply not enough. JDM left with nothing to do.
Right, so, well, nothing to do but save this AWP for the up-and-coming rounds. We know what he can do with it. I mean, going into the next round, looking at the money on CLG, it's pretty much JDM versus the rest of the world here. So it might be the case that, for example, they spend a bit of money on some flashbangs, try and pop flash him into A main to get a pick, try and rotate him if he's successful, and so on and so forth. So this AWP could be valuable, and we've seen what happens on Force Bias. If he gets 1 or 2 picks with it, and even if they're on an eco, maybe they win the round, who knows? We'll see if Gambit can get their act together in that respect. Waylander, who until very recently was actually in the army, left the real guns for the virtual ones, Dan.
Indeed. Nice little pop flash there from JDM to keep himself safe, and also good defense. So they'll hang on to the AWP, which in rounds like this can be very nice, as if he's able to pick up, maybe they'll lose the round anyway, but it's going to give them, much more chance to actually get a couple frags in, and keeping the economy down at Gambit when they're in rounds like this is going to be playing directly against the kind of situation where they should be making money. So nice that he holds on to that. He's also got loads of nades, actually. He's got a full stock of nades with that.
He has a very good spawn, actually, to jump straight into the B angle, but he's going for a more aggressive one, in fact. This is Fox-esque, but that flashbang is going to be a bit of a pain. He's got support from some teammates, but it may just be the Vultures waiting to pick the AWP from his warm body should he be
Nice.
unsuccessful. That is a great start, but now the question is he going to rotate like he needs to? Indeed, he's running away from B, because in this situation you're going to expect Gambit to move away from the saved weapon, so JDM is running all the way to A, but Gambit might have a read on this because they've got Hooch moving into the vents from mid, and the bomb is coming mid, so it seems they might just funnel a bit of a conga line into the B bomb site.
Yeah, and you can see smartly Hayes is just going to take a good position instead of trying to get the gun and then be potentially out of position, and that might get him the kill. Oh, he gets a few 3 shots on the Dren, but cannot finish him off. That's a really unfortunate situation there. In comes Cutler, almost getting a really nice timing on the player throwing the grenade, but he's going to have to back away. And this is good now from Gambit. They're actually able to coordinate onto the B site all together, and they're not hemorrhaging any players before doing so, as in previous rounds. Hooch is there to defend Vent as well. So it all looks well now in the camp of Gambit. JDM let's get a bit of the tag there, but finally gets eliminated.
I'd say both teams made the right decision in that respect, in that situation. JDM rotating the AWP, but Gambit making the right read. He's probably going to rotate the AWP, so let's just go to B. Nicely done. Maybe JDM should have tried to go for the save again at the end there, because there wasn't much he could do. There were 4 people alive when he's trying to get his AWP game on. But there we go. It will be lost, and he will be reduced from the AWP to a FAMAS. He did well to save it for 1 round at least. So Gambit building a nice lead now. Well, a nice score. It's only 1 round lead, but it's a nice score. 6 rounds from 11 on the T side. Could have been more, but they'll take that. You can see CLG back on the buy, but they are limited in grenades already. Only 2 smokes in the hole with what they've put down.
Yeah, you can see they're really cutting every corner. No one has a helmet, which is sad times in war, but Tarek will be pushed over the boost. And a Dren, not quite expected the right angle, and Tarek with a quick frag and falls back now. This is good, just falling back to safety, more passive positions. Now you've got the man advantage, and they forced Gambit now to respond with something. And Gambit are deciding to move towards the A main area at the moment. You can see Mo is looking for the initial entry, perhaps if there was to be a player close, but looks to be not the case so far. And CLG, they don't have much information, but that's okay considering that they already have a man advantage.
So Mo's got an angle onto A with the AWP, but Fugly, you can see he's playing a nice angle where he was just jump peeking from the quad boxes, and Tarek has been sacrificed, but will sacrifice pay off for CLG. They've only got 2 players on the sites at the moment, and there are 4 Gambit players about to charge, but they're a bit hesitant at the moment. That's allowing more CTs to rotate. Now we've got Hayes towards car. Fugly holding things down for the time being. Nice counter flash from, I think that was Fugly from the car as well, and that's going to give Fugly on the site, more time to find more frags. Ozia gets one through the door. Now it's just down to the man Fugly, who was on quad, and Gambit will take the round. Sorry, it was I think it was Hayes coming towards the car position, but Gambit's hesitation to take the site allowed him to get that counter flash in, which did more damage to their side. Nevertheless, they take the round and extend their lead to 2, and Counter Logic Gaming are poor once again.
Yeah, we've had a lot of really scrappy rounds, but despite that, Gambit are doing really well now. They've got themselves 7 on the board against the 5 of CLG. So if they can continue this, and definitely they're favored to do so, considering that now CLG, what have they got to play with? They got just some 5.7 and P250s and only 2 armors. So CLG not with the strongest of buys, to say the least. Bit of a quasi.
CLG have been doing awful in the ESL League actually recently. So Gambit with 7 rounds on the board already on the T side. You probably have to be concerned if you're a CLG player, but just purely because of their recent form. There we go. Tarek's going to get shot straight in the face. Hooch is moving into the mid area. We have people rotating out of the B bomb site, but Gambit aren't committing to anything just yet. 5 versus 4. They know CLG are on the eco. Hopefully they've learned their lesson from the anti-force, anti-eco buys, which have failed repeatedly in this first game already.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a very, very bad sign, but at least now they're starting to get things together again. But they still are making some of the same mistakes, isolating more players than they need to. That said, they're picking up the kills. So at the end of the day, that's all you really need to be doing. And now, after the initial trades in the rounds, it's all about that A hits. In fact, they're splitting onto A from middle as well. So just Fugly left now, and it's like they're going to claim that 8th round without too much issue. No one going down for Gambit Gaming, and CLG now in a position where they don't have enough rounds, I think, so far. They really need to get the last 2 to be feeling at all confident.
Yeah, this score, they're not going to be happy with. Well, for them, the score should be the other way around, basically.
Absolutely, yeah.
They don't want a Gambit getting more than 5 rounds on Gambit's T side, and Gambit have the opportunity to double the score that they would ideally have if you were a CT right now. So JDM is back on AWP, and he's in fact rotating his position away from B towards quad on A, so we'll see if that takes Gambit by surprise, if they can capitalize on that. We've got Hayes playing alone on the B bomb site now, and Tarek's playing close mid with Cutler playing at the back.
Yeah, it would be quite interesting to see if Gambit are going to start experimenting with something like a delayed mid attack in this round, because CLG are in a spot where they might feel like taking a risk could be a good option. So by playing slow in the start of the round, you kind of make it the percentages, go less in the favor of the opposition, that they're going to catch you out of position because you're kind of expecting it. Then you can hit them when they're kind of rotating later into the round with a delayed mid take, and then build the A or the B play off of the frags you get there. And Gambit actually going to be tossing in some nades here from behind A main into the A bomb site.
Yeah, so you saw a Dren throw Molotov into the vent, which might suggest a B split actually. But, well, here comes the mid take, 50 seconds on the clock. Dozy is going to fly and take Tarek down. The Dren moves into mid. Hayes holding an angle onto B, so it is going to be B after all, but there's a 3-man rotation here from CLG, and Hayes can't hold down the vent, which means the B site is open, and Fuckley's going to have to fight for it. That smoke might allow him to get into the headshot position. He's going to try, and indeed he is successful, which means there's another retake that needs to happen here for the T side. 30 seconds left. Mo takes on Fuckley, leaving JDM alone. Gets a nice snap onto Hooch. That's the bomb down on the site itself. He might rotate his position. There's a flank coming in, though, from Adren.
Yeah, this flank from Adren is very, very key. Make life a little bit easier. Smoking off JDM. Will he look behind himself? Oh, there's a gap there. That's going to really tease JDM, and JDM's going to try to use that to actually look through and grab the attention there. Can Adren come in with the flank? He's going to go over the top, actually, and he's spamming a bit through the smoke here. JDM might get this frag if only Adren had actually really given his position away, but he's just going to stop firing and fall back now. Gambit playing this one incredibly safe, and Adren taking a good post-plant position. JDM will try to smoke his way out and flash his way out now as that bomb ticks away. Both players very low, but so is, well, JDM and Adren both very low. But Waylander's quite healthy. Mo's quite healthy, rather. And here he goes, up onto the site now, and Adren's going to catch him. Gambit playing that really safe, and looks like CLG are in a lot of trouble now as Gambit go 9 rounds.
You can see how dangerous JDM is when he put that smoke down. That peek he did, even though nobody was there, was so fast. Let's have a look at what Mo's up to here. Nice shot there. Does he get the second one to Fugley? Indeed, he does. Very good stuff. So Gambit with 9. You have to favor them for the map now, really, surely.
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice in their position when they can rely on such a standard strategy, the slow play into delayed mid take, get the kill on vent into a fast B hit. That's such a standard kind of way to play the map, and if it works like that, it's pretty sick actually for them. And CLG now scrambling, lack of grenades, lack of firepower. Gambit could just run the same strategy if they really wanted to. We've got a bit of a stack actually from CLG towards the A site. So they might try to actually pop flash into A main here and try to take some map control and see if they can try to level the disadvantage by taking map control away from the opponents. And it might work out here. Can they get the frag on the Dren? Trade perhaps? Yes, there it is. Key information and a key frag.
But he cannot retrieve the gun, throws a Molotov, and then moves away from A main. Mo's got to be careful because he's carrying the gun. Dozier finally gets taken down towards Squeaky, being quite a nuisance to CLG in that position, and that means with 2 men down, Gambit are going to have to move away from protecting that gun, and they've got to concentrate towards the B bomb site where they have, again, JDM in isolation. He only got a FAMAS this time, no fancy kills for him. Mo takes him down with his favorite weapon, down to a 3 versus 3 now. So Gambit needs to get the plant down, but they've got to be wary of upper and lower CT side, vents and T, so they don't have enough personnel to cover all the angles.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. A lot of it's going to come down to what Hooch is able to accomplish in the vents for the defensive Gambit, as there's 2 players outside of the vents, which is currently smoked off. Hooch on max health as well. Oh, good, solid damage there from Hooch onto Tarek. He's getting spammed down a little bit now. He's going to get eliminated. No frags actually from him, so more pressure onto Mo, but Mo has got the shot. Tarek is out of the picture. Oh, great second kill coming in from Mo. That should really silence the efforts here. But Cutler, he's going for it right now. Mo missing a shot. Can Cutler get this done? Jumping in with a pistol. It's on Mo, and he's going to deliver full Gambit. 10-5 first half on the T side. That is a great way to end this first half, considering how shaky Gambit looked at the start.
Gambit just got 7 rounds in a row on their T side. And to be honest with you, if they didn't screw up so many rounds at the beginning, then that could have been like a 14-1.
Oh yeah, And Mo is a really big part of that. He's got 21 kills, actually. He's doing a great job so far. And one of the things, too, for CLG, because the economy was always in dire straits, we never really saw JDM in a position where he could really get to use that AWP of his, because that's what's really dangerous, is JDM's AWP on the team.
I know, but like I was actually looking forward to seeing Mo in this tournament because he is such an explosive AWPer. And I think it might be Nyanko I was talking to who said, you know, he is a good AWPer, but he doesn't perform as well versus tier 1 teams. Obviously CLG, you couldn't say right now, are a tier 1 team, but you can see his effect having 21 kills in one half. And again, really, Gambit could have had a 14-1 half there, were it not for just having, like, apparently no proper anti-force buy strats. No Molotovs, haven't learned anything from Fret.
I mean, there was another situation, for example, where JDM was able to save an AWP and the rest of his teammates couldn't buy, so they kind of saved behind it, and they played into B storage. Now that's quite a cool idea because you're going to try to focus away one player potentially, because if in normal defaults you're going to have maybe players around boost, maybe like one around squeaky door or main and one on B storage, so you can maybe isolate one player and take him down with the numbers. And the thing is that when you know that they're in a situation where they're on eco, you shouldn't be able to get isolated, basically. You shouldn't be playing like defaults versus what you expect to be weapons, because they're expecting pistols. So they actually made life really difficult for themselves. Again, it really feels like they're not cognizant enough of when their opponents have just pistols.
Yeah. And if Gambit proves successful in this best of 3, then those mistakes are going to be punished more and more by stronger and stronger teams, to the point where they could lose a match because of making those mistakes.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So we're about to get into the second half. Obviously, Gambit going to be on the CT side. Let's see how they approach the A side. You can see it often varies. Quite often you have the retakes there and what CLG have to offer on their T pistol.
I hope it's good, James, for their sake. I hope it's good.
Indeed it is. So having a look at the initial T aggression, they seem to be concentrated towards the A bomb site. Bombs left in T warehouse for the time being. Dozy is going for a straight peek towards A main, and he's going to find Fugly there, but Fugly's going to back off, and Dozy is just going to hold an angle, which is information for his team. But he's got nobody watching his 6. See, Tarek was towards Squeaky, but he's running away now, and Dozy's moved to a more passive position. While Gravity brings CLG down towards B. Adren getting boosted up, though. Tarek has left the building. JDM holding an angle towards mid. He's going to get wrecked as well. Clutch King of 100 ping with 2 frags.
Yeah, but looks like the B bomb site's going to go to CLG, so despite being a man down, they're going to have a solid chance into this one. Now you can see that Gambit are really just taking their time, setting up around all the entry points to the bomb site. Higher, CT, vent, B storage, they're going to have a man in every single angle. So that's going to be good, and they're going to coordinate and go in promptly. And here it is, Adren, the first man to distract the vent player. Perfectly done. Now Mo has an opportunity to get out of there, and he's going to try. Nice snap there from Hazed. And in comes Hoosh. Hazed with a frag on him as well. And now it's just down to Fugly versus Adren. Adren already with 4 kills. Can he make it? The ace against Fugly. He's trying, and he will. Adren with the ace.
Got no kit.
But no kit indeed. Will he be able to make it in time?
Oh,
Looks like
too
he can't.
far away.
Oh, unfortunate. That was close.
He's the hero we deserved, Dan, but not the hero we needed. CLG, take the pistol.
At least he got 5 kills. That's he can have. He's gonna have a lot of money now, despite them losing the round. He's got $3,000. I wonder if he'll buy like what he'll buy with that.
Gambit was super unlucky there. They had a 4 versus 2 situation, but there were some nice headshots coming out of the checkers area. It was very good timing as well. People reloading couldn't answer. But there we go. CLG with a fighting chance. If they lost that pistol, then I don't know.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting because Adren got the ace. He's got a FAMAS. He's got the kit that he picked up, the Kevlar and 3 nades. That's actually quite legit. But I have to see if that was going to turn into anything. A lot of dangerous pistols. 3 Deeks as well.
Deeks.
CLG, they have to respect this. They need to have a good anti-force buy round of their own.
That is a terrible smoke in A main. I mean, that really that is so bad that the T's can almost walk through it into the boost position. Shoddy performance there.
Are you triggered, James?
Slightly. Being a nade nerd, I'm slightly triggered, Dan. Tarek's moving towards the squeaky door. You can see JDM still holding a passive angle behind the box, which will, for the most part, only reveal his head. Got a bit of a spray going down. Ooh, I think we might have a flash attempt there. I think the CT's tried to flash through the door, and it just completely failed and flashed Dozier behind the door instead. So we've got 3 CTs over towards the A site, and 3 Ts over there. Cutler is holding almost from CT spawn.
Yeah, I like that. That's much
from
better.
T spawn, excuse me. It can actually be fun to stand on the road sign at T spawn with a scout and just pick people off.
Here we go.
Who try to push, such as Waylander.
This is what we wanted to see. So, an actual some strats here with these nades, but getting picked off with a boost there from a Dren, looking a little bit awkward, but they are going to be able to get themselves in the sight, and they've got the rifles, so quite a strong result so far. But Hooch actually getting in there. Dozier now able to take down Tarek. He had no idea, and also almost getting the kill onto Hayes. Dozier causing real issues now. Cutler coming in. He was essentially the lurker of the team in the outmost position, but now he's going to save the day. But what is this? Waylander with the headshot on the Deagle onto Cutler, and once again, James, it's happening. CLG had a way better approach that round, but they didn't. They just got caught off.
Molotovs, Dan.
Yeah.
You know what's really cool?
But
Molotovs, Dan.
But they were trying to throw the Molotovs, but the problem is that they weren't trying to do it behind smoke, which is, if you know how to do it behind the smoke, that's the key. That's the best way to do it, because then you can't get picked off as you're throwing the nades. but yeah, 6 to 11.
The window of opportunity has been swiftly shot. You know that GIF where like these CIS CTs are like just foot dive? They get a Dr. Doom foot dive through a car window. That's what Gambit just did to CLG there. They got the foot dive through the window, and now CLG have all the pressure in the world. Like they are many leagues under the sea. Oh, this nade could be money from Dozier, but he chooses not to throw it just yet. Oh, it's going to be delayed. Is that going to be NBA? No, but Waylander's going to take down Fugly in the meantime. So CLG have an opportunity to plant a bomb. Nice spray from Dozier, which is going to cause problems. Hayes has the bomb, though, and he is on the site, moving towards default now. And indeed, the bomb plant's going to go down. 5 versus 3 retake, but there's money is in the bag here for CLG, but can they take the round as well?
Yeah, there's not many nades left on Gambit, and the players are very nadeable at the moment. Going to go close with the rifles instead. And just a couple players left here getting cleaned up. What an onslaught there from Gambit, just getting in there, straight in there, no messing around.
All the way in.
And that's a defuse. So Gambit going 12 to 6 now. And, well, CLG, they do get the bomb down at least.
Their money's still...
No frags, unfortunately, for them.
Yeah, they are still poverty, though. I don't know if they can really buy in this round, or if they do, it's gonna suck, Dan. They have half the score of Gambit at the moment, but Gambit aren't too close to that 16 just yet. But really, if CLG don't win the following round, then we are looking at a 0-1 to Gambit.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious what CLG will do this time around, because so far we can't see really any grenades from them. So, and
smoke and a flash, Dan.
Yeah, that's, I guess.
Again, with a smoke and a flash.
Pop flash and smoke for short for highway.
I mean, exactly. I mean, you can do a certain short plant if you put that smoke down for highway, if you know it, and pop flash through a main and then hope for the best.
I think he's going to try to flash MBK or something. Because there's 3 players door, so there's the smoke for highway.
But look at let's note what Gambit are doing here. They know that there might be some shenanigans, and they seem to be quite happy to play a retake situation here. Let the plant go down and have that 13th round.
They do have a lot of grenades, so this is going to be really hard for CLG to survive against all the incendiaries. And well, there's only one left.
Adren trying to play the piano on CLG head, but not getting the connection just yet. The MP9 coming in up close, the 5-7 to follow up. JDM not going to get taken down. We've got a team kill, NBA, but it's the wrong hoop, Dan.
Oh my god. Waylander and Dozier to kill Hooch. That's an assist on your teammate. Brilliant. Well, at least they get the round, James, and the previous one was they did survive with 5 players, so you know, it's not the end of the world. Their money's still in good shape, so insta purchase of the AWP onto Mo, and Dren's still sitting there with 7.4k, deciding what to do with it. And CLG lots of money too, getting the bomb down. So now this is where, you know, the comeback, if it's going to happen for CLG, it's really got to start now. Because if they don't win the round, bomb needs to go down so they can fall by next round, and they need to get a lot of frags.
Look how far back that chair is. I mean, he could fall into the red windows behind him.
I know. I was quite surprised because, yeah, his setup is quite strange actually to me.
It's super cool though. Look at him, he's a swag lord in his imaginary Cadillac.
11 rounds of the the second half. So
he fell off basically.
So Mo fell off massively after the first half.
Fell off like Ja Rule, Dan.
And one of the reasons for that, I suppose, is the fact that he was playing mid incredibly passively and often just playing that as a rotation into A, instead of an A player or actually being enabled in middle in some way. So yeah, that hyper passive play style, giving CLG all that space. I mean, what would have happened, for example? Let's say that round where CLG just ran out of time, for example.
Yeah.
What if they played that round more correctly? Then Gambit are money screwed. And CLG, they just get that eco, and then boom, they'll probably take it over the line.
Yeah, it seems to be a case of whoever makes the least mistakes is winning by that virtue, basically.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
At the moment. So I think the desk are ready to continue the analysis. So over to Richard.
Thanks a lot for that, fellas. Lovely hat as well, James. Looking like a conehead. It's unreal, isn't it? But anyway, a great first map, very close. The battle between the old enemies and friends now, of course, America and Russia.
For now.
For now. Yeah, we'll see how that one pans out. But Gambit won, and of course, a lot of you guys were saying, well, you felt like this was going to be close, but you gave the edge to CLG. Well, Gambit have now got 1 foot in that stadium, and just a real good performance, despite key components of CLG being on point. JDM brought the AWP, and it looked like maybe they could have done something. So, initial thoughts?
First of all, Mo played great. I think when Mo first got brought into Hellraisers, he was supposed to be the new guy that came in, kind of like a new Simple, right, with a better attitude.
A real new Simple, though.
Yeah, and obviously it didn't really turn out. And then this is essentially like a team made from the teams that either were in previous teams, so like Hellraisers, or former 1.6 teams with Dosha, and they just decided to make a team together with Waylander. I think he's like Finnish/Russian or something.
He's Finnish, yeah. That's all.
And one thing to note is it's extremely hard to play against CIS teams, mainly because they're super random, and that's why Hellraisers are always hard to play against, even though they're not a top 10 team anymore. But this team, actually, I'm very surprised because they mix their randomness with a lot of set strats.
Yeah.
And on top of that, they have that slow mentality as well, but they can also do a set strat on the fly, which is something that not all of the CIS teams actually do. That most of the teams just run around one by one, and they just try and aim heads, right? They do the same in some aspects, but they also have teamwork, which is, I mean, I'm actually quite impressed by how Gambit is playing so far in the tournament. On the other note, CLG, yeah, sure, they may have lost this map, but I feel like they're playing a lot better now with Pete in the coaching role. There was a lot of issues with CLG in the past with how they communicated with one another, how the teamwork went, and just general map awareness. And I think that they fixed most of that, and they are playing better. It's just right now, it's just they probably never played a team like Gambit before, so it's probably hard to adjust.
Well, I'll bring Yanko in at this point. What did you notice CLG were doing wrong? I saw you kind of slapping your head at times backstage, and didn't want to ask why, because sometimes you get locked into your own private rituals. So what was going on? What was frustrating you?
I mean, what frustrated me the most was the fact that they, after winning Pistol in the second half, they lose the anti-force buy round, right? And looking at how the game ended 16-13, imagine if they had a 3-0 start in the second half, that would have probably ended up, winning them the game in the end. And they did lose the first half Pistol round as well, so they got off to 2 bad starts, basically. And okay, the first half was really messy. It was going back and forth, both teams losing anti-force buy rounds, but in the end, I really feel that they should have taken this map, considering that Waylander, who was the driving force of Gambit in that game against Envious on Cash, had a terrible performance. I'm not sure if he got to double digits in kills in that map. Yeah. So, I mean, in the end, it was Gambit's pick. So you might say, okay, CLG maybe didn't even have to win this map. Maybe they can win Cobble now, and in the end, Mirage. But it was really close. They could have taken it.
Well, Duncan, you must have something to add to that. We're finding out more and more about this Gambit team. I mean, me and you obviously worked the last chance qualifier where we saw them looking very good on train, but against weaker opposition. And then since then, they've got better every time we saw them. Where do you rate this performance?
It was certainly solid. It ended up actually being the inverse of what I expected from the game. Like, the reason why I actually had CLG winning this is I thought CLG will have like a solid enough CT half, and they'll probably have a decent T half. And I thought to myself, the way the game yesterday went against Envious was T half was where the guys struggled in Gambit, actually. They had a lot of problems closing it out, and they got progressively worse and worse. It looked eventually like they were just trying to win purely by headshotting people. Well, this time around, obviously, the T-side was fantastic in comparison to that. They were having a lot of ease taking over all the sites. Obviously, Mo's AWPing was absolutely unlocking everything for them, and he was actually the best AWPer in the game, which, when you consider previously the pedestal we've put JDM on, where he was very consistent for CLG, it's a pretty good little feather to have in your cap, as it were. The only problem, I think, in general for the Gambit team is, like, I think that style, if CLG was a bit smart, I think they could figure that style out more. Like, I think the thing about the CIS region teams is they always have this, like, passive style. And it always feels like they never fully commit to, like, say they're all going to A. They will be heading towards A. They'll start to move into A. But it's like every single person within the strategy still wants to take, like, a favorable aim duel. And that's why they go so slowly and they set it up. But as a result, you can't just, like, push for information and rush it. If you will, the guy who's the lurker will just be waiting for you there. And he'll wait right till essentially they're inside the site. So it makes it very difficult. For teams like North American teams particularly, they want the information. They want to be able to make a read and to know where we're going to go. In that sense, you can't really get that out of the CIS teams, I think. So I think that was part of CLG's problem. They either were just stuck in the sites with no information, or you're going to push up, you're trying to risk something, and actually that's going to lead to them getting open sites themselves because you're pushing into them when they're on the T side. I mean, actually, I had a podcast where I talked to Fallen, and on this topic, kind of a pertinent point, he said that for the slower teams like Luminosity, like Na'Vi, he feels like they almost have to think now about the T side as just a weaker CT side, essentially. Like you set up your area, you take over the map control.
The CT side as a weak T side.
I think it was the other way around because he meant when you take like map control as T side and then you essentially just play like defensively in that. Like you defend the area you've got the control of and see if the CTs push back into it. Thanks for contradicting me anyway. So. That synergy we always expect from Eastern Europe.
I was in the same podcast, that's why.
Yeah, but you left at that point. So anyway, you're about to leave this one, mate, in a minute. So anyway, overall, I don't think it was like some fantastic comeback by CLG. Like they did a decent job, but they'd just given up way too much in the first half. You could tell it was going to be almost impossible to win that game. They did their best. In general, I have to say, that doesn't really make me that confident in CLG going into the next map. Like, even though I don't think it's a map that's good for Gambit at all, the way they're fragging, the way their actual players have played for the whole tournament, it's been pretty decent overall. So I feel like at the moment they've got the performances. So I think CLG is going to have to rely on the routine on Cobblestone.
All right, well, look, thanks a lot for your thoughts, gentlemen. And to all the people out there, obviously, do find that podcast and let's find out who was right.
Let's see who was right, eh?
Yeah, it wasn't even Fallen, it was MBK who said that the CT sides are the weak T sides.
We've all had a drink, Yanko. Anyway, so what we're going to do is...
Let's see who was right. That's all I'm going to say.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. When we come back, we're going to see which one of these two teams is going to win Cobblestone. Do join us.
if you want to achieve something in this game, you have to really work hard. And during your career, a lot of ups and downs. And the thing is like how you're gonna react on that. Remember that you're playing in a team. It's not a solo game. It's a team play.
Gambit failed to qualify for the last major. There was no Oceanic region that was represented, but now they've got a chance to get into this major right away.
First place is hard working. We played a lot, we trained a lot, we discussed a lot. The second thing was team chemistry. We feel we are all friends in team. We got a new guy, but we feel like he's playing a long time with us.
Gambit playing out of their minds. That's one way to say it.
Counter-Strike is a big part of my life. I've met a lot of people, visited a lot of countries all over the world. I love to compete and I like to travel and I like to meet new people. I'm thankful to my mom that she make me learn English so I can talk to people, and to be honest, a lot of people didn't expect and think that I'm gonna make it. But I found my team, I found my players, and we worked and we achieved it.
Gambit, with basically zero experience beyond the CIS minor, just completely crushed them.
I'm excited about the growing CSGO because it's happening right now when I'm playing, and it's becoming like a big sport now. It can be like football or basketball. So I'm excited that it's happening when I'm playing.
Gambit definitely working as a unit.
I'll be honest, I didn't pay any attention to them. I didn't even have them getting out of this group, but they did it in fine style. I mean, they humiliated Cloud9 here, so they're definitely no joke.
Good-looking guy at the end of that video. Anyway, welcome back to the CSGO Major here in Columbus, Ohio. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, filling in for Scoots while we're getting the rehearsal ready for the awesome show we've got for you tomorrow. Can't say anything about it, don't want to give any spoilers away, and we've got better things to talk about because we're in the middle of an amazing series between CLG and Gambit Gaming. So, guys, Fiflar, Yanko, and Thorin, we've already seen one map in the books. Gambit have won it, they've got the advantage. CLG need to battle back, but this is a map that's very much in their wheelhouse. What are your thoughts?
I mean, it is CLG's map pick, so obviously, like Yanko was saying before, wouldn't really for CLG, I wouldn't really think too much into cash because it's when you're playing a top team, you're essentially hoping, or you're essentially thinking you're going to lose their map pick anyway, right? And just come in and win your map pick and then win the third one. So for CLG, they looked a little bit down after that first game. I think that they realized that they made a lot of mistakes.
Yeah.
But as long as PETA clears their head a little bit here, I think that could potentially end up in their favor, but Gambit is looking good. I actually think that Gambit might just take this 2-0.
I mean, I actually agree with this. It's not the fact that only that CLG lost the first map, it's also the manner in which they lost. They lost a lot of clutch rounds at times. They made some mistakes with overpeaking and so on, so they should really focus on fixing that. I really feel that Cobblestone will go the way of CLG, seeing as they also defeated Envious on day one, I think. And looking at Gambit, they didn't play a lot of Cobble, and it was only against tier 3 teams and so on. They do start on the T side in this game, so what I can see going for them is maybe if they win the pistol and get rolling, have a couple of good aggressive rounds, maybe more with the op, and then maybe they can catch CLG off guard. But in the end, I feel this will go to Mirage.
Yeah, and Duncan, that's got to be the fear, hasn't it, for CLG, what Yanko's talking about. With Gambit starting on that T side, you need to get an AWP into JDM's hands as quickly as possible, because we know he's not good with any other gun.
Yeah, and he's always a big key to this map particularly. This is the one where he's very good at. I've always thought Cobble, for me, along with when they had their Mirage, was pretty decent. Those were the two maps they could at least compete internationally with the top tier teams. In terms of Gambit, okay, the fragging's going well for Gambit, so they can be a factor in that sense. But I think this map has CLG written all over it because Gambit have actually only played it 6 times in any context in 2016. It's mainly been online competition and actually against like tier 3 and tier 4 opponents. So it's not a map that they're familiar with. It's not a map that they're good on. They've never shown us anything on this map. So unless they have some amazing fragging performance, I don't think it's going to happen for them, especially because that very slow style that they have, I don't think it's going to work out so well on this map without like proper set strategies. So I think this is CLG's bounce back. They win this map, and we're going to 3 for this one, I think.
Okay, well, that's what Duncan thinks. So what do you two think? I mean, both think that CLG is going to take Cobblestone?
I said Gambit. I'm going to stick with that.
You're going to stick with that?
Yeah. I think we're going to Mirage.
Okay, well, thanks for your thoughts, gentlemen. The team's ready. We're going to get into this game now, so it is going to be Cobblestone. Take it away.
Take it away who? You forget my name over there? Huh? I just want to give a shout out to the guy who is listening on audio and driving, and he's making an 8-hour journey to come to MLG tomorrow. But don't play with your phone while you're driving, otherwise I'll call you a massive bitch. We're about 30 seconds away from the second map of this best of 3, which is going to be Cobble. Now, personally, I expect this to be comfortable for CLG. It's a map we've seen them play earlier on in this tournament. They played it well. How do you feel, Dan?
I feel like this is a pretty damn great map for CLG. You know, historically, they always like to try to angle for the cobblestones and the dust twos. If you check their map history, and they don't tend to do too badly on them, as mentioned already on the desk. JDM, this is where JDM can really perform. So, Gambit, they're going to need to actually outstrat their opponents in this one. I think individually, I think CLG are going to be on top of this. So unless Waylander can really pick things up, because last map he looked a little bit quiet, to be honest, from our expectations. But if he can pick it up, who knows what's going to happen. And we're about to find out regardless as we jump into the pistol. And CLG will have the honor of starting on the counter-terrorist side.
Just a very quick nerd thing. While the countdown was going on there, Tarek was trying to bunny hop from the top of the crack in the wall onto the tree position. I'm not even sure if that's possible, but he was trying it repeatedly. So maybe it is. Someone post a video if it is. The entire Gambit team are going over towards A, and producer says it's possible. That's great. So it's Tarek alone who is holding down the A site. He's going to win the duel with Mo, but he should hear lots of flanking. But Hooch is flanking Tarek, but Hooch has got the bomb and he's on his own. If he loses that duel, then he's going to lose the whole ramp potentially. What is he doing? He's still dueling with Tarek. Why? He's won it, but that's crazy. Those is on the site on his own. There might not be a plant now because he's so far away. He's got to cross the Red Sea to get a plant on the A site. Cutler and JDM are there now. Oh, Hooch took a massive gamble there, and that might cost his team a lot of money. And he is going to have Fugly shoot him straight in the face, Dan. It was a valiant effort. Did he not realize he had the bomb? I don't know if he realized that, but I mean...
I'm afraid to know the answer, James.
Like, they could have got a plant there at least. At least they could have got a plant there. It's like, I must kill this guy, like he's Terminator or something. And, I don't know.
Well, we get double P90s, so CLG going to rub it in a little bit. Gambit, of course, as you said, a little bit of an I mean, they must have overlooked that massively. I mean, a bomb plant here, and they can, they could do all kinds of things. They could, save for AKs next round. They could force in this round and get an execute out, and that would be really sick as well. On this map, you can do some super sick executes with Tech 9s. Anyway, they've left the bomb towards the Dragon Lord Tapestry, towards the.
I calmed down, Dan. I calmed down from the nonsense in the previous game, and I'm just tilted first round.
Well. Gambit, it's quite interesting because, of course, they don't really have any grenades. They've got one smoke. And right now, they just left the bomb in hallways there with Dren, who's actually pushed up by B-Plat. So, interesting stuff here. At least gaining some map control is Gambit at the moment. Waylander's quite far pushed up on A long, and Tarek's getting close to his position. Now, they got to go get the bomb, and Dren also with a lot of control towards Plats, but the thing is they don't have drop. That'd be really nice if they had a guy in the drop zone at the moment, but that's really dangerous in a round like this when the P90 is all over the place. But it looks like it's time to go for it, James.
It looks like Hooch is going to get shot in the face with his MP9, surely. Oh, he's dancing around the corner, and JDM's running out of bullets. Tarek's going to hold the high ground and take down Waylander, cover Tarek's JDM's back. And Hooch will be forced to rotate, because now they have nobody on the high ground. Meanwhile, Mo's putting in work that Tech 9. Can't get the second frag, though. The bomb is on the B-bomb site. Now, can they get a plant this time? Dozi's alone, still going for the Deagle kills. Really, his team need a bomb plant here, but he wants to get the kills down. He wants to win the round, it seems. Not going to get any kills, not going to get a bomb plant. And Hooch is on the wrong side of the entire site, so there are two opportunities, you could say, for Gambit to get bomb plants, but they just don't want to plant the bomb, Dan.
I don't understand, James, because if he planted the bomb, he could have afforded another Deagle. It pays for the next round Deagle. Plus, he gets $300 from planting the bomb.
Perhaps Gambit are not a team who are about bomb plants, Dan. Perhaps that's what's going on here.
We've got a pause coming in as well from Tarek, so I guess that must be technical. Perhaps a TeamSpeak issue, maybe?
Yeah, we've got admins coming over towards the team. I don't know, someone's holding a pair of headphones, so it's hard to say what exactly the problem is, but hopefully it will be resolved shortly. So we've had two opportunities for, I mean, again, because Gambit are a relatively new team, it's hard to have enough of a sample size to say how good or bad they might be at perhaps any map. But Cobblestone, I mean, Hooch chasing the flanker on his own. I mean, either go with someone or go to the site with the bomb.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But don't leave your teammates going to the site and go there with the bomb. So I'm assuming either he had the bomb, maybe someone threw it to him in the middle of the round.
Yeah, because the entire point is you always need to just secure at least the bomb plant. That's like the fail-safe, because then at least you can just get the pressure back onto the CTs, and you get such sick options from doing it. Either you get the third round AKs, which is insane because the CTs can't kind of out firepower you then because they can't have orbs, and they need to have nades, so they can't risk just going for the M4s and then having no nades on the CT side and play angels against you. So you have such great options, but if by staying behind, what's going to happen? Well, his team might get the bomb site, but by the time he gets there, they're all dead, James.
Yeah, and in fairness to Dozier, he doesn't know how close people are to the bombs to the B bomb site when he has the bomb there. That said, he was only looking to his left towards the door, and if he only thinks people are there, then he has time to plant the bomb and give his team a bit more money, but perhaps his focus was
this is like
on
last
economical damage. Well, I mean,
it's just kind of weird, kind of sloppy stuff at the start.
Yeah, I mean, there are some situations where perhaps there's more than one right option. Maybe there isn't a wrong option.
No, James.
So I mean, looking at the angle,
right.
looking at the angle he was holding with the deagle, it's reasonable to expect a headshot to come. But once when you're not getting it, I don't know.
Yeah, but he's not winning the rounds. But what he can do is assure that the team gets more money. Or at most he gets one kill, and that's just not you want to take care of your economy in this spot.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think there is an argument to the CT economy, and again, the nades and straining the economy for future rounds. So perhaps that was his priority. We may never know, Dan.
I don't know, because the thing is that if you take that logic about the opponent's economy, then by planting the bomb, if they decide, because they wouldn't have enough money to full buy this round, but they could quasi buy. They could actually get P250s and some nades, and their chances to actually make kills and pressure the economy goes way up in comparison to that one engagement with the deagle where he maybe tops gets one.
That is true. We have also seen some eco executes towards the A sites where, to be honest, in fairness, the CT side you could argue had weird setups where the ecoing players were allowed to get very close to the site and then they just overran it. And that's without nades. I remember because I was saying, why don't you get any flashbangs? And they managed to cause absolute havoc with only P250s. But there are indeed a lot of things people can do. You can get your flashbang into the drop zone, take drop and try and split that way, or just spam a few flashbangs over the wall. There are a multitude of things that can be done. So,
I bet the viewers are loving the pauses, James. There's Dragon Laws.
There's been a lot of cobblestone.
Yeah,
there has.
More time for Dragon Laws. You have a Dragon Law. I do not.
I do have a Dragon Law. You have a Man of War.
Yeah.
I have.
I opened the case.
I actually have almost, if not every AWP skin there is.
Actually, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I have loads. I have a Lightning, AWP Lightning with the Hollow Dignitas sticker on, which is mad gangster. But the problem is I have a Medusa and a Dragon Law. So when am I going to use any other skin?
Yeah, of course.
So I've got a Medusa on the CT side, Dragon Law on the T side.
Give them away,
You've got to go with the cool blues.
Give them away on stream.
No.
You're just going to hoard them.
We gave away a Dragon Law on stream once. But it's kind of boring, to be honest. It's more interesting to, for example, open a cobblestone case for a subscriber and then have absolute failure, Dan. Or do a trade up with one knight and then random crap and get an all chameleon, Dan. I was almost crying with laughter when
Why don't you share the joy? Why don't you share the joy and the love? You're like Smog. Holding all the treasure.
People can share the joy by tuning into my stream. That's what they can do.
All right. Fair enough then.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I can't stream because my internet is poverty, James.
So is mine. I had to...
we're actually living basically like almost on the same street.
Yeah.
So I guess what it applies to you as well.
I was carrying my PC to work on the weekend to stream for my loyal fans, but...
I don't have the dedication to carry my PC there.
I ended up buying an over-the-top PC to do that.
But
now,
really
now we've moved
though,
office
right?
and we have crap internet in our new office until the new one comes in.
Didn't you have like a shuttle or something?
I have
some kind of a shuttle.
I have micro. Is it micro? No, mine's mini ITX.
Yeah.
But it looks like a micro ATX, but it's mini ITX. But it's a tiny box. It's awesome because I got to take it to LAN as well. We have some of the CLG female team here. I know. I think Benita is here, as is Miss Harvey. So there are some teammates for CLG to give them a little boost. I think the manager is here as well. So you can see there are still, well, you can't see actually because of the overlay. There are still some admins fiddling around with something. I think it's a headset. I think there might be a bit of a headset issue over there. Can we just marvel at how swag JDM is? let me see if I can. Where's my little handle here? Okay, I can't find the handle.
Are you going to try to like lean back?
I was going to try and lean back, yeah, but I can't because I might just fall off the chair or something. But it's insane. He just plays
all the way back.
All the way back.
All the way back.
All the way back. I don't know
it
any
is
other
crazy,
player.
yeah.
Because some players, you have your screen here, right, and they just play like this, where it's like an IMAX, like
yeah,
it's like a poor man's IMAX stand.
I like the Russian style. We have the keyboard in your lap, and you have your arm like right directly in front of you, kind of like bent at like a 90-degree angle. Russian style. All good as well. It's lots of different. It's so interesting how everyone picks different setups and stuff. But the Russian style setup came from the fact that in the old days, people had way smaller desks and also like smaller desks and huge CRTs which take up the entire desk.
We are back into the match, Dan. They have figured out whatever they need to figure out. It's great.
Nice.
So CT setup, we have Cutler going hyper aggressive in long A, but he's not going to go all the way towards the peak as Test of Time has stopped CTs from doing that. So we're going to have 4 Gambit players over towards the B bomb site. Smokes down towards B plateau. Not going to have any early presence there from Gambit. Now, I do wonder how they're going to play the drop zone. Indeed, this is an eco, so it's not really a suggestion as to how a normal play might be from Gambit. And they're splitting the site, but they've only got Glocks pretty much. So again, if they had that plant, maybe they get PT50s and it makes a difference. The bomb's gone down, and they will be easy frags for CLG. So again, if Dozier gets the plant in the previous round, then they get PT50s. Maybe they get a bomb plant there, or even more, because they got close enough for the one-tap stand. But with the Glocks, they need more than a one-tap.
Yeah, and indeed they do. Now that 3-0 is going to be a pretty comfortable start, and I'm really curious, considering the kind of weirdness that we've seen at the start of the map. What we're going to get from Gambit, from the execution side of things, all the nades and so on, the placements, the timings, the coordination on the pushes. This round they don't really have much in the way of Molotovs, which is kind of a painful. Only 2 flashbangs as well, so it's going to be difficult to kind of breach, drop, and so on with such few Molotovs and flashbangs. But they're going to give it a go, pushing in
Look at this aggression with the Dren from JDM. This is the kind of aggression that we haven't really seen from other AWPers in this match. Again, when Kenny was playing for Envy, he was pretty much up here where JDM is now, closer to the doors. But it can be common for AWPers to look towards the boulder at the beginning of a round as sloppy Ts move towards A long. You can easily get a frag there if people look on the wrong side of the boulder. But there we go. So we've got 2 Gambit Gaming players just looking for opportunities towards the drop, but CLG will be another of these CT sides who don't have a presence within the drop itself. Maybe that changes later on, as it is early days on the CT, in this match.
Yeah, and a lot of time has passed, so we see much more passive positions now from CLG, and Hayes is kind of covering Connector, but they really don't feel comfortable in drop anymore as Hooch is in there. So look how Gambit are just encroaching upon the bomb site now. They're really close into this push, and I'm not confident in CLG's setup here. This is going to be really tough to hold this. P90's not good enough. Fugly's stuck behind the statue with a FAMAS. He's going to be able to get the kill on the Dren, dancing left and right on the statue. Now it's down to his teammates. Hayes comes into play with the FAMAS, but you cannot stop this onslaught of T players. It was 3 players, but now it's just 2 left here for Gambit. But JDM, with that AWP, he's going to find it really difficult to find his way back into a fragging situation. Oh, great shot though. Door's no longer smoked off, and JDM makes full use of the visibility. Now just Mo to kill. Ooh, barely getting out of harm's way there for Mo, and he's got to go for the plant. Is he actually burning? No, he's actually avoided the fire here. And here goes JDM. Scoping up. Great shot from JDM. He's going to secure it there, and that is a beautiful clutch there from the Yorper, from the man with the plan.
Captain Cadillac running over these fools.
Captain Cadillac.
See, now, normally, well, not normally, in the past, we've seen JDM playing the B bomb site with the AWP, and if he was there in that situation, then Gambit probably would have been wrecked earlier on. Look at him there, just cruising through the map. He was on the A bomb site on this occasion, so I'm expecting perhaps they're going to rotate him a bit. I mean, Waylander kind of offered himself, for sacrifice as well. I don't know what you think about that, but the point is, JDM has, you could argue, even been a crutch for CLG the way they've previously played the B bomb site, and he is indeed moving towards B on this occasion. But if he's alive, he's so dangerous. Despite playing on the A bomb site, Gambit didn't get strong enough positioning on B fast enough to stop CLG streaming through the door, and I think that was the problem that lost in the round there.
Nice little flash there into the boost as well from JDM. So let's see if he can get some more monstrous work done with the AWP, and that smoke leaves a bit of a gap to be exploited, and that's what's going to happen. Adren is out of the picture. That's not very fortunate here for Gambit. Now they have to try to figure out, okay, how are we going to how are we going to deal with this round now? Because JDM's still taking shots here. Oh no, this goes from bad to worse now for Gambit. They've lost 2 players to JDM. They have not gained anything in return. Trying to take drop zone now. There's a trade coming in. That's not going to help either. This is terrible right now for Gambit. What do they do?
Dozier can perhaps find something here. Not sure if he saw the behind there. His teammate is miles away though, so he gets a frag, but he needs to hold down this choke point, and he's got no nades to do it, which means that JDM is going to come creeping like Henry G in the club Dan.
Oh, it's very quiet now as Gambit are trying to lure their opponents into some of these angles, but Cutler, he will win that battle. Mo versus 3 with the AK. Oh, the nades coming over. Snap into the first player. There he goes. JDM, next person perhaps, but no. Fugly gets the frag, and the round will be won by CLG. Although Gambit did salvage something, they got a bomb plant, which is kind of sick, and an extra frag or 2, which honestly wasn't expected after the start being so dire. 2 players going down to JDM. I mean, they need to create a solution there. Do they challenge JDM directly, like Mo 1 versus 1 on the plat, AWP versus AWP, or do they try to smoke him off and Molotov him out of that position?
I'm disappointed that JDM's avatar isn't like at a 45-degree angle backwards or a 90 degree angle backwards.
So tilted, yeah.
Well, he is cruising, and again, I thought this would be a comfortable map for CLG. We'll see if he goes for the aggression towards the boulder again. Indeed, he is. This is, ooh, that cards. Dozier is going to be seen, but not eliminated on this occasion. But I like that aggression. I don't know why we haven't seen so much of it from other CTs, from some losing CT side. They could have really benefited from such aggression. Looking over the smoke as well. JDM so comfortable with DWP, and he is going to be a problem going forward for Gambit, especially because as effective as Mo was on the on the T side of Cash, I don't think the design of this map lends itself to his style of AWPing. I did say that when Fnatic were playing, and they went double AWP on the T side, but Gambit are not Fnatic.
No, far from it. Far from it. Now we have Gambit once again very far pushed up onto this B split. Got the players in to drop now and starting to push up on the plateau, but JDM holding it down once again. Waylander will get the trade though, and we start to initiate the madness. Ugly though, look at this, beautiful stuff there, and you got to question Gambit's coordination into that one, as Fugly shouldn't be allowed to kind of 180 like that. But 6-0, CLG look to be having an easy time right now.
For those of you watching on GoTV, I would just keep an eye on JDM because he is playing very, very aggressively now. And you saw Dozier got taken down there by Fugly. I think it was him who Fugly should have killed already when he went for a peek. But I think JDM just moved before firing, so his shot was inaccurate because his crosshair was definitely dead on. So, again, I mean, also looking at how aggressive JDM is being allowed to play now, it feels like we thought CLG would be comfortable in this map, but it feels like their confidence is going to be having a massive resurgence going into map 3 should they continue to be good. I mean, that's not a look of confidence I'm seeing there in the Gambit camp on this map.
No, absolutely not. It's you know, it's up to CLG to find ways to enable JDM to put these performances in, and he's getting to do whatever the hell he likes on B plateau at the moment, which is obviously not going to be favorable for Gambit. So I would like to see them, you know, use grenades to try to, you know, just kind of get rid of him from some of these positions where he can actually pick, and maybe put him under more pressure, where maybe he's stuck behind the statue or something on the B side, or something, you know, more to that degree, or even maybe just incentivizing him to try to go to A for a round or something, instead of just you know, straight up facing him. Because let's say look at that round where they lost 2 players, just 1 versus 1. You can't trade there. It's incredibly hard to trade there. They'd have to basically get Mo to peak with somebody, but they're going 1 at a time into JDM, and that's just not going to work.
It's not, and I feel like one of the other strengths of JDM going over towards B and playing aggressively is that it's very unlikely that Gambit are going to go A in a fast fashion. So they seemingly can't avoid him.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're going to go back into the game very shortly, and we'll see what they have to offer. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a a mixed buy. I mean, Waylander's bought an AK and has $100 left in the bank, but the rest of his team have about 2K, and they've bought up armor and Tech 9s with a few nades. So maybe they're going to do some spam flashbangs over the B wall, and then Waylander leads the charge. We will find out very shortly indeed.
Yeah, and it's... I hope it gets, they start getting something going for them at this position. But, you know, the whole JDM factor is, generally speaking, against a great operator, it's hard to trade on this map. Kenny S, another good example. Not trying to draw a comparison between anyone and Kenny S, but
Kenny
as the epitome.
Kenny was playing super passive in his angles towards A when Envy were on this map, but there we go. It is going to be a fast B with Gambit charging into the site. Loads of counter flashes coming in though, and they're going to be largely blind and largely dead, Dan, but they've got 2 frags from Waylander, and it's Waylander alone now with that AK that he started with versus 3. Cutler is quite heavily tagged, and he has an opportunity to get himself some 1 versus 1s, but he's been spotted now, and the CTs will adjust. Almost a 2-man spray down, but it's a 0-man spray down. Cutler doing the job, surviving for his team, and the AWP is rescued by Tarek. Cutler surviving with 1 HP.
Yeah, this looks really easy right now for CLG. They look so confident. They even start to pick up double AWP. And double AWP on this map can be...
Ooh, that spray down is absolutely disgusting. And glorious at the same time.
The good kind of disgusting.
The good kind of disgusting, Dan.
All right, so... yeah, double AWP indeed. They're going to send Tarek as one of the 2 AWPers. Obviously, JDM is the other one. JDM taking his usual positions towards the B-bomb site. Tarek actually going towards into danger, so playing some more off angles with the AWP and just trying to get himself into those tight spots. But it's hard to fall back from this. If you get 2 players pushing you, you'll hit the first shot. He's going to jump backwards, and Waylander not quite quick enough. The smoke goes down, the pistol comes out, and that's the headshot for Waylander. Bit of an error there from Tarek, perhaps. We'll have to see how punished CLG will be by Tarek going down in that position.
See, that shows inexperience from the T side, because in the cobblestone matches we've seen earlier in this tournament, that angle that Tarek has been holding gets flashed every time. I think when Chris J was holding that, for example, he was getting flashed off the wall there.
Yeah.
But Gambit just serving themselves up once again. So you can see this is not a strong map for Gambit already. But Tarek holding that angle with no support, he should know that he's susceptible to a flashbang there, because he could have been taken down for free.
Yeah, and the A split's being set up now. Dren would really love to get into drop zone, but it looks like he's still kind of contemplating whether or not he's going to commit to that. But Dozy is ready to go up middle. Waylander and Hooch are ready to push in from A long. You can see Haste in this position by the wooden fence. It's going to be very key. Oh, can't get the first kill actually. It's going to be a quick snap from Waylander. That's going to do the damage. And now here comes the push onto the bomb site. Looks like Adren will go down in the lurking position. Cutler spraying down Hooch and Waylander, leaving Dozier left alive. He'll take down 1 in connector, but he's got to reclaim the bomb. 20 seconds left against Cutler. Goes for the spray. Dozier gets it done, and Gambit post around finally onto the scoreboard.
Welcome to the scoreboard, Gambit Gaming, but 1 round is not going to be enough. They need consecutive rounds now, because should they lose this one and get completely wiped out, it's going to give Counterlogic Gaming a good opportunity to string a few rounds together with relative ease, because the offense from Gambit will be limited due to lack of funds. No cash in the bank, no stacks, no Skrilla, because Foreign will have taken it all. So, 6th round lead for CLG. There will be an AWP onto both sides. Mo has picked up the AWP on this occasion, so Waylander won't be keeping it. But we'll see what Mo has to offer. Adren with a great start, JDM going down. This is like old style cobble where you see people just run up to the plateau and just start shooting people in the face. Speaking of being shot in the face, Cutler will return the favor.
And here they go. Tarek just sitting in there by the smoke. And he's going to hear any stepping. And Waylander is making a lot of noise, I think, at A long. He's still running around there, so Tarek should be able to hear that. And here goes the flash. Tarek in the smoke. He's going to hear more stepping, but I think he's passed Dozier. They're both just kind of passing like ships in the night, only for a moment. And now all the players of Gambit funneling up through A long. And Haste is right at the back of the A bomb site. Really needs some support coming in here now.
Back.
Oh, Tarek finding a quick frag onto Mo. That's a really big frag. Haste will get a quick flash in there. And Waylander, wins the 1-on-1. And now it's 2 versus 3. Bomb goes down here in favor of Gambit. Pressure has been put onto the 2 remaining players of CLG.
Cutler's on the balcony, but Fugly is stuck behind the smoke, which has now disappeared from the door. But again, man disadvantage, and it's really hard to push that door because there are too many angles to find. But he's going to shoot someone in the face regardless. Hooch having a quick look, seeing where he is, but he's not going to give him the opportunity to shoot him in the face. He's going to force CLG to push and then try and punish them for it. Despite the shadow there, Hooch will get the frag onto Cutler. Fugly doesn't know what's going on fast enough. Stuck in a crossfire, he will be finished off. So Gambit get that consecutive round that they needed. 7-2.
It's actually funny how much of a kind of like a help, but also a hindrance that Shadow is in that position. But here we can see Waylander just going ham though into the site, getting the entries required. There's the flash, but Waylander gets the pop onto Hayes. Really, really important play there. But 7-2, Gambit's starting to get some rounds, but 7 already is a pretty big deal on this map on
Indeed.
the CT side.
That said, had CLG won that round, again, they would have had momentum in their favor, economically speaking, but their economics have been broken. The books have been burned down. They are pretty poor, got a few pistols here and there, no nades to speak of whatsoever, no dirty peeks from the boys in blue, if you will. There are 4 people stacked over towards the A site, and nobody's bought an SMG on the Gambit side, maybe losing track of the economy. They will have to go and do their investigations with AKs, which makes them susceptible to being lost. Fortunately for them, there is only 1 player over towards the B bomb site.
Indeed. So it's going to be quite an easy take. CLG just sitting with everybody by A long. Hey, they went with the gamble, and they came up wrong. So this time around, we're going to be seeing Gambit starting to get some momentum. But I mean, how long do you see this going on? Do you think CLG just gonna nail it on the first buy? What are we going to see? Because I mean, JDM is going to mix things up.
Well, part of it might come down to utility, because you saw Adren just ran up B plateau and shot somebody in the head. If he's able to do that again, depending on what CLG have in the bag, maybe their run of success continues. Then again, they just generally look weaker, and the confidence of CLG, they'll have a 4-round cushion, so I don't think they're going to be too shaken up. So generally, I think things favour CLG in the long run of Cobblestone.
I mean, at least Waylander's turning up now. Waylander's top fragging for his team. He's got 12 frags, in fact, the most on the server at the moment. So yeah, he's starting to hit his shots a little bit, getting the frags that they need. But and that's made a big difference too to the economy. But we're going to see the opportunity to get the buy-in now for Gambit Gaming again. And up straight to Mo. So now Mo's only got 2 kills so far. So he's not really been enabled all that much in these rounds, as Gambit's economy has often been quite stretched. I'm quite curious to see if he's going to be able to get something done finally. He's got the AWP now.
He had the AWP last round as well, but the only AWPs he's had have been the ones stolen from CLG. Speaking of AWPs, JDM has full nades and the big green gun, and he is still remaining kind of back to old faithful here for CLG, with JDM going over towards the B bomb site. Playing with the chickens, he will be. We have Tarek and Hayes kind of deep towards mid, towards the A area of things. Not going to have a crossfire though, just solitary holds. Maybe expecting themselves to win their respective duels.
It's quite. I like that JDM is playing passively now, but you can see that Mo's actually brought himself onto the plateau, and this means that it's all going to be about who gets these opening frags on the plateau push. Is it going to be CTs getting those defensive kills, or are the likes of Mo with the AWP going to be able to pick off likes of JDM? That's basically what this is going to come down to. The drop zone is going to be now occupied, but Waylander's going to go straight towards A. This is madness right now. He's just going straight for it.
And while he's done that, Dozier has done a great job of holding 2 people towards A, so Waylander was going to take the choke point by a different direction, but he loses the duel. Hayes and Tarek combining to take him down. JDM has announced his position. The pop flash coming in. Adren's going to be avoiding it, but he won't avoid the AWP. Last man standing is Hooch, and JDM is just too hard to stop. Gambit Gaming looking to push the B bomb site with basically no intel, no information, nobody in drop, and JDM says no, no, no.
The strange thing there is that Waylander just goes straight into A. Obviously, you know, he's expecting to have some free kills, but it feels like he kind of really commits so hard into that. Like he goes down into the slope on middle.
I was watching Dozier on my screen, and he had attention, I think, from both people, from both Tarek and Hayes. So it was quite reasonable for him to do that. It's just that with his duel, he got shot by both of them at the same time.
Yeah, yeah.
So it was unfortunate. Dozier was going for the rotation. But Waylander didn't even need to push into A. He could have just, in that sense, he could have just held connector itself.
Exactly, yeah.
And punished them that way.
Yeah, because he needed the distraction for the teammates on Platts, but we're going to see another buy coming out from Gambit. But because of losing that round, I mean, it's quite pivotal because now, Dozier's stuck on a Deagle. Mo's already going to get picked off. There's not many grenades to speak of for Gambit, so that means they're going to get it done on the shots. And Hooch is in drop, so maybe there's a chance here to do something, but looks like CLG have a lot of players ready to deal with this.
Yeah, you can see Waylander's in a drop as well, and Dozier is rotating as fast as he can because they need the numbers in B. Cutler is starting to wonder what's going on in a drop zone now. He sees Waylander's shoulder, and he's just going to hold more of an acute angle.
Oh, we get a bit of a boost coming in. JDM's going aggressive. Here he is once again. This sniper is pretty fearful, but only one frag for him this time around, and that's going to give an opportunity for Gambit as they bust their way in now, but 2 players left here. Hooch able to take down 2, get a double and allow potentially a plant. Oh no, maybe a little bit too greedy as he gets picked off by Hayes. Not enough cover here. Bomb out in the open. Tarek is going to secure the round there for CLG.
JDM is in William Tell mode at the moment, and it doesn't seem anybody's able to stop him. Top fragging on the server at present with 15 frags. Hayes not far behind him with 10. Waylander second on the server with 12 for 12, but it's not enough. Gambit are 6 rounds behind, and their money is lacking. Few pistols coming out, but they generally need to save some money. Dozy down to 1,600, the rest around 2,000. Although Waylander's opted for a Tech 9 as well, which will bring him in a suboptimal position. Now we've got Tarek holding a similar angle to what we've seen Chris J doing when they were playing Cobblers, although Chris J's was a bit more...
What? What did we... was that like a jumping headshot?
Hello?
What on earth did we just see? What is this madness? Please. Please, Mo. He's now got an AWP.
I've done that.
He's got an AWP out of that. I mean, of course, 2 of his teammates will die, but Mo's still alive with an AWP. Let's see what he can get. Waylander's charging up middle as well with the Tech 9. Gets a quick kill as well. And unfortunately, Mo is actually going to go down, so can't get anything done with the AWP. But still kind of phased by that that ridiculous shot onto Tarek there. Dren, is he looking to get the AWP? Well, this is a little bit of an awkward spot to find yourself in. At least we can hear the nice ambience of Cobble. Enjoy it.
I'm still recovering, Dan. Give me a minute.
Well, Adren is just taking his time right now. I mean, of course, he's aware that this is essentially what the CTs know is the best possible way to play the end of that round.
Replay,
and
guys.
nothing he can do.
Don't fail me. I need to see that. That's the most disgusting thing I've seen in 2016. Apart from Fifth Round's WhatsApp, of course.
Here we go. What? What? What is that? Oh my god.
That is exquisite. That is glorious. Double ops continue on the CLG side. We've got 5 AKs on the Gambit gaming team. 2 rounds remain in the first half, and Gambit desperately need them. Many Molotovs on the CLG side, which will be quite the pain should Gambit want to go for a fast play. Adren is charging towards the plateau once again. Can he get more headshots, though?
This is looking like a faster pace for the Gambit lads, but can it be a better result? Waylander once again, hopefully he doesn't make the same mistake. This time he doesn't go straight into A. He's going to backstab, and, well, lo and behold, everyone's dead, James.
Everyone's dead, Dan.
It seems like flanking is pretty smart.
It's Hayes and Tarek, the boys, but
Indeed.
they don't. But the money is quite damaged on the CLG side, actually. So, and with 5 players alive, obviously they can't really go for it. But are they willing to go up the tower? When CT save, we don't often see them going up the tower, but indeed, Hayes is going all the way up there.
This is so nostalgic to see people in the tower just...
See, should have gone up the tower, mate. What you doing down there? Hayes will get a consolation frag in this round. There's actually a maiden tower in Baku, Azerbaijan. And there is an accompanying meal, Dan, which is very tasty.
I thought you said there's an accompanying maiden.
I didn't go inside, I wouldn't know. CLG down to the last round and down on the money. Might be a mixed bag. They might have to... I was going to say they might have to skip some grenades to share some guns, but I mean, you don't want JDM without the AWP.
No, you do not. So far, he has been somewhat
He's turned his Cadillac
instrumental.
down into a monster truck, and he's leaving imprints all over the place of Gambit players. Gambit with a respectable 4 rounds on the board now. Well, maybe not respectable, but it's not a complete disaster, Dan. It's not a complete disaster. We're not on Inferno, it is Cobblestone. 2 kits on the CT side. Got the T's just waiting to see if there are any boosts coming in the drop area, but CLG will be wiser than that. JDM with a high progressive position towards A long, and it's going to pay off. Mo has left the building. Now, we've seen JDM rotate before, but he seems content on holding this angle for the time being. Dozier just coming in, firing a cursory bullet, see if there's any response. No response just yet.
Yeah, I mean, a frag like that is going to start to force the hand of Gambit. So they're going to actually try to go for a bit of a fake here. They're going to try to pull some rotation, throwing in some nades, taking over control towards Plat and drop. Not really going their way, though, but the push is coming into A now, so the 2 players on the A side are going to have to get something pretty dramatic done. Hooch and Dozier. Of course, as you can see there, Dren is trying to work the drop zone, but he's not really able to get in there in time to stop this rotation. The CT's all over the place. There's 5 of them still left alive. Oh my goodness, this is rather difficult for Dozier. 3 players to deal with, and it's just not going to happen. All 5 stay alive. 11-4. First half for CLG, that is phenomenal for them.
That is a spiffing half for the American team. Just a quick note, I don't know towards the end of that round if you saw JDM basically threw a HE towards Tarek, who was playing very close to the smoke in the mid area. I think it was Tarek, could have been hazed. But you could see the purpose of that was to suggest to the T's that nobody was in that area by throwing a nade. It wasn't close enough to hurt his teammate, but just a small note which I thought was quite smart, especially split-second thinking there from JDM. So a solid, I mean, to be honest, I'm not surprised remotely by what we're seeing on this map. I expected it to be a far better performance by CLG on this map than the previous. So I think it's very likely that we are going to see a 3rd map here, but only time will tell.
Yeah, I mean, we can see that there's a lot of discomfort for Gambit. I mean, their T sides have been looking a little bit lost. Again, I think it's quite good. We can refer to that Flipside match from Flipside's perspective, what they were doing on the T side when everything was going very well for them. One key thing is the ability to consistently get a player into drop. That's like equivalent of Mirage consistently getting a player into connector. It's kind of like a fail-safe that always gives you an option either way, either to lurk in slow rotation or to act as a multiple-pronged attack into the bomb site that it's closer to. Yeah. And this is something that was a struggle for Gambit. They couldn't remove JDM. They couldn't find a way to stop him having impact by using grenades correctly or taking certain parts of the map away. CLG were able to do everything that they wanted to do, and Gambit definitely looked a little bit less drilled on this map than even Cash. So,
yeah, this I do wonder what they I don't remember what the bans were, but I do wonder what they banned to allow Cobblestone to go through. That said, Wayland has been doing well, but I mean, like Mo has 3 kills, for example, and we saw how integral he was on the T side of Cash. But now he's on the CT side, should be able to do a bit of what JDM was doing, and he'll need to if they are to get back into this game, Gambit.
And mentioning Mo there and not really being impactful. Actually, a long time ago, we actually saw this was an issue for Na'Vi, actually trying to find out how can we allow Guardian to do stuff with the AWP on the T side. And you'd often see him not doing very well on the T sides with the AWP, but obviously, it's changed quite dramatically these days. Either way, CLG and Gambit now moving into the second half. Pistol has begun. And do we have a raid boss? Yes, we do. Fugly is the raid boss with the Tech 9 and the Kevlar. And so there's a smoke on Cutler. And I'll have to see where he ends up throwing it eventually. But CLG not committing heavily to anything just yet.
As indicated on your screen, the winner of this series will go on to play Team Liquid, so we could have an all-American standoff, North American standoff in the stadium, which would be quite fun, but we'll see if CLG are able to get there, or if Gambit will stop them in 2 or perhaps 3 maps. So we've got Mo and Adren playing close to the mid area, as you can see there, just waiting. It's interesting, they're playing pretty close, not wanting to use the range of the USPs, rather wanting to control the map. But we've got 3 players actually going higher, but the bomb's been left behind, and looking at how close Adren and Mo are, if they choose to push, then things could get super weird, super fast, Dan.
Ooh, let's see. So far, there's a significant lack of oddities. We're going to have the one being picked up by Fugly. He's going to drop it as he is the raid boss. And the push is going to commence onto the B-bomb site.
Look at the rotation, though, from the CTs. It seems that Adren perhaps had the sound cues there, and they're going to have, well, only Waylander in the site itself, but hopefully the CTs will come in thick and fast to help their teammates. Daisy's gone down, as has Hayes. Bit of a battle in the drop zone, won by Hooch. The CT's doing great work, and we might not see a bomb plant here. We see headshots all over the place. People getting scalped like it's the 1600s, Dan.
Oh dear, JDM tries to go for the Tech 9 and loses 70 health. That is pretty expensive. And it's like CLG going to lose the pistol round, so Raid Boss getting, well, wrecked there in that round. And Gambit gets to start with a good economy. Although that said, they have to first endure the force buy that is surely coming their way, and indeed it is.
Indeed it is. We have the Tech 9s, the P250s, the pistols, etc., etc. JDM, though.
Ooh, we have a smoke, James.
We have a smoke.
We have a smoke and a flash.
What could this mean, Dan?
I don't know.
What could be the play? They seem to be headed towards the B bomb site, so I wonder if perhaps the smoke could go, for example, between the tree and the statue to make it easier to plant.
Yeah, it's on Cutler. He's actually in the drop zone at the moment, and you have the pop flash into drop zone for the T's. And still the smoke is there for Cutler as they try to burst through the drop, but these SMGs are fantastic.
Denied.
Yeah, UMP. I love the UMP, man. It's so cost effective. $1,200. That is some really sick bang for your buck.
Yeah, he's just printing paper there. Very nice hold from Gambit. You could hear that they were getting pretty hyped for that as well. That leaves them with a nice bit of money in the hole. CLG not really buying much. Cutler's bought a P250. Other than that, there's nothing going on. So JDM's got 3,400, so he's going straight to the AWP. This man only knows the AWP. So we'll see if CLG can get up to any shenanigans in this round. With 4 Glocks, I don't expect so. I wonder what Cutler's plan is here. 1 P250 and 4 Glocks. I mean, it's P250 or it's a flash or it's a smoke.
Reminds me of the FPL soundboard. Glocks!
Glocks?
Glocks are coming, man.
Looks like he wants to punish somebody for peeking in the drop zone. Pop flash comes in, but JDM will make use of the smoke that the CTs would have put down. Dozy are standing behind it. He's lost half his health. He's got a UMP as well. No teammate supporting him there, and he's still playing close quarters. There is a player in the drop as well, as you can see. Dozy is finally moving away. JDM gets punished for trespassing. And the T's are rotating towards A, where there is only one player. That's Adren. He's got an MP7. A few more bullets in the UMP. Makes it work so far. Nice 3 kills for him. All headshots. So, it's Hayes.
Ooh. Glocks.
Well, MP7 now. And he is looking for the flank. Can't get the kill onto Mo, though. So, minimal damage done. And we move into the buy, where I expect JDM will be picking up the big green gun. I do wonder how they're going to use JDM with the AWP as well. If they're brazen enough to use him to try and get picks on the platform, or if it will be initially holding towards long A, as people often do.
Yeah.
But there's rarely an engagement in that situation.
I mean,
and with Gambit 4 rounds down, I wouldn't expect them to push A long. So I'd probably put JDM somewhere more aggressive.
Yeah, he just needs some help getting into positions basically. If you can get him all the way onto deep into A long, if you can flash CTs and kill them out of that position. Remove them, then you can do stuff there. If you know, even middle from the doors in the middle, you can do stuff, as well as being having your teammates help you out a little bit onto the platform. But I think the B plat is a bit more risky, to be honest. It's hard to know what the CT setups are. The nades can really destroy your health quite quickly. So it looks like we'll be seeing him actually on A long, as you initially said, and it'd be quite cool to see if CLG can indeed get him towards the deeper parts of A long, because then they can really set up, you know, based on if he gets a kill or not, into the A site. So far, you know, we'll get those little map control plays coming in from Counterlogic Gaming, but Mo's going to hamper them slightly. There's the first frag from him, and he's got a teammate Adren to play with as well. So this could be pretty strong, but JDM, that's a great punish there. Mo trying to get out of that position where he's basically stuck in the corner.
Dan, the bomb is miles away right now. Someone's going to have to rotate for it, and someone's going to be left alone. Seems Tarek's going to start that rotation, which means all 3 Ts are completely isolated. No more trade fragging will be done. So perhaps JDM will have to try and hold an angle here. But there are 40 seconds, and that means that they don't really have significant map control. That frag from Tarek will help, but 35 seconds left, and they still don't have the bomb. So what is the play here? Are they going to go for the kills? You can see Tarek's actually rotating to pick up the bomb now, but I mean, they're going to have to gamble on a site here because they don't know where that second CT is. That second CT being Dozier, currently in the connector area. Cutler looking to potentially flank, but the smoke's just gone down. Down goes Cutler as well, but Waylander's left the B bombs, the A bomb site. We've seen this before, Dan, and it's happening again.
Oh no. This is definitely not optimal. Oh, Waylander catching JDM off guard, and that is going to be very serendipitous because Waylander, you know, should have been punished for that. I mean, you haven't seen the bomb yet. You don't leave James because he had 2 teammates who were there.
It seems things got awkward in terms of timing again from CLG. We saw it on Cash, we see it again on Cobblestone, and Gambit. I mean, life is made easier for them once again, and they're closing the gap. And CLG have lost all their weaponry, all their inventory. It's been raided, Dan, and they're left with Tech-9s, a smoke, and this time 2 flashes. And Fugly's got armor as well. So Tarek, Fugly gone down to 1600, although they're pretty much at max loss bonus here. So let's see what they can do with their slightly upgraded eco round.
Yeah, that Quasi. Let's see, indeed. I mean, there's not really all that much they can do other than try to head an area quickly, use the numbers and speed of the Tech-9s, that the running advantage, the running spread is so good. Can run and gun with extreme effectiveness, and looks like Mo is going to get the first kill there. And as the T's go towards that A bomb site, Tarek actually managing to find himself into the balcony, but these Tech-9s not too reliable on these huge ranges. That said, it's doing quite a fair amount of damage at this point, but not enough. And actually, 4 players will survive there. Adren getting his bell rung there, down to 10 HP, but another round there for the CTs, and a rather clean one at that.
Mo's AWP is rescued as well, but look at this. Because of CLG's failure, looking at the money on Gambit, Hooch has $11,000. Apart from Adren, who has just under 4K, Mo has 6K, the rest have 7K and up. So it's going to be an arduous task for CLG to break the Gambit gaming economy in the near future. And that is ominous, and you have to wonder if the pressure will start to pile. CLG 5 rounds away from victory, but Gambit gaming not too far off. CLG really need this round to be very successful. Ooh, Tarek taking... Oh, 3 days coming in! Could have been a kill there, but it just hit the wrong corner. Otherwise, that could have been a slaughter, an abattoir, Dan, but with no gloves.
Messy stuff indeed. Now, Gambit slowing, or rather CLG slowing things down a little bit, but they've managed to get into pretty forward positions while hitting the push multiple times, and they do a good job there. But oh, JDM forcing Hazed out. Or rather, sorry, Mo forcing JDM out. Unfortunately, not able to get anything though with it. Oh, look at that peek straight in the face. Mo is out of this round, and now the T's are going to start streaming into the bomb site. These grenades are doing mad amounts of work at the moment, securing these frags. But Dozier lurking. Dozier can save this round.
He needs a team. He needs a flash from Adren, and here comes the flash. Is Dozier going to be able to punish? Trying to push through the smoke. There's one frag. Needs to find a second one. Almost gets Fugly. He does get Fugly. That's a bomb down as well. But there is time to plant it. Dozier is still alive here. How is he still not being taken down? Finally traded by Cutler, but Adren's moves onto the site. JDM, of course, who else is driving through these fools and taking the round for CLG?
There's no pit stop for JDM. There's no slowing him down.
But there's no slowing down Gambit either. Straight back on the buy, full buy. They had loads of money in the bank, and they're still going to be able to buy after this round as well.
Yeah. Yeah, Hooch's bank was ridiculous.
I did think Mo's positioning there, I didn't even realize there was a gap in the smoke, but I thought Mo's positioning on the plateau was a bit dangerous, because when it was eventually going to disappear, he was basically just out in the open with no cover. So a bit of a risky play there from Gambit, and it cost him the round. CLG potentially going for a fast play straight towards B. I mean, the CTs are going to hear them running all day, and they're going to charge in. Have they misread the CT economy or something? They're charging in regardless. Maybe seeing how the flashes worked so well last time. Trades coming in so far though. Hayes taking that Dozier as well, so advantage CLG. They've got a man in the drop zone, so this might be quite difficult for Gambit. 4 versus 2. There are 2 heavily tagged players here for the T side, but that might just shut down the round. Cutler taking down Mo. Let's see, we've got Adren still playing close at the moment. maybe understanding the value of getting a few more frags here. I mean, if they got one more frag quickly, the CT side there, without the second last teammate going down, then maybe they go for it. But Dren's is holding an angle. Again, he could run away to try and save, but he can just hold this angle as well. And he'll have the advantage of someone coming through the door, and then he can try and run afterwards. So different ways to save the gun. You can see CLG not necessarily willing to hunt him down. Nice pop flash there by Cutler, but a bit of a slow peek afterwards.
Oh, there's the frag as well. Is there going to be a refrag? Oh, Cutler. Oh, does get it, barely. Now, Gambit still have money to buy, which is hilarious. Their bank was so healthy. It would have been nice for that, Adren to be able to save that weapon, to be honest, but hey, it won't matter really. Won't affect this round at least. So, Gambit, they're losing a grip on this route, on this this map. I mean, we always expected CLG to win it, but there's definitely some big windows for Gambit to abuse, but those are all closing at this point. And JDM is back on the AWP. He's on 24 frags at the moment, having a pretty big game as expected.
Mo down to a CZ, which is unfortunate for him. And he's still playing with Drent over towards A, but this time they're looking towards long. They smoked it off, and Adren will watch lower while Mo will play close around the smoke. And here we go. JDM trying to play for picks, but Hooch is going for a play then. It hasn't worked out. Waylander will trade, but it's advantage CLG for sure.
Lots of time to slowly wait, but Tarek, not too interested in that, finds an opportunity, and it turns it into a double kill. And Fugly just going to grab the bomb now and make his way down towards B. This Adren and Mo now in a pretty awful spot, to be honest. Be really nice for Mo if he's able to actually pick up a weapon, but from the money perspective, there is nothing left in the bank of Gambit now. They will get... Oof, that was savage.
Looking at the way Hooch jumped into B plateau there, I mean, if you look at the way Fnatic were boosting JW up there, for example, it's always in that kind of ninja spot around the corner. So I don't know what the purpose, because there was a smoke down in that position, and I think it's reasonable for the T's to just spray where he jumped there as well. So I don't know why he didn't choose to get boosted at the back, which is relatively safer.
So Gambit will have around, well, between like 2,300 and 2,800 next round. Meaning that they're screwed for money. They can't really buy next round. But that means that before they can buy properly, CLG won't be on 15 rounds already. So they're in a really, really bad spot at the moment. Do they force up both rounds, or do they just try to get that one big buy when CLG are already on 15? That's the option that they have right now. There are some teams that would say we want 2 rounds where we have a low percentage to win, rather than just banking everything on 1 round. It looks like that's going to be the approach here for Gambit as well. So this better go well for them, James, or they are pretty done.
Dan, interesting point. Waylander has FAMAS and no armor.
Yep. So there you go.
Adren, Dozier, and Mo have armor. Perhaps it would be better for him to play one of their pistols and give the rifle to someone who's not going to get aim punched. Because he can play a pistol, play close range, and try and get a one-tap, as opposed to playing perhaps further range with a rifle and having no armor whatsoever.
Yeah, like even the Mag 7 would be a better choice.
He's going to get cut to ribbons. Indeed, the Mag 7 would be, but Hooch has a Mag 7 and no armor as well.
But hold the phone. We've got Fugly and Hayes. They're almost in the A bomb site. What is this? They just walked all the way. They walked all the way.
They're out for a summer stroll in the gardens of Cobblestone.
I think Mo's completely missed this. He's the only guy towards A, and I think he's completely missed this. I think he may have spotted somebody now, but of course he's already dead. So the bomb is going to go down, James. This
Easy
is
for CLG. And guess who? Waylander's in front of everybody else with the only rifle they have, and fortunately has backed off with it. So yeah, this is a bit weird.
This is awful because Cutler just cutting off rotation from B as well, or basically their save attempt. So they're in a ridiculous spot, to be honest. I mean, how many losses in a row is it even? It's
wait, Dozier's going to boost Waylander, but he still doesn't have any armor. Why is he not swapping the gun?
So they have $2,900 as their bonus for losing, the loss bonus. So Gambit, still broke. Would really like to save these weapons that they currently have, and it looks like they should be able to do it actually. Map point now though for CLG, 15-9, and Gambit have not really given them much trouble so far in this map at all, but slightly better buy this time around thanks to the saves. But will the hopes be better? Will CLG just walk 2 players into the bomb site again? That's what I would like to see that again, James, because it's quite comical.
Yeah, they were basically going up there on segways. So, this time the entire Gambit side has armor, no AWP. Mo's on the silence and forward. The rest of the team will have FAMAS's and the